Jaquez has it on the high left side, 10. He's got it out there by Spencer Jones, 7. He's in the paint, dotted line jumper short. Where? Put back up and in. Oh, no. Joker has crashed down to the floor. You're going to hear the horn here. And he's grabbing his left knee. Oh, I see what happened. Spencer Jones was backpedaling on defense, and he stepped on Joker's ankle, and that looked like a hyperextension is what that looked like when I'm watching the replay. And he is really struggling trying to get back in the locker room.
This is part of the NBA. Anybody that gets hurt in this game, it's kind of gut-wrenching, especially somebody as special as he is. We'll find out more tomorrow, and we'll move on as a team. Obviously, right now, I'm more concerned just about him as a person, and the disappointment of going through something like that. So it's unfortunate, hoping for the best, just like we did with Cam, and the other starters that we've lost.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
There's with the Jokic incident last night, again, he gets not rolled up on, kind of ran into, and it's the same thing that seems to always happen with the Nuggets, because the same thing happened with Jamal. It was at a stupid point in the game. It was the last few seconds of a half. You're just trying to get to the locker room, and hyperextends that knee, goes to the ground, and we witnessed something we've just never witnessed before, which was Jokic in legitimate and scary pain. Never seen it. And there's not some sort of update that we can give you guys this morning on what's the extent of the injury. You can go over to those internet doctor people, and they got a whole bunch of opinions of, I don't think it's an ACL, but from this angle, it looks like a PCL. Whatever. We don't know. We just never seen Jokic with legitimate injury concern. There's been things that have nagged him. His elbow's been a problem for a while, but he plays through it. His wrist has been a problem for a while. He plays through it. He's got things that he deals with, but you've never seen the, oh no, this could be an injury that is long-term concern with him. And that's the freaky part. Nuggets lost last night. Who cares? Doesn't matter. The hyperextension, the sort of writhing in pain and the limp off the floor is the only takeaway from last night. I honestly can't tell you a single thing that happened in the game, because it's kind of like my hard drive got erased with 12 seconds left in the first half. That's it. That's all that I thought about. And at that point, I'll be honest, didn't even watch the second half. I watched the halftime show and the post-game show just to see if somebody had some sort of information on Jokic, and that was it. After that, it was all Avs, because it didn't matter. Nuggets come back and win. So what? They lose by $1 billion. Who cares? It's just about Jokic. And look, we can get to an overall team perspective on this later, of 4 of your 5 starters are out of the starting lineup. Jamal Murray's the last guy left. We can talk about that later and kind of what you do to navigate this. But if Jokic misses an extended amount of time, and God forbid the year, you're going to see the most insane drop-off in recent memory for, I would say, any team. It would be the equivalent to me of when Peyton Manning had the neck injury in Indianapolis and they started Curtis Painter for that year and they were like 0-14 or something. Like, I think it's going to be that drastic. He isn't a huge part of your team. He's the entire thing. And it's been that way even when they won the title. He had more help then. Jamal Murray was good then as he is now. But you run everything. Your entire team is built to go through one human being who is probably going to go down as a top 10 player of all time if he isn't already. And when you lose that, you're changing the fabric of your DNA. There is no next man up for Jokic. Doesn't exist. And so, like, the hope here, the prayer here, is that we know he's going to miss time. It's a matter of how much. Can it be like a Cam Johnson thing where it's 4 to 6 weeks, you sort of reevaluate and maybe you can get back on the floor then? But I've never seen it. It's funny. We were just talking about this yesterday. The durability of him, and for it to happen on a freak play like that. Because the whole thing about his game is it doesn't really leave him open to injuries like that. The only way it happens is if it's done by somebody else. Because he doesn't play this over-the-top athletic, hard stop, cut, jump 40 inches in the air, land on your ankle. Like, he doesn't play that style of game. The only way something like this could happen is through a freak sort of thing. And it seems like that's gone down now. Now, again, the medical evaluation is going to happen today. I still am holding out hope that it's going to be, I'm going to call it minor. I know that if you, you give me some sort of surgery that's going to involve somebody taking a scalpel into my knee, it's always going to be considered major for me. But that it's not of the season-ending variety is what I'd call it. I'm just, if I had to power rank a major injury to anybody on any team in this town, or I would say across sports, but it's easier just to do the local thing. I think Jokic means more to the Nuggets than McKinnon means to the Avs. I think he means more to the Nuggets than Bo Nix means to the Broncos. Like, I think it's that extent. You change the entire genetic makeup of your roster with that guy out of the lineup, and we know that and have known it for years because all we've talked about for like 5 years is the non-Jokic minutes and what that looks like when he's off the floor for like a 5-minute stretch and you go minus 12 in that span. You know, he's missed games before. He's had the week off when he had his son. He had a couple of injuries that have kept him out for like a week or two throughout the course of his career. But you know, the Nuggets have kind of kept it afloat in his absence during that, but it's a lot easier to do when you're like, all right, we got a 4-game stretch without him. Can we go 2-2? That's easier to do than if he's missing 30. Let's be honest here. It's going to be pretty hard to see 15-15. Now, the only thing that I think could be a boost to this is if you get news that it is the shorter-term variety and not the longer-term variety. But I mean, it's as bad as anything you could have seen. And I'm not talking about the actual look of the injury. The look of the injury just looked weird. This wasn't Joe Theismann, but I'm saying as far as impact to a team, it's as bad as one as you could imagine. And make no mistake, Jokic is not of the soft variety, and I think that's what freaked me out. I've seen Jokic in pain before. And he kind of just shakes it off, goes back to the bench, he's fine. But the amount of time spent on the floor, along with the severe limp over to the locker room at halftime, lets you know kind of what it was. It's going to put a spotlight on some people here in his absence for however long that's going to be. Like, if you're looking to prove yourself, the good news is I think that the timelines, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Nelly, the Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon timelines for return feel like they're getting pretty close to those guys being back on the floor. So you'll get at least a little bit of a semblance of a starting five again, I would imagine sometime soon. But it's going to put a big spotlight on Jamal for what he can do in the absence of Jokic. It'll put a big spotlight on Valanciunas and the reason that you went in and acquired him in the offseason as a sort of safety valve. It'll put a spotlight on David Adelman, like a whole bunch of different people, on how he as a coach navigates this from what you do on the floor, but also in the mental aspect of the game. You got to change everything you've been doing. And it's just, I think the reason why we're here this morning, it's just something that, how many times have you even considered the idea that Jokic misses significant time on the floor? It's never been something we've had. Everybody that's been a part of this starting lineup has missed significant time. I know Cam Johnson's new here, but if you go back to like Porter obviously with his back stuff, and if he missed like a significant amount of time, that was not a shock. Jamal had the knee, and he's missed time for other things in the past. Aaron Gordon has a nagging hamstring thing that kind of crops up over and over again over the last couple of years. Christian Brown has been pretty durable, but now he's been out for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever the number is. Jokic has been kind of the only one that's just, he's always there. Always. And he's had to be. But you find yourself in a place now of, first of all, fingers crossed that it's not long term. Second of all, the hell are you going to do in the interim? Like, let's be really honest about this here. If Joker is missing the rest of the season, then this season's just kind of lost. And what's really brutal is, for the first time, and it felt this way when AG was first acquired. You got that Aaron Gordon acquisition through a trade for a couple of weeks. You're like, this team feels like it's championship material. And then the Jamal thing goes down. This offseason, you kind of plugged every hole that you thought this roster had. You added some shooting with Tim Hardaway Jr. You added depth to the bench. You added a legitimate backup center in Valanciunas. And that's been a little bit stressed due to 3 other injuries within the starting 5. But this one's different, and we all know it. So just quickly here, I want to give you a little bit of David Adelman. Again, this is him talking about the Jokic injury and waiting for the evaluation.
Yeah, we'll get together tomorrow. I think everybody needs to take a deep breath here. I think sometimes when there's anxiety and stress and you force feed a meeting or group, I think a lot of stuff comes out of that's not thought forward. I think everyone has to take a break, take a breather, get the actual news first of whatever this is. Not to mention news of updates of where Aaron is, and and CB and Cam obviously is out for a while, and then we can refocus and make smart decisions on what's best for this team.
I appreciate the take a deep breath approach. I try and do that in my life when there's a very stressful thing that happens, but you can go to hell with that. There ain't no deep breath. I am panicked fully right now. Completely and fully in inner turmoil that will not leave until I get some sort of update. So that's that. Now, look, a lot more to get to with this, obviously, and we will. The Avs also played last night. They won again. Shocker. The news came out yesterday that the Chargers are just going to seemingly punt this last game and be like, who cares? We'll just gift wrap the Broncos a prime opportunity to steal this number 1 overall seed. First of all, it's a thank you to the Chargers. Second of all, why are they doing it? So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
So, one thing, the guys that need have the most bruises and need the most healing, we would pull them back. Justin Herbert would be one. We'll see how the rest of the week goes with who all they are. And there'll be some situations where some starters are backups. Yes.
So just to be clear, Justin's not starting, right?
Correct.
Jim Harbaugh yesterday. A reminder to you guys, it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and the key word for this hour, as it's every hour on the 20s, is countdown. So text countdown in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get a chance to win 2 tickets to the Avs in the Blues tomorrow night, New Year's Eve. Pretty easy to find the connection there. Countdown and Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches in Highlands Ranch Town Center and online at MatthewsFineWatches.com. But again, the key word is countdown. So,
you ever been to the New Year's Eve Avs game before?
I never have, no. Or wait, yes, I did. Like my first year here, I think. I have.
It's fun, man. And
it's a lot of fun.
And I like that the puck drop's always a little earlier. It's always around 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So you can experience the full game, and then they do their indoor fireworks show on the ice, and then you can still leave and get home by midnight if you want to really ring in the New Year as a purist. So the timing is pretty clutch.
Very cool. So text countdown your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Jokic, we'll get back to in a bit. The Avs as well, and their win from last night as they grind out another W in sort of a lunch pail fashion, so we'll get to that in a second. But with the news that Justin Herbert and it sounds like other starters are not going to play against the Broncos in this final game against the Chargers, it is music to the ears of everybody who's looking to lock in that 1 seed and get a bye and home field for the entirety of your existence in the postseason until the Super Bowl. I love it, as many of us should. You have now this prime opportunity to do what felt like impossible before the season started, which is lock in forget winning the AFC West, being the number 1 team in the AFC and potentially in football, record-wise. And the Broncos have earned that right. Because whether it looks pretty or not, they have found ways to just finish ball games. And it's a huge credit to them. And now I know there's this concern about playing up and down to competition. I want this game to be 45-0 at half. If they're going to lay down and give you the 1 seed, then you absolutely snatch it from them. And let's be honest, it should look like the last week of the season last year against Kansas City when they did that. So it's huge that the Broncos get this opportunity. Sean Payton talked about this, about clinching the AFC West.
I mean, I was watching it probably like everyone else, and it ended up being a close game, hard-fought game. Then I think the immediate focus shifts towards Monday meeting, which we just had, relative to our approach this week. Normal schedule, Sunday 12:25 or 2:25 start time. And this game is very much like a playoff game.
So here's what I'd say. I'll get to the Chargers side of this in just a second. But I do think the Chargers basically waving the white flag and conceding this game to the Broncos is a huge compliment to them. Here's what I'm getting at. The concern for the Chargers heading into this final week when they're locked into a playoff spot, they just don't know which seed, which we'll get to in a moment. Harbaugh isn't conceding for the sake of we're okay with whoever we play, and whatever happens the week after this, whoever we match up against, we're just going to deal with it. I don't think that's their mindset. I think it's this. He recognizes, first of all, the difficulty of getting a win against this team in this building when the Broncos are going to be ultimately motivated to grab that final win and lock in their seeding. That's one. Number two, he's got a quarterback that's beat the hell up. And which team in the NFL beats up on quarterbacks more than any other? This one. I don't think this was a decision that was made out of, we're cool with whatever we get, so let's just lose and whoever we play, we play. This decision was made of Benito and Cooper and JFM and Zach Allen and Malcolm Roach and everybody else that's a pass rusher on this team, and he's terrified of them teeing off on his already hurt quarterback a week before the postseason starts. That's why he's doing this. Because I'll tell you right now, from a Chargers point of view, when you look at the way that the chips could fall, winning the game and hoping that Houston messes up somehow, some way against Indianapolis, however unlikely that is, but if they were to do that, you go out and win, you're now playing potentially Pittsburgh or a Ravens team that's been dog butt for most of this year, as opposed to, I think you'd want to do that. Because if you don't, you're playing a 12-win team or a 13-win team. And you can say, I'd rather face maybe the Jags than the Ravens, or I'd rather face the Patriots than the Ravens, or whatever. I still think there's a huge motivator for you to go out there and win. The only reason why you wouldn't is because you're terrified your quarterback is going to get smoked the week before that postseason game starts. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. And so I think this isn't a decision that's made in apathy of what happens the following week. It's a decision that's made in self-preservation of your quarterback not being broken in half heading into the postseason. And I think, I've always said this about Harbaugh. I think Harbaugh is one of the best coaches in the sport. I think he's insanely smart in the way he goes about things, and I don't think this is any different. Weigh the pros and the cons. The pros of playing your starters there is you potentially get a win against a very good football team, which could get you some momentum heading into the postseason and set you up in maybe better seeding and a better matchup when that game starts. And then you start listing out the cons. And the cons are, it takes one hit on my already sort of broken quarterback for this postseason game to not matter at all. Because if Herbert goes down with an injury, Trey Lance ain't doing jack squat. I really believe this is the approach that they're taking. It's, I'm not letting the Broncos ruin my chances at winning in the wild card weekend. And if that means I gift wrap them the number one overall seed in a bye week heading into the postseason, so be it. And the best thing for the Broncos here, if you were getting matched up in that wild card round, you're facing either the Chargers, the Texans, or the Bills. And in any case, I got a whole big bag of no to wanting to see any one of them in the first round of the postseason. Game at home or not, that sounds like something I have no interest in. Zero. And so with that, I think that you have this prime opportunity that happens so rarely, and we know it for the last decade of, first of all, getting a home playoff game in the division that you play in, but secondly, your road to the Super Bowl comes with 2 wins as opposed to 3. Didn't think it was possible before the season started. Now, trying to imagine a way the team would lose, I know that Moser plays this game all the time. I'm not saying it's impossible that Denver goes out there and lays an egg. I am saying it is wildly improbable.
Big time win.
If you can't, I mean, there's one thing with the Broncos that I think is for sure. You give them the opportunity to take advantage of a situation, they do. It might not look the prettiest, but there's a very rare world that exists where I see the Broncos going against a Chargers team that is basically throwing the scout team out there, and it's close. And I know they've played games against the Raiders that have looked ugly, and they've played games against the Jets and the Giants that have looked ugly. It's just different. This is a chance to be the number 1 seed in the AFC and get a bye heading into the postseason. And this team is looking at you like a boxer with their hands behind their back, sticking their chin out and be like, throw your wildest haymaker. I don't care. And you got to Jake Paul that jaw. It's another thing I missed, by the way, when I was gone. I guiltily and with shame watched that Jake Paul fight, but I got exactly the result I was looking for, so I it's fine. Turns out, if you fight a boxer who's actually currently boxing, who is not retired or 58 years old or a former UFC guy or a YouTuber, and he is twice the size of you, you get your jaw broken in 2 places. It's a weird concept, I know.
We're nothing. We're dead. We're dust.
But that's what the Broncos have to do. And I think it will look a lot like the Chiefs game from last year, the final game of the season. So hopefully that all goes down the way that I'm imagining, and you can have a 2-game sort of set on your way to hopefully another Super Bowl appearance. Reminder to you guys, it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. The keyword for this hour is countdown. So text countdown in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get to the Avs here in a second. Also back to the Jokic stuff, because I am just it's one of those things, it makes your stomach turn a little bit thinking about it. I mean, first of all, from a team perspective of where the Nuggets could go, and without Joker, what sort of changes that? Second of all, just the personal part of Jokic is a highly likable guy, and it sucks to see people like that go down with injuries. And again, we'll get news of what that is. I think today is when the medical stuff is scheduled for. But he was well on his way. You know, I'm sure you guys talked about it, Nelly, already. That first Tim Bontemps MVP, straw poll, whatever. He was neck and neck with Shea. And I think the longer this season went on, if Jokic continued to play the way that he played, and if the Thunder didn't get to like 70 wins, I think he could have been well on his way to a 4th MVP.
Whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I still think about that. There's no way Michael Malone didn't know who that is. No way. But bottom line is, He was well on his way to potentially a fourth MVP, which would vault him into insanely crazy NBA historic territory. And even if he's not out for the year, I think an injury like this, whatever it is going to keep him out long enough to where that's probably out the window now. But we'll get back to that in a bit. I do want to get to the Avs. Another big win for them last night as they had sort of a lunch pail grinded out victory because they can win anyway in any style that anybody wants to play. So we'll get to that in just a second. One last time, the keyword for this hour is countdown. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your next keyword at 720. Stick around. Do with this information what you will. Just saw this, Nelly, about an hour ago. Remember when we were on that Eurohoops.net site because Vic was the enemy of Greece this offseason? Remember that? And he was accused of doing Greek stereotypes that were offensive. Eurohoops has sent this out. Again, I don't know what this means. I thought the medical stuff was coming up today. Says Nikola Jokic reportedly avoids serious injury as he suffered a hyperextension in his left knee. That was an hour ago on Eurohoops. Now, reliability of Eurohoops, I am aware of them. I don't really know. I feel like they're pretty good, but I'm not plugged into the Eurohoops game. And again, if you listen to any of the, what do you want to call them? Internet doctors, the former doctors that look at a video at a sports highlight and they're like, that's a AC joint. And you're like, I don't know how the hell you would know. But most of them, the consensus from those groups, those types on the internet is probably is not an ACL, might be something a bit more minor. Who knows? I am just a panicky Pete this morning, as I think a lot of people are, because of the impact that a single guy can make on a roster. So, again, the second we get information about this, I'll bring it to you. But
it comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
I don't think Eurohoops is Bro Bible. I think it's a legitimate thing. I'm just not a European. European.
You are?
So, take that for what you will. Now, to the Avs last night. The Avs again, perfect game? No. But you grind out another victory. You do it against a tough team. And you do it again. This is a common theme here. You get 4 opportunities on the power play. You don't capitalize on any of those. But 5-on-5, you just kind of kick the snot out of some guys. You had a couple of lapses. That second goal from the Kings I didn't like. Just kind of squeaks through the pads of Blackwood. But overall, you're getting contributions from a ton of different people. And the most encouraging thing as this year's kind of gone on is it feels like the Brock Nelson experiment is really starting to show some dividends. He had another sort of slower start to the year combined with I would call it an okay pace after his acquisition last season. But he throws in another goal. That's his 7th of the month. It's his 12th point of the month. He had 12 points in the month of November as well. And I think if you have a pace like that for him, you take it. Because I think that he's playing at a much higher level than, or a higher or a good level that you would want out of your second line center. Sorry, Nelly made me nervous. When he walked in the studio, it makes me feel like this place is burning down to the ground. Thank you, Nelly. Overall, though, when you look at the team and the contributions they get from guys, it's, like I said, Brock Nelson's. Marty Nachos scores again last night. And I want to talk about that goal because it is set up by the pure and frantic effort of a Gabe Landeskog. It's kind of buried beneath Forsberg. It goes off to the side of the post. Landeskog lays out to just try and get a stick on it. And Nate just cleans it up on the other side, but that is set up by the pure effort and hustle of your captain. Without him doing that, you don't get some... so weird the way the puck went across. I mean, just hovering over that line from post to post and just sitting there. And that's usually one of those that gets kicked out. You're like, how in the hell did that not go in? And luckily, right place, right time, Marty Nachos finishes that off. But the Avs continue to just rack up dubs. And You look at the standings, it almost doesn't look real because you're sitting at 65 points. The two next closest teams to you are both in your division, in Dallas, who's got 57, and the Wild, who have 54. There's only one team in the Eastern Conference right now with more than 50 points, and that's Carolina with 51. They're 14 off from you, playing the same amount of games. It is a dominance in this stretch that is pretty mind-blowing. And again, when you get a combination for this Avs team between depth, goaltending, and top-end level play from your superstars, the last time you had that combination, and in fact, the goaltending, I would say, is not as good as it is right now, was when you won a cup a few years back. You know, you're doing this, awaiting some guys to return to the lineup as well. I would imagine, we'll talk to Bednar tomorrow, that we'll get an update on Logan O'Connor, because this was sort of the time frame that was given for the when is he going to return aspect of this, because he had that hip problem again. Got the surgery in the offseason, I believe, if I remember this correctly, the first time that we talked to Bednar, he did this in his preseason press conference, that it would be around Christmas, New Year's, is the scheduled return. Now, that's without any hiccups, but we'll talk to him tomorrow and see if he's approaching that time to get back with the club. Because if he does that, then that just adds even more to what your depth is on this roster already. But you're getting contributions from virtually anybody. And the great thing about that team that won the Cup a few years ago was there are very few, but there are teams in the league that I think at the height of your roster can match you with talent. Like Edmonton is obviously one of those teams with McDavid and Draisaitl and a couple other guys that if you just stack hat on hat for most talented players on your roster, they're able to at least go and slot guys in pretty properly. Where you had the advantage over teams like that was, okay, what does your third line look like? What does your fourth line look like? And I thought that's where the Avs that year were kick-ass. That's where they held a distinct advantage over most teams that they played was, yeah, you can do all that, but do you have Cogliano on your fourth line? And most teams didn't. And it feels like this is a year where you kind of get that. Like I am getting obsessed with Gavin Brindley's play. Now, I mentioned this when he first got with the club and was trying to make enough of an impression to stay on that big league club. He feels a lot like a Logan O'Connor of every second I'm on the ice, I'm going to try and make the most of it. Like you are going to feel my presence every second I'm on the ice. And this is a guy that's, getting 10 minutes a night, 11 minutes a night. You stash him towards the back, and then you got a couple butt kickers like Parker Kelly and Kiviranta that are, 8-9 minute guys. That's just a depth that most teams don't have the ability to handle. And you combine that with, Nathan McKinnon's on pace for 70 goals this year. And you combine that with Cale Makar's going for career highs. You combine that with Marty Necas is going for a higher point total this year than Mikko Rantanen ever had. Yeah. You got a whole bunch happening there with goaltending that is some of the league's best. So 303-504-0925. Avs with another win. They are now currently at 65 points this year, 29-2-7 on the year. God, that 2 number is just wild to think about. I mean, they're going to play one more game here. Let's assume that they don't lose that game in regulation tomorrow against the Blues. They're going to head into a brand new year with 2 losses in regulation. Unreal. So, a lot to discuss today. for me, a lot of this revolving around Jokic and what the status of him is. There is hope that this isn't of the longer-term variety, but I'm still scared bleepless. I am panicked as hell. Just never seen him go down and clutch anything like that before. I've never seen the amount of time spent on the floor with an injury. He's been banged up. He's been nicked up. He's taken like a knee-to-knee shot before, gone down, held it, got back up, maybe had a slight limp. But to stay down that long and then limp his way to the locker room, incredibly concerning. So we'll get more to that with Vic and Moser in just a second. Got more Peyton audio clinching the AFC West, and now what feels like is a gift-wrapped number one overall seed in the AFC after Harbaugh announced that Herbert is not going to be playing in this final game yesterday. So, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It is Navs Ticket Tuesday, so listen to those keywords on the 20s of every hour. Next one coming at 7:20. But you can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup at the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Go to YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. We'll pop up right there, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything from Denver's number one sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Jaquez has it on the high left side, 10. He's started out there by Spencer Jones, 7. He's in the paint, dotted line jumper short. Where? Put back up and in. Oh, no. Joker has crashed down to the floor. You're going to hear the horn here. And he's grabbing his left knee. Oh, I see what happened. Spencer Jones was backpedaling on defense, and he stepped on Joker's ankle, and that looked like a hyperextension is what that looked like when I'm watching the replay. And he is really struggling trying to get back to the locker room.
This is part of the NBA. Anybody that gets hurt in this game, it's kind of gut-wrenching, especially somebody as special as he is. We'll find out more tomorrow, and we'll move on as a team. Obviously, right now, I'm more concerned just about him as a person, and the disappointment of going through something like that. So it's unfortunate, hoping for the best, just like we did with Cam, and the other starters that we've lost.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
We're in a place that I don't think we've ever been, which is Jokic has been hurt. We've seen him on the floor for a few seconds, and he's clutching and grabbing at something, knees, ankles, whatever. The level of concern, though, of this is something we've not experienced. And I think you just kind of see when Jokic goes down, and we'll get more information today. I've got, depending on how much you trust Eurohoops, I'm not very into the Eurohoops thing, so I don't know how reliable that is. They have an update this morning that is more of a positive variety.
I have an update, too.
You do, too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you want to say it right now, Vic?
I am told that the Nuggets' initial evaluation of Nikola Jokic, the initial evaluation, is a positive one, where he may have avoided structural damage to the knee. We won't know for sure until imaging this morning. The MRI results will have everything. There are times when, a doc is feeling around there and feels fine, and they go in, get imaging, and it's not fine. But the initial tests, the physical tests to the knee, they think it could be a bone bruise, much like Cam Johnson, a hyperextension, that kind of injury, as opposed to a long-term structural injury. So, hold your breath. Don't know for sure. Nothing official. I'm just going off of what I've heard.
So, okay, that is good news to hear to start the show. Now, doesn't mean anything definitive yet until you get the actual imaging of it. But it's, what's weird? When that happened, when you know something's a possibility, but you never really consider it?
Mm-hmm.
Jokic having a long-term injury is just nothing I've considered. Because
he hasn't.
He's never had it before. The style of game that he played doesn't seem like the only way this could happen is something freaky, like exactly what happened last night. And kind of what pissed me off was it reminded me when Jamal got hurt, it was at a nothing point of the game, if you remember.
Yep.
Like the game didn't matter. It's 12 seconds left in the first half. You're just trying to get to the locker room, and then that happens. You're like, are you kidding? Yeah. Are you kidding?
It's a fluke play. Nobody's at fault. I come home and my wife's like, why did his teammate step on his foot? I mean, he didn't. Guys, he's just playing basketball. It was an impromptu play where he's backpedaling. Nobody's fault. It's not the. Yeah, then you get the texts and tweets from they gotta look at their conditioning team. It has nothing to do with conditioning. It's a fluke play that will happen on occasion when you play enough basketball. And you're so right, Brett, Moj. We spent yesterday talking about Nikola Jokic's durability, his availability. I know I mentioned it. And just like that, a season flashes right before your eyes. Now, best case scenario. Again, we're talking scenarios today. You're going to hear a lot of speculation, but I don't know what else to tell you. Speculation is all we got on something like this until we get the results. I'm waiting for that Shams tweet just like you guys are, right? Yeah. The MRI results, which I'm sure they're doing it right now. East Coast time, they're doing it right now. They're in the hospital doing that right as we speak. But the initial reaction that I got they're hoping it's just another bone bruise, a Cam Johnson type injury.
I don't want to talk.
Okay. I'll go ahead and continue this conversation. The Nuggets are now minus 4 starters, 2 of them with potential knee injuries, one with a hamstring, the other one with an ankle. Jamal Murray is the lone survivor, and he's hobbling around with a gimpy ankle himself. We have to talk about something else regarding this team, and that something else is you got 5 games left on this road trip. You go to Toronto tomorrow night. When do you lay off and just sort of punt a couple of these games?
Well, do you mean
like
as in benching,
as
Murray?
in letting Jamal just chill a little bit, because that letting or maybe not bringing back AG and CB on the timeline you previously had. When do you just sort of take a step back and say, let's look at this entire period of time? When is Joker going to be available? Hopefully he is, crossing fingers. When will he be back? How do you want to attack this so this doesn't happen again prior to the playoff run?
Well, Vic, 2 things. If you're healthy enough to play, you're healthy enough to play, whatever the timeline is.
But so what if you're hobbled?
Yeah, no, I understood. But I'm saying if CB and AG are good to go, then they're fully healthy and good to go. I don't worry about that. You play the guys if they're healthy. That being said, if Nikola Jokic is out, the season's over.
Yeah, well, we all know that.
Well, I know. So then it doesn't. So then what you're saying doesn't matter.
Yeah. But if he isn't out, best case scenario. If I gave you guys a piece of paper, and I said, write it down right now. If I give you 4 to 6 weeks, would you take that?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right now,
of course.
Like, even if it comes back to be just a 2-week deal, whatever. But if I told you have to sign on the dotted line 4 to 6 weeks, probably not back until the All-Star break.
I might do it even if the imaging comes back that he doesn't even have a bruise. They're like, he could play tomorrow if you wanted to. I'd be like, yeah, maybe he needs a month, though. Just give him a month.
Vic, if you gave me Kali, I don't want to have to think about, with all these guys out, we worried about them slipping. But if you said, okay, they're guaranteed a playoff spot, top 7, and he doesn't come back until like the middle of March or whatever, early April, I would sign up for that too.
Is there a team in the league more heavily reliant on one player than the Nuggets are on Nikola Jokic?
You know what's funny, Vic? I talked about this in the appetizer. Mm-hmm. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a team in really any sport.
Yeah.
More reliant. Like, I was just going through, like, the local teams because it was just easier. He means more to the Nuggets than McKinnon does to the Avs, just for the amount of guys that you can throw out there.
He does, because the Avs have several all-star type players.
He means, and I said he means more to the Nuggets than I think Bo Nix does to the Broncos, and I truly mean that.
He does.
Yeah.
He means more to his team than any player has meant to their team in any sport.
Like, here's what I would compare it to. If the news is the worst,
it's Mahomes in Kansas City.
I said it was if you go back to Peyton Manning's neck injury, where Indy went from perennial Super Bowl contender to a team that was like 0-13 to start the year. I think it looks a lot like that.
Sure.
And it's just because, he's not a big piece to your winning formula. He's your entire DNA. If he's out, you're different entirely. You have to run things differently. You can't run the same offense. You can't run the same defense. Like, everything has to change the second he leaves the floor.
And your mentality changes. Your expectations change. Guys, I don't know about you, but I was a zombie in the second half of that game. So the fact that the Nuggets got blitzed, I am not surprised one bit. If I'm a zombie, what do you think his teammates are?
Can I be honest with you, Vic?
Yeah.
I'm going to be very honest with you. I went straight to the Avs. I did not watch the second half of the game.
I don't blame you one bit.
You know what I did watch?
Don't blame you.
I watched your halftime show, and I watched the initial portion of your post-game show to see if you had any information in reaction to
the game doesn't matter at that point. Usually I watch every Nuggets game like I am blinded. I'm sitting there just watching every bucket like it's the end of the world. I didn't care one bit what happened in that game.
Yeah.
Didn't care.
I don't care about the final score. They gave up almost 150, but I don't care about that.
Didn't care.
Everybody's
The
shocked.
players were
They were
they'll never
shocked.
admit
Yeah,
it.
They were shocked. Yeah, there's no doubt. They're shell shocked and they don't know what to do with their hands. Does he mean more to the Nuggets than Mickey Moniak to the Rockies?
I love Mickey though. I love Mickey.
I love Mickey too. Okay, that's just a little trying to lighten the mood type of thing here a little bit. No offense, Mickey.
We need a full season of KB.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for my thing.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody says, "Do you see Joker got?" Oh no, Johnny Lyles comes up and says, "Do you see Joker got hurt?"
Mm-hmm.
So what do you mean? He's like, "Yeah, I just ran from the set, but Joker got hurt. Check it out."
Yeah, that ruined your broadcast.
Dude, I was on my phone. I'm sure I'm going to get yelled at by producer Lee at some point, but I was on my phone all game looking for an update.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like there's
full panic mode set into me.
It
was full panic mode. It was the talk of Ball Arena last night.
Can I offer some behind the curtain stuff on how this works? So when you're in this business long enough and you work with teams, around teams, in Moser, you face the same issue. You're not allowed to speculate on injury. It's a major taboo. It's a major no-no. You're just not. You let the team handle that. You let the team offer any insight, and you wait, or until Shams does it, which comes from somebody official. You just wait. On this one, I'm not waiting. You can't. It's too big.
Yeah.
It's too big. So I made calls. I did what everybody else was trying to do. You try and get as much information as you possibly can from as many people as you possibly can close to the situation. Nobody really knows until that MRI. Nobody knows. But you get a sense. And the sense I got is that they dodged a major bullet. That's the sense. It's not the result.
For now, yeah.
It's what we have for now. And that makes me feel good. At the same time, I still can't breathe easy, right? It's there. So there's no avoiding this, guys. I mean, this is your season. This isn't, with all due respect to Cam Johnson, right? Cam Johnson, that was a heavy injury. And you're like, oh boy, this is on a different level. This is your franchise. This is why you have all those expectations. This is your guy, your horse.
Yep. And it's combined with the fact I've never seen Jokic go down and stay down.
Like yeah.
Like the staying down was the one thing that freaked me out.
Well, I've never
when
seen
he was
him
shaking his foot, when he was shaking his left foot, I was like, oh.
I've never seen him grab a body part like that.
Yeah.
I've never seen him go down and both hands are around the knee and he's sort of pulling it towards his chest.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, no. I've just never seen him do that before. He's taken a lot of abuse. He's been cut. He's been banged. He's been, shaking the wrist. He's done all that kind of stuff, but I've never seen him in what appeared to be a great amount of pain.
And then trying to walk off. So you could have the initial pain, but he couldn't get off the court. They showed him go to the locker room, and he was hobbling so badly he had to be helped by Dan Sheminsky and Jason, the associate trainer. They had to help him get to the locker room, and at that point, I'm like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Again, I'll go back to this. This injury, like when you lose 3 starters in your starting lineup, you're like, that's a whole lot to overcome. When you lose Jokic, everything about it changes. And just like the perspective that hit me was, we for 5 years have been talking about non-Jokic minutes, which have been 6, 7 at a time, right?
But we've never talked about non-Jokic seasons.
Yes. And that's the whole thing. It's like if 7 minutes results in like a minus 14, then what does 70 games look like? Like that's because you can't replicate anything of what you previously do with him out of the lineup for an extended period. You're going to have to be an entirely different basketball team. The way you run your offense has to be entirely different. The way you do everything has to be entirely different.
You know what's lost? A lot has been made about Nikola Jokic's defensive woes, right? Oh, well, he's not a rim protector. Do you guys ever notice when Joker's out of the game how bad their defense
Of course.
gets? Not their offense, their defense.
So everybody like scoffs at his because he actually has really good analytical numbers as a defender, and everybody goes, "Oh, those are just fake." And I don't know what to tell you guys. The defense is better when he's on the floor.
It's statistically proven.
Yeah.
You saw it last night. My God, they were just getting sieged.
But they were also mentally gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
last
were
night
mentally.
is
It's understandable.
That third quarter, they were mentally.
They were zombies.
Gone, so yeah,
They were zombies.
Is right, yes.
They couldn't play. The game was over. I mean, I saw it the first 5 buckets of the second half. I said, let's just get to the locker room, get him to the hospital, get the MRI. They have to wait for the swelling to go down. But I cannot stress enough, initial reaction is a positive one. As positive as it can be.
Yeah. So we'll get back to this, obviously, throughout the course of the show. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, so we got another keyword coming to you guys in just a couple of minutes. On top of all this, the Avs get a sort of lunch pail grinded out win last night at home. Harbaugh makes the announcement that, yeah, I'm not doing the Herbert thing this weekend. So here is gift wrapped with a bow on top. Hey, Broncos, you want the number 1
I swear
seed?
to God,
Here you go.
If any of you guys,
well, hold it, Moshe, because I know where you're gonna go.
well, I swear to the Lord above.
We'll get there in just a second. Another keyword coming your guys' way. Stick around.
Dudes, here's the story. The new year is almost upon us. And it's a chance for you to make a real positive change in your life. If you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're ready to move past that frustration, all that embarrassment, whatever you think it may be, well, then it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men. A new year is upon us, so make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. Schedule a consult today. Initial visit only $99. You got the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your office visit is free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be happy. They have an expert staff. You could be back in business before you know it. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Avs Ticket Tuesday, every hour on the 20s. A new keyword for you, and this is for a chance to win 2 tickets to tomorrow night's Avs and Blues game, the New Year's Eve game, which is always fun, Moj, over there at Ball Arena. The keyword for this hour is confetti. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can catch the Avs in their Nordiques sweaters on January 12th and be a part of Throwback Night. Score an exclusive Nordiques hat with the ticket package at coavs.com.
Spit it out.
Well,
Jesus.
Isn't it just ColoradoAvalanche.com? It says coavs.com/hat. Is it changed?
I don't know.
It's ColoradoAvalanche.com.
Thank you. Are they shortening it?
I don't know. Not that I know of.
Well, you
Yeah,
tell
but
me
you
to
know
spit
what?
it out. I'm trying to do this. I do it live.
That's not your fault. You're right.
Thank you.
I mean, whoever comes up with those addresses, figure it out. Enough with these abbreviations.
By the way, Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches. But the keyword for this hour is confetti.
You're so out of practice.
Moj, if you would have read what I just read, you would have done the exact same thing.
I don't blame him, Moj. Some of those things, hell, it wasn't until last year I stopped reading the www portion of those.
That's true.
Wait, did you make it, what was it, 10 years ago? You got past http://
I swear to God, back in the day, the late, great Irv Brown back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, just go to www.com, and you're good to go. Mike Irvy.
You forgot the rest of the address.
By the way, I talked to Joe Williams not too long ago. He's doing great. Just great dudes. Anyway, are we going to get to some football here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Before we get football, I want to add one thing. Speaking of the .coms and the internet, I had no idea that the internet housed all of these doctors who were injury analysts. Until last night, because my feed was just all kinds of these doctors that came at me that other people sent. I'm like, what the hell's going on? There must have been 20 of these orthopedic doctors who have their, television angle of the injury and then their doctor opinion on what happened. I had no idea that was a practice, like a cottage industry.
Let me tell you what I think in response to you, because I agree with you, Vic. If any of them, they could not even be doctors. They could be some dude living in his mom's basement in Wichita. And if he says, listen, I'm a doctor, and what it looked like to me is not as bad as you, I'll believe him. I'm like, I'm taking all these people just
for their word.
At their word. Yeah, and I'm like, whatever you say, man.
Let me tell you guys something right
now. I'm a vet, and I work on hamsters, but I saw no rotation, and I'm like...
Did I ever tell you about the weatherman in Omaha? I'm not joking. Outside Omaha in a small market, my buddy Eric, who worked with me at Channel 4, he worked at a small TV station, and the weatherman couldn't get to the doctor for some reason. He had a veterinarian set his left leg, which broke. A vet did it for him. Only in Nebraska.
Let me tell you something right now. I don't trust any of those kooks on the internet, okay? I don't trust any of these guys. People keep sending me these doctors, and I'm like, oh, you saw one camera angle and you know what happens inside somebody's knee? I don't believe you. I don't care if you're Sanjay Gupta. Okay?
Yeah, but they're pretty. Some of these guys are pretty on. They see this every day. I mean, they understand how the body moves, what it's supposed to do. The difference between Cam Johnson's injury and Nikola Jokic, big difference. Cam was jumping, and the knee moved a lot more than Nikola's. Having said that, you never know what takes place inside the knee.
There's only one doctor I trust, and that's Dr. Dre. If he had thoughts, it's my version of Chappelle's Ja Rule. Yeah. I want to get Dr. Dre's thoughts on this.
Well,
I'd watch the hell out of a Dr. Dre analysis
I've
of
always
the
been
knee.
a Dr. Demento guy.
Yeah? Hey, how about this? It's so funny. I'm going to play this clip. It is such a Harbaugh sound. I think you guys have heard, because Coach Sanford has coached with Harbaugh when he was at Sanford. Sanford at Stanford. He does a spot on Harbaugh, and it almost sounds like Sanford is doing an impression of Harbaugh during this clip. But here's what he said yesterday.
One thing, the guys that need have the most bruises and need the most healing, we would pull them back. Justin Herbert would be one. We'll see how the rest of the week goes with who all they are. And there'll be some situations where some starters are backups, Yes.
So just to be clear, Justin's not starting.
Correct.
So, taking a whole bunch of starters out, it sounds like, for this game, it's going to feel, I would imagine, a lot like the last week of last season when you played against the Chiefs and they sat everybody down. Now, here's something I'll say off the rip. And, Moj, I know what you want to get to, and so just hold it for a second. I don't think that this is Jim Harbaugh just saying, hey, we're good with where we're at. Let's not risk anything and let the chips fall where they may. I think down deep, he knows that there's some screwy stuff that could happen this last week, and us getting a win could put us in better position to play against, maybe a Steelers or somebody like that. I think the reason why he's doing this is simple. It's twofold, and they're both compliments to the Broncos. Number one, it's going to be a really tough game to win anyway. Playing in Denver against a team that's got 13 wins is not going to be an easy task. Number two, if you do have any concern about health heading into the postseason and a quarterback that's been banged up this year, why the hell would you trot him out against that group? I think this decision was made the second he looked at the depth chart and saw Benito, Allen, Cooper, JFM, Malcolm Rowe. I think the second he saw that, he goes, no, thank you. I don't care where we end up. That is not a risk I'm taking.
Well, the
a week
second
before
they
the
lost
playoffs.
to Houston, it was the second they lost to Houston.
Yes.
We're not doing this.
Yeah.
I'm sure as soon as the game is over, he's walking off the field. It's like, we're done with Week 18. Forget about it.
Is there a path that he's trying to pinpoint to in the playoffs to avoid a certain team? Is he trying to avoid Jacksonville?
I don't know, Vic. I again, he made it sound like.
Would he rather go to New England, Moj, or Jacksonville?
I'd rather go to Jacksonville. But he said that he said
I
that
don't know.
Really? He said that's not figuring into his discussion, with which players are going to play or not. But how do you really know? Only he knows what's inside or what his coaching staff knows. I have no idea, Vic.
For the record, if you gave me that choice, I'd rather go play against a quarterback who's never been in the playoffs before versus one who's taken his team. Didn't Trevor take his team to the AFC title game one year?
I think he did.
Not the
title game, but I think it was the second round.
Okay.
Wait, were the Jags the team that came back and beat the Chargers when they were up like 24-0 a couple years back, right?
Yeah, and take a look at what the Jags did to the Chargers earlier this season. That's what I'm saying. Was this an avoidance? Is this just trying to clear your path in the playoffs? Now that the division is out of the question, right?
Yeah.
There could be a lot of things at play here, more than just injuries.
I think, look, could you be trying?
In 2023, they overcame a 27-0 deficit to beat the Chargers in the wild card round with 4 TDs from Lawrence.
Yeah.
After 3 early picks. There you go.
Yeah, it could be some of that, Vic. Playing against the second-year quarterback who's never played in a playoff game before thing. I think a lot of it is just have you guys seen?
I'm not sure that matters. That kid is good.
Yeah, but hang on a second.
That dude is – I don't care if it's – the dude's really good.
Herbert's got broken bones in his hand. He's got a wrap on his arm. He looks like every time he falls, every bone in his body hurts. You aren't having him go against Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper, especially with a Chargers offensive line that is like virtually all backups this year.
So wait a minute. If you're sitting your quarterback for this game, do you sit everybody else?
I think, you don't play McConkey.
Oh, he's
you don't
already
play
made it.
Hampton.
Yeah,
you don't play Derwin James. I don't think you play anybody.
Vic,
if you're making that choice.
He made it known that they're going to go through the lineup and see who's got the bruises and whatnot. But he just said,
and let me tell
you,
a
lot of starters could be behind the backups. Yes.
If Derwin James does not have a bruise, he's going to do this on Wednesday.
Boom.
There. Now you're bruised.
So what you're telling me is the NFL is not like the NBA, where in the NBA everybody's criticized for load management. In the NFL, screw it. We're not playing you. We don't want you hurt.
Well, the guys that need have the most bruises and need the most healing.
I think the difference is, every game matters in the regular season and blah, 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 but there's a difference. Like, You don't see NFL teams sitting guys for load management in week 10.
No, there's not enough games. I mean, you're playing 82 games in a hockey and basketball season.
When you're kind of locked into a spot already, like I guess this does have a little bit to it, but if you had a game that directly affected some seeding implications or whatever, like maybe that would be bothersome. And I know that the Broncos are on the hook for like the number one seed. But like if a team was going to be in or out of the playoffs, I'm sure the NFL would not like the idea that if the Broncos had to win to get in, although they did that last year against the Chiefs, right? The Broncos had to win that last week and smoked them. So I don't know. I just think it's last week of the season. It's just accepted that some teams are doing this.
You know what? The holiday gift giving has been bountiful for the Denver Broncos. The Chiefs were not fully staffed for that Thursday nighter, and now the Chargers come in here and they're going to sit players. Can you ask for a better set of gifts for the holidays?
Oh, I went through this, Vic. Here's the teams that the Broncos have faced and beaten that have not had their starting quarterbacks in. They beat Cincinnati without Burrow.
Yep.
That helps. They beat the Texans where C.J. Stroud was knocked out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the Commanders that didn't have Jaden Daniels at the time. They beat the Chiefs without Mahomes that second game. Even Geno missed a lot of that game because they had what's-his-face come in and play for a little bit. I can't even remember who it was.
The face.
And then Herbert is going to be out this week. Like, that's five or six different quarterbacks that have not been playing or at least been knocked out of a game early.
Hey, take advantage of the opportunity. I mean, here's what you're going to hear. You're going to hear people grumble. They're not the real, this team hasn't beaten anybody. This team got some breaks. Who cares? Take advantage of it. It's an opportunity that's been bestowed upon you because you know what? You've won 13 games already. These teams haven't. Yep. Screw them. So take advantage of the opportunity. Get to your 14th win. Enjoy that week off. I think the real reason Harbaugh's doing this and the Broncos, the real reason is so that we can play our Mojis during that bye week.
Yeah.
Hey. So, Vic, am I going to get a prediction out of you, Moj style? Can I get one on this Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a prediction, and the prediction's not going to be what you want to hear. I think there's going to be times during this game on Sunday where you're going to go, what the hell's going on? And the Broncos will win, but you will be like, what the hell's going on?
If that truly happens, if you really believe that, and that truly happens, then what does that say about the Denver Broncos?
Who cares what it says?
Okay.
Who cares? Hey, what did it say about the Broncos in Kansas City, Moshe?
It says that they're playing with their food, Vic. They should have beat those guys big time.
Should have what? What did it say about the Nuggets in the second half last night?
No. Don't even start.
Humans react to certain things.
I'm going to do something. I'm going to wince when I say it. I'm going to defend Moj on this for a second.
You're damn right you are.
And here's why. Here's why. Hear me out.
Yeah.
One team is entirely motivated to get the ultimate goal, which is a bye on a path to the Super Bowl. The other team doesn't give a damn. Now, this happened last year. The Broncos had to win to make the postseason. They were entirely motivated to beat a team that did not care whether they won or lost.
And they did. They smoked them.
They beat the holy hell out of the Chiefs last year, that final week. Like, I think it's different when we're talking about middle of the regular season where teams are out of the playoff hunt that you're playing against and you play up and down competition versus a week like this where the Chargers are literally saying to their team, don't get hurt. That's our entire message. So whatever you got to do out there to not get hurt, don't do it. And the Broncos are like, all right, fine. Give me 4 quick touchdowns in the first quarter and a half, and then we'll all kind of gear down and wait for the postseason to start.
Listen, we know the Chargers are a playoff team, so they've got some very good players. But if those very good players are sitting on the bench, and Justin Herbert's not even going to dress, they got the DJ kid is going to be the backup quarterback, so they're going to activate him and put him in uniform. If that's going down, I'm not saying it's going to be exactly like this, but what it should look more like is what you saw last year in that game where Kansas City sat everybody. And it should look like what we saw this past weekend when Drake May was wearing a baseball hat at halftime.
Yeah.
Because the Patriots were up 34-3 or 35-3.
I agree with you.
At the New York Jets. That's what it should be resembling. Bo Nix should be in that baseball hat by the time you get to the middle of the third quarter. Should be.
I think so too. Now,
and if it's not that, if they steady struggle against backups for the Los Angeles / Anaheim of Orange County Chargers, then I don't know what to say, man. I just think that it's time they behave like a number 1 seed. Stop squeaking by the Raiders and the Chiefs and whatnot. Go kick some tail.
I'm with you. I think that, and Moser tend to agree, I think this should be and will be a butt kicking. Now,
I'm sorry. I'm getting some information.
What?
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 It's nothing pressing. We're going to find out soon on Nikola Jokic's MRI results.
Okay. Is there a
No, I mean, I don't know.
Is there emotional
I'd let
context?
you know
Okay.
if I knew the results.
Okay,
I'm just
all right,
saying
gotcha.
they're at that's what they're doing right now.
Okay, gotcha.
I felt it. I felt my heart rate change.
I know.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not
Did
even
you hear
kidding.
how quiet it got in here?
Yeah. Vic. Bro, I love you. You can't do that kind of thing. You can't say I got some information. Not really, but we should know soon. I mean, that's good.
A setup.
I
That's good,
didn't mean
but-
to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I thought you guys were talking to me. I was.
No, it's just you're making my heart rate change a little bit.
I'm going to repeat here's what I know. I'm going to repeat it one more time. The initial evaluation last night, when you get your hands on the knee, right? Every doctor does this, every trainer. The initial evaluation.
Start jiggling and.
Exactly. They don't think there's any structural damage in there. They don't think that. They hope that there's not. The MRI may reveal something else, but the initial hope is that it's a bone bruise, hyperextension, much like Cam Johnson's injury. Going to miss time regardless, but they think he may have avoided major injury. And that's all we're hoping based on this MRI, which will come out anytime.
So we'll get, as soon as we get that information, it will be relayed directly to you. I don't care if we got to do it during a break. We will do it. One last time, the keyword for this hour is confetti. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gives you a chance to get in the building tomorrow for the Avs and Blues on New Year's Eve. A pair of tickets to that game. Now, speaking of the Avs, sort of a lunch pail win yesterday, but a quote from Bednar post-game that he was not happy with. We'll get to next.
Silterhar Motors in Broomfield loves a good year-end sale. I know you do, too, and right now at Silterhar, get 0% financing for 60 months on all new Ford models, all of them, including the awesome, best-selling Ford F-150 and Super Duties, and get this, commercial tax credits also apply. You can lease a brand-new Lincoln Nautilus for just $599 a month. Greg Larson and his staff are going to hook you up big time. You want to shop online? Go ahead and do it. They've got hundreds of certified pre-owns to choose from right there on the lot. Go to sthmotors.com. That is sthmotors.com. Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Again, the big thing of the day here is whatever the update is going to be on Nikola Jokic. Vic has said at the beginning of the show that the initial sort of doctor messing around with the knee afterwards with no imaging was positive. It didn't feel like there was structural damage. There's more reports coming out this morning, one from Eurohoops, another one from Meridian Sports saying the same thing. But Vic, you said that he is undergoing testing like at the moment, and we'll get information sometime soon.
The Denver Nuggets have to get on a bus and head to Toronto soon, here within the next hour or so.
Well, he ain't doing that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be on that bus. So whatever he's going to undergo, it'll be done in Miami and probably going to stay there for a little bit. Either way, he's going to miss some time, and the Nuggets are going to be down 4 starters.
Yeah.
Now, if they can go... Let's say they lose Joker, best case scenario, for a month.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is my best case scenario. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah. Yes, I would agree.
If you're without him for a month and the other guys come back and you're able to win a few games here and there,
like hover,
you're fine.
Hover 500-ish.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. There's nothing to worry about because now you're just looking at the postseason and what seeding you would like.
Right.
Stay away from the OKC seed to start, right? Stay away from that.
Well, Vic, I've got to say that no matter where they finish in terms of seeding, I don't want to be number 8. Okay, let me make that abundantly clear. But just a fully healthy Nuggets team going into the postseason, to me, I will take that. After all the crap that they've been through, all the injuries they've dealt with, a couple of months each at least for AG and CB and who knows now, and Cam Johnson, 4 to 6 weeks and whatnot. I'll take a fully healthy team ready to be rip-roaring and firing in the postseason against whomever.
In a weird way, it takes a lot of pressure off the regular season because, every game's like, oh, God, I got to have this, got to keep pace. Now you're like, just be there. Just be there at the end.
Well, we'll jump back to this at the top of the hour, and especially if we get any sort of news in the next however many minutes, hours we got left in the show. Moser, do want to talk about the Avs last night. They found another way to get the dub. Score was a little bit different than what the game felt like. Had a 3-1 lead in the third. Didn't like that second goal that was given up, a little bit of a squeaker underneath the pad. Now, again, it feels like the same sort of story, 5-on-5 hockey. They play pretty well. They had 4 power play opportunities last night to capitalize on 0 of them. And this was Bednar's approach after the game, talking about the power play.
Are there any rising concerns with the power play? It feels like you guys will have 2 or 3 good games and then you'll have one like tonight.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's been too long without us figuring it out, right? So there's concern for sure. I still have lots of belief in it, though.
I mean, you can talk about concern, and it's nice to have concerns while you're still beating the snot out of everybody on your schedule, Moj. But, yeah, you get 4 power play opportunities. You'd hope with the amount of talent you have, you'd capitalize on one.
You'd think so. I mean, it's a lot of talent out there. I don't know if you're going to have to start doing something drastic, like breaking up some of the best players on the planet from playing with each other.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. I think shot volume would be better, but last night it was hard to even get set up because the Kings were so aggressive on their PK.
Yeah.
I mean, they were incredibly aggressive.
Is that because they knew what the Avs were going to do and it was predictable, or what?
No, it's because they sold out hard. Now, here's the thing. Riker was so right. If you get a couple of 3 quick passes, bang, 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 you're going to have a 2-on-1 someplace. Period. End of story, because they only have 4 guys out there. I mean, watching these guys leap from the top of the circle to the point like that and get on a guy and force a turnover or force a bad pass, whatever it may be, it was pretty impressive to watch. I mean, I looked at the Kings and I thought to myself, that's really aggressive. Riker was right. Guys were finishing their checks on the PK, which means you're burying a guy in the corner, but now it's a 4-on-3 over here.
Right.
And typically you don't want to do that, man, because there's so much open ice then, and a team like the Avs can move it around and knock it past your goalie. They were very, very aggressive. It is a concern. I think it has to be a concern at this point.
At the same time, what they're capable of doing in the 5-on-5 game, I'll tell you what I love the most right now is Obviously, you're getting high-end play from your best players, your top line. You're getting contributions now from Brock Nelson, who, just looking up his numbers earlier, Brock has now given you 7 goals this month and 12 points. He had 12 points in the month of November. If he's a 12-point-a-month guy, that feels like a pretty good number for your second-line center. I think he's finally gotten into the rhythm of what his role is and what he's supposed to be on this unit. But here's the one that I love the most. I'm becoming obsessed with Gavin Brindley because every second he's on the ice, he's just going a million miles an hour. When you go back to the team that won the Cup, you obviously had incredibly talented players. But when you played a team like Edmonton, they could match McKinnon to McDavid. They'd match Mikko to Draisaitl. Like, they had talented players that they could stack hat on hat. The third and fourth lines are what killed them. Like, those are the guys that got after you. And I'm looking at your Brindleys and your Drury's and your Parker. Yes. But this version with Brindley and Drury and Parker Kelly, and like that's your guys getting the least amount of ice time. And it feels like they're kicking ass, all of them.
I saw some really good shifts out of the bottom 2 lines last night.
Yeah.
Some really good shifts. Momentum-changing type of shifts. That I mean, again, it does your heart good, does it not?
Yep.
To see that, and you're like, wow, those guys are really bringing it. And it's, as you talked about, more of a lunch pail scenario. They're dumping it in. They're going and chasing. They're winning a puck battle. They're starting to cycle. I mean, they're or on the flip side, they're forechecking the snot out of the Kings. You know, they're forcing the Kings to retreat back in their own zone for another breakout, and whatever the case may be, they're doing a good job in that regard. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. And as far as the 5-on-5 play is concerned, I want to try to put things in perspective. Vic, Wayne Gretzky, top points man of all time. His best season as a pro, he was plus 100. Okay?
Jeez.
It's pretty good. The best of all time was Bobby Orr for the Bruins in 70-71. He was a plus 124. That's incredible. Larry Robinson, and again, we're talking plus minus. Everybody knows what it means. But he was a plus 1. He was plus 120 was Larry Robinson in the late 70s for Montreal. So Gretzky was a plus 100. That being said, Nathan McKinnon right now is a plus 48. And we're not even halfway through the season.
It's nuts.
Okay? So, I mean, think about McKinnon and the lack of power play pointage that he could be accumulating or would have accumulated, so on and so forth, and he's still right there. Now, again, if you score on the power play, it's not a plus, but it shows you 5-on-5, they're kicking major butt. Yeah. Major butt.
So, if he continues at that pace, can he make a run at Orr's record?
He
fall short just a little bit.
Well, Vic, that's a great question. My goodness. The Avs have 31, 38.
48.
So we're going to be halfway through the season in 3 games. Let's say he's another plus 2 or 3. So then he's a plus 51, let's say. Plus 50. No, he's not going to make a run at that. That would be...
But he'd be like top 5.
So listen
that is
to
correct,
this.
yeah.
I learned something yesterday.
What's that?
All the analytics that are out there. The nerds have come up with so many numbers. I appreciate you. I really do, because I learn every day. And I love learning. So what Nate is doing on the hockey side, he's crossing rivers and seas like never been crossed before. What Nikola Jokic is doing on the NBA side is very similar, if not more impressive. Listen to this. Do you guys know what BPM stands for?
Box plus minus.
I asked Hanzik that last night. He said beats per minute.
That's what I was just going to say, beats per minute.
So do you know what box plus minus is, my friend? Can you tell us what it is?
Is that like the average plus or minus that you have on a given game? Am I close?
Horrible description.
What's that?
It's a horrible description, but let me tell you what box plus minus is.
I don't know what it is. It feels like that's the layman's term for it.
It's an advanced NBA statistic estimating a player's impact per 100 possession based on traditional box score stats, showing how many points better or worse a player makes their team compared to an average player.
That sounds like Goodwill Hunting stuff.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It sounds like the professor putting the equation on the board, and dude's mopping the floor and solves it.
So let me tell you how good Nikola is.
Here's what it sounds like to me, Vic. It sounds just like this.
Why? All right, so the compression and expansion of the longitudinal waves cause the erratic oscillation. You can see it there.
All right, so based on BPM, right? Beats per minute.
By the way, I love
Listen
that
to this. If you're in the negative range of BPM, like if you're minus 2.0, you're considered a bench player in the NBA. If you're even 0.0 BPM, you're a decent starter or sixth man. If you're a 2.0, you're a good starter. 4.0, you're an all-star. 6.0, you're all-NBA. If you're 8.0 on BPM, you're an MVP season type player. If you're a 10.0 on BPM, you're a peak player like Jordan or LeBron. Do you know what Joker's BPM is this season? I just gave you all these BPMs. Do you know what his is this season right now? 16.5.
Oh, my Lord. That is
highest
insane.
ever.
Yeah, that's – I don't understand
So
that
he's
geek
two
stuff, but
MVPs in one.
Yeah,
highest
exactly.
ever. Think about that for a second.
So it's a war stat.
Yep. Highest of all time.
That's pretty crazy.
Beats per minute.
Please be okay. Please
Be okay. Please, please.
Again,
please.
the second we get an update,
okay.
we will give it to you with the Jokic imaging that's happening as we speak. 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesday, another keyword at 8:20. Stick around.
Jaquez has it on the high left side, 10. He's got it out there by Spencer Jones, 7. He's in the paint, dotted line jumper short. Ware put back up and in. Oh, no. Joker has crashed down to the floor. You're going to hear the horn here. And he's grabbing his left knee. Oh, I see what happened. Spencer Jones was backpedaling on defense, and he stepped on Joker's ankle, and that looked like a hyperextension is what that looked like when I'm watching the replay. And he is really struggling trying to get back in the locker room.
This is part of the NBA. Anybody that gets hurt in this game, it's kind of gut-wrenching, especially somebody as special as he is. We'll find out more tomorrow, and we'll move on as a team. Obviously, right now, I'm more concerned just about him as a person, and the disappointment of going through something like that. So it's unfortunate, hoping for the best, just like we did with Cam, and the other starters that we've lost.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
That's a little bit much because we don't know yet, do we?
Well, it's going to be for some period of time now. He's getting the imaging either now or did. We should have an update, I would think, sometime soon. Vic, repeat to the people what you told us this morning to start the show.
Initial reaction after the game, just evaluating the knee like doctors and trainers would, feeling around. The initial reaction was a positive one. Perhaps no structural damage. But there's only so much evaluation you can undergo. You've heard these stories many times. You can feel like it's fine, then go get the MRI, and it's not fine. But the initial reaction was a positive one. They're hoping it's just a bone bruise. They're hoping it's a hyperextension. That's the hope. MRI going on right now in Miami, results of which will determine the extent of the injury. That's all I know.
So whenever there's an update, we will bring it to you immediately. Now, here's the thing with Joker, and this is akin to maybe some other people that we've seen deal with injuries in the past. And again, the hope here is that it's the shorter-term variety rather than the longer-term variety. But if it is the longer-term one, I mean, we all know the outlook for the rest of this season is shot. I mean, you go back. Do you guys remember when Steph missed most, if not all, the year for the Warriors a few years back, and the Warriors were like the worst team in the NBA?
They just gave up. I mean, they did it on purpose, yeah.
You lose a player of that caliber, that means that much to your DNA as a team and what you do on both offense and defense. It's not surmountable.
Hey, listen, man. I'm going to be real here, and here's the real effect of this. This was a go-for-it year. Given the Nuggets' revenue structure and the way they're set up salary cap-wise, they're going for it this year. This team you see now is not the team you're going to see a year from now. Peyton Watson's contract comes up. There's some other contracts there's some changes that will be made. So this is a go-for-it year. If you don't have this roster intact this year, I don't know what to tell you.
The thing to move on from, short-term, let's just do the short-term variety. Let's just say that Jokic is going to miss some amount of time, a month and a half, somewhere around there. Let's say that's the case. Jamal is right now the only starter left on the floor. Everybody else is out. And I think this could put a real spotlight on two things. If you're trying to hold your head above water, how does a guy like Jamal respond to this when you now become the guy? Just saw a post from Harrison Wind from last night that Jokic, he missed 7 straight games with an ankle sprain in 2017.
Yeah.
He hasn't missed more than 5 games in a row since then.
And in 2023, during the championship season, he had a hamstring issue after the holidays and missed 5 games. I remember that. It was like, oh my gosh, let's go, right?
It felt
5 games.
forever. Yeah.
Yeah, and they won a championship that year. This is why it's so shocking, I think, to the system, because this dude is one of the toughest hombres around. Again, we talk about his durability. We're not used to a tough guy going down.
Yeah, Vic, you're so right about that. I think my initial reaction, or part of the shock of all of this, is that I view him as virtually indestructible.
Yeah.
Partly because of the way he plays the game, but partly because he's been banged and smashed and hit so often in his NBA career, yet he keeps on going. Got the taped wrist and this and that and the piglet arms, and I know you get mad when I say that and blah, 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 but you know what I mean. This guy he's been a Mount Olympus out there on the floor, just unmovable, just keeps going and going. He's been a machine.
I think this is a really interesting test for David Adelman, who is a first-time head coach, who is dealing with something that Malone never had to deal with, that very few people in the league have to deal with because there's not a whole bunch of players of the caliber of Jokic that would be missing extended time. But how do you navigate this? What do you do? Because there is an entire schematic and holistic change that needs to happen with the team, because you can't run this offense the same with Valanciunas. It's fine for 5 or 6 minutes when he comes off the bench or whatever that number is. It's not going to be when he plays 35. You can't do it.
The definition of MVP, it's defined so many different ways. Are you the MVP to the league? Are you the MVP to your specific team? Are you the face of the sport? What is the definition of MVP? This much I know. Nobody in this league means more to his team than Joker does to the Denver Nuggets. Mm-hmm. Nobody. If SGA left the Oklahoma City Thunder, it would be a big hit for them. A big hit. They'd still be a playoff team. They would still be a playoff team.
Yes. Yeah. Now, how good would they be? I don't know, but they would be good enough to keep it together.
They would still be a playoff team. They have that kind of talent behind him.
Vic,
Joker is the Nuggets.
Yeah, he is, but I feel like if Joker was out, Valanciunas was in the middle, and you still had everybody else around, I still think they could be a playoff team, but they can't win. Does that make sense? I think
if you're telling me at the beginning of the year, Jokic is just out for an entire season, and it's those guys, and that group stays as healthy as any team in the league.
In the West? I don't know.
I maybe play in.
Okay, I think they could be a playoff team. I do. I think those are good players.
It's no,
but you can't win. You're not winning a series. You're not winning jack.
Yeah, and it's no disrespect to those individual players, but it's the system. The system you're in is reliant on Joker starting the offense, initiating the offense, being that distributor, and now you have to reinvent your system, and we haven't seen it. Have you guys?
No.
You've never had to even consider it. I mean, ever since he got infused in the starting lineup and you really started to build your team around him, it's been like that every step of the way. By the way, Bam Adebayo, who has a lot of respect for Joker, was asked about him after the game.
I mean, it's always fun playing against him. You see how he makes his teammates better. You see the greatness. The one thing I like about it, it's competition. He's one of those guys that doesn't really flop. And I truly respect that because, I'm not going to say flop, foul baiting. Disrespect at the end of the day. You hate to see guys go out, but you got to figure out how you keep your team foot on the gas and keep trying to get this W.
He loves Joker.
He does.
Every opportunity he gets to talk about him.
That's opposite to the Minnesota crowd who accused him of foul baiting in that game, and he may have done it a few times, but that's a player in the league who faces off against him. You won't get a better source than that.
Yeah.
What was that that music behind Bam?
Was that music or was that just a hum? I thought I heard the same thing.
It was like a hum.
Hang on. Let's try this again.
I mean, it's always fun playing against him. You see how he makes his teammates better. You see the greatness. The one thing I like about it, it's competition.
It's like a steady violin.
That's the Clevelander in downtown Miami going off South Beach.
It sounded to me like it was the start of like a documentary,
Yeah. They put up the big block letters.
Yeah.
Wichita, Kansas.
Well, yeah.
1984.
It's that keyboard music.
Yeah. Now, again, I think that this I am just going to take the route of the optimistic approach and just say this isn't. Look, the only way I can really talk about this, I'm just going to be honest. The only way I can talk about this is if this is a short-term injury, because the long-term is this. Team screwed. That's my take.
Well, I mean,
if it's long-term, there's nothing to really discuss. The season's over.
The season's
you
over.
aren't
Shut
doing
down.
anything.
If
so
it's a
who cares?
long-term injury, I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but if it's a long-term injury, season is screwed, championship hopes are screwed, shut off this radio station. Just shut me off.
Yeah. So I have to go short term because then we can actually talk about, okay, is there a possibility of navigating this for a month and a half, 2 months, whatever the number's going to be?
Yeah, you can navigate
until he
it.
returns.
Yes, you can.
Just shut me off.
Vic, no, shut him off. Shut me off. I don't want to confess this, but I'm going to because I'm going to be right there with you. I was driving home last night from the game, and I'm thinking, if he's gone for the year, I don't think I want to talk Nuggets ever again. And
just shut it off. I don't want to watch the
games. That may
games.
be unfair. I mean, it may be unfair to everybody else who's going to bust their hump and has to play basketball. And by the way, David Adelman was remarkably calm in his post-game discussion because I'd be freaking out. I'd be mad, or I don't know what I'd be.
Well, here's what he said after the game. So here you go.
Yeah, we'll get together tomorrow. I think everybody needs to take a deep breath here. I think sometimes when there's anxiety and stress and you force feed a meeting or group, I think a lot of stuff comes out of that's not thought forward. I think everyone has to take a break, take a breather, get the actual news first of whatever this is. Not to mention news of updates of where Aaron is, and and CB and Cam obviously is out for a while. And then we can refocus and make smart decisions on what's best for this team.
Okay.
Hey, David, I appreciate you taking the
too.
approach of telling everybody the reasonable approach of, hey, let's just take a deep breath, calm down, shut up.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Ain't happening.
Coach,
not in these parts. Ain't happening.
Coach, I respect your professionalism there. I'm going to need a horse trank.
Yeah.
All right.
And then when I'm down, smelling salts to get me back up.
Exactly right. And that's going to be a daily occurrence. Horse trank, smelling salts. Horse trank, smelling. I mean, this is.
I'm going to tell you right now, if I get negative results for this MRI during the course of this show, shut me down.
Here's the show. If we get the worst news, here's the rest of the show.
I'm leaving.
I'll play this song on a loop.
Yep.
Until 10 o'clock in the morning. That's what we'll get. So, there you go. Just be forewarned.
You know what's funny? When we speak in these terms, right, and we're being obviously facetious here, but when we speak in these terms...
Yeah, but Vic, only slightly. I mean,
I know.
This is how big this is.
I know.
Only slightly, Vic.
But doesn't it make you think, like, we always talk about how much money these dudes make, right? And not all dudes are created equal in the professional sphere. Like, what is Joker's salary this year? Is he making
Joker's underpaid for my happiness. He's underpaid.
What I'm saying is, like, even you get a maximum contract, and it's similar to what other maxes are, but they shouldn't be similar. And when Jordan was making his money, I don't care how much you could have paid Michael Jordan 95% of the Bulls' salary space, and it would not have been enough.
Yeah.
Some players fill that kind of role, right?
Yep.
That's how big this guy is for this team.
So, again, the second we get an update on Joker, we will bring it to you.
What do you expect, Vic, here? We've got an hour and 45 minutes left in the program.
Well, he's got to sit in that tube. I've been in that tube many times. And then they got to, after you get in that tube, and they, listen, I guarantee they did the Lockman test last night. They did the testing with the hands. You go through that as everybody does. And that initial test probably, okay, this isn't as bad as we estimate.
There's not a big wiggle. There's not a big
yeah,
wiggle in there. Okay, good.
But that doesn't mean jack when you go in the imaging, because just because you can feel very little, the results could be very different. We'll see. I'm just waiting for those results like you are. And sometimes you need two different images. Maybe you don't trust the first one. Maybe it doesn't reveal as much as you had hoped.
Yeah, I don't know, man. If you go in the tube, and I've been in that tube as well, can't wear metal in the tube, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a giant magnet.
Yeah. Are you going to bring a sword?
No, but do you hear that one?
What do you mean I can't bring my nunchucks in here? What?
Somebody wore like a necklace in there and got.
Yeah,
it's
all right, got it. Yeah,
Okay.
we all know they make it very clear. We have another keyword coming your way in just a few minutes, and again, the second we get an update on Joker, you will be the first to know. Back after this.
Caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky.
All right, Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide.
A chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and the Blues tomorrow, the New Year's Eve game at Ball Arena. Your key word. No spellings here. Figure it out. Champagne.
Oh, I like it.
Text
You
champagne.
gonna spell it like that player for the Spurs?
How is
No,
that?
not that.
Yeah, his name's weird.
Because people believe that they're gonna get away for the summer.
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
Again, champagne in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and online at matthewsfinewatches.com. Who are you discussing that with?
Moser, what is that?
I'm
what are you
singing
doing?
Oasis, one of my favorite bands of all time.
So, I hate talking music with you because you freak out over it. I don't understand how you think that's great and then some other stuff's not great.
Because it's flipping great. Because that's flipping great, bro. I've been to Manchester. I've been to the home of Oasis. Right.
Cool.
How's that better than Bruno Mars?
Bruno Mars is excellent, bro.
Bruno Mars rules.
Yeah, he's really good. That's fine. Now, how does that compare to Goo Goo Dolls or REM, one of these crap bands? If I have to explain, you wouldn't understand.
Yeah. Once again, the second we get an update from Joker, we will let you guys know. Now, in the meantime, the Broncos, who are AFC West champions
I
for
feel
the
like
first
it's kind
time
of,
since 2015.
which is awesome, which we've known since Saturday.
Yes, but Sean Payton had a chance to talk about that, and here's what he said.
I mean, I was watching it probably like everyone else, and it ended up being a close game, hard-fought game. Then I think the immediate focus shifts towards Monday meeting, which we just had, relative to our approach this week. Normal schedule, Sunday 12:25 or 2:25 start time. And this game's very much like a playoff game.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a playoff game, and it should be a playoff vibe for the Broncos heading into this weekend. But again, the Chargers have had other thoughts on how to approach this. They are going to bench what sounds like a lot of their starters, and that includes Justin Herbert. So where the Broncos are at in this is this should, and we've had a lot of times that it has not been this season. Moj can attest to that more than anybody, of the amount of we're going to smoke this team, and then it's the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left and you're panicked. I think this game should, and I do think it will, look a lot like Week 18 of last year, where you played against a Chiefs team that benched everybody. You needed a win to make the postseason, and what was the final score, 42-0, whatever it was.
They roped them.
I mean, just crushed them. I think it should look a lot like that, because this is just a matter of motivation. The Broncos are incredibly motivated to get that bye and be 2 wins away from the Super Bowl as opposed to 3, with every game being on at their home field. And the Chargers are fine just trying to get to the postseason healthy. That's the decision they've made. So it's not a matter of matchups and what does the roster look like compared to yours. It's a matter of motivation. And I think that's what makes a difference here. But you are in prime position to do something that it felt, I think we all can agree. I don't care if you had the rosiest of rosy red glasses on or blue and orange glasses. You did not think that they were getting the number 1 seed this year.
No.
Don't care.
No.
You could have thought you thought they'd win the division, and that would have been like a very, very bold prediction. You did not think they were going to be the top team in the AFC.
No way.
Or perhaps top team in the NFL with a win this weekend.
Who could have predicted the top seed in the AFC? Who? How's that possible?
Do you think Sean Payton thought they'd be the top seed in the AFC?
No way. Maybe that's the goal, but you're not thinking that. If you're not the top seed, is it oh my God, we didn't reach expectations? That's not the way, I'm not sure the way he thinks. I know this. Things have to go for you, right? Things have to turn your way. You have to be lucky.
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with accepting luck, guys. I'm not one of those fans because I know what's going to happen. I know. Let's say the Broncos win by 7 this week. They win the top seed. What are you going to hear for the next 2 weeks until that playoff game? They're fake. They're hollow. It's not real.
Do me a favor, Brett. You've got your little sports bookie thingy that you do, right?
Sure.
Look up the odds to win the Super Bowl right now, please. Current odds to win the Super Bowl.
I bet you the Broncos aren't very high on there.
I bet you they're not even top 3.
I don't even know. I don't even think they're top 5.
Let me think. If the odds to win the Super Bowl right now, who do you think is number 1?
Before I look, I'm gonna wait. Before I look this up,
let's just
I'm gonna name the teams that I think are gonna be higher odds, or better odds than them.
Okay, then I'm gonna tell you how much crack you're smoking per. Okay.
The Bills are. They're going to be.
No.
They're
No.
They're going to be odds-on better favorites than the Broncos. Are you nuts?
No.
Okay. All right, you're going to be wrong then.
They're like the okay.
Okay, so I got the Bills. I will give the Rams better odds. I will give the Eagles better odds.
That's 4.
I'll give. I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I think the Niners. I'll go with the Niners.
Really?
Yeah.
That's 5. You may be right. I may be crazy.
So let's see.
But it just may be a lunatic you're looking for.
All right, Super Bowl winner. Oh, in the Seahawks. Did I say the Seahawks?
No, you did not. That's 6.
Seahawks.
I'm coming over this so you don't manipulate this.
I'm wrong. No. All right, there you go. It's the Seahawks and the Rams are the top 2. God, I would have thought for sure the Bills were higher.
Say it.
It's I said they're third. The Seahawks and the Rams are top 2, and then it's Denver.
Yes. I'm surprised that they're third.
I'm shocked, actually. Because this is based off the public. I don't think the public, I guess I'm wrong. I thought the national public was like, yeah, the Broncos are a really tough football team, but if they played the Bills, they'd lose. That's
They're going to play one less playoff game.
I understand, but still.
That's true.
The number 1 seed's always going to get bet on, Vic, because they only have to win 2 games to get there.
And I do love Sean Payton's account of that. You know, it's not about rust. It's about avoiding injury. It's about avoiding a fluke. It's about avoiding all that. And you avoid it by advancing to the divisional round.
By the way.
Yeah, you avoid it by having a bye.
Wasn't that far off. The Niners are right behind them, including the Eagles right behind them, and the Bills are plus 200 behind them. So I was close.
Well, but okay, fine, you're close. It ain't no cigar, Jack. This week, really, to me, as we sit here on this Tuesday, man, it's kind of become anticlimactic. It's like Harbaugh's going to sit everybody, and I don't blame him.
Did you want this?
No, I like good football, exciting football. I think the Broncos are going to win anyway.
Well, it'll be really
and now they're going to smash.
Here's the thing, Moshe. It'll be really exciting when you're the 1 seed. Tell you that much.
Yeah, it
really
will be.
Exciting.
And then you sit back and wait to see who you're going to play. Yeah.
Texter says before the season, Brett and Moser said they'd be happy with a playoff win. Obviously, we have higher hopes, but does a first-round bye satisfy those hopes if they should happen to lose in the second round? That's a great question, actually. I think that's a great question. Because before the season, I said, I want to see an incremental step. So if that means that they win, and I said in the wild card round, because I couldn't imagine this, if they win in the wild card round and then lose in the divisional, would I be happy? I go, I'd take that right now, no questions asked.
I agreed.
They're going to be in the divisional if they win this Sunday. Automatically, you're in.
Yeah, but hold on a second.
But it does kind of feel like you need to give one.
Hey,
it does.
You're home. Arrested.
Yeah.
You're arrested and you're home.
Let me ask you this. Remember how we said the season expectations this year? Okay, last year you made the playoffs. The expectations this season, maybe win a playoff game, right?
Yep.
Since if they win the top seed and they get past the first round, does that qualify?
Well, that's what we're talking about here.
Like, but does it qualify instinctually?
I don't know. Am I a jerk if I say no?
Think it doesn't qualify, Vic, again, because you have a Z next to your name, which means you've won your division. And all you've got to do is...
You have to see it on the field.
Yeah.
Here's how I base this discussion. I always look at it as, whenever you lose in the postseason, it's disappointing. And we all know that, and we felt it before and all that. But do you feel like you didn't live up to your expectations? And right now, the Broncos have far exceeded any expectation that I've had. At the same time, I kind of look at this. You could be a 13 and very easily a 14-win team, number one seed heading into the postseason, which would say to me, you got to win at least a playoff game. Like, just on principle, it feels like you got to win one. But the way they've won some games this year makes me pause. But everybody's kind of lost games and made you have, like, who's actually really good? Like, there's a whole bunch of different variables in this that makes it feel really weird.
Like, I feel the Rams, I said it probably 3 weeks ago, I thought they were the best team in football.
And they still might be, even with the loss last night.
They still might be, but then you go, I mean, they've had a couple of tough losses here in the last 3 weeks, and I'm like,
Can I sidebar something real quick?
I don't know about that. What?
Can we have a sidebar?
By the way, they couldn't, even if they won last night, they couldn't win the division, right? Or could they?
Not with a win last night, but they would still be in it. Now they aren't. Now they're playing a wild card game.
Right, but they couldn't have won the division. They could have stayed in it with a win last night?
I think they could have, yeah.
Because if the Niners beat Seattle.
What did Stafford eat, by the way? My goodness, he was off.
I don't know, but here's what I wanted to ask you guys. Late in that game.
Did you see the guy he had wide open on first down that could have put him in field goal range?
Yes. But late in that game, they had a chance. They were driving down the field to either tie or win it. Puka Nacua, who is unbelievable.
Unreal.
He makes the one-handed catch with the guy draped on him and somehow gets the feet down. Somebody explain why that's not a catch.
Well, because they said he didn't control it to the ground. That right before he hit the ground.
There was a teeny tiny bobble.
I agree.
But
listen, you're not going to get debate from me. A catch. You know what? I use the eye test. I use the common sense eye test. Oh, yeah. Caught it with one hand. Let's go.
Touchdown.
But now, when they bring in the forensics evidence and the DNA and the ball wobbled, I don't want to hear any of that crap, man. Let me watch. Let my eyes make the determination. Touchdown.
I talked to an umpire back in the day, and this was before baseball had replay review. And before that, it was kind of you just lived and died with what the umpire said, whether he's right or wrong. I mean, we all remember, is it Armando Galarraga? Was that the guy's name who had the perfect game strip from him?
Yeah.
You just had to live with it. There's no challenge. Now there is. But he said, I have something called the that's cool rule. Shortstop makes a diving play in the hole, gets up, guns the guy down. The guy beats it by maybe a tenth of a second. I know he's safe. I'm punching that guy out because it'll look cool. And I think that should apply to Puka Nacua's catch.
It's amazing to me. I'm watching the clock, and I'm like, 21 seconds left, right? You got no chance. And yet, they had 3 passes down the field where all 3 had a chance to move them into field goal range.
I know.
It's crazy. Crazy. And you know what? Not many teams can do that. And that's what makes them so damn dangerous, that it's never over. Do the Broncos, as much as the Broncos have achieved in comeback fashion this year, could they do that?
You mean bomb it down the field and get in field goal range and boot it? What are you talking about?
In 21 seconds.
Well, they've damn near done it. I mean,
I know.
they've done it with less than a
Wasn't
minute.
there a game
they've done
they
it with
did
a minute
that?
to go.
Yeah. They did that in a game.
I mean,
What
they
game
did it
was
with a
Was
minute to
Philly?
go. Yeah. Well, was it Philly? I mean, I know they've done it. They've done it.
Well, they've had plenty of comebacks for sure. But what game was it that they had, like, there was almost no time left on the clock, and they had to just scramble down the field? Oh, here you go.
Was it Houston?
It was no, they were down. They were down 2 with 37 seconds left against the Giants. And they got down in field goal range in 37 seconds.
Let me. I got you here. Field goal. 6 plays, 48 yards in 50 seconds. Field goal beat Houston.
Okay. We know they're capable of it. Now, I want you guys, your fundamental reaction to this, because I'm getting, look at all these texts. You have Isvik completely out of Puka's hands. You guys want it to be a catch even though he lost control? I'm going on the record as saying this. Yes, that was a catch.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what do you vote? Hey, Let's everybody vote. The Puka play. If you were the ref there, would you call that a catch?
Yes.
Brett, would you call that a catch?
It's going to get overturned
Steve
on replay,
Nelson,
but I'm going to
Steve
call
Nelson,
it a catch.
Would you
live.
call that a catch? Come on. Touchdown. So you guys could disagree all you want. It was a great athletic play. He bobbled it. Take your forensics evidence and shove it.
My whole thing about the surviving the ground thing, I want to know, like, here's what I've always wondered for the surviving the ground. If a guy makes a catch, let's say it's really out, he has to fully extend, not dive, but he's on the run, full extension, and as he caught it, he starts to stumble. And he takes like 3 stumble steps and then hits the ground, the ball pops out. Is that a catch or not?
I'm so sick of surviving the ground and surviving.
It's very clear if a ball bounces out of his hands and then he like re-grabs it, or how about this? If the ground helped you catch the pass, like we all kind of know that.
Sure. If the nose of the ball touches the ground before your body does, right?
Yeah.
That's helping you. That's helping you maintain control. On this specific catch, he caught it with one hand.
And it's like rolling. Yeah, whatever.
Puka Nakua's got
looks cool rule.
I like it.
Exactly.
He's got a thick face.
All you hall monitor nerds out there, that's what you are. Glorified hall monitors.
Puka's got a thick face.
He is so damn
He's
good,
got a
man.
he's got a Scott Zolak type of look inside of his helmet.
There's, by the way, there's something that needs to be discussed. There's a larger discussion to Puka Nacua. Now, Calvin Johnson was different because he's a freak. How many wide receivers is Stafford going to make, by the way? Kind of seemingly out of nowhere. Puka, Cooper Kupp. Remember those Golden Tate years in Detroit where he went crazy? Like every time Stafford finds a wide receiver from more than a couple of years, that guy is
what
just
you're
insane.
saying. What you're saying is that if Nakua was not drafted by the Rams,
oh, he's
and he
still
went
probably
someplace
really
else,
good, but I think Stafford's got a pretty big hand in making some guys a lot of money, is what I'm saying.
I think he has, but I've seen. Puka's yak.
No, he's incredible.
His rack and yak are pretty damn good.
Yes. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour and a chance to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game, Avs in Blues on New Year's Eve, is champagne. So text that to in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
People have misspelled champagne.
Of course.
It's your own deal. Hey, Vic, I'm waiting for an update on your phone. What's your phone doing?
Hold on. I'm updating the texter.
Okay.
Cool, Carl.
I want an update on your phone. I want to know.
We don't
what
have
your
an
phone
update
says.
yet.
Why are people so... Are you guys the same people that call, like, television trucks to turn in a golfer? Is that what this society is now? Is that what you people are?
If it's anybody but Patrick Reed, I hate it. But if you want to turn in Patrick Reed, I'm all for it. By the way, what's that guy doing now? Does he exist? You know what? I don't even care.
You're obsessed with Patrick Reed.
I don't tell you what Brooks Koepka's doing now. He's looking
I don't
for a job.
understand anything that you said.
303-504-0925. Still waiting on that Jokic update. We'll get back to this in just a second. Stick around.
The mountains finally got dumped on. That's a good thing. And if you're thinking about buying, selling, upgrading a great mountain home, it can be difficult to find the right person to help you with that job. Somebody can put your needs and wants into focus for the perfect place for you and your family. Well, I have it. It's Anastasia Bell. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. And her market expertise and experience is impressive. And that matters when you're dealing with a sale or purchase like that in Summit County or any mountain property for that matter. Is it a rental home, maybe a second home, maybe a dream home? Whatever it may be, you've got to have the right person help you. And not just Summit County, all across the mountains. If you're finally ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle, get up there and hit the slopes, shred the gnar, now's the time. Snow is flying. When you're ready, give her a call. Here is her number. Write this down. 970-968-7646. She's there right now. 970-968-7646. Personalized guidance, exceptional service. Remember that name. Anastasia Bell.
It's the most predictable sound in the history of radio is Moser making that noise at the beginning of this song. No update on Joker yet. Nothing.
I'm trying to think positive, man. I'm trying to send the positive vibes to his knee.
Vic said earlier in the show that the initial doctor's analysis, right, when they were at the arena was that there was no structural damage that he could feel. Now this is what the MRI is for.
Take that for what it's worth. 'Cause,
Yeah.
you know, I'm hearing all kinds of stories of people saying the initial feel is this and that, and then they go to the doctor, they do the imaging, and the imaging is the worst case scenario. So I don't pretend to know, man. And until we get that word, it's all conjecture at this point. Sad as it is, it's all conjecture.
Did you guys see, by the way, the Pro Football Hall of Fame finalists have been announced today? I think there's some obvious ones. Drew Brees is in that list. Larry Fitzgerald's in there. Frank Gore is in there. Jason Witten. There's a few guys that I think are kind of automatics. The ones I don't know about are, like, obviously Vinatieri is a kicker. But you would think if there's a kicker that makes the Hall of Fame, wouldn't he be one of them?
I mean, he's the most successful of all time, right?
Yeah. Made the most big-time kicks.
They've been anti-kicker ever since the Hall opened, though. It's hard to get kickers in there. Kickers and punters have been denied so many times.
Can I make the argument for Vinatieri real quick? Not that I'm stumping for a kicker or I'm, like, really passionate about this, but I think it's just something that is factually correct. that Adam Vinatieri is almost directly responsible for the mythologizing and legendary status of Tom Brady. If he misses kicks, how many non-Super Bowls does Brady have? Like, if you really think about it, I know, and this is nothing against Brady, but how many times was a football game won, an AFC championship game, a Super Bowl with Brady staying on the sideline? Really ask yourself that question.
Yeah.
Like, he is a huge responsibility for the legend of Tom Brady. I think he deserves at least some credit for that.
You could say that about every kicker, though. The Denver Broncos don't win in Cleveland the drive if they don't make a kick in overtime.
Yes. No, that's totally true. But you give this guy who made the amount of kicks that he made, I think, some flowers here. So
I don't know, man. I'm looking at some of these names. This is going to be an interesting one with Eli.
Yeah.
I mean, because of the Super Bowl wins, I mean, he's a two-time champion. That's pretty impressive. But I'm looking at some of these names, and I'm like, Torrey Holt,
Luke Kuechly's another one. Luke Kuechly was the best linebacker in the NFL every year that he played, but he only played like 7 years. So what do you do with that?
You know, it's funny. I initially, when I heard his name, I was like, but that's wrong information. When you do some digging on Luke Kuechly, he's very much on the Terrell Davis path. Yeah. Terrell Davis didn't play that many years, but when he played, oh my God, did he play?
He was the best there was.
And that's Kuechly's numbers when he played were out of this world.
Do you guys react the way that I do? Because every year these lists come out, and they rightly have offensive linemen on here, and my evaluation of them is no idea.
No clue.
I'm looking at Jairee Evans. I was like, he was a good lineman. I have no idea what makes up.
You know what?
Willie Anderson, no clue.
Marshall Yanda. I remember him.
You're
really
exactly right. For linemen, it's durability and did they win it all? Were they part of a championship team and you familiarize yourself with their names, right?
There's two guys that I know for sure that were Hall of Fame offensive linemen. Larry Allen for the story of him doing the train sound before they ran the ball right over him. And Joe Thomas just because he stayed in Cleveland forever.
And never
so I give
won.
him credit.
He's one of the few. He's one of the few linemen who never won, and he's still a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Because you know why? He survived Cleveland.
Like, I think you could make up a name and put up a picture of an offensive lineman and say, Austin Jones, and then put up a picture of an O-lineman and be like, pretty good pick for the Hall. I know, you know what I mean? You could lie to me, and I'd be like, sure, throw him in there. Sounds good to me.
I mean, Anthony Munoz is regarded as one of the best of all time.
Texture says, Kuechly doesn't have the MVPs and Super Bowls like Terrell Davis. Yeah. Tell me the linebacker, the middle linebacker winning the MVP award.
Who has those?
I mean, it's pretty high. That's a pretty high bar to put for a middle linebacker, for crying out loud.
Who has one of those?
Ray Lewis, no MVPs to my knowledge. Pretty good player. Anyway, it's so funny though. Going back to that Brady and Vinatieri thing, everybody hates kickers, and kickers are directly responsible for how you feel about quarterbacks and legacies and status because there's so much judged off of wins and losses. And look, everybody gives Jim Kelly like, oh, yeah, well, he didn't have a Super Bowl. Well, if the kicker didn't miss the kick, different story now.
I'm glad you brought that up. I don't like people who dismiss kickers and punters. I don't like people who continually call kickers and punters non-football players. I don't like you because they are. So they're only football players when they help you?
Yeah.
So is that it? Is that how it goes? So when they help you and you rely on them, then they're football players.
Hey,
otherwise they're not. Is that how this works?
Yeah. Hey, can I say one thing before we get to the top here, and we're waiting patiently?
No.
For Nikola Jokic information. Well, I'm going to say it
anyway.
What
if I just said no?
I'm going to say it anyway.
Mute him. Nelly?
I said, shut me off.
I always love that. Can I say something?
I met a couple the other night. And they loved the shut me off thing. Like they thought that was like the funniest thing. It was all natural and organic at the time. And they said that's why our favorite thing of all time. Anyway,
it's like you were a robot that became self-aware. You're like, no. You shut me off. Shut me off.
Shut him off. Shut me off.
I'm bad for everyone around me. Shut me off.
Do you remember what the context of that was?
He was just
I screwed
mumbling about
something up.
something.
Yeah,
Stop.
You were talking about Gabe Landeskog and his return, and you compared it to that pitcher who, like, broke his arm, came back, got cancer, got his arm.
Dave Dravecky.
Yeah, exactly.
Dave Dravecky.
And, like, that's the worst example to use for Landeskog, man.
Wait a minute. I just realized this. You know, in Silicon Valley, for all these AI and chat GPT things, they have somebody, their job is called kill switch operator. And it's like, if these things get way too squirrely, you got to shut them down. Moser, you need a kill switch operator.
I'm my own kill switch. I'm self-aware. No, but I sent you guys this yesterday. The Iowa State Cyclones. Through the portal, they've lost all but 17 players.
Oh, after Campbell left for Penn State?
Not only that, James Madison. Now, again, they got smoked by the Ducks, like we knew they would. But do you realize all 11 starters on offense are gone?
Dude, that already happened to James Madison once. Didn't they all bolt to IU a couple years ago?
Yeah, dude. It's like, so how can you lose an entire team?
That's what those teams are now. Those in-between teams, they're just sort of housing. They house players temporarily. Well, they're halfway houses. Well, that's what they are.
This is another example of, like, good message, wrong messenger, I think. Because John Calipari he's at Arkansas now, right? He was just talking about how the transfer rule is it's especially in college basketball, it's ridiculous. And
it's insane.
We all know the difference. It's like you have really 5 guys that are players, and if you lose 4 of your 5 starters every year, it's impossible to sustain consistency. And I've said this forever. I think that when college football had no free transfer rule, I thought that was wrong. Like, you can't let coaches leave whenever they want to and then say, hey, if you want to leave, though, and transfer to another school, you got to sit out a year. He said they should get 1 free transfer, and after that, you should have to sit a year. And I think that's the proper route to take. But when Calipari says it, I'm like, dude, your entire transaction at Kentucky was 1-year guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
But maybe it takes a transactionary type person to come up with the proper transaction.
Maybe. But, I mean, for somebody to be complaining about, I'm so sick and tired of guys playing 1 year and then leaving, it's like, your entire existence was that at Kentucky. Was guys would play for a year and then go pro.
And again, it just makes it so easy. I just read that in 30 days, combined, Iowa State and Oklahoma State have lost 85 players to the portal. 85. Iowa State and Oklahoma State.
Jeez.
Do you understand?
Combined. They've lost 85 players to the portal.
So, Moj, would you agree with me on this, how stupid and foolish and meaningless these bowl games are when players are just taking off and it's not the same team?
Well, and sitting out and everything else, it's just, I don't recognize it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I don't know what I'm seeing. And this is not the end until they fix it or clamp down.
Did you guys watch any of the bowl games last week?
All this legally stuff, can they clamp down? Oh, yeah, you want to get it? Yeah,
Wait.
yeah. You know what, Vic, I did. And
bowl games like college football playoff or bowl games?
Bowl games. No, not playoff games. That's different.
The problem is now you need a stunt. Now, look, everybody in this program knows how much I like Pop-Tarts.
Mm-hmm.
I eat one probably, once a week on the show, Brett?
Yeah.
And I thought it was cute. A couple years ago, look at the dancing Pop-Tart. Now, when you've got ESPN...
Stupid.
Throwing odds out there on which Pop-Tart's going to get burned or whatever. It's way too much. But you got to have a gimmick now. Hey, Vic, the bad boy Mowers game, you know what they did to the winning coach? You know what they did? Remember? That was the Clemson and Penn State? You know what they did? They threw grass clippings on the winning coach.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
So you think it's stupid gimmick?
Well, if you don't have a gimmick, then nobody pays attention to your bowl game.
I totally agree with you. And today at noon, the Independence Bowl between Coastal Carolina and Louisiana Tech will be right here on 92.5, so tune in for that.
Well, hold on. It's the Radiance Technologies. Let me see what Radiance...
Wait, are we carrying that?
We got the Independence Bowl at noon, baby.
Oh, so wait. PhD's not on the air?
No.
They're not on the air. After the game, we're gonna have a couple hours. Who is it? It's Polumbus and DMac and Springer or something like that. That's what we're doing.
Hold on
After
a
the
second.
bowl
Hold
game.
on. I'm not. Listen, I don't program for a reason. You mean to tell me that we're not gonna do live sports talk today on a day in which we could get news on Nikola Jokic for the Independence Bowl?
Well, I don't think that we thought that Joker was going to hurt his knee.
The issue, I think, is that like 7 guys are off the show today.
Not
and
us.
So we're
We
trying to
work.
scramble together. Damn right. I never miss a show.
And Vic, speaking as a lifelong Coastal Carolina Chanticleers fan, how dare you besmirch this game?
Jerk.
We're going to get independent with this bowl.
Last thing. It's sponsored by
That's shocking to me.
Radiance Technologies. You ready for this? It's an employee-owned company. Develops and integrates advanced technology solutions primarily for U.S. defense, intelligence, and civilian agencies. Directed energy, hypersonic, cyber, and space systems. So if...
Cool, Carl.
You want my attention on the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl?
The winning coach gets sent to space.
No. Drone strike.
He gone!
Actually, no. The losing coach gets drone striked. Now, right there on the field, if you want me to watch, that'll get me to watch. You want me to listen? I want a live drone strike on this radio station today.
Or just his house.
That's neat.
Nobody's in it.
Okay,
You
fine.
just take his
Yeah.
house.
Let's
Take the house.
A lot of pressure to win this game, Coastal Carolina.
Let me tell you something right
I mean,
now.
you don't win, man. Drone strike, you're gone.
Listen, you want to get me to watch a game. If you tell me the losing head coach's house is blown up with a drone, I am watching that football game.
I had to hear Coach Sanford yesterday after our show go on and on and on how much fun he had at the Arizona Bowl, right? Did you guys watch that game?
No.
Did you even know it was on?
Yeah, I knew it was on, but it was 2 teams that don't have anything to do with Arizona, right? Who was it?
Listen to me.
Who was it?
If you don't go to those schools, or nobody cares about these bowl games.
Which is directly why they're going to go to like 24 teams in the playoff now.
Nobody
you're gonna
cares
make up for
about
it.
these bowl games. I hate to report it to you. It's an exhibition. There are no stakes. Winning and losing doesn't matter in a bowl game.
Yeah, but it's a reward, dude, for a good season.
Oh, wow.
Got one more keyword coming your
What,
way.
you going to give me a
9:20.
PlayStation game? Yes.
Still awaiting the news from Nikola Jokic. We'll bring that to you as soon as possible. Back after this.
All I know is it's just a left knee injury. He has to go through the whole process of what it is. Watching it at halftime, it looked like his feet got tangled up with a teammate, and obviously immediately he knew something was wrong. This is part of the NBA. Anybody that gets hurt in this game, it's kind of gut-wrenching, especially somebody as special as he is. We'll find out more tomorrow, and we'll move on as a team. Obviously, right now, I'm more concerned just about him as a person, and the disappointment of going through something like that. So it's unfortunate, hoping for the best, just like we did with Cam and the other starters that we've lost. So you just have to stay with it as a team and as a group. And honestly, you have to stay with it as a team and a group because that's how you best support your teammates that are out.
David Adelman after the game, still awaiting the results of this MRI from Jokic that happened this morning. The question becomes if Jokic, and again, I'm going to put this in two different ways. I'm going to talk about if Jokic misses short term, and you define what short term is. We know it's going to be a while, but a month, 2 months, whatever the number is going to be. I can only discuss the rest of the Nuggets season in that context because if it is a long-term injury, there is nothing to discuss. It's the season's over. You aren't going to be, even if you make the playoffs, you aren't going anywhere. Like, it's sort of a what feels like pointless exercise. But if he is gone in the short term, then it's about what do you do in the meantime? Because you're going to have to change the way that you play. And you're going to have to change the way that you run your offense. You're going to have to change the way that you play clutch offense late. And you're going to have to change the way that you play defensively. Everything has to change. And a lot of that load is going to be shouldered by Jamal Murray, who is currently the only starter left in the lineup right now.
Yeah, before we speculate on what lies ahead, can I just reinforce what we know?
Yes.
Here's what we know. And I want to stress this. This is very important. What we know right now and the conjecture we form means absolutely nothing until the MRI results are in. From the people I've spoken to, from what I've gathered, the hope and the early indication is Nikola Jokic may have avoided a major knee injury based on the evaluation after the game last night. That's the hope. That hope is meaningless once you go to MRI. That's all that matters. You can feel great. It can look fine, but the MRI could reveal something entirely different. So the hope going into that MRI today is a positive one. We shall see what the MRI confirms. As soon as we get that information, that's all we know. But whatever reports you hear about, whatever you hear today, great, awesome. It doesn't mean a damn thing until the imaging returns.
Yeah.
Is that as blunt as I can be here?
Yes. I mean, that's it. It's you have initial, what feels like positive, I'll call it vibes, coming away from that initial test last night, but you don't know until you get in that tube.
And you know why? Because we've gotten so many different cases of, oh, man, it's fine. And then all of a sudden, wait, it's not?
Yeah.
And then the opposite holds true. Oh, my God, that looks terrible. Wait, he's fine? Works both ways.
There's a real feeling surrounding Jokic, and I think this is what hit me, and it hit a lot of people last night. You aren't used to seeing him go to the floor and stay on the floor. And then when he gets back up, have a hard time shaking that thing off. I mean, he had to be helped on the way to the locker room. And so when you see it, I'm trying to make a comparison. I kind of go to this one a lot, but it is, if you ever see your father panicked, it immediately makes you're like, you're supposed to be the guy that's calm in all of this.
Point.
And when you are nervous about something, everybody is kind of like on edge. And when I see him go to the floor, I'm like, if he's not getting back up immediately, we got a real problem here.
The image that is ingrained in my brain last night is him shaking his left foot.
Yeah.
As he's recoiled there. He's in a fetal position, basically, and he's shaking his left foot. And I'm like, what is going on? And then as he makes his way to the locker room, he's hobbling. Then he has to grab the staircase or whatever that is, the stands. He has to grab it to keep himself up. Maybe that's just intense pain. that comes
Right.
from it. I'm hoping
I'm
it's just
sure.
pain.
I'm sure it was painful.
And also, I've never hyperextended my leg before, but it's got to be freaky when your leg bends the wrong direction.
Sure.
Have you guys ever had? I knock on wood. I've never had a real major knee injury. I've had ankle injuries, but never a knee injury. But I'm told that sometimes, especially with those ligaments, it feels fine. It just feels loose. It doesn't hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've never had a ligament type of injury like that. I've had obviously a big tendon injury.
Right.
Everybody knows about that. But I've never had a knee like that. I'm sure it's probably scary for him too. I'm betting in his life he's never felt the way he felt when he hit the floor. I'm sure it's scary to him.
Yeah.
Now again, I'm just hoping that everything is all well and good, but it's got to be painful as well. So if he needs a little help, okay, fine. But I just have never seen him down like that. I've never seen him grab apart. This guy to me, boys, he eats pain.
Yeah.
If you got pain, he just eats it, and puts it somewhere right down here and next to Vic's loins, that kind of thing. And then to see him do that, he seemed superhuman, and now he seems human.
Yeah.
Okay,
kinda.
so on the text line, this is from Matt. When I tore my ACL, I had no idea it happened. Didn't believe there was any chance it was torn. I had a second of pain, and that's it. Then it felt loose. Then the Lockman test by the doc immediately told me it was completely torn, and then the MRI confirmed it. I can tell you the Lockman test they did last night on Nikola Jokic was a positive one based on the Lockman test. And the Lockman test is what you see those doctors do, and they're feeling the knee joint and they're doing all that test. But just because the Lockman test feels good by touch doesn't mean the MRI won't reveal something different.
Right.
That's why I'm trying to be extra cautious about this.
Well, again, we're awaiting whatever the results of that are going to be.
What's the story with your sources? Are they close to the situation right now? Will they be? What's going on here?
Just waiting.
Just overall, by the way, I mean, this is obviously the biggest and by comparison, the only thing that is really on people's minds when it comes to this basketball team and injuries. This is an insane run of bad luck.
I was going to bring that up. I mean, I want you to think about something. I want you to think. And Nug Life, we talked about Nug Life for a lot of years on this show before the Nuggets broke through in 2023. Nug Life was front and center on this show. In fact, I was probably the pallbearer of Nug Life after it went to death. They won a championship. We put Nug Life to rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it's back.
Yeah.
Because if I told you that the Nuggets lose one starter for an extended period over 22 games now to an ankle injury, another starter twice to a hamstring injury, a third starter to what looked like a horrible knee injury, but now who knows how long he'll miss, and then a fourth starter a week later to a similar knee injury, all before the first of the year. 4 starters before the first of the year. I've never seen anything like it. Have you?
No, it's terrible.
Has anyone?
No.
It reminds me. When did the Avs go through that? That ridiculous run where everybody got hurt.
Well, they started the season last year with like 5 guys out. Yeah. I mean, in and out extended periods of time.
One other thing.
Knocking on my wood here, boys.
One other thing that sort of hit me as a similarity. They said much like the Jamal injury when that happened, it was at a nothing part of the game. I think the Nuggets were getting smoked at that time, right? It was a few minutes left, and it's just like, why did it have to happen then? It's 12 seconds left before the half or whatever that number was. You're just trying to get to the locker room, and then that weird stuff happens. But on top of that, it's the timing of where the team is at from a roster construction standpoint. Remember, when Jamal's injury happened, that was a couple of weeks after the AG trade, and we're like, oh my God, this team could win a championship.
Sure.
And it derailed all of that for
Everything.
a year and a half, 2 years.
2 years. Yep.
And then he came back healthy and they won. And we were like, aha, see, I told you. It just took a couple of years. This offseason, it felt that way to me. like with all the acquisitions they made, and they get, Tim Hardaway Jr., and they bring back Bruce, and they get Valanciunas, and it's like, dude, this is a championship team. And then the Jokic thing happens, which is just, it was unimaginable because we've never seen him hurt before. Again, the stat that we brought up earlier, not stat, but I guess factoid, tidbit. It's from Harrison Wind. Jokic missed 7 straight games with an ankle sprain in 2017. He hasn't missed more than 5 games in a row since, and the fewest games he's played in a season is 69. He's always there. Always.
Nice.
And so when you see him, it's not just that he's hurt. He's played hurt. He's sat out games with hamstrings or ankles or wrists or elbows or whatever. He hasn't missed an extended stretch. He's not been absent from the lineup for like a month at a time.
You never feared not having him for the stretch run.
Yes.
And let me read this again because apparently I'm a poor communicator this morning, and I apologize. I really do. According to the text line 9899, Lombardi just said the Lockman test was positive when he meant negative. When I mean positive, and I apologize, the results were optimistic. Let me use that word.
Yes.
The results,
I listen,
initial results were optimistic.
I know what you meant.
Okay,
you probably
so
got some.
I'm sorry if it confused some folks. At the end of the day, this is all just talk because the machine will tell you what it is. The machine will reveal the injury.
We've always said, yeah, it will. We've always said, Brett, that Nikola Jokic, because of the style of game he plays, it's not conducive to massive injury. Blown this, torn that, ripped this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get banged around in the paint, and that he's going to jam wrists and elbows and get cut and everything else. But he can play till he's 40 if he wants. Hell, he can probably play till he's 50. With the style he plays, he can play for a long, long time. So you don't expect this kind of thing to happen, especially on such a freak and seemingly innocent play.
I'm glad you brought up that freak play because I'm reading these texts, and this is not the first one. I'm sorry if I'm going to pick on you, but you're not the first person to bring this up, but I'm going to pick on you. Quote, should the Nuggets consider dropping Spencer Jones regardless of how he's been playing?
Oh, for the love of God.
Are you almost cursed? I had to explain this to my wife last night when I got home. She goes, why did Spencer Jones step on his foot? He's playing basketball.
Yeah.
It was the most unintentional play of all time.
By the way,
are you people crazy?
I don't know if this is coming from the same thing that you heard, Vic, but that Meridian Sports, it's in Serbia, they said it was encouraging that first indications are that it's just a hyperextension, no serious damage, sort of thing.
But you know what? They could be listening to us getting their information.
Well,
I mean, they could be, because Vic came on first thing this morning. The initial thoughts are encouraging.
Yeah, I suppose.
You can write this down. Hell, record this. This is why they say it's always so dangerous to speculate on medical issues because at the end of the day, hell, I've gone through, as you guys know, my own health issues. And you can think one thing, and then you go through a test, and it's completely different.
Yeah,
it's completely different.
Well,
you can one test will say, "All right," and the next test will say, "Oh no."
Right. We have another keyword coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Again, awaiting the update here from the Jokic MRI. Also, the good news from yesterday is that Jim Harbaugh has said no Herbert, and anybody with bangs and bruises on our team is not going to play.
Herbert.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Stick around. Your final keyword, as it is in Avs Ticket Tuesday. A pair of tickets to the Avs and the Blues tomorrow. New Year's Eve game, which is always fun, Moj. Got the fireworks going on indoors there.
Yep. Mark
so,
Rycroft has a blowtorch that he's gonna set off.
He's gonna set one off?
Yeah.
Keyword for this hour
Gangalicious
is midnight. So text midnight in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Purchase the Cup Classic ticket package to get a Peter Forsberg bobblehead at coavs.com/Forsberg. The Cup Classic is presented by KeyBank, and Avs Ticket Tuesdays are always powered by Matthews Fine Watches. But your keyword for this hour and final keyword before we announce a winner at the end of the show, midnight. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Moj, tomorrow night, I was going to wear a tuxedo for the Nuggets broadcast against Toronto. But if I don't get the news I aspire to get here, I might just wear a black suit.
That's probably appropriate. Kiefer and I, so I have 2 tuxedos. Jackets, essentially. Right. So every year, Kiefer and I alternate. He doesn't have one, so he wears one, I wear the other, and then we flip-flop. That's what we'll probably do again tomorrow night.
You guys are the same size?
Yeah. 42 regular. Slim fit.
Slim fit.
Yeah.
Slim fit.
Why?
I'm very important.
Why does that surprise you? I don't like your attitude.
He fits into my jacket, so he's not lying. Although my old jackets are huge on me, but they fit you snug now.
It's just I'm trying to figure out height and how the sleeves and how everything fits.
I guess we're just proportionally the same.
No, I've got a big upper body.
Big how?
Relatively speaking.
Are you sure?
Hey,
next to Mo.
Hey, I just want to pass something along to you I saw from Schefter. By the way, if you miss Schefter, missed him with us yesterday. He's on every Monday at 9 o'clock.
How long is it going to take you to get back in the flow?
All conversation with Schefter brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings in Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all in one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. It's going to take me a minute.
Okay.
Just give me a minute.
Hey,
but here's what I saw.
Yeah.
The current draft order heading into the final week of the NFL season. The Raiders get the first pick as of right now. Giants second, Jets third. Titans 4. Cardinals 5. No surprises yet, right? Kind of teams that we expected to stink. Commanders 6.
Oh, boy.
Browns 7.
Mm-hmm.
Saints 8.
Don't say Kansas City at 9.
The Kansas City Chiefs currently have the 9th overall draft selection.
Ay, mamma mia.
No! God, please, no!
And the Cincinnati Bengals currently have 10. 9 in 10.
I'm not as worried about the Bengals. Obviously, they'll go
Chiefs
defense.
and Cincy.
They'll go the defensive side, but
but the NFL is not like other sports. You can make do. Hell, look at what the Broncos have done. They've eaten so much dead cap space. They haven't had shiny top 5 picks. They've made do. And here they are, number 1 team in the AFC. If you draft well later in rounds, it's fine.
Well, you're right about that. I'll tell you this. It's a lot easier to draft well early in the first round.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to draft.
But
well.
it's also,
it's
also huge mistakes early.
Yeah, you're right.
Reaches early.
But remember, the last time the Broncos had a top 10 pick, who'd they take?
Top 10 pick, Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, where'd he go?
What do you mean, where did he go?
Where did he go overall?
9th? Or 8th?
He was 9th!
Yeah, 9th.
Can you imagine the Chiefs adding a guy like that to their lineup? Come on, man.
Yeah, but for every Patrick Surtain, there's a guy that stumbles. I mean, who are the guys? Remember, he wasn't the first DB taken. J.C. Horn was taken before him.
Craziness. Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, I look back to Bradley Chubb at 5 overall. Good player.
Chubb's been good.
Good player, yeah.
People say that about Chubb. Chubb's been a good player.
Number 5 overall, you're expecting star. Bradley Chubb has never been a star in this league.
I'm telling you, the good teams, the perennial teams, they're the teams that their third, fourth, fifth rounders are shining and playing great ball.
Sure.
Those are the teams. not necessarily first rounders all the time, later round picks.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, if you find depth, and by the way,
it's in. It's just a hyperextension according to Shams.
Say it again.
Woo!
Nelly was in my ear.
Yeah, say it again.
Shams Charania just released it. Nikola Jokic has been diagnosed with a hyperextension in his left knee. Will miss at least 4 weeks. Immense sigh of relief as tests showed with three-time MVP's knees ligaments are intact. So, what we said this morning on the show proved to be true. What we said this morning, the tests done by the staff after the game indicated no major structural damage. None of that flies until you get the MRI to prove it. The MRI just proved it. He's going to be fine, relatively speaking. 4 weeks as opposed to 4 months? I'll take that all day, baby.
All day. Oh, mama.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just a moment.
We got a lot to talk about now. Now this opens up a whole new can here. Here we go. So you're going to be out 4 starters tomorrow night in Toronto. If I'm the Denver Nuggets, this is me. This is not David Adelman. This is not the front office. This is me. I'm sitting Jamal Murray and I'm punting this game. This is me.
Okay, no problem.
I'm punting this game against Toronto. You're not beating Toronto minus 4 starters.
Yeah.
You're just not going to do it.
Okay.
And I don't want to hear, here's what I don't want to hear. Oh, next man up. Oh, at some point, you run out of next man.
Yeah. There's no more next man. You're out 4 or 5
You're done.
starters.
Yeah.
Now,
you punt this game, and then if you do get back the other guys in time for the rest of this road trip, if you get AG and CB back, then you reconvene and say, okay, where do we go here?
I mean, think about what the starting lineup will look like without Jamal. It'll be Brucey B, Hardaway Jr., Spencer Jones, Peyton Watson, and Valanciunas.
Who cares?
No, agreed. I'm just saying it's interesting. How much does this do for Deron Holmes? Will he play a lot now?
Well, he played last night. It's funny. Dempsey and I were talking about it before the game. What's it going to take for Deron Holmes to get some time? Well, it took an injury to Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, near catastrophic season-ending injury.
Can I ask you a question about last night's game? How did Deron Holmes play? Because I stopped watching.
Yeah, I stopped watching. I'm the wrong person to ask. I stopped watching. I stopped caring as soon. The Nikola injury trumped everything. It didn't matter how they played.
Yeah.
I didn't watch closely. I'm the worst person to ask right now, and I did the postgame show. I have no idea how
by the way, hang on. Everybody just tuning in. Again, the news from Shams was just announced. Jokic has just a hyperextension. There is no ligament damage. They said it's going to be at least 4 weeks, which, given the circumstances of what we thought last night, take the month, reevaluate. Totally fine with me. But it is not some sort of anything that ends in CL. Nothing CL is wrong with him, which means it is just a hyperextension closer to what we kind of got with Cam Johnson.
I got a question here from a texter. Why don't you guys get that information before Shams? I don't know.
Because they have made their entire life about being the first people to know this.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all got it at the same time because the reason I was in Brett and
No.
Moser's ears.
No. I'm talking about Shams having the
talking
MRI
about Vic
results.
getting it.
Yeah.
Vic getting it before Shams.
I was saying we all got sent an email from Nuggets PR at the exact second that you were reading Shams' tweet. We all received that. So Shams must be on the same email blast.
Hold on, though. Shams had it before the email was blasted.
Maybe he's got an inside blast track, but I'm just saying that right as you went to read it, I saw the notification pop up on my phone from Nuggets PR.
So Shams'
Somebody
tweet
called
was
Shams and
9:28.
said, we're releasing this at this time.
Yes.
Have yours ready.
Shams released it at 9:28. We all got the email at 9:29.
Yeah, so the email means nothing. Shams has the information first. And it's just the way it works. It's the very reason Adam Schefter has it first in the NFL most parts. It's sort of the information hub. I can't explain it either. I don't know. I tried. I had early information.
So here's what we're talking about. With this news coming down, no ligament damage. It is just a hyperextension. It is at least 4 weeks that he is going to be out, which puts the next time we can evaluate this at essentially February. That's when he's back, or could potentially be back, is February. You have a month, and I am very curious. I wonder, genuinely, is Jamal Murray, not that he's looking forward to not having Jokic on the floor, but is he looking forward to maybe being the guy for the first time in his career? You know what I mean? Like being the first.
What are you saying?
The point man.
Fire up 27 a game all the time?
Yeah, like he's going to be the dude that can go out and just kind of have carte blanche on whatever I feel like's a good look is going to be my look. And
so go full on Steph Curry and just fire from distance.
Yeah,
as much as you want.
He's been nursing. Listen, it's not like he's been 100% either. Jamal's been playing on a gimpy ankle. It happened to him 2 games ago. And he's been pushing off. It's been hard for him. Even in the Minnesota game, he said he only shot threes later in that game because he turned his ankle. I am not joking. Tomorrow night is an experiment for the Nuggets. You play Deron Holmes. You play some of these younger dudes who have not, and you just get by. I don't want Jamal playing in. That's me. Let's just take let's exhale here. I'm looking at the schedule. I'm looking at the Nuggets schedule.
How long are you talking about?
Vic,
just tomorrow or
because
what?
Vic, I'm looking. This is a 7-game road trip, dude.
If he's hurt. Let me preface it by if there's an ankle issue with him, I sit him. I don't know how long. How long before CB and AG return?
Well, well, they're on the road trip, right? So they're on the road trip.
They're going to play. They're going to play on this road trip. Estimated to play. They said originally at the end of the road trip, which means for me, maybe Sunday at Brooklyn, maybe Monday at Philly. That's a back-to-back. They're not playing back-to-backs. They're not playing back-to-backs.
Probably not. But again, this is going to give other guys a real opportunity. And I'm looking right at Deron Holmes, and I'm looking right at Peyton Watson for even more minutes. But, Vic, riddle me this. Currently, as we sit here today, the Denver Nuggets are in the 3-hole in the West. Minnesota's in the 6-hole, and they are a game and a half back.
Yeah, they're going to be caught.
By the time, well, hold on a second, though. Phoenix is in the 7-hole with 19 wins. The Nuggets have 22. They're 3 games back of the Nuggets. When this road trip is concluded, man, I kind of just want to get to the All-Star break. When is that, Vic?
I told you, man. You just want the season. The All-Star break is February the 11th.
Okay, so that's almost 6 weeks.
February 12th, actually, is the All-Star break.
Okay, so that's, we'll call it 6 weeks. Okay, I just want to get to the All-Star break. Where realistically can the Nuggets be when we hit the All-Star? I mean, are they out of the top 6? Are they in a play-in situation at that point?
There's a lot of games between now and February the 12th. And when they say 4 weeks for Joker, remember, that's when he's reevaluated. They said 6 weeks for AG. It's been 6 weeks for both he and CB. That's when they're reevaluated. It can mean more. So I'd say January's done. See you later, January. And if you're not playing in January, right? If you're not playing in January, why play the 5 games in February? Why not just be extra precautious about it? Hold them out through the All-Star break.
Well, how many games? Let me see.
There's 17 games in February. There's
okay,
17.
so what do you want to go
8? Give me 8.
2-15? I mean, what are we talking about here?
Just give me 8 wins in 17 games.
Moj, if you could play 500 basketball without Nikola Jokic,
I agree. No,
that's
I
a
agree.
major win.
I completely agree.
That's a major win.
I completely agree.
If you could keep it at 500, that's asking a lot.
I would say that just getting to the postseason, anything's gravy for me. As long as it's not a season-ending injury and it's not, that everything else is gravy. They'll come back and they can work their way into something good.
Let me bring something to you. I think the most prudent thing that you would do is, again, 4 weeks is essentially the start of February. I think probably how they're going to handle this is he doesn't play until post-All-Star break, would be my guess. But if it is 4 weeks on the dot when he comes back, February 1st, you know you play? OKC at Ball Arena for the first time of the year.
Wow. All right.
And I again, if I'm them, I'm already thinking ahead, and I'm probably saying to myself, go until the All-Star break. After that, we'll come back. Whatever.
Yeah, but, man, I'm afraid. Look, if you get into the play-in and you're playing Portland or Memphis or Golden State or Phoenix, or I don't care. You're going to smoke them. I don't care about that. I just want to avoid
don't
OKC at the onset at all costs.
I don't think it's going to be play-in level. I think now that they see that there's a future that's not too far away with him being back in the lineup. I think that can provide as a motivator to try and keep it together. If they got Nussi was out for the year, I think that changes just mentally.
Especially with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially then.
Back to the question, how does Shams get this out there so quickly, Schefter and all that? Well, they have direct relationships with the agents of every player. And most information that is put out there, believe it or not, are put out there by that side. Teams have their own source, and then players have theirs. And the agents put out information, whether it helps them or hurts them. And also, you have to understand something else. This is a big deal. Shams, Adam, they are brokers of information. They use information as currency.
And it's transactional.
Exactly. It's currency. So that's why they're the source of all this stuff most of the time. And it's fine. If Shams is going to tweet it, it's real. It's done. Just like when he tweeted Luka. Remember that time, Luka Doncic? And he didn't know what to do with it because he was like, is this fake?
Yeah. One last reminder to you guys. Avs Ticket Tuesday, your final keyword, your final chance to get in before we announce a winner. The keyword for this hour is midnight. So text midnight in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you a chance to get in the building tomorrow for the Avs and the Blues.
Watching that Cars for Kids commercial. That little brat up front.
All right.
That kid's not even playing.
Oh, okay.
He's not even playing that guitar.
Sweet. Again, midnight in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Talk more about Jokic. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, we got the news on Jokic. No ligament damage, just a hyperextension, out at least 4 weeks. We'll talk more about that next. Yeah, give me that feel-good music now. I feel so much better.
Mamma
so much
mia!
better.
Oh.
Get it, Anderson. Skate.
Woo!
Still think this album, top to bottom, every song is listenable multiple times. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So, news on Jokic. Positive news. No ligament damage. He has suffered a hyperextension. He will be out at least 4 weeks, but whatever. No ligament damage. That's the great news. We'll announce a winner of the Avs Ticket Tuesday in just a few minutes as well. I am so much happier.
But given this news, I also want to report we're going to move that Independence Bowl. I'm going to be joining DMac for the PhD block because we have to talk more extensively about this news. It's that kind of news. It's that kind of day. Sorry, Independence Bowl.
We're moving it?
Something's happening to it. We're talking sports.
Okay.
At noon today.
If you really wanted to check out Coastal Carolina and Louisiana Tech, who knows what happens?
Let me... Yeah, screw it.
Where does it go?
Screw it. Let me...
Maybe 950.
Yeah, probably 950. Let me let you in a little honest statement here. I can't remember the last time I was that panicked about an injury.
Yeah.
And I mean really kind of panicked. Sort of a, oh my God, the season's over type of panic. It's been a while.
Kale freaked me out a little bit recently.
You know what else this means, by the way, fellas? A couple ramifications to this injury because he's likely going to miss 20 games or so. 4 weeks, 20 games. MVP's out the window, so don't have to worry about any of that.
Yep.
Who's done this? Usually it's the survival of the fittest at that point.
What if they go like 1-16 in his absence? Does that help his case?
No, because you have to qualify. You have to play in a minimum of 65 games to qualify for postseason awards, and that would put him out of the running. So he will not be in the running for any postseason awards. Not that it matters. What matters is, can you win a championship? Remember, the year he did not win MVP was 2023, and they won something bigger. They won a championship that season. Get ready for the stretch run. Get in however you can. If it means you get into the playoffs as a 5, 6, or 7 seed, fine. Fine. Let me tell you this. If the Nuggets are healthy in March, and they get healthy in March, Joker's back to being Joker, AG's back, Cam's back, no one is going to want to face the Denver Nuggets as a 5 or 6 seed. No one.
Yeah.
They will be the most dangerous team in the playoffs.
But having to go to San Antonio would stink.
You know what, though, Moshe? Before these injuries happened,
yeah.
The Denver Nuggets had the best road record in the NBA before the injuries started to mount.
And in the grand scheme of things, the fact that he's going to be okay is the most important thing.
Listen
You're right
to me.
about that.
Listen to me. If you have a fully staffed Nuggets team in April, mid-April, everybody's healthy, I don't care where they're seated. Ain't no one's going to want to play them.
The other thing, you just want to be in a place like I know they'd win a play-in game, you would think, but I just don't even want to deal with that. And I also, a texter says this: Jokic getting injured is just a setup for Jamal to come back. Jamal's been back, guys. He's had a fantastic season.
He's had his best season as a pro.
He's
statistically
been really good. But I am curious, Vic, if this opens a door for him. And look, we all know that Jokic isn't a ball hog, and Jokic gets people open looks when he's on the floor. Mm-hmm. I think that the way he goes about finding his shots might be more difficult, but there's going to be an avenue for Jamal to go in a little bit more of takeover mode than he's ever had.
But listen, man, I mean, you don't have to be a basketball scientist to figure this out. Jamal gets a lot of what he gets based off of Joker being on the floor.
Yeah.
They're in a two-man game. 2 people go to Joker. Jamal does his thing. Well, when the sun is no longer there and you can't orbit something, it changes the way you play. The Denver Nuggets, over the next 4 weeks, will have to reinvent the way they play basketball.
I guess what I'm getting at, though, for Jamal specifically in this month or however long it's going to be that Jokic is out, I mean, I said this about, Moj, back me up here. How many times did I say about Michael Porter Jr. when he was here and people were belly aching about his points per game and stuff like that, max contract, need more from him. And I go, the ball can only go to so many different people during the course of a game. And I said, look, do I think that MPJ is the most talented player in the world? No. But if he had a bigger role somewhere else, I bet his numbers would blow.
And that's what you're seeing right now with Brooklyn.
You know what he's averaging right now?
Yeah,
26 a game.
Yeah, I was going to say 25 and a half.
26 on 49 from the floor and 41 from three. Like, he's a very, very good offensive player.
There's only one basketball.
Exactly. And I think Jamal's going to have an opportunity here that just opens things up for him to be a little bit more, I don't want to say free within the offense because he's free, but just a chance to put up more shots. That's all.
Cam Johnson and, like, the Cam thing, we're overlooking that a little bit because that really affects your depth, man. Having Cam on the floor and Joker both injured at the same time. They're on the same timetable now. You realize that. They're on the same
lanky guy, too,
yeah.
Cam Johnson.
So the worst-case scenario unfolded. They had injuries. They had to run their starters a lot of minutes, and that just puts you out there for – it can happen anytime. This is why I subscribe to the Sean Payton theory when it comes to getting that bye week in the playoffs. You avoid that stuff. You don't even think about it now. You don't have fluke injuries because you don't have to play.
Yeah. Exactly right. 303-504-0925. We'll get to our winner here of the Avs Ticket Tuesday in just a moment. But again, for anybody tuning in, Nikola Jokic got the MRI results back. No ligament damage. Jokic he has suffered a hyperextension, much the same as Cam Johnson, and he'll be out at least 4 weeks. My guess is that timeline's matching up right around the All-Star break, so he'll probably come back after that if everything goes well. But the worst and the most feared news has been avoided. He is in the clear, at least on that. And if there's any sort of consolation to this, are you curious? Because I am. Valanciunas is now going to become a 30-minute-a-night guy.
Well, yeah, what's he going to look like?
What does that look like now?
If you're expecting it to look like Joker, that's just not it.
No, but maybe this helps him find a little bit more rhythm within his game, too, because remember, even with the injuries that you've suffered, they haven't happened to the center position.
Sure.
And so he's still been getting 10 to 12 minutes a night. Now with extended playing time, can he find a little bit more of a rhythm within his role in the offense?
And not only that, I look beyond that. So the Denver Nuggets have had the benefit of having two centers, one a backup, one a starter. Now what? What happens when Val's off the court?
Yeah.
They go full small ball. What do? Does Duran play?
Well,
does Zeke play? Where do they go from there?
Yeah, is Duran going to get in as a 6'9" center?
I don't know.
I mean, what are we looking at?
I don't know. These are, again, the Denver Nuggets will have to reinvent the way they play basketball. Is Aaron Gordon going to be the backup center? He's served that many times.
I bet they go small.
Well, they have to.
God, I don't want... Here's what's going to be the trouble. You got these guys coming back from injury, and I bet they wanted to keep those guys on a pitch clock by the time they returned, right? Don't accelerate the timeline of what you want to do just because of this. This is kind of, to me, whatever happens, happens. And I think I'm going to try my best if things go poorly, which they very well could without
keep
Jokic,
things in perspective?
To keep things in perspective and not fly off the handle if they go on like a 6-game losing streak. You know what I mean? Like, you have to remember, you aren't losing just a player. You're missing your entire genetic makeup.
You're missing the sun.
Yes.
If you took away the sun, the other planets would have trouble. We'd be in trouble, wouldn't we?
We would have some trouble, too, not just the other ones.
Oof. It'd be really dark.
We get cold here in a hurry and very dark, yeah. No golf for Vic, because you guys don't play in 52-degree weather. So,
homeboy won.
Yeah.
Our boy Brett wanted to play today, not you, Brett.
Yeah.
And apologies to Brett. Moser and I both tapped out. If it ain't 60, Brett, homeboy's not playing.
No. I just got called a name by Casey.
Proper name.
Casey, you can do all the name calling you want. If your hands are cold, knock yourself out. I ain't doing that.
He just mentioned body parts and whatnot, and I said I ain't doing it. I'm sorry.
All right, just
not doing it.
Just quickly here, the winner of the pair of tickets to tomorrow's game, New Year's Eve, Avs and Blues, is Nate Roberts. Congratulations to Nate. Have fun at the game tomorrow. Enjoy
Nate
those
Roberts.
fireworks inside. Yeah, that's witness protection.
Yeah,
man, for
it
sure.
is. I'm Nate Roberts.
Nelly, quick fact check.
I don't have an updated intro, but I could tell you that I'm monitoring the mistakes brought to you by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. So yesterday, Moser got an instant fact checker courtesy of Adam Schefter. He thought that this NFL season was a little more unique than it actually is.
Is this a year where you've seen more turnaround for teams that have gone from to pretty dang good than we've seen in a long time? I'm trying to remember when we had, this many teams, 6 teams or more, that actually flipped the script and are playing great ball.
Well, what I would say to that would be that 36 straight years, at least 4 new teams have made the NFL playoffs. This year, the Patriots, Jaguars, Seahawks, Bears, 49ers are all in. None of them made it last year. Panthers will make it 6. You say you've never seen a year like this, and I would say to you, it's happened every year for 36 years.
To be fair and to defend
in my
you,
defense, yes.
Your question was like teams have won 3 games that have won like 13. That's a little bit different.
That is exactly right. Teams that went from dog butt to all of a sudden 13 wins, and I'll give you an example.
All conversation with Schefter, by the way, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. So
the Chicago Bears were 5-12.
Praise little 7-pound, 6-ounce baby Jesus.
The Jaguars were 4-13.
I'll talk again at noon with DMac. You guys go do what you do.
All right. Sounds good. Jokic, no ligament damage. Just a hyperextension, out 4 weeks. Then reevaluate.
Once we got the news, dude, my brain just went
so much better.
into goofy spot. Like the Cars for Kids kid. Like I went goofy happy.
All right.
Goofy happy.
Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Jaquez has it on the high left side, 10. He's got it out there by Spencer Jones, 7. He's in the paint, dotted line jumper short. Where? Put back up and in. Oh, no. Joker has crashed down to the floor. You're going to hear the horn here. And he's grabbing his left knee. Oh, no. Medical staff immediately around him. And now he's being helped up by his teammates. Let me see if he walks off on his own power here. Oh, no, he's really favoring that left leg. The Denver Nuggets get swept by the state of Florida. They are 0-2 to begin a 7-game road trip. Nuggets give up a season-high 147 points, lose the game by 24 total, but more importantly, Nikola Jokic left with an injury at the tail end of the first half and did not come back.
While we have so much to get into today on the show, an Avs Ticket Tuesday, Week 17 in the NFL in the books, news from the LA Chargers, without a doubt, the biggest news that we've been waiting on pins and needles for ever since there were 3 seconds remaining in the first half yesterday at the Nuggets' loss, 147-123 in Miami against the Heat. We get it this morning from Shams.
Okay, before you reveal it to our listeners that are just tuning in, can I tell you something that I was really nervous about? You remember what I said about Cam Johnson and his injury and about years and years of watching those mechanisms and what I said I thought was going to be the outcome? Remember, I was dead wrong in a good way?
Yep.
I did not want to have to do the exact same thing again because I was going to on a bit, I was going to say it looks really bad, even though I actually didn't think it looked really bad. And I was going to do the reverse curse of the Nikola Jokic injury. So here's the update that we have right here.
Denver Nuggets center Nikola Jokic suffered a left knee hyperextension injury during last night's game at the Miami Heat. He will be reevaluated in 4 weeks, and updates will be provided when necessary. It seems as though Nikola Jokic, after exiting last night's game with 3 seconds to go in the second quarter and did not return, it seems as though he has dodged any major injury in terms of major structural damage, ligament injury, need for surgery, long-term absence from Denver. It seems as though it's going to be a 4, maybe a 6-week injury for the all-world center. They dodge a bullet.
I'm excited about the news that we received. I'm excited about the opportunity for Nikola Jokic to take however long he needs to be fully optimized for what's going to be an awesome run. And that's really what you're looking at with the Nuggets. It's going to be a tough, maybe even a little bit of a lean couple months here with the combination of who knows when Aaron Gordon's truly coming back.
You have
who
4
knows
starters out. Maybe
no, I understand
it
that.
will be.
Yeah,
like you're going to lose a lot of basketball games.
Yeah, think about the alternative though, Raj. If you had Cam Johnson and Nikola Jokic with season enders, it's over.
Oh yeah, you punt.
And you know what? Is this maybe like injuries are never good news. I don't ever want to say that there's good news, period. Obviously, when you think of the worst possible outcome and you get way better news than the worst possible outcome, then you start silver lining this bad boy and you're thinking, you know what? Nikola Jokic has been freaking ridden hard and hung up wet to dry in the last freaking 8 years of playing basketball. Is this the worst thing for Nikola Jokic to get right? And not that he needs to get right, but I'm saying
he's coming off of like a stretch of 10 games that you can make the argument are the best in his career.
But don't you also think that there might be some value in rest and recovery for a player that's been ridden hard?
Oh, yeah.
And this year's really all about one thing, man. It's all about beating Oklahoma City in the playoffs and then ultimately winning another NBA championship. And some R&R for some of your players is not the worst thing. And also to be able to develop some of that depth that you went out and acquired this offseason and put them in more meaningful spots for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, that's going to be critical for this basketball team. It's already paid out. I think it's paid dividends for Peyton Watson.
Yeah, you want to be a cornerstone piece? You want to be the main focus as a center, Jonas Valanciunas? Well, it's not going to happen in Greece. It's going to happen here in the NBA in Denver. You are the go-to 5 right now. You want to
Which is
learn
good.
what Deron Holmes is in his first season being healthy in the NBA? Well, you're going to learn over the course of the next month and a half. Now, you do need to speed up the return of Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. Those guys need to come back.
I disagree.
All right, so that means you are punting on the next 6 games.
Great.
And it's not like you have a big lead on the rest of the Western Conference. 3 games separate you and the play-in right now.
Hurry Christian Brown back because ankles don't typically get much worse. Do not ever even consider hurrying back a hamstring injury in Aaron Gordon. Hamstring injuries just linger if you don't fully recover and treat those as if I am cleared to return to play, say, on January 1st. Hell, I'm going to go January 15th because that's how hamstrings operate. I've dealt with it my whole career with receivers and running backs.
Hamstrings and calves are the sketchy ones.
Yeah,
in the NBA.
calves are that's a bit of the newer one, obviously, because it rotates. It's the Achilles tendon, an overuse piece that I don't feel like I've dealt with 14 to 22-year-old athletes. But yeah, I mean the calves are a real one for sure.
I mean, so he's going to miss what, 15, 20 games at this point?
Who?
Joker. He'll miss 20 games.
20 games.
You are reevaluated after
So
a month.
MVP's He'll
miss
out.
20 games.
MVP's
Probably.
out.
Yep. MVP's gone, which is a shame because he was inside track, was likely going to win another one.
Mm-hmm.
And you were going to then jump up into the echelon of if you pair another MVP with the championship this season, you're talking about, is he the greatest center ever? Like, does he unseat Kareem as the greatest big man ever to play the game because he has another MVP? He gets to add another ring onto his fingers. Now, the ring certainly isn't out of the equation, right? That is what the big news of the day is. Championship aspirations are still very much here in Denver. Your window for winning a title this year are still very, very much alive. The fact that you dodge major structural damage to was his right knee or his left knee after he collides with Spencer Jones. And I know a lot of people are like tongue in cheek, like, do you have to cut Spencer Jones now?
The dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I really don't think
if you're mad at
people-
Spencer Jones, I want to punch you in the jaw.
I don't think people are very serious about that. I think it's trying to cope with a possible season-ending injury that, again, this morning we realized and have news from both the team and first reported by Shams of ESPN that it is not season-ending. There is no structural damage right now.
Can I tell you what my initial reaction was?
It was tongue-in-cheek. People were being humorous. Much like I was praying at the altar of my quesarito, tongue-in-cheek, humorous. I don't want to cry, so I'll laugh.
We watched over and over and over again the Cam Johnson injury. And what did I tell you? Not good. Right? Not good. That looked terrible to me. You want to talk about fortunate, blessed, whatever you want to call it, Cam Johnson's, that looked like a mechanism somebody who tore their ACL. Nikola Jokic, the first time I saw it, I go, he's all right. For a big dude the way he is and to not see that, like the hyperextension part was not, it was not like I've seen some bad hyperextensions that even don't lead to that type of injury. It was a minor mechanism of a hyperextension. Like that did not strike me as something that had me that worried, and I'm so glad I didn't have a chance to get on a microphone and say that. Because I would
one of the few times Mike isn't live.
Gosh, I'm so happy.
Here's Jamal Murray postgame.
I mean, I just wish the best. You know, I was the first thing that went through my mind was hope it's not what I had. So as long as that's out of the equation, then obviously it's part of the game. But we never want to see it happen. So I'll talk to him soon.
I know there's no news yet, but how do you kind of regroup moving forward, knowing you might have a couple games without him?
It's the same kind of mentality, just next man up. You know, we got to focus on what's in here. Obviously, he's not just a big part of what we do, but almost everything what we do. So we just want to see him healthy. You know, for the most, we just want to see him healthy, and everybody's in here to ready to step up.
Big time step up moment for a lot of players on this team, namely Jamal Murray, who again is playing. He's playing some of his best basketball we've ever seen here, and it's going to be him and a bunch of guys who aren't starters. Vic said at the end of the show on MLK, and they were the ones who broke the news or relayed the Shams news here to the Denver market, was Do you just punt the Toronto game tomorrow? You just play your bench, and if maybe you can get the 7 freaking dudes win that you had in Utah. Now, you had big-time players playing in the 7 freaking dudes win. Maybe you just punt that game. You lose 3 in a row. You try and rest everyone. Maybe that gives you a few extra days to get AG or Christian Brown back somehow, and then you regroup. Because if Joker misses 20 games, what is success in terms of wins?
500.
Okay, so 10 wins is success. I think 25% is success.
Okay.
I think, and that's crazy. 5-15 feels like the world is falling here.
It's the
in
reason you
Denver.
went out and got Jonas Valanciunas, man.
It is. Well, I mean, the reason why you went out and got Jonas is because the non-Jokic minutes were terrible.
Well, but
you weren't planning on 60 non-Jokic minutes in a game.
No player except for Lou Gehrig and Cal Ripken Jr. went decades without being injured. So you get a player like Jonas Valanciunas in the event that something like this happens. And I like the fact that you're going to force him into a role that he hasn't really had to be in for this basketball team.
My hockey brain is working on 60 minutes being
the
full time of a game. 48 minutes.
That happens to me. So
all the time.
So all my pregame speeches at Valor this year, I'd say 60 minutes.
You're on
48 every time.
It's my hockey brain going after it. I love that.
It was great because I would catch myself right in the middle of saying it. I was just in autopilot. Anyway, Jonas Valanciunas is going to be elevated into a role that I'm excited to watch him play. I'm actually excited for watch these next 20 games. I really am, because I think the Jamal Murray debut All-Star appearance is loading. Jamal Murray All-Star season, because this team's going to go better than 500 in the 20-ish games that Nikola Jokic is going to miss. And Jamal Murray, if this team goes 12-8 in that stretch, and Jamal Murray averages 28, 7, and 4, you got yourself an all-star, Jamal Murray. What a great opportunity. Go seize the day. Go seize the day. You want to be an all-star? Here's the chance to do it. You're playing good basketball. You're in shape. You don't look like you're Mike Sanford before he starts 75 hard at his New Year's resolution. You don't look like a bag of milk like you did last year.
75 squishy.
No, it's going to be hard. It just might be 75 delayed. Too many good trips coming up.
We're throwing a flag. You need to call a timeout. He just didn't have any in his pocket at that point. All right, Nuggets fans, a massive bullet dodged this morning. Again, Nikola Jokic, after exiting last night's loss to the Miami Heat with a hyperextended knee, did not return to the game. As of this morning, MRIs have returned. No structural damage. He will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. That feels like the best case scenario. After looking at that injury last night, Nikola Jokic dodges major injury news. We'll continue reacting to it on the other side with the guy who was on the TV broadcast as it happened. Chris Dempsey joins us next. Before we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline and catch up with our buddy Chris Dempsey, if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, you can see him. Hi, Demps. Make sure you guys text in the keyword cheers on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. That is cheers. It's what we're doing because Nikola Jokic dodged major structural damage in his knee. We are having a cheers. CHEERS. That's your 1020 keyword. Add your first and your last name and text that to 303-504-0925 and you'll be entered. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
You want to go where people...
in the Highlands Ranch Town Center.
I don't know the lyrics to this song.
MatthewsFineWatches.com. Your keyword this hour is cheers. Good luck. Cheers to you, Christopher Dempsey. Brother, what is up? Good to see you. Thank goodness Nikola Jokic is okay.
I know, right? Yeah, look, for me, it was just, if you could just bring him back at any point this season, cool. Yeah, that
big win. Big win.
Because it would be just business as usual from that point on. And so this is really good news given what we all saw, obviously, last night. And, I don't know. I mean, so he's going to miss the entire month of January. You only have a few games before the All-Star break in February as well. So it wouldn't be really a huge shock for me to not see him until after the All-Star break, but certainly a sigh of relief for what could have been.
Demps, will you go down the same path that I went and think about all of the potential unintended positives that might come for the Denver Nuggets of both this injury, Cam Johnson's injury, and then, of course, your other two starters that have been out for a good chunk of the season in Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. How could this end up boding well for a Denver Nuggets playoff run?
Well, I mean, you just get experience to players who would not have otherwise gotten it, right? I mean, so we saw Deron Holmes on the court yesterday, which was fun to see. He's been, obviously working hard down in Grand Rapids, but so anytime you can get experience to the Deron Holmeses, the Julian Strathers, the Jalen Pickett's, then I think what happens is down the road when everybody's back, if you now have to put one of those players on the court, not only does the coaching staff trust them, but the teammates around them have seen them play well, or at least grow over the course of the season to an area of trust as well. So I think from that standpoint, that would be the biggest positive, is that you can just get guys who would not have otherwise gotten reps, a whole bunch of reps.
25 games separate the Nuggets from that All-Star break on February the 11th. They finish up at home against Memphis. Then there's that 8-day break before you go out on a 3-game road trip, LA, Portland, and Golden State. 13 of those games are away from Ball Arena. What does success look like without Nikola Jokic? And I haven't even mentioned the other 3 starters that they'll be without starting as early as tomorrow against Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, that's just this is like taking snake bitten and just like taking it to the next level. 4 starters being out, and one of them's an MVP. I generally in this circumstances, because they are missing so many players, keep me around 500, at this, for this stretch of time, and then down the stretch, it'll be a mad scramble to get the best possible seed that you can. But I don't think this team should fall into the play, and I just don't. I think we're going to get Christian Brown back pretty quickly, actually, here, and then Aaron Gordon whenever that happens. These players are going to start coming back, and I think this is an offense that this is not like a drop back quarterback leaves, and now you are putting in a running quarterback, and now the whole offense has to change. It's not that situation. You are missing an MVP level player that helps you create advantages all over the court and scores all the big buckets and makes plays. But if you're asking me from possession to possession, can I run zipper Miami shallow? Yeah, I can still run zipper Miami shallow. Can I run 77 Chicago twist? I can still run 77 Chicago twist. One of the reasons that you got a Jonas Valanciunas is because so that you can continue to approximate the offense and the system that you have put in place. And so that's exactly what they'll do. Now, look, from game to game, I think they're going to have to be a lot more intentional about how they attack matchups, because you had the ultimate mismatch weapon in the entire league, and you don't have that person anymore. So now you're going to have to really game plan out mismatches in a more intentional way. But they run a bunch of split action. They run a bunch of horns action. We're going to see the same kind of stuff, just run with different individuals.
After a great streak, the Nuggets now have lost 4 of their last 6, even with a healthy Nikola Jokic minus a half game yesterday. What do you think needs to happen to get this team to avoid the extreme letdown over the next month and a half?
I think just as long as they're seeing some sort of success with the things that they're doing, even if you're in a loss, you have to, if you're a player, you want to see that things are working, right? So generally speaking, the game plans are right. What you got, the concepts are leading you to places of success. And so now you just got to worry about the detail items to make sure that you are getting over the finish line with actual wins. And I think mentally speaking, that will put the players in a really good space. Now, if you get out there and all of a sudden everything just starts falling apart everywhere, and you feel like you don't actually have answers for what other teams are now presenting you with, that becomes a problem in terms of, not just complacency, but what are we doing out here? And are we okay? And all those things start to creep into your minds. And so I would say this road trip was going to be very interesting. It was always going to be interesting. That's obviously going to be really, really interesting. But because I think what we want to see is that the Nuggets can continue to operate in a way that gives them chances to win these games. And these are good teams that they're playing on starting tomorrow in Toronto against a really good Toronto Raptors team. These are teams that are going to really show them where the weaknesses are, where they can shore things up, and how they have to go forward, without Nikola Jokic.
Demps, you know this about me. One of my favorite words in sport is respond. And I watched the post-game press conference yesterday. First time NBA head coach with no interim tag. And David Adelman, boy, did he just seem reassuring in a time that is so incredibly daunting for any leader. To have 4 starters out missing from a sport that only has 5 starters. Is he the perfect coach to navigate this particular season and have the Nuggets in a position to maybe be playing their best basketball when it matters the most?
Yeah, sure feels like it, doesn't it? When he sits up there and he says, "Look, I think the part that really resonated with me was when he basically said, look, how you play, you honor the players who are out with how you play while they're gone." And wow, I mean, like no truer words, have been said. I mean, we see a lot of teams just kind of fall apart or not play as well or whatever, or feel down about their situation in a way that negatively impacts how they go forward on a court, on a field, on a diamond, on the ice. And that's just not where David Adelman's head's at. And, he's going to keep this team. He's just been very good. I think one of the most impressive things that I didn't know about him, that we've learned about him in the short time that he has been the head coach, is he's very, very perceptive about the mental state of players, the dynamics of a locker room, the not getting too high or too low game to game, understanding why you won or why you lost, and using that as information to move on. And that is reassuring. You just said that a couple of minutes ago. It's reassuring to players. It's reassuring to everybody else. We care about the Nuggets, and it's reassuring to us as well. But also, it's genuine and real. He's not just saying words. It's how he lives, it's how he operates this basketball team. And I would expect that they will be ultimately fine. I think, you can't lose this many players and just be A-okay, even if you have great depth. But I think as they start to get players back, they'll be ultimately fine. And their championship aspirations will still be all ahead of them.
Chris Dempsey is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. It is an Abs Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword here on the morning sprint is cheers. Text cheers to 303-504-0925. So in that same vein, Demps, was last night just simple shock? Is that why it fell apart? Because they had a wonderful comeback in that second quarter, down by a bunch, tied that thing up at 63, and you went, oh, here come the Nuggets. They're going to get back on track. They're going to win after dropping that first one in their 2-game set in Florida. And then it just fell apart. Was it simple, just, oh my God, the best player on planet Earth is done, and we don't know if he's gone for a day, a month, or a year?
Yeah, I think that was part of it, Raj. I really do. And then I think also having to really quickly adjust on the fly. They didn't do that well yesterday. I mean, if we're just being quite honest. And so, and then on top of that, it's just the Miami Heat. It would just be easier if they played a team that walked it up the court, set it up so that you could set your defense and be very.
You can breathe.
But the Miami Heat just don't let you breathe at all, man. And they did such a great job of pushing the pace to just the flash kinds of levels, then spreading you out and making you guard in space, making you have to one-on-one guard all the time. And okay, but now you're missing 4 guys. Three of them are your 3 best defensive players, and you just can't guard in space like that for another 24 minutes against a team like that. And then they were just super hot from 3. So I think it was all those things rolled into one. But I do think that one of the things right off the top was, are we going to be fine without Jokic? And then it seemed like they kind of were, and then they just weren't. And it kind of snowballed from there. I mean, you saw how fast David Adelman took the starters out in the fourth quarter. I mean, I think it was 6 minutes left. So everybody just needed to regroup after that. It was just a bad team to have to play in the second half, given how they play. They're going to face a similar style team actually tomorrow, but at least they will have had a day to absorb all of this and to get themselves back in a better headspace. And I expect a more complete effort from that team tomorrow.
Dems, where do you see the health right now of both Jonas Valanciunas and Deron Holmes, particularly in these next 6 weeks in terms of the Nuggets being able to count on their availability on a night-in, night-out basis?
So I'm not super sure about what their plan is with Deron Holmes because he just hasn't played. And through all these injuries, this was one of the first times we've seen him. So I'm just going to put him on hold, and we'll just wait and see. Jonas Valanciunas, he should start and he should play a really big role, and they should run offense through him because they can. One of my favorite stats in basketball is the per 36. So if you played 36 minutes, these are what your stats would project to be. For Jonas Valanciunas, last I checked, they were 23 points and 13 rebounds per game. And, he's the kind of player that in the past has been a major double-double guy. He's going to give them you can put him at the elbow. He can get into dribble handoff game. You can put him on the block. He can put his hand up. You can throw it into the post, and he can get you high percentage shots. I think all of those things are just going to be business as usual. Obviously not to the level of a Nikola Jokic, but not now we're missing this big piece and we can't even get to high percentage shots. We can't even get to some of these things that we want to get to. I think Jonas Valanciunas is going to put up a lot of big numbers. I really do. If they use him in the way that is super similar to Nikola Jokic, if you give him the ball and say, "Big fella, get us some high percentage buckets." Run this kind of. I think we'll see a lot of double doubles and probably a few pretty major double doubles out of him. So. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing and I'm sure he's ready to play more minutes too, and ready to show what we've all thought since they acquired him, which is you got a really good replacement player for when Nikola Jokic is off the court. And one of the things that we haven't really heard a ton of this year is very negative non-Jokic minutes, right? I'm very much looking forward to seeing him in a bigger role. I think he'll do great, and I think the Nuggets, as they get their other players back, will start to look a lot more stable when those guys return.
25 games separate the Nuggets from the NBA's All-Star break. That would coincide with around like 6 weeks post-injury for Nikola Jokic. Maybe, as you said, maybe a little bit more buffer time to make sure that he's totally fine with those 25 games. Let's say they go 13-12, which is what both you and Coach have said. 500 or slightly better is a grade A in my book. You've talked about Deron Holmes, Jonas Valanciunas. You've talked about Jamal Murray, David Adelman. Which one individual, and I know we're talking about a team sport, which one individual will be most responsible for them being 500 or better in the absence of Nikola Jokic?
Ooh, I think that individual is David Adelman, actually. I know players play. I promise you I know. And the players have to perform, so I just need to start there. But now it's going to be on David Adelman to put his players in positions of strength and positions that they can be successful. And that starts with Jamal Murray and how you use him, because defenses are going to simply attack him now. Every ball screen is going to be blitzed. Every great defender is going to be on him, and there's just going to be multiple players thrown at him all the time. So how do you put Jamal Murray in a position to still be able to put numbers on the board, to still be able to create some gravity that creates open shots for other players? And then on the backside of all that, how do you get Cam Johnson, whenever he comes back, shots? How do you get Tim Hardaway shots in a way that, they're still kind of open? They're not going to be as open. Like, none of these players now are going to have as open looks as they just had. So can you get them in one-on-one situations? Can you get them in space? Can you get Peyton Watson all those corner threes anyway, without him being fed by Nikola Jokic? So I think David Adelman is the most important person here. I think he's a super smart offensive coach. And so we'll see a lot more of these creative actions that get Hardaway to his right hand, get Peyton Watson's catch and shoot opportunities, get Bruce Brown downhill so that he can kind of finish with floaters and stuff around the rim. All of these things have to be more intentional now, and how he draws them up and how he's able to create 4-on-3s going to the rim, 3-on-2s going to the rim, double teams that result in open guys on the wings and in the corners is going to be the most important thing.
He is my favorite basketball mind and yours. That's Christopher Dempsey of Altitude TV. Follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. Watch him every single Nuggets game on Altitude. Demps, we appreciate you, man. Hadn't seen you before Christmas, but Merry late Christmas and a Happy New Year to you, man.
And all I got to say, Demps, is cheers. Cheers to a Happy New Year to my guy, because it's our keyword, man.
Yeah.
And there's nobody I want to cheer. There's nobody I want to cheer with more than a member of my own Cheers bar himself, Chris Dempsey. Everybody knows your name.
Demps.
Oh, it's great to be back. We'll see you guys next year.
As always, you are great company. We'll take a quick timeout. It's Altitude 92.5. It's a 2K Tuesday, also an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Our first keyword has come and gone. Your next one will be coming up at 11:20. If you haven't heard just yet, Nikola Jokic, who did exit last night's loss to the Miami Heat with 3 seconds to go in the second quarter, did not return. He had his MRI, his imaging this morning. It returned no structural damage to that injured right knee, and he will be re-evaluated in 4 weeks. We just talked to Christopher Dempsey of Altitude TV. He went on to say, 4 weeks, but it's just a couple of games from then until the 8-day NBA layoff, or at least the 8 days that the Nuggets have during the All-Star break. Expect it maybe to come after that. So like maybe February 18, 19, 20 for Joker to return to the lineup again. Massive injury dodge for Nikola Jokic. No structural damage to that injured knee in last night's loss to Miami, Coach. We'll get back into that in a little bit. The news yesterday coming out of the NFL. Your old buddy Harbaugh's not playing his quarterback in the final week of the season. They're okay. They are okay with this. Yeah, it's insane to me, man. They're okay with going to New England and then to Denver.
Raj, they're not okay with that. That's the route that Jim Harbaugh right now is proclaiming from the rooftops of Los Angeles to his entire franchise. I want Drake May, who has won nothing of consequence in his career as it relates to a close game in a big spot.
Neither
and that
has
includes
his quarterback.
College.
Neither has Harbaugh's quarterback.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Neither is Denver's.
Which is why you would choose that as opposed to the guy that won the national championship at Clemson, the guy that has been to the AFC Championship out of Buffalo.
A guy who's won a Super Bowl.
A guy who's won a dang Super Bowl. He wants young Drake May and young Bo Nix.
And
the bully himself, right? Jim Harbaugh, we've all said he's got some bully to him, right? He's sitting back and he is selling this to his team right now. He wants that path.
Health matters.
Yep.
Now, it also gives you the ability to have a bye week, right? For most of your big-time players, certainly your injured quarterback, playing through injury at this point. It gives you the ability to have a bye week without being the 1 seed, right? Now, you do have to force yourself into playing another game. There was no way you were going to get out of that if you were the Chargers. There was no pathway to that 1 seed, but you can find your way into a mini bye. You're going to get smoked by Denver, or at least I hope that finally happens. But this means LA has decided to go through a path that is New England in the wild card and then to Denver in the divisional round if you get through the Patriots. Since 1996, the Broncos and the Pats are combined 32-9 at home in the playoffs, not including Super Bowls. Obviously, those not true home games. 32-9. That's a 781 win percentage. And you as Jim Harbaugh are choosing to go through that path. That history of teams not being able to win at Gillette, not being able to win at Mile High, I think it's a real tough road for them to be okay with.
It just depends on how healthy they feel like they can get a guy like Justin Herbert in 14 days, because that's going to be what it all comes down to. This team has really run through the availability, the health, and the dominant physical traits of Justin Herbert, and he's an important player. It wasn't worth it for Jim Harbaugh to just roll him out there against the Broncos, knowing that Jim Harbaugh believes in his heart of hearts. He's going to be facing the Broncos again, and he has a chance to be able to get a little bit more intel, a little bit more information on the team that he is, frankly, dominated. He's dominated Sean Payton. He's confident in that matchup, and now he's going to have the love of his life, Justin Herbert, fully healthy. And what he believes in 2 weeks will be the reality.
Denver's going to win that game in Week 18. They will win that game. I'm probably on Friday going to do the same idiot thing I always do when they play a bad football team or a team that doesn't have anyone playing. I'm going to go, they're going to BTA.
Nickels.
I don't know if I'll put double nickels. That was, again, very tongue-in-cheek and an homage to Birdo. But they're now 12.5-point favorites. That has skyrocketed 5 points from this time yesterday. 12.5-point favorites in this game. So I'll end up going, Denver's going to smoke them 33-10. 33-6, something like that. And inevitably, with this version of the Broncos, it'll be a nail-biter going into the third quarter. I hope to God that Bo Nix somehow is wearing, street clothes and a baseball cap come the third quarter, much like Drake May was with the Pats. That's what I hope you get. I hope you get bye week in the playoffs and half of a bye week at the end of the game against the Chargers in Week 18.
Raj, I think you are the guy that's responsible for bringing about the word chalk to these airwaves. Like, that everything is going to just go chalk.
Yeah, sure.
So I listened to Mark Springer yesterday and DMac throughout the course of yesterday just say the words chalk about the playoff seedings and the picture. And if it were to, basically, is it chalk means that if it were to stand today, that's where it's going. Is that right?
Yep.
I don't like the term, but neither here nor there. Just personal preference. I like you. I like the fact that Nikola Jokic is healthy, and not out for the season. Just don't love chalk. I actually do think that this is going to end up holding out almost identical to what we all think it's going to be. Is there any suspense whatsoever in the AFC playoff picture in terms of seeding?
No, the Chargers will be locked into the Chargers will be locked into the 7. The Bills beating the Jets this week, right? That's who they'll play.
Yep.
If the Bills beat the Jets, and they will beat
6.
the Jets, they'll be the 6th seed. The Texans will be locked into your 5. Oh wait, no. Is the South still up for grabs?
Technically, yes.
The South is still up for grabs.
But
we went through this
Jacksonville plays. Who do they play again? Somebody bad.
Jacksonville plays Tennessee.
Yep.
So still
It's
technically
over.
up for grabs, but it's over. That'll mean that the Texans are locked into the 5, assuming this chalky scenario plays out, who we expect to win in Week 18.
I still think the Steelers are going to beat the Ravens, but whatever. Like, what do you think?
You asked me yesterday. I think Pittsburgh and Tomlin get it done.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with the Ravens. If they force Lamar Jackson in there, I think they have a worse chance of winning the game if Lamar Jackson is the quarterback, which is insane to think.
It's the dumbest take
because
ever, but it's
how
true.
Amazing he is when he's healthy and right, but it's so very clear he's not healthy and right. So as it stands right now, Houston travels to Pittsburgh. This is what Mike and I expect as the 5-4 matchup. LA will drop from the 6 to the 7, so instead of matching up with Jacksonville, which is what it is if the playoffs started tomorrow, that's what the matchup would be. Jacksonville hosting the Chargers. Chargers are going to get beat by the Broncos in Week 18. They're going to get smacked. They will fall to the 7. Buffalo will then jump up to the 6 and travel to Jacksonville.
That's a great game.
Really good football game. That's going to be fireworks.
Is that the game of the first round?
Packers Bears.
Oh, it's so
There's
good.
so much more gravitas to Packers Bears. It's one of the greatest rivalries in the history of sport.
It just sucks that the Packers aren't healthy, man. They've lost so many players. And even Jordan Love still working back from concussion protocol.
I don't want Liam Cohen to come out of the bushes and smack me, but I'm like, what's the excitement over Jacksonville? There's excitement and hatred. I know. There's excitement and hatred between Green Bay and Chicago.
Yeah,
like
I don't
Buffalo and Jacksonville couldn't be any farther
I
apart.
agree, man. I don't really give two craps about a small market team like the Jacksonville Jaguars. Liam. This guy.
Duval.
Yeah, you can go ahead and put it on your little mixtape for your pregame highlight when you're giving your motivational speech to your team about how everybody thinks we're just a little market team. Get out of here with that, man. Little market's freaking mid-major Mikey over there.
Yeah, that's your best game. New England and LA is going to be an awesome game too.
Yeah. It's going to be good.
You
It's gonna be
paused?
good. It's going to be good. They're all good, man. I mean, the only one that's going to stink is who do we say that the Steelers would play?
It'll be Houston and Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh will score 9 points in that game.
And Houston will score 13.
Right.
Yep.
You know what's going to come down to is, does Houston's defense, the best on the planet right now, and they are better than Denver's defense. Like, you just have to swallow that.
100%.
That's okay.
Today.
It comes down to who can get like the crazy strip sack turnover in that game. Like, does TJ Watt find a way to get it done? Or is it like Daniil Hunter coming out of nowhere? Will Anderson finding a way? Or
Derek Stingley pick 6.
Right. Houston's got a better chance to do it than the Pittsburgh defense
They've got
does.
more terrifying defensive playmakers overall.
But Pittsburgh has a Hall of Fame pass rusher.
Who's been pretty dinged up, right? I He's been pretty dinged up this year.
Can he find a way to get it done?
Yeah.
I can find a way to love that game. It's going to be ugly, but I can find a way to love that ugly baby.
It'll be playoff football, right?
Is there any game that you're like, there's no chance I'm tuning into it?
Gosh, no. Okay, who would the Bucks, the winner of Bucks and Panthers play?
San Francisco, likely.
I don't
now.
That's a tough watch.
Well, because it would be San Francisco today.
It's a tough watch.
The West is not won yet.
Speaking of tough watches, man, what the hell happened to the Rams last night, man?
3 interceptions from Matt Stafford.
Falcons?
What? 93 yards from Bijan Robinson?
That was not really, I don't think that was part of the plan for old McVay.
Oh, it sure wasn't. Those starters were in the game the whole time. It's so funny. Stafford throws 3 picks in that game, one of which was a pick 6 and ends up getting called back. They have to be rescued from the depths by Jared Verse blocking a field goal and then running it down the field.
Yeah.
Stafford throws 3 picks, and still at the end of the game, I go, that's still the best quarterback in the NFL.
He's still great, man. 21 erases a 21-point deficit. I thought the catch to Puka. I thought Puka Nakua's was a catch.
I thought it was a catch too. However, it moved a little bit in his hands and his feet had come off the ground. I guess I can understand because the call on the field was incomplete why it stood. But the throw that he makes to Puka on the left sideline that Nakua doesn't reel in, the one where he has to go around the defensive back and lay out on the far side and he barely missed it, unreal throw.
How good is Puka Nakua, but yet how weird is he? And
He's weird.
He looks weird. Like he doesn't look conventional, but gosh, he's so good, man.
So hateable for some reason.
Oh, he's good.
It's because a lot of things that he does, off the field.
Yeah. Not a huge.
But the throws that he made, Matt Stafford last night to Xavier Smith, to Atwell at the end of the game, where you're just hoping for a chunk play out of nowhere. He made 3 throws, all of which were catchable, that 2 of which hit his wide receivers in the hands they didn't come down with. And the other one for Smith, it looked as though Xavier Smith bellied out on his route a little bit too deep. And Stafford starts throwing a fit by himself, going like, what are you doing? I threw the perfect ball. Not only if that ball had been caught, were you in field goal range? There wasn't a defender within 15 yards of him. That's a touchdown. They win the football game. He threw 3 picks, and I still went, holy crap, I don't want to see that dude.
He's good.
He's so good.
And they're good. But they're not playing well right now. You know, that the collapse against the Seahawks was not ideal. They have not finished the season on the high note that, say, the 49ers have, at least to this point. We'll have a chance to see it, man. 49ers Seahawks will be fun this weekend.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint. If you missed your first keyword for an Abs Ticket Tuesday, don't worry. We'll have our next one coming up in 20 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Breaking news as of this morning. You heard it on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Nikola Jokic dodges major structural damage in his knee. He is expected to miss 4 weeks. Will be reevaluated after that time. No ligament damage in Nikola Jokic's knee. You can breathe a collective sigh of relief. It's Altitude 92.5.
So he's going to miss the entire month of January. You only have a few games before the All-Star break in February as well. So it wouldn't be really a huge shock for me to not see him until after the All-Star break, but certainly a sigh of relief. I don't think this team should fall into the play-in. I just don't. I think we're going to get Christian Brown back pretty quickly actually here, and then Aaron Gordon whenever that happens. These players are going to start coming back. One of the reasons that you got a Jonas Valanciunas is because so that you can continue to approximate the offense and the system that you have put in place. And so that's exactly what they'll do.
That was Chris Dempsey talking about Nikola Jokic and his absence. We expect him to miss 20, maybe 25 games. There are 25 contests between right now and when the Nuggets go into the NBA's All-Star break. They play their final game against Memphis at home on February the 11th. So that would give Joker an extra week and a half to rest, to get better, to get completely healthy for what would be a stretch run to ensure that you're not in the play-in. Again, the big news this morning was despite Joker going down with a hyperextended knee with 3 seconds to go in the second quarter of the Nuggets' loss at Miami last night, he did not return to that game. There were MRIs taken this morning in Florida. They returned no structural damage to that knee. He's expected to miss at least a month where he will then be reevaluated. This will be an incredibly trying time for the Nuggets, who are out 4 starters as it stands right now. But both Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon were expected sometime around the turn of the calendar. If those guys come back, I think 500's doable if those guys come back.
And we're thinking that Cam Johnson is probably almost on a nearly identical timeline to
like
Nikola Jokic.
Yep.
Because wasn't it 4 to 6
He'll
and
be
then a re-eval?
Right. So Cam Johnson, I expect, because it was a far more violent hyperextension with Cam Johnson.
The optics of it were far worse.
I would expect that he's out another extra couple of weeks past Joker's return.
Okay.
That's just me. That's like conjecture.
Mm-hmm. I would say it'd be either similar to that being the reality. We'll see. I mean, the one thing that is unique about Nikola Jokic, and I don't want to put any negative vibes out there after we got such great news here in Denver, man, it's a big body. I've always said, like, weight-bearing injuries, which are all lower body injuries, when you're a 275 to 295-pound individual, it does at times require a little bit more time in terms of return to play so that you aren't creating more inflammation. And so that's something to keep our eyes on. That's probably why it's even 4 weeks to begin with. But great news for the Nuggets. And I'm where a lot of people think that this is a crippling time of the season for the Denver Nuggets. If you get Christian Brown back in the next 3 games, I'm excited to see what Jonas Valanciunas can do. I'm excited to see what Jamal Murray does. I stand by this, that this has Jamal Murray first All-Star appearance written all over it. I just see it. Like crystal balls telling me that it's a potential reality.
Who are you without Joker? Can you be the go-to alpha? And you know what? He does have that blood in him.
He does.
We've seen that.
I think he wants to prove it.
The team, however, without Nikola since 2016, 2017, 20-34. Like, it's very clear you're not going to be nearly as dominant without the best player on planet Earth. They only had one season in which the games that you played without Joker, you were north of 500, and that was 2 years ago when Joker played 79 games. He missed 3 of them. They went 2-1. Last year, 4-8. The year prior to that, in 22-23, they went 5-8 in 13 games without him. 21-22, they were 2-6 in 8 games. They went 500 in 18-19 prior to the COVID bubble, and then 3-4 in 17-18 back there when they were playing those powder blues.
Would you agree, though, that this particular iteration of the Denver Nuggets is much better suited for an absence of Nikola Jokic than any of those teams that you mentioned?
Yeah, for sure.
Now,
it's because of Jonas Valanciunas and
Jonas, Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown being back. I know he's a part of those years, but he wasn't a part of.
That's the only team that you could look at and go, they could have floated.
Yeah,
the championship team.
In the championship team, I would argue that this team is deeper, if ever healthy, than the championship team. I think considerably deeper.
The last time we saw something like this happen was when Nathan McKinnon was out around the same time. And Mikko Rantanen always found a way to step up when McKinnon was gone.
LBI?
I can't remember what the injury was.
Just say yes.
Rantanen
They all
always
Every one of them is.
some sort of BI.
Yeah. Infirmary.
Rantanen was always able to step up and play well and shine when the lights were only on him, when either McCarr or McKinnon was out. You saw him step up. Now, he was very streaky, but he stepped up. Jamal has that ability to, all right, Joker's gone, I'm the guy now. I think you're going to see the volume in terms of Jamal Murray go through the roof as Rob Trujillo walks into the studio. He had a really good tweet a few minutes ago. What if you're just the 8 seed this year? You don't want to deal with that, right? Because you would have to deal with play-in scenarios and stuff. But what if you're just the 8 seed and you just get Oklahoma City out of the way? You know you're going to have to play them at some point. So why wait? Maybe even tire yourself out, right? Because like missing Nikola for 25 games probably knocks you out of contention for a 2 seed, right? Probably. Now they could exceed expectations. What if you just become the 8 seed and you go, here's your prize for running roughshod through the Western Conference this year, Oklahoma City. You get to play a rested and healthy Nuggets team that are nowhere near the 8th best team in the Western Conference. They're, by most metrics, the 2nd or maybe the 3rd, depending on what you think of Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. I could entertain that. Get it out of the way immediately.
D-Love. Yeah. So you would have to finish anywhere between 7 and 10, right?
Yeah.
And just win the plan. Is that right?
Well, no, 7. Oh, yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10.
That's how it would work.
Yep, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you
It's a gamble.
It is a gamble. Okay, this is negligent of me. 7, 8, 9, 10 playing tournament. 2 get in, right?
2 get in.
So you would have. So 7 plays 10, 8 plays 9.
7. You have to play in to get into the play-in. 7 doesn't. There is a. There's 4 games. 7 hosts number 8, where the winner is now the 7 seed, and then 9 hosts 10 in one game. The loser of that game gets eliminated, and then the loser of the 7-8 matchup plays the winner of the 9-10 matchup. Does that make sense?
And how many total get through, too, right?
2 get through.
Okay, yeah.
But 7-8 matchup is double elimination,
Gotcha,
and the 9-10 matchup is single elimination. Now, if you win the 7-8 matchup, you're automatically locked into the 7 seed and not the 8 seed.
That sounds fun. You kind of got me
excited. The play-in
excited.
tournament rocks.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
The play-in tournament is something that every single league
All
should
right,
have
Rob
done.
Trujillo.
It's awesome.
You've talked me into this whole thing. Usually I look at the play-in tournament and I'm just like, none of those teams have a dang chance, even though, who was it, the Miami Heat that were playing tournament?
Yeah.
That's who the Nuggets ended up beating in the NBA Finals. They represented the East out of the play-in tournament. For the Nuggets, if you're going to say miss Cam Johnson, Nikola Jokic until mid-February,
sure.
say mid-February is the first time that you're
Post
back to
All-Star
full
break.
you are back to full strength. Would it be the worst thing for the Nuggets to like get those extra games in a competitive environment to be at an optimal place ahead of a game against or a series against Oklahoma City?
I mean, it is pretty sketchy. In order to get the 8 seed, you are guaranteeing yourself an elimination game. It's really sketchy in order to get into the 8 seed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? Because you play 7 and 8, and whoever wins, that's locked into the 7. So they're going to go to San Antonio, Los Angeles, whoever.
Loser
is
of 7 and 8 does what again?
Loser of 7 and 8 plays the winner of 9-10.
Got it. And
in
then,
an
so
elimination game.
Yep.
So the winner of that game gets the right to play Oklahoma City in the first round. But you're forcing yourself into an elimination game. It's a crazy gamble, but it would get your matchup with OKC.
You know what it sounds like?
Right out of the gate.
What we just went through the exercise of is exactly what Jim Harbaugh's doing. He's choosing his matchups.
Oh yeah.
He wants
But there's no elimination game for him.
But Jim
until the
Harbaugh
playoffs.
wants the 1 and 2 seeds in the first two rounds of the playoffs en route to a Super Bowl. That's what his mind is telling himself and what his mouth is telling his team right now. We're going to go through the best teams in the AFC, and we're going to play them in their places.
Oh, he is certainly, to be the best, you have to beat the best meathead guy.
Oh, yeah.
That is him.
And he would
hate me.
He starts that narrative early.
Jim Harbaugh would have never recruited me. First of all, you don't want a 5'8", 160-pound football player.
I've been in countless hours of time spent in a room with Jim Harbaugh and also with you. I'll tell you what, you guys would hate each other.
No, we would not gel.
No. He'd be like, you know what, Alex? You're no fun. That's what you want.
No, I'm too fun.
No, he would look at you
I'm
as
not
no
his
fun.
version of fun.
No, because he would have some outlandish ideas. This is what he used to do in a staff room. Hey, I think we should run a concept where two guys run as fast and as far as they can and cross in the middle. And then the quarterback just relaxes his eyes and throws it as far as he can. Alex, you like that? Does that sound good to you?
What's wrong with a shallow crosser and an 8-yard
Dude,
hook?
You're no fun. I knew that about you. Alex, who hired this guy? How do we get this guy here?
We hate dumping off to the flat and getting 4 yards and making it, third and manageable.
I mean, then I just get into 22 personnel and run power. Why would I just run power? Alex, I don't see where you see the game of football.
That's why you don't recruit hockey players to play football, Jim. Big dummy.
We have no crossover hockey football guys at Valor, and I need to change that.
Yeah, I would like you to do that. It would change your locker room mentality, and it would change it for the better.
I think there'd be some things that potentially might end up needing to be investigated by the dean of students if we incorporated hockey players into our locker room culture. Is that accurate?
Maybe.
Would there be some things that might not be in full alignment with maybe like the sexual purity and overall thought process?
I'm not talking about that.
You what? Hey man, I've heard some of the shower antics that take place in a hockey locker room. It does sound like 80s football, but you guys are doing it in 2025, man.
Whoa. Make it great again.
Who was our guy that were talking about Paige? It was from Chicklets. Chicklets.
Paul Bissonette.
Biz Nasty talking to Paige Spiranak about
unhinged.
Oh my gosh.
Unhinged.
Piss bomb?
Yeah, I don't know. Leave that where it is. It's so funny.
You can Google it.
You
can chat GPT it. Look up piss bomb.
When I'm talking about the Nuggets, man, and I am open to this weird get OKC out of the way early, it's so different from my feeling with the Avalanche. Because I don't want to see Dallas until as late as humanly possible. Because I firmly believe that Dallas has a tougher route and will be banged up and tired. And while banged up and tired, they'll be tested by the time that they get to you in round 2. I don't feel the same way about Oklahoma City. I think if OKC plays a run-of-the-mill 8 seed in the NBA, like if they go up against Memphis or Phoenix or Golden State, even though they do still have Steph, I think they win that series in 4 or 5 games, and they're still rested in round 2. And not only are they rested, they're cocky and confident. I don't feel that way about the Avs and their matchup with Dallas. I want Dallas as late as possible, and I kind of want OKC as early as possible with these injuries coming through.
I agree with that. I do not want to see Dallas in the first round in the playoffs at all.
No,
please, no.
Well, they're not going to.
I know.
They're so far ahead right now. They're 8 points ahead with a game in hand.
If you just look at it chalk, you're not going to see them.
There you go, Coach. All right, if you guys missed your first keyword for Navs Ticket Tuesday, we're going to give away another one on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Your next keyword coming up in about 4 minutes. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Happy Tuesday! We're giving you guys another chance to see the very best team in the National Hockey League play at Ball Arena tomorrow night against the Blues.
It's a great time to enter right now. Nobody's listening. There's not one person listening to us, so you are the only person.
Don't say that about our show.
No, you're the only person listening right now, so you're going to win if you text us in. 303-504-0925. What's the keyword? Give him the keyword, Raj.
The keyword is toast. T-O-A-S-T. T-O-A-S-T. Toast.
You did the thing.
I skipped over the S.
You did a thing there, like Mark Johnson when he adds a syllable.
Yes.
To words when he's doing a Buffs broadcast.
Toast, like what you eat in the morning or what you do when you find out that Nikola Jokic's knee is okay. You toast your buddy.
Oh. Or you could say, I went to bed last night saying the Nuggets are toast. And then you wake up and say, no. Fill up your glass. Let's have a toast.
Mimosa toast.
Let's have a mimosa toast, man.
Text to that keyword into 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. Catch the Avs in their Nordiques sweaters on January the 12th and be part of Throwback Night. You can score an exclusive Nordiques hat with the ticket package at coavs.com/hat. One more time, your keyword to win tickets this hour is toast, T-O-A-S-T. Good luck. We were going to announce our winner coming up in about 30 minutes from right now. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by our friends at Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. It's 11:20 on the morning sprint, means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. And on Tuesdays, we run through the week that was with our NFL Rewind. KJ, hit it. Week 17 is in the books. The final week of the 25-26 NFL season is upon us. The Broncos, a 20-13 dub over the Chiefs. They made it ugly, but on the second watch, it was pretty stifling, certainly on defense. Bo Nix, not great. RJ Harvey, not great, but you didn't need to be great. You needed to just be average to beat the Chiefs. You still have the inside path to the 1 seed in the AFC, a first-round bye, and what Jim Harbaugh hopes is a divisional matchup with the Broncos in round 2 of the NFL playoffs.
Just acquits itself perfectly well for old Jimmy. Jimmy's looking forward to it.
Are you going to be happy if the Broncos check off the Chargers box playing against nobody? Does that count?
Doesn't count.
Oh, come on.
It definitely doesn't count. Did you last year think that Bo Nix had slayed the dragon that is the Kansas City Chiefs?
No.
When he was playing against Carson Strong and Carson Wentz. There are too many Carsons on the field.
You're right. It doesn't count.
Sounded like a rural high school football program, in northwest Nebraska.
Cowboys get the Commanders 30-23 as Dak Prescott throws for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. No Jaden Daniels. He is knocked out for the season. Commanders just looking for draft position in this one. Cowboys improved to 7-8-1, but they are not alive in the NFC playoff race.
Cowboys part ways today with Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, the longtime cornerback has been cut, and he will go on to the waiver wire for the NFL. Unfortunately, I was looking through Diggs' history. He's a big corner. I haven't seen him play safety. He didn't play safety in college, so it's not really a guy the Broncos need to go after. Also, I don't think he's getting to the Broncos on the waiver wire after being cut.
Is Matt Eberflus fired yet?
I haven't seen anything quite yet. Vikings get a 23-10 win over the Lions. They eliminate Detroit. Both of those teams now 8-8. Detroit was my pick out of the NFC to win the Super Bowl, coach, or rather to win the NFC and get to the Super Bowl against the Bills. Half of my matchup is dead.
So the Detroit Lions, is that who you had?
The Detroit Lions.
They're toast.
Yeah.
And that's the keyword also.
Oh, there you go. Well done.
And believe it or not, there still is only one entry. Because you're the only person listening. So the second person listening, 303-504-0925. Toast and your first and last name.
Texans get a big win over the Chargers. They improve to 11-5. That Texans defense is scary, man. I do not want to see them.
Really, really good.
You know what? I hope that Jim Harbaugh gets his plan because I don't want to see Houston. A divisional matchup with Houston would not make me feel great. And that's what happens if
Yeah, but I'm so scared of Jimmy Harbaugh. I've never beaten him.
That's you, not me.
I don't know. Until I see Sean Payton, Drew Brees beat Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, I don't know. It's going to be uncomfortable.
See,
Don't yur me.
Don't yur me.
Did you just yur me?
I did yur you. You're too close with Jim, having coached with him and for him. And
You want to know who Jim Harbaugh in college had as his equivalent to what he's got with Sean Payton in the NFL?
Who's that?
It was Pete Carroll in USC.
Okay.
And we owned them.
You did. You handled it.
And they were better than us, too. But we owned them.
But covering this team with Sean Payton and then Harbaugh coming over from Michigan and being the head coach, and you haven't beaten them, what you're missing is the Chargers always Charger.
In the playoffs.
You're missing the Denver fan in me, having grown up knowing that even though you got Phil Rivers and LaDainian Tomlinson having the greatest year in my lifetime of a running back, you're going to Charger in the AFC Championship.
Yeah, I remember they had Sean Merriman.
Yep.
They had who's their big time tight end?
Antonio Gates.
I mean, those were so good.
Yeah, they were amazing.
Those
They
are
charged
really good teams. Drew freaking Brees was playing quarterback for much of that, and then Phillip Rivers. God, they had some ball players.
I need to instill the Denver fan in you of like, don't worry, the Chargers are going to find a way to fall all over their face.
Is Jim Harbaugh? Is he the venom? What's the serum? What's it called when you
antidote?
He's the antidote. Is he the antidote to chargering it for the
hope
Chargers? Do you think he might be because he's different than
Brandon Staley? Yes, he's not playing his starters in a meaningless game.
The wet papered bag head coaches that the Chargers had for about 25 years.
Mike Williams will not get hurt in a meaningless game.
I don't know. We'll see.
I hope not.
I'm not. Just so everybody knows, I actually don't really like Jim Harbaugh.
Well, I'm not saying like you're too close, like you're buddies with him.
For the Broncos but I also sometimes I like to spit hot gas into a microphone with regards to what my fear is of Sean Payton's Denver Broncos is when they play a team that wants to be the bully, wants to be the more physical outfit. And I know that the Chargers right now are not great running the football right now. They are not. But they'll die trying, man. They will die trying, and the Broncos just flat out won't. Sean has like one carry that goes for less than 3 yards. He's like, yeah, done. I'm moving on from the run game.
Ravens 41-24 over the Packers. 216 yards, and wait for it, 4 scores on the ground for Derrick Henry.
7 years ago, too.
As the Ravens stay alive, and they could be the toast of the town.
Toast?
If they win the AFC North this coming
keyword?
weekend. That's the keyword to win
So
Avs
for
tickets.
all of you Avs fans that love to wear your sweater and your britches, text the word toast to 303-504-0925. What you got, bud?
Joe Burrow, 305 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Bengals beat the Cardinals in a meaningless game, 37-14. Shedeur Sanders had a good first half. The Browns hang on to beat the Steelers, and that win sets up an AFC North championship game coming up this weekend.
Did you see Shedeur Sanders take off on a third down It was like a third down scramble. It was 3rd and 13, and he gets like 10 yards, so he's short of the first down. But he does just enough physically where he throws his body and puts it on the line. He gets up and does the full walk around, throws up the wristwatch. I'm like, bro, you're 3 yards short of the line to gain, brother. But I liked it, man. Shedeur's out there playing ball.
The Saints get a strip sack return for touchdown from Chase Young, which was...
Don't sleep on the Aints, man.
I love a strip sack that doesn't hit the ground. Like when you just bully a quarterback and you just take the ball away from him.
My bike, Debo.
Yeah, like a fumble that isn't a fumble. There needs to be a different stat in the NFL or just in the sport of football where you rip a ball away from another human being instead of it hitting the ground and then you scooping it up. What would we name that stat?
We'll call it a grand theft felony.
Grand theft felony.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Like it?
A GTF touchdown for Chase Young. Saints win their, was it 4th straight? Yeah, 4th straight, 34-26 over the Titans.
Sleep on my guy Kellen Moore, man.
Jaguars improved to 12-4 with a 23-17 win over the Colts, who are eliminated from playoff contention at 8-8. The Dolphins beat the Buccaneers 20-17, but Tampa Bay still somehow alive in the race for the NFC South. If they win this coming weekend, they go to the playoffs, and the Carolina Panthers stay home. The Patriots get 5 touchdowns, 256 yards in just one half from Drake May as the Patriots hammer the Jets 42-10. Seahawks get improve to 13-3, 27-10 win over the Panthers. Again, that sets up the race for the NFC South, and their win keeps them alive for the 1 seed in the NFC. However, depends who wins this weekend. They have to travel to San Francisco. If the Niners win that game, the Niners might play every single one of their games at home, even going into a Super Bowl.
That's a pretty awesome thing, especially for a guy like Christian McCaffrey that's had an awesome year. And he's been ridden hard himself. Now, I mean, his touch count is really high this year. You take some of those miles of travel off you with the first round bye, that would bode well for the San Francisco 49ers. And George Kittle getting an extra week of rest and recovery.
The Giants screw over Broncos fans and AFC West fans, well, because they hammer the Raiders 34-10, and what that means is Vegas is going to have the number 1 pick this year.
Fernando Mendoza! So
Heisman winner from Indiana, likely going number 1 overall, but who knows? The Raiders find ways to screw things up all the time. Remember Jamarcus Russell?
Yep.
That wasn't a great first pick.
Not great.
I also don't think he has the same demons as Fernando Mendoza, but...
And with the first pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select. Is this right? The CU Buff quarterback? Is that right? Forgot his name, actually.
He's a
what was
freshman.
his name?
Julian Lewis.
No.
He's not even available to play.
Who was my guy that transferred from Liberty?
Caden
Salter.
Caden Salter. I was going to say Malik Willis. Caden Salter. No, Malik Willis had a good game this coming weekend.
Yeah, hey, actually, probably.
Or this past weekend.
It wouldn't be Malik Willis out. If he can stay healthy, that dude can play.
Eagles get a 13-12 win over the Bills because Josh Allen makes an XFL throw in an MVP's body.
Looking to throw. Pressure throws. Incomplete. Don't see a flag. Eagles going to hold on.
You think the Bills are happy that the Chargers are not playing legit NFL players this weekend, and that means they don't have to go to New England in round 1, but instead they have to travel to Jacksonville?
I think the Bills like their matchup against New England.
I do too.
Yeah. They saw firsthand what Drake May did when he was gripping the football a little tight. Wasn't good.
No.
Wasn't good for old Drakey poo.
So
I think Jim Harbaugh, the Chargers are they gonna beat the Patriots? I'm telling you. If it's chalk, like we think it is, they're beating the Patriots.
Come on.
Yes, they are.
Would you rather see the Chargers or the Pats?
Pats.
They're an easier win than Los Angeles is?
Styles make fights, Raj.
All right.
Yes,
you know more than I do.
No, I clearly don't. I mean, I don't know. Just yelling in a microphone about how awesome Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are. I like until Sean Payton freaking beats him, man. Like, there's 3 games. This is 2 years of playoff football teams, and you have not beaten your AFC West rival. One of your AFC West rivals. You haven't beaten them. It hasn't been like a fluke. You've had your best version of your team.
It gives me the
versus
heebie-jeebies.
Their
Don't get
best
me
version
wrong.
of their team, and they've beaten you. It is what it is. Best indication of future events typically is past events, and it scares me. Not this Sunday, because they're playing you and me. I'm not playing left guard. Raj, you're playing running back.
That's not a good combination.
No. It looks like they look like an NFL football team they're going to be rolling out there.
No, it sure doesn't.
And if anybody out there says the Chiefs did the same thing, they didn't. They rolled out good football players. They just had it. The only guy that was notably bad was Chris Oladokun. Everybody else was a dude.
Niners and the Bears playing an awesome offensive football game. It was essentially you get football, you score a touchdown, and who's the player that makes the difference in the end? It's not necessarily Christian McCaffrey. It's not necessarily like Luther Burden. It's the fullback that makes the big play.
Had to go quick with the play clock running down. He did. It's a boot. Purdy. pulling back, stepping forward, throwing on the run, touchdown! What a play, Purdy! Juszczyk on the business end. You deserve to dance.
Brock Purdy, 5 total touchdowns. He throws for 303 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, but he also punches in 2 on the ground, 6 carries, 28 yards. That is to help supplement 140 yards on the ground from Christian McCaffrey to go along with 4 receptions and 41 yards, 3 of those coming for first downs in the game.
Kyle Juszczyk is awesome. He's a bit of a throwback fullback, but he also, as a guy that's got some more length and intelligence, Harvard guy, he can do so many different things for a team. And right now, Kyle Shanahan's the best play caller. He and I'd say Liam Cohen, Kyle Shanahan, they are to me, and Ben Johnson. Those 3 are the top 3 play callers in pro football right now. It was a terrific display of how much scheme can matter when you watch that game between the Bears and the 49ers.
And finally, the last game of Week 17. Maybe you had an eye on it as you were watching both the Nuggets and the Avs last night on a double dipperoo. Bijan Robinson, 93 yards to the house.
Robinson right side. Nice cutback. He's gone. Can anybody catch him? Not tonight. McCreary chasing. Won't get there. Touchdown Atlanta. 93 yards.
3-point victory for the Falcons, 27-24. Matt Stafford throws for 269 yards and 2 touchdowns, but he turns the ball over 3 times in that game. He takes 3 sacks for 21 yards. Kirk Cousins, nothing to write home about, but
Pretty
solid.
good.
Doesn't turn the football over. I thought it was a little crappy. I agree with Adrian Peterson. He came out with the video earlier today being pissed off that they didn't give the final few carries to Bijan because, well, he had fumbled, and he has fumbled in his career. They instead gave it to Tyler Algier, who famously in like 800 carries hasn't put the ball on the turf, and they held Bijan from a 200-yard rushing game.
Yeah. Win the football game. Win the football game. That's what it's about.
If Kirk Cousins takes over the Atlanta Falcons 4 weeks earlier, is Atlanta a playoff team? No.
They were playing some pretty average football at that point in time. Remember how they were in a lot of games, and just it was actually what happened yesterday. They would just have a situation where they have a lead early in the game, and then it evaporated, and they absolutely fell apart.
KJ,
by the way, did Drake May lock up the MVP last night?
3 interceptions, maybe. Maybe. You tell me. I told you. I got the heebie-jeebies with L.A., and you do with the Chargers. I also got the heebie-jeebies of like having to play the MVP. That doesn't make me feel great.
How often has the MVP won the Super Bowl in the last couple of years? Who won it last year? Josh Allen?
Didn't win it.
Nope.
Josh Allen.
We've got some really good text coming in on the
Lamar Jackson the year before?
How'd
that go?
Didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? Who else we got? Lamar Jackson was the year prior. Patrick Mahomes in 2022. Did they win the Super Bowl that year, 22? Right, it's been 2 seasons since they won? Or it's 3 seasons since they won? Aaron Rodgers, 21, no. Rodgers, 20, no. Jackson, 19, no. I don't know. If it's Patrick Mahomes, he can win it. If it's Tom Brady, he can win it. Matt Ryan, no. Cam Newton, no.
2023 Super Bowl was February 12th, 2023. Kansas City Chiefs, 38. Philadelphia Eagles, 35.
There you go. 2022. So it's been 2 MVPs. It's really not that far-fetched. KJ's NFL Notes come to you guys every single day at 11:20, courtesy of our friends at mountainhighappliance.com. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them, once again, at mountainhighappliance.com. You have 5 minutes to get this keyword in.
You better do this.
That keyword is TOAST, 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. That'll get you qualified to win a pair of tickets to see the Avs take on the Blues on New Year's Eve. One more time with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your keyword is TOAST. Wrapping up a 2K Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint, coming in for an emergency 3-hour PhD today. They were going to have the day off for the Independence Bowl, but Nikola Jokic going down with injury last night.
That's about the time of an emergency like heart surgery. 3 hours. Golly, that's a big emergency.
We make the tap on the right arm to the bullpen today. PhD coming out from a day in which they were going to be off. They were chilling before New Year's Eve, but DMac and Polumbus will be in studio today from 12 to 3 to hang out with you guys instead of the Independence Bowl.
Yeah, my most heartfelt apologies for all of you diehard fans of the Independence Bowl in Shreveport, Louisiana. Captain Shreve himself.
Do you have any idea who's playing in the Independence Bowl?
It's the Chanticleers, or Chanticleers, if you will, versus the Bulldogs.
Dang! Good on you, Coastal Carolina.
All you got to do is just peek over your head
and
every
Louisiana Tech. You know what?
It's on our grease board right behind me. Hey, I pimped you.
I actually had no idea that was up there.
I saw it. I actually was looking at it as you were at, like right before you asked me the question.
The
Chanticleers.
I really wanted to get you.
Go Shots or go Clears or.
Okay, how's this? Who's playing at the 3:30 Music City Bowl today on ESPN?
Oh, it's a good one, man.
It is a good one.
It's really good.
It's a good matchup.
It's so good.
They're two. Do you need a hint?
I don't know.
They're two orange teams.
Okay, so we got.
And no, it's not Syracuse.
Definitely not Syracuse. All right, so we're gonna go with Illinois.
Illinois is one of the teams at 8-4,
and we're gonna go against UVA.
No.
Oh no! They already played.
So close.
They beat
UVA
Missouri.
already played.
They beat Mizzou.
It's another orange team. They're very much known for their orange.
Oh, it's Texas.
Oh, close. Tennessee.
Okay.
Right? Am I
you think
wrong?
Tennessee's known for their orange as much as Texas is?
No, the burnt orange is a higher echelon of orange.
It's also, it's very, very different orange.
Yes.
It's really
But I think the Tennessee Vols have a very distinct orange.
like creamsicle kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see Smokey in that jersey right now.
Mhm.
I can see Peyton Manning and Todd Helton in that jersey now.
Peyton Manning.
If you guys are just waking up today or coming out from under a rock, Nikola Jokic did go down in last night's loss to the Miami Heat after
Season
playing
was
just
over.
19
Season
minutes.
was done.
He hyperextended his knee.
Nobody slept last night in Denver.
He was crumpled down on the ground. He did not return to the game. This morning, had imaging in Miami, had his MRI.
We got some news.
And it returned that there is no structural damage to that knee. They expect him to miss at least 4 weeks. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks. After we talked with Christopher Dempsey in the 1020 segment this morning. If you guys missed any of that, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you get your podcast. It'll be up momentarily. He mentioned he could see the Nuggets leaving him out until after the All-Star break, which is more along the lines of about 6 weeks, and that kind of coincides with Cam Johnson.
So instead of the S word, not the 4-letter version of the S word, but the one that ends with urgery, really all Nikola Jokic is going to need with this hyperextended knee, rest, and what his boy Jamal Murray knows all about.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
Yes.
He's going to be all right.
He will be. He'll be fine. This is the best case scenario for the Nuggets. Now, you're going to lose some games. There will be 20 to 25 games where both Cam Johnson and Joker are not on the floor. There is a good chance that you will have multiple games without 4 starters in the lineup. That's Joker, Johnson, Aaron Gordon, and Christian Brown. Now, AG and CB are both very close to returning. The original timeline was like maybe at the turn of the calendar you get those guys back. Does this speed up the process of both of those guys coming back? I think so, but I don't think it's to the point of like you're forcing Kevin Durant back into a game with a bad calf and then he snaps his Achilles. I don't think it's nearly that big of a rush job, but if you have 4 starters out, Vic said it earlier on this morning, man, sit Jamal Murray tomorrow. Just go into Toronto, lay down.
Yeah, but he's from there, man. I want him to start his All-Star Revenge Tour against his native Toronto.
He's already started the All-Star Revenge Tour. He's well on his way to like forcing the coaches to put him in. The fans aren't going to put him in. I also think fan voting for All-Star festivities, when it actively impacts players' contracts and their ability to earn more money, is ridiculous. Now, they don't They don't own all of the rights to get players into the All-Star game. I just think it's kind of crazy. I think coaches, if Denver is a 500 team come February 11, when they break for the All-Stars, if they're a 500 team in those 20 to 25 games,
big win.
Jamal Murray's in.
Big
It's a
win.
big win. It's an A+, but Jamal Murray's an All-Star if they're 500. Now, if they're 5-15 and Jamal only has, 3 or 4 big-time games, then I don't think he makes it, but I'm going to bet on the Blue Arrow. I'm going to bet on that dude who has Jamal Murray is the one dude on the Nuggets who I feel has the I'm seeing red, I'm going unconscious and throwing up 50.
It feels that way to me this year.
And that's not a slap in Nikola Jokic's face because like Joker's put up multiple 50-point games this year,
But
and
it's
he's
just
coming
for
off
him,
a 50-point triple-double.
For him, it's kind of like
right. Jamal needs to go, Super Saiyan mode.
yeah. And Jamal's got to have his finger guns out and the whole deal.
Right.
It's very different. Nikola Jokic just doesn't have his finger guns ready.
He's dropping 56, 16, and 15. He's wondering, I wonder if someone fed the horses.
You ever been a big finger gun guy, like Shooter McGavin?
Pew, pew. That type of thing? No.
I could see you like on the golf course being a bit of a finger gun guy.
No, I'm not a big celebration guy.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a big negative self-talk guy.
Yeah.
You big dumb idiot.
I could see you launching clubs too.
I was a big club thrower in my youth, as I have.
Rod, you're still young, man.
You don't say. I'm 32. I'm getting old. I got a kid, man. I was a big club thrower in my youth.
When's the last time you launched a club?
Launched one?
Let's just say, when's the last time you aggressively flipped your club after a bad
this
shot?
year, without a doubt. I'll do the thing where if you take a tee shot and you know it's gone, on the follow through, I'll just drop the club.
That's not terrible.
But no, I used to be a big club tosser. I had a temper, Coach. I had a temper.
I've seen it.
You saw it. Was it a year ago? I launched a set of my headphones. Something went catastrophically
They were
wrong.
nice.
They
were like, who made those?
No, they were old free Beats headphones that were on their last legs. They were not good headphones. You're thinking of my nice, silver and leather Master Dynamics. No, those just
The
those
reason
just
you
broke.
chunked them was because you waste coffee on your computer.
Oh, yeah. So I made a $5,000 day even worse.
Dang.
I had a brand new computer. It was 10 days old from the company and launched an entire mug of coffee.
Oh, I remember it.
And knew it was that thing is toast. And then I spiked my headphones
Is that a new
like
computer?
I was Rob Gronkowski. Yeah, this is the replacement computer.
Was it insured or?
No, man.
So company's just out some cash?
One more time.
So the company was just out cash on your stupid freaking coffee spill?
I thought I was going to get fired.
That could have been a bonus for me, man. Jeez, dude.
Or you want me to pay you? All the money that I'm not getting for winning the Altitude Fantasy League, that's it. Went into the laptop that I fried.
You got to win it for the next 10 years in a row for it to really pay off.
Oh, man. All right, we've got a Hall of Fame finalists
Yes,
this
we
year
do.
in the NFL for this year. Willie Anderson, Drew Brees, Jahari Evans, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly, Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Adam Vinatieri, Reggie Wayne, Kevin Williams, Jason Witten, Darren Woodson, and Marshall Yanda.
Here are my 5.
There, you can have as many as 5 from that group.
Drew Brees.
Yes.
Eli Manning.
Yes.
Terrell Suggs.
Yeah.
Sizzle.
Part of one of the best defenses we have really ever seen.
I'm going to go Adam Vinatieri.
03 to 18 Ravens.
I know that
man,
that's
those
not
things were-
that's
those
not
teams were
popular,
great.
but Adam Vinatieri wins Super Bowls as a kicker for multiple franchises. And it was
Kickers are
awesome.
not popular.
And then I'm going to go with Jason Witten.
You're not putting Larry Fitzgerald in?
Oh, sorry. Gosh, dang it.
Larry Fitzgerald gets in before at least 2 of those guys. He's in before
Sizzle.
Jason Witten.
He's in before
He's
Sizzle.
in before Suggs.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And he's in before a kicker.
What? What's your problem with kickers, Raj? As I look at your body type, that's the only thing you could ever do on a freaking football field, and you're so mean towards them.
I still can't kick.
Yeah, but size-wise, I mean, you can't play corner. Can't play nickel.
If I put on 25 pounds, I could be a back.
Dude.
5'8", 185. Little speedy guy. Come on.
If you put
don't ruin my dream
if
right
you put
now.
180 or 25 pounds on right now, it would go right to your trunk. And it would be
It's already in my trunk. It's not good.
It would be a tire.
Whoa.
I only fit into 2 of my suits for game time for the Avalanche right now. I need some 75 hard.
75 squish.
Whoa.
All right, it's going to do it for us today. For Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy, congratulations to our Avs ticket winner.
Uh-oh, who is it?
Clay Harvey.
Oh, see Harv, baby.
Clay Harvey, congratulations.
Give it to me, Clay.
2 tickets. You are going to see the Avs take on the Blues on New Year's Eve. No, it's not the Independence Bowl next. It'll be 3 hours of PhD. DMac and Polumbus are in to talk about Nikola Jokic and the fact that he is healthy. We prayed to the Quesarito gods.
And I also learned that there aren't just 1 or 2 listeners. In fact, there were 655 of you that entered.
So you gave them false hope?
Well, it's called sales and marketing, buddy.
PhD's next. Don't go anywhere. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Be good, people.
All right, here we are. Tyler.
Howdy.
On our show.
On our show.
I guess that shouldn't be a big deal that we're on our own show when we're always on. But here we are.
You know, I did play in the Independence Bowl one day.
Did you?
And
How was
I
that?
do feel like it's a little bit disrespectful to not be carrying the Independence Bowl.
We apologize to all you Chanticleer fans.
My senior year, University of Colorado versus Alabama.
Yeah.
Played Alabama in the Independence Bowl.
Actually, that's kind of dope. That's pretty cool, actually.
Nick Saban's first year at Alabama.
How'd you do?
We got beat.
It's still kind of cool playing.
We hung in there. Somebody can find the score out there somewhere.
All
but
right.
It was respectable. From that point on, Alabama won 150 straight national championships, and CU's been to a bowl game.
Oh, is that when Nick just started? Like
it was his very first year.
Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah.
So he was coming from the Dolphins.
God, I don't remember.
Jeez. So Alabama at that time was just kind of like, well, we'll see, you know?
Yeah,
Up and comers, or trying to get back to what's
Spent some time at the boat casinos when I was down there.
Where is it? Memphis?
It's in Shreveport.
Oh, it's in Shreveport, Louisiana. Okay, all right. How's Shreveport?
Well, they got boat casinos.
Anything else there in Shreveport? Anything?
There were a couple other
cool
establishments that a few guys went to.
Oh, hey, no.
Not me.
Not you?
Not me.
How old were you at the Independence Bowl?
I was probably 22, 23, 22.
You could have gone anywhere if you so chose to.
Yeah, I was a good team captain, though.
Oh, okay. All right. But the other guys had fun.
Other guys. 30-24. Somebody looked it up.
Oh, that is so funny.
We played them
That's
tight.
a good game.
Yeah, we played them tight.
30-24. That's right there.
Yeah.
Anybody notable on that Alabama team? God, there's got to be a pro or two on there, huh?
Now you got me wondering.
Got to be somebody there, right? It's
2007 Alabama football roster.
Got to be somebody.
Let's check her out.
Who besides you went into the NFL from that game?
Jordan Dizon.
Jordan, okay.
Terrence Wheatley.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
They had. Oh, you know who the quarterback was for Alabama?
I have no clue. Give me a hint.
He was a reality TV star.
Oh, the good-looking guy there, Jesse Palmer.
No.
Oh,
I think he was Florida, wasn't he?
I don't know.
John Parker Wilson.
I didn't. What reality show is he on?
They featured him like some high school football
one of them
reality
things.
TV shows.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for taking us down memory lane. Vic Lombardi will join us in about 17 minutes. Jesse, hopefully, we're scattering and we're putting this together today. The original plan was to air the Independence Bowl. Listen, it's the holiday week. You play some bowls, you do some radio, you do this, you do that. And then the Jokic thing happened last night, and it looked scary, really scary. So before we knew exactly what the verdict was going to be on the injury, Vic was complaining about things on the air. When Vic, it is interesting when Vic complains about things, how things sometimes move.
All of a sudden, I got a note. I'm planning on coming into work at 3:30.
Right.
All of a sudden, I get a note. Hey, boys, we will be doing the show at 12 o'clock. I'm like, well, hold on. Like, what if I had something going on here? What if I was like out and about? What if that didn't fit in my life?
I think it would have been, all things considered, I think that would have been fine. But
it turns out I had nothing going on.
So it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out.
It was fine. It was just fine.
I just like to be asked.
So Springer will be on with, I don't know, a collection of people, I think. Scott will join us for a short portion of time. So will Katie Wingy when the plane lands. So we'll reach out to our Nuggets people here. But overall, when you heard the news today, what were your thoughts?
Well, I mean, listen, last night was uncomfortable to say the least, right? You see the big injury, and my initial thought, to be honest, was I was never overly panicked about it being an ACL.
No.
It just looked so clearly like a direct shot to the knee that looked directly like it was going to be a bone bruise.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading various internet doctors out there.
Yeah,
like
they're interesting, huh?
Actual internet doctors,
right.
not the fake internet doctors,
Right.
And there was concern about it potentially being an ACL. I thought it just looked like it was a straight impact collision.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had the bone bruise on the knee itself, but I've had it really, really close to the knee.
Okay.
And it's a painful deal.
You got to sleep with like your knee like in an ace sleeve where your knee's bent and you can't have it straight. Like if you got a deep Charlie horse in your thigh or something. So this is best case scenario. It's also not great. I mean, listen, Nikola Jokic is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Probably going to hit the All-Star break, get a little bit extra time there, and you don't have 4 starters on this basketball team.
That's
so
crazy.
I don't know what the status of the other guys is. I know the initial hope was that we were going to get them back at the new year here, but wow, that's nuts, man. 4 out of 5 starters are down with injury.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Like on this road trip. Remember how we went into this road show? Oh, what would we be happy with? 4-3 might be okay. I was like, oh man, I think 3-4 might be all right. Well, now, I don't know, win a game. Seriously.
Yeah.
If you can figure out how to win a game, I think that's going to be okay on this road trip.
Yeah, I mean, here's the good news. Like, I don't know what it means for the regular season record. I don't know what it's going to mean for down the stretch. How many games we got to play in theory without him?
You know what? I was just looking that up, my friends.
20-some?
At least. Like, when
More?
do you, well, yeah, I'm checking it out. When all right, he's out for a month, period. Like, the end. So that takes us to February 1st, basically. There's a game, Sunday, February 1st, Oklahoma City. But he's not going to be evaluated for a month, so 4 weeks. So we're out till January 30th. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 18 games, and then he'll be evaluated. You've got the All-Star break coming up on, so that's 18 games there, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 games until the All-Star break.
All right, let's just call it around 20 just for farts and giggles,
right.
just because it makes a nice even round number there.
All right.
You're 22-10 as of today, right? If you best case scenario, like wow, we weathered the storm.
Yeah.
You win half your games.
That would be amazing.
Like, way to go, boys.
That'd be incredible.
You weathered the storm without Nikola Jokic.
Right.
All of a sudden, you're 32-20.
I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, like you're okay.
I mean, you lost a lot of standings. You're down now.
Yeah, but
you're lower.
The good news for this team is it felt like from day one, it was like, just get us to the postseason and we're going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just get us to the postseason and we're going to be okay.
So forget about seeding. Forget about home court.
Seeding's probably going to suck this year.
Probably going to suck this year, but kind of whatever. Like, who cares? As long as you come back, who said this is going to be easy? As long as you have everybody back and healthy. Now, that should be the good news. Like, there's no indication, zero, that these 4 starters would have lingering issues that would pop up again, theoretically. But you have no idea what, leads to what.
No.
The nightmare, of course, was it was going to be a Jamal injury. That's the nightmare. So that's like, this year's done. Next year's rough, if not done. Like, that is where it gets terrifying.
Now, there's also, I think this is a fairly realistic scenario. And I don't mean to be like doomsday here, but what if you only won 5 games? What if you win 5-15, right?
Yeah.
So now you're a 27-25 basketball team when it would all be said and done after 20 games.
Yeah.
Right?
So you'd be... Okay, 27-25, so you'd be
you'd
5 games. 5 games over 5. Oh, what you say, 27-25?
2 games over.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right, if you were 2 games over right now...
If you won 1 out of every 3 games.
You would be in 8th place in the Western Conference. So you'd be in the play-in.
You're fighting for your life.
Yeah, like right now, the Suns are 19-13, so that's 6 games. And then the Warriors are 17-16. So you would 2 games... Well, let's extrapolate that, though. Actually, it'd be worse, wouldn't it? Because if we put another 20 games on there, they're 2 games. That means they're 4 games. So you'd be in 9th place. Because the Grizzlies are 15-17. Let's just, put 20 games on that and split it down. And they would be 4 games under. You'd be 2 games up. Yeah, so you'd be in about 9th place.
You'd be hovering with other teams that are barely above 500.
You'd be in the play-in sort of thing. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I don't love it, but get me to the playoffs.
You're in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, I mean, get me to the playoffs. As long as we get there.
And in ninth place, you gotta win and then win again to move on.
No, I don't think it's going to be that bad because I think you're going to start getting AG and Christian back here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're not going to have to play 20 games without all three of those guys.
Well, just for some perspective, the Timberwolves are in 6th place in the West right now, and they're 9 games over 500.
Mm-hmm.
So you are the Denver Nuggets. You are 22-10. You are 12 games. And you can just sort of go from there, everybody. And in the East, well, who cares about the East? East is different because they're just not as good. Like in 6th place is the Heat, and they're only 3 games above 500. West is more competitive, obviously. So where would you be depending on what you do? I don't know. And that's what this is going to be all about for the next month and a half. But you are right. I mean, you are going to get AG and Christian back during that time. I mean, you may get a combination of one, the other, both during this road trip.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be like Debbie Downer, dude, but even if you get them both back, you don't have Nikola Jokic.
You don't, but you have a better chance just to win games here and there. I mean, if you don't have Nikola Jokic, the season's over. That's it. Like championship aspirations, it's all done. And frankly, they didn't have a chance without Jamal Murray either. A couple years ago when he was hurt, they had no chance. And Jokic was unbelievable. It's like winning MVPs that year.
Well, it's going to be fascinating to see if Jamal can find a way to stay productive when he's the only weapon. You know, he's got to carry the team. He knows he's got to carry the team. The other teams know he's got to carry the team. They're going to have a game plan that is built around stopping Jamal Murray. Okay, it's go time, dude. What can you do?
That game tomorrow night against Toronto is going to be the weirdest looking Nuggets game I think we've ever seen.
What's the full starting roster?
Well, let's start with Jamal. I assume Jonas would start at center.
Hardaway.
I assume Peyton Watson would start. I assume Hardaway would start.
Val. No, I'm sorry.
No, Val would start. I said him. And then it's like
Bruce.
I guess, but that's a small lineup.
Well, that's
right
all you
there.
got, though.
Well,
you don't have a choice but to go.
You
small.
can go. You can do Spencer Jones. You can do Spencer Jones. You do Spencer Jones because he's been starting anyways. So you probably do Spencer Jones, a Hardaway Jr., Jamal, Jonas, Peyton Watson.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce is coming off the bench, but now what? Who else is coming off the bench?
Deron Holmes.
He's got to, I think. Zeke Naji, I think. I mean, what other big guys do you got? Those are your 2 biggest dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Pickett, I think. Who else?
Yeah, you're going to be tight. I mean, you're going to have to play with 6 dudes.
I mean, you're going to have to roll the dice. You're going to, listen, man, nobody's going to have much expectations for this Nuggets team in this period anyways. What do you have to lose by trotting Deron Holmes out there or, Curtis Jones maybe? I don't know. Whoever you can get, whoever you can find.
Early no dumb question from the text line.
Hunter Tyson, your time to shine.
Early no dumb question from the text line. How many more games can Spencer Jones play before the Nuggets are forced to give him the 15th roster spot?
Well, he gets 50. He gets 50 games. So I don't know. Do the math. However many games he's played.
How many is he?
A lot. They've played 32 games, but he hasn't played in all 32. But you got 50. So you got time on that. And don't forget, you are going to get Christian and Aaron back here relatively soon.
Played in 28, I think.
28? Okay.
So
he's got,
22 more games.
22 more games. Figure that one out. They do have an extra roster spot, though. Like, they wouldn't have to let go. They actually have had one open. So I don't think that's that big of a deal.
I don't get why you can do that. It seems like you shouldn't be able to do that.
It's a weird, I don't know. Do you understand 10-day contracts?
Yeah, you got a contract for 10 days.
Yeah, does that make sense to you?
It makes a lot of sense. It's 10 days, and then it's over on the 11th day.
That doesn't even make sense to me. I have no idea.
It's not complex. You got 10 days.
Yeah, I get it, but I understand the basic math, but the
not 9.
Okay. Not 6-minute abs.
Yeah.
Not 7-minute abs. All right, well, Vic was freaking out about this earlier today. That's for
Unless
sure.
it's a leap year, then it goes down to 9.
Yeah. Vic was like, I'm not going to watch basketball, which would be difficult considering he's the television host of basketball.
I mean, what do you think those guys really do in studio the whole night? Like what? Like they're playing cards,
Him
they're
and
playing
Dubs?
gin rummy.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
are they really watching the game?
It'd be funny if the hosts of the basketball show weren't watching the basketball game, though. And they'd come back 3, 2, 1. Hey, we're back. Don't know what happened.
Hey, we got a sick game of cribbage going on right now, boys and girls.
I'm up on Dempsey. Vic will join us here, and if we have, I don't expect to have more news.
I did hear Vic say he was going to do DMac show with DMac today, so I just thought about not coming. I'm going to do DMac show with DMac.
Vic. Well, here's Vic coming
Vic,
up.
Vic, whose name's on it first?
Yeah,
Vic.
I think Vic was very emotional today, Tyler. I think he was getting caught up in I don't know, everything. Vic was having all the feelings. So I know too.
Nikola Jokic getting injured will do that to you.
Yeah. I know too. There were some other people having a lot of feelings.
Relax, Christina. I like cribbage too.
Somebody is ripping you about cribbage.
They're mad at me. They think I was mocking cribbage.
Well,
We played a lot of cribbage in the locker room.
We have a cribbage defender.
We had a cribbage board in the locker room.
Okay.
Do you know how to play cribbage?
I have no idea how to
Of
play
course
cribbage.
you don't.
Of course I don't. What does that mean?
You don't know how to do fun things.
I know how to toss it to
I
break.
I really don't remember how to play.
Okay, we'll take a break and we'll see if we can hook up with Vic and make sure his pulse is okay. So here we are. We're rolling. Should we give updates on the Independence Bowl too while we're at it?
I think we should.
We should give updates on the Independence
Bowl. You know what
Bowl.
we should do? We should replay highlights of Colorado versus Alabama 2007, and we should do live updates throughout the show as if we're giving actual updates to the game.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Can we pull that off somehow? Jesse, if you could pull that off, that would be amazing.
Jesse, can you pull that off, Jesse?
We shall see.
Okay.
that would be so great.
All right, stick around. We got Vic. We're here
Colorado
for you.
versus Alabama coming up next.
It's a PhD on 92.5. Vic Lombardi. Vic, it's good to see you, my friend.
I can't tell you what kind of joy it brings to me to be the source of why you guys have to work today.
Well,
I mean, we were working either way. It was just a matter of what time.
yeah, we were going to work later, but
it just brings me great joy
you changed everything. You did
to
change
know
everything.
that me ranting and raving on the morning show completely sabotaged everyone's vacation plans today.
Can you recap exactly what you did to make this happen?
I just said out loud, it's too big a day in Denver sports to play the stupid Independence Bowl. Nobody cares. We got to talk about what's happening now. And anybody listening to local radio right now, who's playing in the do we have an update? Who's playing in this game?
Well, it's Coastal Carolina, but versus Louisiana Tech. But we thought we would revisit the CU Alabama Independence Bowl.
2007 Shreveport, Alabama Independence game. That was where legends were born. Nick Saban's first year as the head coach of Alabama against Tyler Polumbus and the Colorado Buffaloes.
Yeah.
It was a big game. We lost by a touchdown, although it was BS.
That's back when bowl games mattered. That's when they mattered.
That's when
thank
they.
you.
So we thought we would revisit now Coastal and La Tech is 0-0 in the first, but we'll revisit more highlights from Alabama CU as we go.
You will agree with me though, being
Of
a former
course.
college football player and a bowl game participant. Bowl games are pretty much meaningless today.
I don't know. I thought when I went to the EV1.net Bowl, that was pretty important.
Yeah.
How you feeling? How you doing right now?
I feel great. I mean, the news was not, listen, the best news would have been, hey, he's fine and he's playing in Toronto tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But the fact that he is going to make that trip to Toronto and he's going to be working with team trainers during this road trip, I don't know how long he'll be there, but the fact that Nikola Jokic is going to play basketball again this season, it allows me to stay on the job because I would have quit.
No, I heard you say as I would not be watching basketball. So you were just going to quit. You were just going to quit your job as a basketball host.
Obviously, I speak facetiously, but mentally, let me ask you guys something.
Yeah.
Expectations are everything when it comes to sports.
Yes.
And expectations this season for the Denver Nuggets to compete for a championship. When you know those are gone, what do you have to live for?
Well, we haven't had that for a while. Well, I guess when Jamal was hurt, that wasn't real, right? We weren't really.
You weren't winning a championship.
No,
without,
I mean it was like make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And remember Malone was like, God, I can't believe we won one game against Golden State, right? And it kind of felt like that.
But see, that's a credit to the teams.
Yeah,
that's a purpose, right? When you're that good and the final product is win it all or bust, that's the most you can ask for.
But wasn't that Jokic's first MVP that season, if I'm not mistaken?
The year that he won MVP without Jamal Murray playing?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was his first MVP.
Yeah, so you can win individual awards, personal honors, and that's the cruel irony in all of this if Joker misses indeed 4 weeks, which I want to get to a little bit later, and maybe less. If he misses this full stint, he would play fewer than 65 games, and that's the mark. If you don't play at least 65 games, you're no longer eligible for those postseason awards.
Yeah, I guess as he would say, oh, well.
Who cares? I was going to say, who cares?
Who cares?
I think we should all be erring on the side of jubilation. Hey, Nikola Jokic is going to be playing basketball again this year. But there is also a bit of a tough reality here. I mean, it might miss 20, 24 games, something like that. Call it 20 just for an even number in there. And Nuggets are probably going to lose quite a few of those. I mean, you don't have the best player in the world, and we'll see what happens with AG and Christian Brown. Do you care at the end of the year where this team is seated, or is it just get me to the playoffs and everything's going to be okay?
Yeah, if you're going to be seated anywhere but top 3, now I'm worried about where and what I've already looked at this, and if I'm the Denver Nuggets right now, you want to avoid OKC in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
That's me. All right, you want to avoid OKC. Spurs fans may argue, but this is me speaking.
Gotcha.
I would like the Nuggets at this rate, if they're not going to have Nikola Jokic for a long period of time, if they can get in as a 6 or 7 seed, that would be ideal.
I think that sounds kind of tough, to be honest.
Or 7. No, I mean, not really. I mean, because I think he's going to be back sooner than expectations leave you to be. Right now, they're saying 4 weeks evaluation. That's a bone bruise, and he's the toughest man on this team, in my humble opinion. And I happen to think that if there's a chance of anybody returning prior to the medical advice, it would be a guy like Nikola Jokic. I'm not saying that you have to push it by any means, but today I just heard Cam Johnson, who has the exact same injury, by the way, bone bruise, right? Knee, bone bruise. On his podcast today, he said the following words: I should be back in a couple of weeks.
Well, here's the good news with it. It's a really painful deal. I've had bruises. I've never had it on the knee, but I know the pain. It's really, really significant. But it is one of those injuries, kind of like an AC joint in your shoulder. You're not at further structural risk by coming back to play. So it really is a deal when you can handle the physical pain and the limitations that come from your knee. You can play basketball because you're not putting yourself at further risk.
Yeah, and Cam Johnson said it himself on his podcast. I watched it. He said, listen, I'm already making progress. And for him, it's been a week. He's already making progress. I don't know how fast the rehab will be for Nikola Jokic, but the fact that he can attack this as soon as the pain wears off, and I think that's why he was so scared. Remember that look last night on his face when he's rolling around the court and he's hobbling off the court because he hasn't been injured to that severity before. He hasn't felt that kind of pain before, and he didn't know how to react. And I'm sure you know as well, Tyler, when you have that kind of pain piercing through your body, you're like, oh my God, what do I do with this? And that was the initial reaction. Now that we know that there's no structural damage to the ligaments, there's no ligament damage at all, according to the report here, now you can start working on the rehab. And I think this guy's going to attack rehab like he attacks basketball.
The Phoenix Suns are 6 games over 500, and they're in 7th place. If you were to just extrapolate that, okay, fine. The Nuggets are 12 games over 500, which means if the Nuggets could more or less go 500, they might find themselves maybe in the same place as the Phoenix Suns, which is right in that 6-7 sort of deal.
I hate to use what the kids are using today, 6-7, but that's what the Nuggets should be aiming for, the 6 or 7 seed. If all things remain the same, I'm not saying you have to settle for that.
It does mean you'd probably have to be a 500 team to get there. You'd probably have to be a 500 team to be there.
Look at the schedule in January, and look at that schedule without Nikola Jokic. Would you take 500 right now?
Oh, God,
I
yes.
would be thrilled. Are you kidding? I'd be thrilled with 500.
500 is like best case scenario.
I'm asking you, do you think it's possible to be 500?
There should be enough talent on this team. I mean, everybody, I understand that the Denver Nuggets are Nikola Jokic. He means more to his team than any player in the league. I get that. But they're going to have to reinvent. You know who the pressure is going to be on right now, to be totally honest with you? It's going to be on David Adelman. Because David Adelman designed this offense. And the offense centers around the sun, Nikola. Well, you take away the sun, and you have to figure out how this interplanetary stuff works now. There's new orbits. What do you do? Where does everybody go? What do I do with my hands? They're going to have to redesign the way they play basketball. It's going to be a different look. So I can't wait to see it. They have plenty of talent. Aaron Gordon, before he got hurt, remember, he hit 10 threes in the game earlier this season. Still have Jamal. Christian Brown is going to be back here in the next week. So talent is there. You're going to have to steal some games.
All right. Got any for you? You want me to just run down some games for you?
Go ahead.
Toronto, tomorrow.
That's going to be tough with one starter available. In fact, I would punt that game into the sun.
Okay. Cleveland.
You can win that game.
Really?
Yeah, you can win at Cleveland.
MPJ game.
Yeah, that's definitely a game you can win.
Sixers. And that's a back-to-back.
Yeah, one of those games you're going to lose. If you can split that back-to-back, that'd be great.
Boston.
Boston's playing better basketball. That's a tough one.
I mean, we could just keep going.
Yeah,
here.
you can go on and on.
Atlanta,
and on.
Milwaukee, New Orleans,
Listen,
Dallas.
Here's the reality now. Remember when everybody was healthy, you would look at those games and say, yeah, the Nuggets should win.
Yeah.
Now you're looking at these games hoping they can win.
Vic, I'm looking at this road trip, and I'm like, where? I'll win. 2 would be amazing.
I get it. You know, before this all sort of came unraveled, the Nuggets had the best road record in the NBA. They started this road trip 12-3.
Right.
12-3. And last night, I'm not even going to consider last night because that game was over at halftime. Every road game they've lost at the buzzer.
You're too funny. That game was over at halftime. It was literally tied but Jokic goes off the court.
DMac, I hosted the postgame show. I don't think I watched a minute of the second half.
They gave up.
I'm sitting there looking at replays of the knee, trying to figure out that game didn't matter. It was over. You could tell the zombie-like performance of those players. Hey, you played in games before, Tyler. When a star player goes down, and they always say, "Come on, pick it up, pick it up." Well, part of you's like, "Wait a minute, what do we do? He's down."
Mm-hmm.
How do you get over that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, and it doesn't happen right away. I mean, we saw it. It happened to the Avalanche when Val went through all his stuff, and you saw the team just shut down like that day when the news came out. They just shut down. But I do think one thing that I'm kind of excited about, Vic, and I'll be curious your thoughts on it. Listen, Jamal Murray. This will be maybe the first time ever that it's Jamal Murray. Our team knows it's Jamal. Their team knows it's Jamal. What's he going to do? I mean, it's not an easy ask, and I don't know. I don't even know I'm going to judge him if the numbers don't look particularly good because teams are going to be able to game plan so efficiently. But what do you think that's going to look like for Jamal?
It's going to be a big ask because a lot of Jamal's game is based off of what he does with Nikola Jokic on the court. That's just a fact. They play the best two-man game in basketball. And where Joker goes, it's like a yo-yo effect, right, with Jamal Murray. So if you don't have that guy to work off of, if you don't have that partner to dance, you got to find a different dance partner. And he's going to have to reinvent the way he plays, to be honest with you. I'm anxious to see how this team proceeds here in the next month. The way they run their offense with Joker basically playing point center, being at the top of the key and, guys wrapping in and out, cutting left and right. Will they do the same thing with Jonas Valanciunas? I have no idea. I have no idea what it's going to look like.
Well,
and frankly, I don't know what the bench will look like.
Oh, well, I was just going to go there. So your starting lineup, now we're going without, for now, CB and AG. So your starting lineup is Jamal, Val, Peyton Watson, Spencer Jones, Tim Hardaway Jr. How'd I do there?
In the short term, that could be very much the case.
Okay.
Could they go outside the box and start Aaron Gordon at center?
Start
small,
all right.
and then bring
Aaron's
Val off
back
the
in
bench.
when Aaron's
Sure.
back in.
Yeah, they could definitely do that. They played Aaron at the 5 quite a bit.
Yeah, could they do that? I don't know. There are a lot of teams that have embraced that small ball and said, "This is who we are." They may have to. They only have one center right now, one bona fide center. Deron Holmes is not a center.
How quickly do you think it's going to be for AG then, Vic? Are you optimistic?
Oh, next week. Yeah, I think AG's ready to go next week.
For Christian and AG.
Yeah. They're David Adelman's already said. He said it before this injury to Joker that he expects those guys to be available at the end of this road trip, which would be next week.
All right. So that means Toronto, Cleveland, Brooklyn. All right, whatever. Right. Though next week and Brooklyn, Philadelphia is a back-to-back, so that's not good.
Yeah.
So we're circling maybe Monday, January 5th at Philadelphia. And then at Boston.
Or if you want to be extra cautious, you just say, forget it. Let's wait till we get home to start this.
Well, that's what makes more sense to me, to be honest with you.
You could. Listen, I don't know how this works when, player injuries, especially Aaron Gordon's injury, those soft tissue, the hamstring. You might think you're good. It feels great. Everything feels great. And then you make one move toward the basket, and there she goes again. Those are the worst. Frankly, I don't know if you agree with me, Tyler. If you've ever had a hammy pull, I would rather have an injury to an ankle or something that I know, okay, this is, rather than a soft tissue, because the soft tissue can go anytime.
Yeah.
Who do you need? Do you need to see something from Holmes, Zeke Naji, Jalen Pickett, Julian Strother? Who? Talk to me. Like who?
Well, the bigs
what do
first.
You
the first two guys you mentioned, they're going to have to rely heavily on those guys because they need some size.
Yeah.
So either Zeke or Deron Holmes. And it's funny. Dempsey and I had this conversation before the incident last night. We said, God, what is it going to take for Deron Holmes to get in a game? Well, it took that for Deron Holmes to get in a game, and he got in one. Now we got to see if he can play. We got to see if he can answer the call here. He's going to get time now. Zeke and Deron Holmes, they're going to battle it out to see who gets those backup minutes because they need size. They lost the best big man in the game. One of those two, if not both, have to contribute now.
How many minutes would be fair? I'm looking at Jonas right now. He's averaging 13 minutes a game through 32 games. Wow. Okay. What's a fair amount of minutes that you can run that big fella?
He has been a starter for most of his career, so I don't think the minutes give him problems. I think what what may give him problems is he may foul out of a lot of games. He's got some foul issues, right? You saw it already. But I wonder how they're going to use him. Do they want to continue to use him off the bench? He's going to want to start. I mean, any competitor's going to want to start, right? I don't know if he can go all the way to 40 minutes on certain nights. I have no idea. I know Jonas is a damn good backup center. He's not Nikola Jokic, and there are going to be games. You got to force yourself to remember what I'm about to say here. There are going to be games that say, why don't you just throw that floater up? Well, because he's not Nikola Jokic. All right? That's not what he does. He's a different kind of player, and we just have to understand it's a different game. This is one element of it, guys. We always say we take Joker for granted.
Yeah.
You're going to see how much we've taken him for granted watching other guys play in his stead.
Our pal Harrison Wynn from DNVR pointed out, and I heard you read the tweet earlier, the most games he's ever missed in a row is 7, which is crazy.
Yeah,
right.
And most recently in the championship season, he went on. He missed 5 that season due to a hamstring injury, and at that point it felt like eternity. They went on to win a championship. I have a feeling, and this is me, just me. This is no report. Earlier this morning I had a report that things looked good, that they didn't think it was a structural issue, and thank God that came out to be true. I have a feeling he will beat the time spent on the bench to rehab this. He will beat that time and come back earlier than expected.
Yeah, because the report was we're going to look at it in
4 weeks.
We're going to look at it. It's not like he'll be back in 4 weeks. We're going to look at it. So are you saying you...
But hold on. All-Star break hits when?
Well,
February 12th is All-Star break.
Okay.
So there's 24 games before the All-Star break. 24.
Slight temptation, though, to get all the way to the All-Star break and give him another week.
Sure, but what if he heals quickly? What if he feels fine? He may have to wear a sleeve on his knee for the rest of the season, a brace. Who knows? What if after 3 weeks he's like, let's go?
Well, this. He ain't going to the All-Star game this year, period. That ain't happening.
I wouldn't put that out of the question.
He could do what LeBron did, show up and just take a photo.
He's going to use this as...
He's different, DMac.
No, but even if he's voted in, he's going to... All right, in my opinion, he would take this as an opportunity to not go to the All-Star game.
On that, I agree. I mean, if he had the option to sit on the beach and chill out,
Yeah.
But he is a compulsive workout freak. People may not understand this part of Nikola Jokic, but, man, I've been told by so many players, Christian Brown told me, you guys don't understand how much time he spends working out because he has to keep his body to where it is. And if you think he's going to spend time just chilling here, he is going to hit rehab so hard. And rehab is a workout process, man. That ain't no cup of tea. You're working. I have faith that he's going to work at this and get back. He's going to beat the deadline.
All right. Let's hope that is the case. Your prediction for the Nuggets then, Vic, during this time is what?
Punt in Toronto. Enjoy New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
No reason to watch me on pre- and post-game for those games. I'll just be enjoying with them.
Yeah, but that's New Year's Eve. Weren't you going to wear a tuxedo?
I was. Yeah, now I will go back to a tux. I was going to wear a black suit in case he was out for a longer period, but go with the tux. In all honesty, if you can sneak a win here and there, more power to you. You get a feel of the game early, but the NBA's hard on the road as it is, and it just became a lot harder without the guy you orbit around. A lot harder.
All right, Vic. Well, you can watch basketball.
Yeah.
You don't have to quit, which is good. And we'll just see what they can come up with. We're going to check in with. Can
I get an Independence Bowl update, please?
Yeah,
that would be great.
The Chanticleers just scored a touchdown. They're up 7-0 over La Tech with 1:12 to go in the first. They're pretty pumped up there in Shreveport. So, and by the way, it's the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl because we're nothing if we don't mention our corporate overlords.
Terrible uniforms,
by the way, Coastal Carolina has outscored opponents 123-57 in the first quarter. It's been remarkable this year for them. So,
what studio are you broadcasting from?
We are. Where are we from? We do have a name for our studio. What is our? Tyler's got it over there. What is our studio? We are a studio. You got it.
Well, that's Backus and Schenker Studios.
Yeah, Backus and Schenker Studios. That's right. We're live.
Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
We are from the Backus and Schenker Studios.
All right, good.
Yeah. All right, Vic. I'll talk to you later.
All right, boys.
Glad you're okay. Yeah. So your reactions as we are here at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Man, what you think? Oh, did you see the Stefan?
I did.
Diggs news.
Yeah.
All right, we'll squeeze in some football here too as we roll along. But yeah, we'll. How you feeling? You okay? You all right? You're not okay? We'll roll and get some of your reactions. PhD here on 92.5. All right, well, we're following the Joker situation. It's mostly good news. How are they going to navigate it? What are they going to do? We'll hopefully check in with Scott, who's traveling with the team up there to Toronto. Katie Wingy said she may be able to jump on with us, too, and give us some perspective. So we'll see how they're doing traveling-wise. That is interesting, Tyler. If you're dealing with an injury, do you stay with the team, or is it better just to come on home and not do the travel and just, be at home, be in your own bed, get that rehab going?
Well, I would assume it's better to be at home, quite frankly.
Right.
I mean, that's generally what happens in the football world.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe in the NBA, they travel like all their main trainers and stuff, and they don't leave anybody behind. Football world, though, generally speaking, you don't put the guys on a plane unless there's a reason.
Right. If they're not going to play, they're hurt, they're rehab, you don't go, right? You don't go just put on sweats and chill unless there's some other reason for it.
I mean, sometimes you do. Sometimes you'll bring guys just for moral support or whatever it might be. But if there's a reason to be left behind, if it's more comfortable, if there's more machines, if there's whatever, you just leave them behind.
Well, like I said, we'll have Scott and Katie later. I mean, they're traveling to Toronto right now. In fact, they don't even land for another hour or so. So we'll have them on and we'll ask. We'll see what the plan is for Joker and what's going on. Stephon Diggs. Dude, what? Felony charge of strangulation? A misdemeanor charge of assault?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's very few details on it because the lawyer basically got the information kept private in the case. So we don't know who he attacked or allegedly attacked, I guess I should say.
Wild.
But, yeah, for a team that's in the hunt for a number one seed, the Patriots issued a statement that they support Stephon, that he categorically denies everything. This is not a guy that is a stranger to off-the-field stuff. He's had plenty of stuff over the course of his career, and when you sign a guy like that, don't be surprised when stuff pops up.
Distraction? Yes? No? Can it impact the team or...
Well, sure, it could impact the team.
Yep.
If information starts rolling out. I mean, if did the Steelers not having DK Metcalf for the team? Of course it did.
Well, yeah. Well, hold on. Is he not available or?
No, I mean, Stephon's available as of now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, DK's absence absolutely had an impact.
Right.
As I would assume Diggs would too. Same day that the Cowboys release Trayvon Diggs, by the way. Kind of weird how that happens, but that happened too. Any interest in Trayvon Diggs for the Broncos?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. Just checking. You think he'll get picked up? You think he'll get claimed?
I don't know how much money he's making. I'm sure it's pretty penny.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Things must have been pretty tumultuous with them, huh? If they just don't want to hang on till the end of the year.
Well, I mean, it's over for them, so they're going to start making transactions now, signing future deals.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Flipping the roster.
Any other thoughts about the Broncos and I'm hearing that.
The big news yesterday that we thought was going to be the big news of the week is that Justin Herbert is not going to be playing, and that Harbaugh announced that basically anybody with a bruise is going to be sitting this game out. It is fascinating. Logically, it makes a lot of sense. Logically, it's the right decision for the Chargers. From a pure just like football guy standpoint, Harbaugh's like the ultimate football guy. It still surprises me a little bit. It does.
Well, it makes me wonder if he really didn't have a choice, because I had heard that Herbert got even a little more banged up against the Texans, that it was something else too. So his hand's hurting him, and he got hit somewhere like his elbow or something. Like there was something else going on. It feels to me like Harbaugh, Tyler, might not have had a choice. Like, this is it. So it's not like he was so bold or did something so incredible. It's just he couldn't go. He wouldn't be able to play.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think he probably could play if it's a playoff game, right? Herbert would probably be able to play. But shoot, if injuries are piling up, then you don't have a choice to be made. Now, the fascinating thing is, what Harbaugh is saying, we're okay with going on the road and playing the Patriots.
Yeah.
And then we're okay with going on the road and playing the Broncos.
Yeah.
So Fascinating decision. I guess if you want to win a Super Bowl, you're going to have to be the best no matter what at some point. And he's just saying my best chance of doing that is to have my guys healthy. I think it's the right decision because the Chargers don't stand a chance of beating either one of those teams without having Herbert and the gang healthy.
So let me X's and O's question then. If you're the Chargers and you may play the Broncos later.
Yeah.
What do you do in terms of preparation for this game?
Very little. Yeah, very little, because the last thing you want to do is put anything out there game plan wise. And whether it's about the Broncos or whether it's the Patriots, I mean, your first opponent, like they got to get past the Patriots. So I don't think they're going to be thinking about the Broncos next. They're going to be thinking about the Patriots next.
Right.
You still don't want to put your best stuff on film. You still don't like what you're going to go out there and do, if anything, is you're going to try to have a ton of tendency breakers in this game.
Okay.
So
what?
Well, I mean, everybody's got tendencies, right? So if we come out 22 personnel, we come out 11 personnel. If we're in a third and short situation, we like to run behind our left tackle. Okay, this week we're going to run behind our right tackle.
Okay.
We're in 22 personnel. They think we're heavy run situation. We're going play action pass all day long.
Okay.
So that, I mean, this is how you do game plans, right? So
Yeah.
So you get tendencies and you get the percentages of what they run out of certain personnel, and then you make a decision defensively of what type of call you're going to have. So I think you just go out there. If I'm the Chargers and I've just got a rinky-dink game plan, then I'm just trying to break tendencies.
Do you do the same offensively too?
Well,
defensively, sorry. So do you do the same defensively?
Defense is a little bit different because defense is more matchup. Defense, like you see 11 personnel, you're going to put the right personnel out there on the field. So it's more responsive in nature. Where a defensive game plan is more responsive in nature than aggressive in nature.
No dumb question. If we're playing like the Seinfeld Bizarro, whatever the the exact opposite. Is that hard to do as a player or as a coach?
No, it's really not. I mean, you can run the exact same play out of 15 different formations and out of multiple different personnel groupings, and it doesn't change the X's and O's for you. So no, it's not particularly challenging.
Okay, can you win like that?
Yeah.
You can.
Sometimes you can.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's highly effective because Broncos are like, hey, they're in 22 personnel. They're going to be running the hell out of the football right now. Whoops. Deep shot down the field. Wasn't expecting that one.
That is kind of interesting. Like, how often are they going to do the exact opposite of what it looks like? Fascinating.
I mean, you can't call the whole game like that. Of course, you have to. Situational football requires certain calls that are going to be played.
Can you dumb down a football game and just call the most simple things possible, and just the game will end eventually? And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, whatever.
You can run power 25 times.
Just keep doing the same thing.
Yeah, of course.
Make it easy on you, right? Yeah. Hey, we don't turn the ball over. If we can beat you on this, fine. We can run Trey Lance.
That being said, I don't think the Chargers are saying we prefer to lose the game. So maybe they go out there and they're actually still trying to win the game. Just they're trying to win the game with the players that are on the field.
I would say that's what they're going to do. I would assume that is exactly what they're going to do.
I mean, there's really no reason why they would actively be pursuing a loss.
Yeah, they're right. There's no incentive to lose. There's incentive to keep guys who are banged up healthy.
Right.
But yeah, there's no like the Raiders and the Giants. There was actually incentive to lose that game.
Correct.
There's zero incentive to lose. I mean, unless you really, really, really don't want to play Jacksonville, who did spank you, a few weeks ago. I mean, that did happen. Like, unless you really, really, really would rather play the Patriots and you like that matchup better than the Jags. But that wouldn't even be the matchup, actually. What am I talking about? If you won the game, no, I'm sorry. Totally wrong. It really would be like beating the Broncos, right? Yeah, I don't know. Because you'd play the Broncos again, because the Broncos would be the third seed. All right, never mind. I'm getting lost in it. We'll get back to football and what's going on. Last night, how about Matthew Stafford, bro? Like, the Rams. What happened to the Rams? What happened to the Rams?
Kirk Cousins is okay at football.
How about that, huh?
Yeah.
How about that?
I mean, it's not overly complicated. What's fascinating now? The MVP race. It was already getting neck and neck. I mean, neck and neck between Drake May and Matt Stafford.
Well, don't you think Stafford's out now?
I don't think he's out.
Well, it doesn't look great though.
I think if I talked to a MVP voter this weekend actually, and they're asking my opinion on it.
Okay,
and I was like, oh, it's Stafford in a landslide. They're like, I don't know. The the Drake May. There's a lot of people out there that like Drake May right now. The football nerds that get in there and study the film. They're looking at it. Well, if you were on the fence, it probably does sway your opinion. But if you've already been like, no, what Matt Stafford has done this year has been so stupid good, statistically speaking, playing far superior opponents, by the way, doing it against the NFC West, doing it against the Seattle Seahawks, and versus Drake May doing it against the New York Jets and company. There's a great argument that it should still be Matt Stafford.
All right, well, we'll look deeper into the Broncos and the Chargers as we go. Obviously, we're deep into the Nikola Jokic news. If you missed it, we'll give you an update. And we'll hear what Cam Johnson had to say about his injury, maybe as it relates to Nikola. That's coming up next. If you were looking for the Coastal Carolina Louisiana Tech Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl, well, it's on TV. Coastal Carolina leads La Tech 7-0. Do you remember what you guys were doing against Alabama after one?
I do not. I think we got down and we had a nice little comeback though.
I bet the history of the Independence Bowl is written somewhere on a wall.
Definitely.
And that's where you'll find CU Alabama.
Featuring Colorado versus Alabama.
What was the coolest piece of swag you got from the playing in the Independence Bowl?
Boy, I got a couple raggedy T-shirts I still got.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Boy, I did see the T-shirts and the hats that Peyton was saying suck.
Yeah, they're ugly.
He wasn't wrong, huh?
No.
They're the hat
who
in
approved
particular.
that?
Yeah. Been there, won that is the slogan. Been there, won that. Like all the teams got that. Patriots got that.
What if
Broncos
that's not true?
I don't know. That's
what
just,
if they've not been there and won that?
It's kind of funny. Adam Troutman.
We've been there, won that 10 years ago.
Troutman pointed out that there's no player on the Broncos that could actually say they won that previously. So it's a weird little saying. So here we are. Some people are asking about keywords. We were not originally going to be on here today. We were going to be on, but we were going to be on for Nate and Andy after the Independence Bowl was over. So we weren't going to have keywords, and we don't have keywords during this time. It's a bit unusual. However, at 4:20, Mark Springer and his cast of thousands, whoever joins Mark, they will have keywords, and Ticket Tuesday will continue from that. So it's a bit of an odd day, even though this is, when we're always on in our show and the whole thing. This is a little bit of an adjustment because of the Nikola Jokic news. When you first saw the injury, what was your initial thought? How did you really feel about it?
Well, my initial thought is that he's going to be out a significant amount of time. I was not panicked about an ACL because it didn't look like a typical ACL injury. Like it was an impact injury. It looked almost like what would happen when you get an MCL sprain or something along those lines. When you get an impact collision to the knee, to me, generally speaking, that's not when I have seen ACL injuries happen. ACL injuries happen when you're cutting, when you put your foot down, non-contact injuries. Happens all the time. So I was immediately worried. I mean, you could tell immediately that was going to be a significant bone bruise. And I think the fact that it is directly to the knee is the reason why it's such a big deal. Small deal in the big picture of what we were concerned with, but still a big deal in terms of out 4 to 6 weeks.
Dr. Polumbus, does it look like it's the same as Cam Johnson's injury?
It looks worse.
Looks worse?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
I mean, just in terms of how deep that bone bruise is going to be, that was a very significant shot directly to the knee, bone on bone.
Okay. All right. Well, here's Cam Johnson, who's quite the podcaster these days, the old man in the 3, which I thought was like JJ Redick's old podcast, but he was doing it, and he spoke about his injury. This is from yesterday.
Hyperextended that knee, came down on a little awkward, but passed all those initial tests, which gave me comfort in terms of, the stability of the joint and everything in there. And so ultimately, worst case scenario was avoided, and I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Started the rehab process last couple of days, and, I'm already starting to see improvement, so I'll be okay.
Okay. Well, let's hope that's just the same for the Joker, right?
Well, I don't know what that means. I've got improvement in a week, and I'm going to be okay. He was going to be okay no matter what. With the bone bruise, the concern is not whether long-term you're going to be okay. It's just when can we get you back out there on the court?
I guess the question is, similarity-wise, hopefully Jokic is on the same path, if not better than Cam Johnson.
And, I mean, here's the good news with an injury like this is that, some injuries are going to cause inflammation. They're going to cause instability issues. You're going to be at risk of further injury. A bone bruise is pretty simple. Can you handle the pain or not? Can your knee move like you need it to? Can you run and cut and jump? And if you can run and cut and jump, you can play through the pain without a significant concern of further injury to your knee.
On the text line, I love the way you guys just shizzle all over the rest of the Nuggets like the other guys don't matter. Okay. That's Joe Extreme there, right there.
Yeah, well, Joe Extreme.
Yeah.
Nobody matters like Nikola Jokic.
No. He is.
Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown combined don't matter like Nikola Jokic.
They do not. You know what's funny about that? Not for 1 second did I sit here with Cam Johnson, AG, and Christian Brown out and think to myself, well, how are we going to survive? I was just like, well, you still got Jamal and Nikola. Like, you'll survive. It'll be harder. It won't be as easy, but I didn't lower my expectations for how many games they were going to win. Not for 1 second. Even with 3 starters out, I didn't think for 1 second, well, they're going to win significantly less games. I didn't. I don't know how you felt about it.
I thought they were going to win less games, but I mean, not like this. Now we're talking about a situation, if you want to call it 20 games, give or take, that Nikola Jokic is going to miss.
Mm-hmm.
If you found a way to win half those, it'd be a freaking miracle.
It'd be unbelievable.
That would be an absolute godsend.
I think
there's a reality. You might win 6 or 7 games out of 20.
Joker's certainly missed games in the past, but he's never missed more than 13 games in a season. He's played in at least 69 games every single year he's played.
Well, yeah, this would be the first year that he is now officially going to be at risk of not qualifying for the MVP because he's not going to play in enough games.
Got to play in at least 65 games. So that is going to be at risk. So it's not like, Nikola's missed games every year for one reason or the other. In 2017, he missed 7 games.
Isn't it amazing how when you think about the all-time greats, like generally speaking, the all-time greats played forever, pretty damn healthy.
Pretty damn healthy. The all-time greats.
Yeah. Kobe Bryant, pretty damn healthy.
Pretty damn healthy. LeBron's
weird in his late years, but even, yes, in the big picture.
Overall.
Pretty dang healthy.
I understand what you're saying because he certainly missed some games, including this year, the start of the year, due to injury. Well, I saw an interesting video about him the other day. Ooh. The argument was defensively and the way they run, they are a better team without LeBron, the way he's playing right now. And it just was like one clip after another. Now, I don't know if you're just cherry picking clips, but it was kind of fun just to watch one clip after another of this is how they look without him. This is how they look with him. And it was better without him. That's the Lakers this year.
Wow, there's a lot of defensive people out there. So you're saying the rest of the players ain't worth a fart.
Well, I don't think that's what we're saying at all.
No, but if that's how you want to look at it, sure, they don't cumulatively add up to Nikola Jokic. No, they don't. So
I am surprised that this is some sort of hot button.
The cumulative effect of every player that is left on this Denver Nuggets roster is it's going to take a miracle to win half of your games.
Gosh, maybe we should do a little heat check right here. What if the news today was a torn ACL?
Well, the season's over.
The season's over.
Pack your bags.
It's
turn
done.
off your TVs.
Like, the season's over. It'll be what it'll be. You'll win where you can win. But who knows if you'd even make the playoffs at all? Who knows if you'd be in the top 10 in the league? Like, it's done. And if you somehow, stumbled into the play-in tournament, I mean, you're probably one and done from then if you're lucky enough to get there. That's the news the other way. And guess what? Not only is this season done, but it's going to have a severe impact on next season if this was the Jamal injury. And that's got nothing to do with, the other players. We love all the players. And you can't win with just Jokic. You can't. You didn't have Jamal. You didn't really even get close. You need a combination of all these guys. But a season without the Joker?
Mm-mm. There is no season.
What are we talking about here? So, again,
look, I mean, the good news is that you should be getting Aaron Gordon back quickly. You should be getting Christian Brown back quickly. And now you've got 3 starters that are out there on the court. So that feels different. That feels like you could weather a few storms.
Hey, guess who else feels like what I just said? The players on the team. Tyler, they gave up 47 points in the third quarter. They gave up 84 points in the second half. They lost 147 to 123 in a game that was tied at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not us. Us. We're optimistic here today. We're breathing sighs of relief. We're trying to figure out how you kind of.
Well, here's the part that I'm not delusional about. Like, yes, I am optimistic that you've still got a season to play for. Yes, I'm optimistic that you can make the playoffs, and I do believe that all you got to do is get this team to the playoffs. But I'm not delusional about the impact this is going to have on the seeding. And my opinion, you're probably going to lose 13 or 14 games here in the next 20, and that's going to have a significant impact, putting you in the bubble territory of a play-in game. Yeah. Right. So that's the situation you're in all likelihood going to be in when the season's all said and done. You're going to be hovering with all the other 500 teams, and you're going to have to make a run at the end of the year.
My guess is I essentially agree with you on that. I think it's going to be clouded a little bit because my guess is you're going to rally here and there to win a game that nobody's really going to give you much of a chance in. Like, you just do that as a team. So that does happen. You know, you just sort of come together. The next game you may lose like you did last night. You know what I'm saying? Like, there will be probably a bunch of those too. That will happen as well. So every win you get, we should cherish and be grateful for until our guys all get back. But listen, man, no team in NBA history, Tyler, is going to win much without 4 starters, including, what do you think the Bulls are going to do without Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman? How are the Celtics going to fare without Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale, or Larry Bird and Danny Ainge? How do you think what are we talking about here? All right, 303-504-0925 for more of your comments, whether we agree with them or disagree with them. Still 7-0 Coastal Carolina over Louisiana Tech. 3 minutes going into halftime. What was the halftime score of Colorado and Alabama?
You know, you keep asking me these questions like you think I know the answer. You think I can remember back to 2007?
All right, well, we just want to keep the history of the Independence Bowl alive. That's all we're trying to do here today. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, Louisiana Tech just scored a field goal, kicked a field goal there, bro. So
Coastal's uniforms are
sick, aren't they?
The ugliest things I've ever seen.
Oh, you don't like that teal?
You think that's sick?
Oh, I think they're pretty cool.
No, I think those are disgusting.
They're kind of Jaguar-like.
I mean, you want to talk about looking like a giant ball of wuss.
All right. Well, that's pretty funny. They're like teal and black. It's very much like the Jags.
No, that is not like the Jags.
It's teal.
But the whole thing is teal.
It's a little white and a little black mixed in there.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's a nice throw. Look at how open you are in college. College is crazy, right?
Those uniforms scream a 6-6 football team.
6-6, maybe 6-7.
Maybe.
All right. Our text line is.
By the way, at this point in the game, where are we? By the way,
we're close to halftime.
Yeah, close to halftime.
Within
Back in 2007.
Yeah.
Colorado Buffaloes, led by senior captain Tyler Polumbus, we were trailing 27-14 at halftime to the Alabama Crimson Tide, but matter of fact, we already started our comeback. We scored 2 touchdowns in the second quarter. So we had no points in the first. We got 14 of them things in the second quarter, and we're going to play them tough in the second half. I got a good feeling.
The reason we're updating these games, if you're tuning in late, is we weren't originally going to be on today. Coastal Carolina, Louisiana Tech was going to be on. We were going to be following that, kind of filling in for Nate and Andy. The Jokic news was such, Vic Lombardi started complaining about it on the air, like, what are we talking about? What are we doing here today? And so here we are.
I do have other breaking news in the world.
I love it.
Breaking news in the world, in the Polumbus family.
All right.
My 80-year-old father, who turns 81 on January 14th.
Awesome.
Just got a puppy out of nowhere.
What?
Like, out of nowhere, all of a sudden I'm getting photos of a puppy golden retriever sitting in his lap.
A golden retriever?
Yeah, golden retriever. I mean, Bo Nix would hate it.
He would hate
it.
Yeah,
Bo Nix would have no fun with it.
No.
But, I mean, that's a cute little puppy, is it not?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, I'm not sure at 81 if getting a puppy is the greatest idea or not.
Wow.
But he's happy. He's thrilled. He wanted another golden. He's had a lot of goldens. I didn't even know this was in the works.
Wow.
I didn't even know there was a conversation about a puppy.
Damn.
All of a sudden, I'm just getting bombarded with photos of puppies.
You'd think that would have come up over Christmas?
It did not. You would think maybe that would be like a Christmas gift to his new wife.
Yeah. And your dad did get married again.
My dad got remarried, and one year he gave my mom, who passed away, he gave my mom a golden retriever puppy on Christmas.
Okay.
It was adorable. So it's kind of got the same vibe going on.
Yeah.
But, wow.
Is that a gift, do you think?
No, they
went out and got it.
They went and got it together.
Randomly on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Just going to go get a...
Just on a Tuesday.
Incredible responsibility.
Going out there and getting... I mean, the thing is freaking adorable.
I mean, it's gorgeous.
Anybody want to see the puppy?
I mean, Bo Nix would hate it.
There's the puppy.
Bo Nix would be terrified.
Bo's not invited over to my dad's house.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
Bo doesn't like cute little stuffed animals.
That's awesome, Mr. Polumbus. That's really cool. Got a name?
Winston.
Okay.
Winston.
All right.
Oh, you don't like Winston?
It's fine.
I can tell by the tone in your voice. You don't like Winston.
Names.
What's wrong with Winston?
There's nothing wrong with Winston.
What's wrong with that? That's a strong golden retriever name.
Listen, he's probably a big Churchill fan.
Exactly.
As we all should be. Anybody who can be perpetually drunk and beat the Nazis is fine in my book.
Oh.
Winston's fine. I got no problems with Winston.
T- 3 days till he trips and falls over. I mean, he is 81
I'm crying. Now. Yeah, the puppy doesn't realize he's 81.
The puppy does not know he's 81.
The puppy has no idea your dad's 81.
Yeah, he's about to be 81.
Puppy just is like human.
The puppy's, yeah,
whatever. So when he gets underfoot, as puppies do, puppies do that. Puppies,
my one sister, Lindsay, is the one sending. She's sending the group photos here. Welcome the new family member. My other sister and I are on this group thread. Like, what the hell just happened? Where did a puppy come from? None of us have heard a word about a puppy, and all of a sudden there's a puppy.
The text line is very pro puppy, by the way.
I mean, puppies are fun. They're also a lot of work.
Hey, by the way, And the Jokic thing, we're happy to get to it more. We've talked about it quite a bit, but he's going to be okay in about a month or so when we go from there. It looks a lot scarier. And we'll have Scott and Katie Wingy on with us when they land and get some more updates there. So we'll keep covering it for you. There's other stuff going on. You got a new AD there at CU.
We do.
What's
drawing a blank on his name.
You know what? I am too. But
He's 37 years old. Came from New Mexico.
Yeah.
He bounced around. He worked for the Jags for a minute in the NFL. I know his background, but I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Yeah,
I can picture him and his whole family. He put out a cute little photo of his whole family.
Very cute. Luvo, right? Something Luvo. Fernando? Is he Fernando Luvo? I know.
That sounds right. Yes, it's Fernando Lovo.
Lovo. Okay, and I saw he's got all sorts of incentives in his contract that are tied into fundraising. And
is that right? I actually haven't read about that, but that would make sense.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of escalators about, hey, you do this, you get that, because this is what it is.
He did go from a healthy little pay raise of about $400,000 a year to $1.2 million annually.
How about that? With other incentives as well, if you can make it happen. Yeah, here it is. Fernando Lovo contract for raising $25 million before June 20th, $200,000 bonus. In 2027, $200,000, $30 million in 2028, $200,000, $35 million in 2029, $250,000, $40 million in 2030, $250,000. And $25 million in the last 6 months of 2030, another $150,000 bonus. So this is what it is now. I mean, it probably has been for a long time. But to be an athletic director now is it's one job and one job only.
You know what I'd be curious about those numbers? How much of that is tied into like direct fundraising for the university versus NIL money?
That's a great question. Don't know. This is from Brian Howell, and it just says fundraising incentives in Lovo's contract. But wow, a lot of money for your athletic director. Do you care? I mean, is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal?
I mean, we needed an athletic director, so I'm glad we got an athletic director.
I mean, if you can raise money at New Mexico, right? You should be able to raise money at CU.
Yeah. I don't know anything about him. I don't know how to analyze the hire here. I mean, he's young. He's probably going to be hungry. I guess the idea is you hire a young guy and he'll be here for a very long time in an ideal world. So, I do think in today's college football, you probably need to start hiring younger at every position, like in the organization, not just football-wise, but you got to start thinking in the new generation way.
Right.
You got to start thinking in the new magic money era where you just print money and you got to find that money, everything's different. So out with the old guard that has done things traditionally for the last 25 years and in with the new guard.
I kind of like it. It feels right. 37, right?
He did say he unequivocally supports Deion Sanders. So
Yeah. Well, okay, cool. I mean, right.
I guess Deion was very involved in the athletic director search.
I heard they had 1 million candidates and they got it down to like 6, so the search seemed pretty extensive. So hey, good, man. I'm happy for that. That sounds good. It seems like the right type of guy. He was successful at New Mexico raising money where they needed to. They did pretty good. They had some good programs down there at New Mexico. Like, they were successful. Nobody's trying to chase Prime out of town. We just want Prime to be successful. I saw Staub is leaving, of course. But do you blame him? He wants to play.
Of course not.
He's got 2 years of eligibility. I don't think he's chasing the money. I think he's chasing playing time.
I saw Oklahoma State and Iowa State have both lost over 40 players.
Oh my God.
40 players.
Oklahoma State wasn't any good either.
Well, Iowa State was. They lost their coach.
Iowa State was, yeah. Wow.
I mean, that's the entire freaking roster. How do you replace that in an offseason?
What's funny? I saw a rundown of CU, like, who's still there. It just is I forget, like, how many kids are just on a college football team. Like, they still got, as many kids who have left, Tyler, they still got, they got 1 million kids at all positions. I don't know if they're any good, but there's still a team there, I guess.
I don't know. College football's wild.
It is. Like, how do you know how any team is going to be?
I really don't. I don't know. I don't know how anybody knows. Just seems like so much pressure. Like, like, who in their right mind, I know it's a lot of money, who in their right mind, if they had the choice of coaching the NFL or college football, would choose college football? The stress every offseason of replacing.
If they had a choice,
I mean, you gotta replace 2/3 of your roster every single year.
Who would want to do that?
And you got like 3 weeks to dig through the entire portal and find guys that like, hey, come on over here. We've never heard of you, but I guess this year you're going to be a Buffalo.
Yeah, how would you even know? Like all these guys, everybody who was any good for CU, aside from Seton, it feels like, aside from Seton and Juju Lewis, has left.
Well, the problem is for these kids, so many of these kids go into the portal.
Yeah, where are they going to go?
Thinking they're getting green
Right.
grass somewhere else.
Right.
The grass is going to be greener somewhere else.
Right.
They go in there to die. They go in there and their careers die.
Yeah.
And they don't get a job anywhere.
Yeah, you better have it locked down before you go into that portal. You better know what you're doing.
Well, the good ones do. I mean, the good ones, they've got 7 or 8 offers before they even enter into the portal.
Dude, I saw a couple kids from CU declare for the NFL draft. And I'm like,
yeah, a couple defensive linemen, right?
And I'm like, okay, I hope you got some good information on that. Okay. Tyler, I agree. I don't know who would want to do it. I don't know how you do it. No clue. And you're supposed to raise money based off of what? And this is where Prime, but this is what you got with Prime, right? You got Prime. At least you got Prime. Kenny Dillingham, you know what Kenny Dillingham said? It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's just like,
can somebody give me $25 million? I know that somebody knows somebody. If somebody knows somebody that knows somebody, and maybe if they know another somebody, there's somebody out there that could just give me a check for $25 million today. That would really make my life easier.
What was it? We live in Phoenix. There's got to be some rich people here.
Did you hear what the AD said after that?
No, I didn't know.
He's like, hey, I respect what Kenny said, but trust me, we need $100,000 as much as we need $25 million. So, if you could give $100,000, that would be great.
Right. Kenny's just like, why bother with this? Give me a billionaire. We're in Phoenix.
Well, and ironically, ASU, they were in a bigger hole financially than Colorado.
Were they really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
They operated at like a $46 million deficit. 46.
It's tough to follow, man. It's tough to follow. That being said, the college football playoff is just a couple days away. Should be kind of fun, I guess.
Doesn't seem like so much time has passed, though, that you're like...
It takes forever.
You just, like, it loses its steam. It loses the momentum.
Yeah, because... I could not agree with you more. Here's what would be exciting. Here we are on the way it used to be. There's a little get off my lawn moment. But this time of year, Tyler, used to be really freaking awesome with bowls and college football in general. Because you were a couple days away from crowning a national champion.
Yeah.
And, hey, man, this goes back a minute. But, like, at Syracuse, when I was there, Syracuse was great at football when I was there. Back in the late 80s, 90s, whatever. I mean, it was. We were always playing somewhere cool, something big, something like that. And now with this playoff system, yeah, the games are cool and everything, but you're right. The momentum is gone. I mean, we're being facetious and joking around, but like, seriously, Coastal Carolina against Louisiana Tech in the Independence Bowl? Really? I mean, that more or less was just because a lot of people here were just taking vacation. Rightfully so. This is a good time to take vacation. A lot of people take vacation this week. Why the hell you and I aren't taking vacation this week is...
I am. This is my last day. I'm done.
True. That's true. You are.
I'm out of here.
Tell
you later.
Why the hell am I not taking vacation? I don't have anything better to do. So, but here we are. The Broncos will start getting ready for the Chargers starting tomorrow. The Chargers game, a lot of people are getting paranoid that, you look at it, it's a gift and this, that, the other thing. And like, they're paranoid. I don't think there's any need to be paranoid. You don't have any fear that the Broncos are going to win this game, right?
No. I'll put it this way. I mean, if the Broncos don't win this game, just don't even watch the playoffs because you got no chance of doing anything. Like, season's over. If you don't win this game, you got big problems on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, they got their hats and T-shirts. Look at this, bud. Coastal taking it to the house right before halftime. Look at that. Look at Coastal. Coastal touchdown. Man, I kind of like those uniforms.
No, hideous.
Man, Chanticleers. You know what a Chanticleer is?
It goes on the ceiling and it projects light, and sometimes they put crystals underneath it. And
That's a
like if you go to
chandelier.
a fancy place.
That's a chandelier.
Oh,
a Chanticleer. I think it's
Chanticleer's got a sword.
I think it's some sort of pirate.
They've got a sword.
Yeah, I think it's some form of sword wielding pirate in the day. Eye patch, maybe.
Little cliche.
You know what's funny? You still hang him from a ceiling too.
There you go.
You spin him around. All right, we'll take a
I
quick.
told my dad you hate the name Winston, by the way.
Oh, that's not fair. I don't hate the name.
That's what you said.
I don't hate the name
No, you
Winston.
you definitely said that.
That's definitely not
No, you
Mr. Polumbus.
No, you absolutely.
I
said the name Winston. You're like, oh.
Well, I
okay,
had to
Winston.
absorb it for a second, but again,
No, you said everything you needed to say.
I said if you could be hammered and beat the Nazis, that's all right by me.
He never liked you anyways.
PhD on 92.5. Looking at the text line. No dumb questions, by the way. 303-504-0925. And we'll get back to, and we're kind of just waiting here just a little bit to get back into the Jokic story, only because we're waiting for their plane to land in Toronto, and we anticipate having Scott on, hopefully, to comment about it. And Katie Winge, I checked in with her before they got going. She said, yeah, she'd hop on with us too, Tyler. So I'm curious, like, from their perspectives as they've been traveling with the team, like, how's everybody doing? What's going on? So, again, overall good news with Jokic. We think, 20, 24 games will be maybe something like that. There's 24 games before the All-Star break, and, we'll see how it goes.
Just quick bit of house cleaning here. A Chanticleer is actually a rooster that wears an eye patch and holds a sword.
All right, wait a second. So there is an eye patch and a sword.
Yeah.
That's not you're not being facetious. It really does have an eye patch and a sword.
No, I'm definitely not being facetious.
Wait a second. Does it have an eye patch and a sword or not?
Yeah, it's got an eye patch.
But it's a chicken.
And it holds a sword.
Okay.
It's a rooster.
What happened to the eye? Like, why is the rooster got an eye patch?
You ever been to Michael Vick's backyard?
Too soon?
A couple decades too soon?
No, enough time. Time has passed.
Enough time.
Time has passed.
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay. So it's a rooster chicken thing that has a sword.
Yeah.
And an eye patch.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing to name your whole team after, huh?
Do you know the difference between a rooster and a chicken?
Wow. Well, a rooster's a dude. Is a chicken a female? Is that the difference?
Rooster is an adult male.
Okay.
Not a young male, an adult male.
All right. So what's a young male?
That's a chicken.
Oh, okay. That's it?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to hit me with a Nate Bargatze nobody knows right there.
Chicken also covers female chickens.
Oh, so male
both young female and old female.
Wait, what? No dumb questions.
What?
What's a hen then?
Oh, that's that's when you're giving birth. You become a hen when you're laying on the eggs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Also,
female.
Also, when you've been in a sword fight.
Gotcha. Well, now it's clear.
Yeah.
A Chanticleer here is wow. We have the text line. You guys are amazing and maybe psycho. Is simply a rooster, but it's a literary name, specifically Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, referring to a proud, clever rooster known for his loud, clear crow. It's most famous as the mascot for Coastal Carolina, chosen as more of a, quote, fancy counterpart to South Carolina's Gamecocks.
Hold on. Why are you giving this person credit like they're smart? They literally just copy and pasted Google.
Respect dudes. Signed the Gamecock Doc.
Yeah, the Gamecock Doc had to copy and paste.
You don't think the Gamecock Doc kind of just knows his shizzle about roosters and
you think like he just had the pronunciation in all caps with a couple hyphens in there?
Well, he calls himself the Gamecock Doc.
No. That was written by AI.
All right.
What is a hen?
How many times is the word, you're going to get me in trouble. The Gamecock is on the text stream, over under 10,000. It's up there. Everybody's kind of in on the same joke right now.
I don't get it.
A Gamecock Doc is a Maryland grad.
Wow. Holy cow. I am a literal genius.
Talk to me.
I just want you to know I'm a literal genius.
Were you making it all up, but it's
true?
true?
I didn't even know how smart I am,
Were you
but I
making
am
it all
a
up?
literal genius.
You're making it all up, but it's true.
A hen is specifically a mature adult female chicken that lays eggs. That is literally what I said.
So what would a adult female chicken be that doesn't lay eggs?
That's just a chicken.
That's just a chicken.
Yeah.
That's
a young bride.
If you ain't laying eggs, you're just a chicken.
Yeah, that chicken's on the market.
But when you get those eggs popping out,
now you become a hen.
You're a hen.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm a genius.
What's an old hen? Like when you go through that time of life and you're not laying the eggs anymore, you know what you are? Dinner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That is hen laying eggs.
All hens are chickens, but not all chickens are hens.
Okay. Hen lays eggs. The other female is dinner. Same joke.
Wow.
All right, there's a lot of dirty minds out there with other names for
I
chickens.
can actually simplify it a little bit further. A hen is an adult female chicken that has reached sexual maturity.
All right. You know, we weren't supposed to be on right now.
No. I'm on vacation mode already.
Can you comment?
I got an hour and 10 minutes until I'm going on vacation.
See ya. Can you comment on Coach Cal's rant and what is going on in college basketball recruiting?
That was a good rant.
It was a good rant.
We should get the audio.
Do you have? Oh man, sorry, it's just popping up. I don't know if that's anywhere here. Jesse, I don't know if you got it or it's somewhere else. Coach Cal's rant. If not, can you just sum it up?
No, you can.
Well, he just went through like 10 million ways to improve, sports and
for 7 straight minutes.
Yeah, it was as if we were having a class or something.
Yeah. Felt like common sense.
It was a lot of common sense. I mean, I think the biggest takeaway from it, there were a lot because he did go on and on and on. But basically he said, sure, you can transfer one time and then that's it.
Well, another good point that he made is hey, we all act like we care about these kids. Well, think about the disservice you are doing to these kids by allowing them to transfer 4 times. If you transfer 4 times, your son kind of went through it. I'm not trying to break it.
No.
But I mean, the reality is you transfer a university 4 times.
He's on his 4th school.
What are the freaking odds that this kid's going to graduate?
It's been really tough, actually, to just, and I don't think Dylan would mind me spilling the beans. He was chasing sports. He was a college baseball player. And that's what these kids are doing, right? They're chasing the dream. That's why.
Credits aren't going to transfer. You got to start over. You got to do this. You got to do that.
It's been all that.
Even if you're a good student and you're handling your business, you're going to new universities. You're not going to graduate with a degree.
He started.
You're doing the kids a disservice by allowing it.
He started when he started. CU, by the way, landed at the right place, as it turns out. I just wish CU had baseball in the first place, Tyler. But
they got a great club team.
They do have a good. Are you being? They do have a good club team. They do actually.
I know.
Anyways, the issue was with the credits, to go back to your point. So we didn't know what he was going to be at CU when he got in, and we were very happy and excited for him to get in. And he took a gap year too, so there was that mixed into it. So he had been out of high school for over 4 years, and he had been in this was his 4th college, and he started as a 2nd semester junior because just not everything transferred towards whatever degree you needed at CU.
Right.
So he ends up, and he's going to, he did fall, spring, he'll do summer, and he'll have his degree theoretically, knocking on all the wood I can, in December, a year from now. But he'll be out of school for hey, good for him, right? How many kids actually stick with it after that time? So I'm proud of him for, wanting to see it through and the whole thing. But he's going to get a 4-year degree after 6 years of college. Well, how many kids are going to do that? No, nobody's going to do that. They're just going to be done. These athletes are just going to be spit out. They're not going to be pros. They're not going to make the NBA. That's even harder to make. They're going to be on 4 schools and not even close to a degree. He's got a great point.
Yep.
So
you get one free transfer, and then you can transfer again if your coach leaves. That's the way it should be.
Seems fair. Seems very common sense.
I don't even know if you should get one free transfer.
Well, come on now.
You can't put you can't put it back in the bag, so that's not going away.
Right.
But I don't even know if you should be allowed that.
Well, it didn't used to be like that. You could only. I mean,
if you're taking $1 million from a university and NIL money, it's okay for you to just leave after you took that $1 million. You took $1 million from that school, and I'm out of here the next year.
Would you just go back to the way it was, where you had to be a graduate student?
What I would go to is I would expand. They are finally allowing universities to pay the kids directly. There's $25 million available to the entire university for every athlete on the campus.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would do is I would expand that even further, and Big 12 would have its own salary cap. SEC would have its own salary cap. They got all their own TV deals. And I would pay the kids directly a contract. I would give them an actual contract from the university that when you sign this thing, you are committed to play at this university for the next 4 years. If I give you $1 million up front and you transfer after year 1, guess what? You got to give me $750,000 back because that's the equivalent of what you played through.
What about coaches leaving and going somewhere else?
Well, I think there should be a free out for that. I do.
So different rules for the coaches than the kids.
No, I think if a coach leaves, the kids should be given a free
Oh,
out.
I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Right. Okay, fine. So if the coach is committed to you, you should be committed to the coach in the school once you commit.
Yeah.
If the coach takes off, hey, okay, see you later. Or like one time.
Yeah.
One time. But this bouncing around. I think this Simeon Price, I think his name for CU. I think he's on like his fourth school, something like that.
Oh, tons of them are.
Yeah, I mean, you're bouncing around. One of Calipari's things is like, how are you going to ever have any allegiance to anything? And you know what? You won't. You will not. If you go to 4 different schools, you won't feel like, oh man, I got some deep pride in being at whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think these kids at CU now, Tyler, really love CU like you did? Or
that's the sad part.
On,
like when people ask NFL players, like they ask you all the time, like, what was your favorite team that you played on?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I was a mercenary.
Right.
I bounced around from team to team until they decided I wasn't good enough and they cut me or they traded me.
Right.
You don't feel real allegiance to your NFL teams. Probably more than these college kids even feel to their current colleges. You feel more allegiance than they do. But what I felt was an extreme allegiance to my college.
Yeah.
And these kids don't get that.
Nah. But you know what? Here's what's sad. I don't think they care.
I don't know. It seems borderline illegal that you could take $1 million, $2 million from a university and play half a season and transfer. That feels like it should be illegal.
All right. Hey, it's a fascinating point in the state of college sports, man. Oh my God. By the way, hold on a second. Did you see UNC beat CU in basketball?
I didn't see that.
Dude. First time.
I don't think that happened.
In 90 years. Hadn't happened since 1936.
Are you talking about Tad Kane from UNC and then beat?
Did you catch the news?
No.
It's PhD on 92.5. All right, the big question of the day here is what now that we know the information from Nikola Jokic? And it's not as bad as expected, which is good. So that's cool. I mean, we're talking the Cam Johnson injury, I guess. I hope that's what it's similar to. And Cam Johnson said this about his injury on a podcast.
Hyperextended that knee, came down on a little awkward, but passed all those initial tests, which gave me comfort in terms of, the stability of the joint and everything in there. And so ultimately, worst case scenario was avoided, and I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Started the rehab process last couple of days, and, I'm already starting to see improvement, so I'll be okay.
Okay, so where are you right now today, Tyler? And we're trying to track down Scott and Katie. They're landing with the team in Toronto in this hour. So we'll see. We'll see when they land and when they get settled, and hopefully get an update from them about the team and the flight and this, that, the other thing. But where's your head at today now with Jokic, now that we know what we know?
I don't know, man. I mean, look, initially it's jubilation that it's not an ACL, that it's not a season-ending injury, and that's probably where it should end, is just jubilation that we're going to see Nikola Jokic play basketball again this year, and it's not going to be that far away. That's great news. When I saw the injury, I personally was not overly panicked about it being an ACL, because that just didn't look like an ACL to me. ACLs are weird non-contact. You put your foot down, you try to cut, you go inside, you go outside, right? And your knee buckles on you. This was a knee-to-knee situation, and it looked exactly like what it turned out to be, which is a bone bruise. So that's jubilation that we're going to see Nikola Jokic play basketball again. I guess I'm a little bit reserved, though, because if it's worst case timeline-wise of 4 to 6 weeks, that's a long period. That's 20, 24 games that you got to play, and you might be lucky if you win a third of those.
Joining us is Adam Morris from DNVR. They do watch-alongs. Were you guys freaking out last night, Adam, watching the game? What was that reaction all about?
I mean, no question, man. We haven't really had a moment like that. We haven't had a scare. You think about it, he's rolled an ankle or something, but as far as actual injuries, we just have never even gotten close to it. So, yeah, it was uncomfortable, as I imagine it was for all of you as well.
What is a success? We find ourselves pretty happy with the news that we're getting. How's that sitting with you? Not so much? Or you feel the same way? No?
I mean, you have to be happy because the worst case scenario, which fortunately we don't have to examine, but it was catastrophic.
Right.
It was something that could have gone well beyond this season. But you look at it and say there was so much promise, and still is so much promise to this team. And what we've seen of them at their best this year, I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like it's every bit as good as that championship year. And so you have this thought of what's potentially there for you this season. But this injury, along with all the other ones they've sustained, Cam Johnson being out for the next month as well, you look at it and just say the West is so tough that this likely made the path harder. And even just surviving this month, it's going to put a lot of strain on Jamal, who's been great. But then you wonder what he looks like at the end of this next 4 to 6 weeks. So it definitely made the challenge a lot greater. And the margins for victory in the West are so thin that every little bit that gets harder, makes your odds go down.
I think the best thing we could hope for in a situation like this is that you actually get Jokic back quicker, because it's an injury that you're not going to be at further risk of injuring your knee further. If you can handle the pain, you can get out there. So that would be best case scenario. But I mean, worst case scenario, 4 to 6, right? And if it's 6 weeks, that's a lot of basketball, man. I mean, that's 24 games.
There's 24 games before the All-Star break.
Okay.
Maybe that's the right way to look at it.
Well, and I personally feel like if you get close to the All-Star break, you're just going to take it to the All-Star break, because then you give them an extra week anyways. So if 24 games go by, I don't know what you realistically think the Nuggets can do in a situation like that, but we might be down to a play-in situation by the time this is all said and done.
I mean, there's no question. I think they're only 3 games up. They're the 3 seed right now, but I think only 3 games in the loss column of the Phoenix Suns, who represent that play-in zone, the 7 seeds.
That is true. Yes.
It's kind of crazy just how many good teams there are in the West, and how one little bad run can set you back. The 24 games is also interesting, because the schedule is its most dense between now and the next 5 weeks. They have a lot of back-to-backs. They have a lot of games. The schedule just worked out to where this would be where they played the most games in the shortest amount of time, which obviously hurts things. But, there is a flip side to this. And the flip side, if we try to look at silver linings, I think Jokic has worn down in the playoffs each of the last 2 seasons.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that is because he's been asked to do so much in the regular season. Last season he played 37 minutes, over 37 minutes a game, which is an awful lot for a center in this era, the pace and space era of the NBA. And this provides him potentially a 4, 5, 6 week rest in the middle to where you hope he'll be his freshest. If he recovers fully from this injury and gets his legs under him before the playoffs, he should be his freshest. I think the same thing about Aaron Gordon, who wore down in the playoffs last year. So if Denver can survive, I do think there is a world where they have enough time after the All-Star break to figure out who they are, really reach their peak level and still have a little in the tank. It's something they haven't had the last couple of years.
Adam, that's really fascinating. So the concept there, a healthy team is more important than home court.
Yeah. I think it's true in today's NBA, and I always use that phrase. And I know it can sound silly talking about today's NBA. I mean, the NBA is the NBA, but this era really is so spread out. You run a lot more. I mean, there's statistics on this, how many more miles per game you run in today's NBA than 10 years ago. It's just because there's so much three-point shooting, you have to cover more. They play at a faster tempo than they have, in the last 20 years or so. So you're getting up and down the court more. And I think not only is it more important to be rested and healthy in the playoffs, I even look at it and say this Western Conference is so tough that if anybody can get out of the first or second round in 4 or 5 games, you're going to have such a huge advantage, because having to play 6 or 7 game series 3 times before you make the finals, that's just so hard to do. And in Denver, in their championship season, they took care of Minnesota in 5. They took care of the Lakers in 4. I think it was a real big reason why they were able to go the whole distance. So hopefully you get a rested team. And I'll tell you this, if they do fall to a 5 or 6 seed, there's going to be a very unhappy 3 seed that has to face them in the first round.
Okay. All right, Adam.
You are supposed to get Christian and AG back, maybe even next week. I don't know if you have any information on that, but if you do get those 2 guys back, could that be enough firepower to kind of hold serve on the remainder of your games and go 500?
Well, they play some weak teams. I mean, it's a lot of games, but there's some weak ones in there. You got Washington a couple times, the Pacers, some of the bottom feeders. But I think what's difficult about that, yes, you have the talent, but their identity is Nikola Jokic and how you play off of him. This team is going to have to find a new identity, and how quickly they find that is probably going to determine, because they have the talent to be competitive with a lot of these teams, but they can't play the same style. They have to reinvent themselves and kind of in a patchwork kind of job here for the next month, and I just don't know how that'll go.
All right, fill this sentence in, and then we'll let you go. We know you're busy today. I will be happy over the next 24 games if the Nuggets go blank.
Oh, blank. Man, happy? If you go 500, I think 500 is happy. I think anything, if you said 24 games, 8-16 might be the worst you can go. But if you go 12-12, 13-11, I think you'll live with that, and you probably only drop 2 or 3 spots in the standings.
All right, well, let me reverse this real quick. I think they will go blank over the next 24 games. Never mind being happy. What do you think they'll go in the next 24 games?
I'll say 11-13.
11-13. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be right there around that 500 mark. But Jamal's having a heck of a season, and I'm kind of excited. I'll tell you what I'm really excited for. They play Brooklyn on Sunday. Michael Porter, Jamal Murray, I think those 2 guys now both having to carry their teams, that might be a good old-fashioned shootout with both guys. I think they got along and all that kind of stuff, but I think both of them want to get that win now when basically they're going to have 30, 40 points to get their team to victory. That should be a fun shootout.
All right, well, let's go. Can hear that you got some calls coming in. Adam, we appreciate your time. Thank you. Check out content there on DNVR Nuggets. Thank you there, Adam.
Thanks, fellas. Have a great one.
All right. God, I think 11-13 would be amazing.
Be thrilled with that.
Right?
I'm scared. It could be like 6-4. Like, I don't know.
Keep doing the math.
Well, I was doing 20 games in my head.
24.
I was doing 20 in my head because we'd been talking about 20 all day long. As soon as I said it, I caught myself. Thank you very much.
6-18.
Sure.
Yeah. 8.
I mean, I don't think that's insane to think that you're going to lose a lot of games.
Well, you're 12 games over 500 right now. So, I mean, in 24 games, how's that math? What would be 12 games under 500? I really, seriously, what is wrong? What is wrong with
games,
this?
then you got to win 12 to be 500.
Yeah, I know. But like if you were if you were 500, if you were what and what? Oh my God.
What is the question?
I'm a moron.
What's the question?
They're 12 games over 500.
Right now.
24 games later, if they were just 500, what would their record be?
So they have to lose 12 games.
Well, they'd have to lose more than 12 games.
They'd have to lose more than 12 games.
Yeah.
Would you just get this right? God, I'm a PhD. I'm a doctor.
I know. What am I saying? This is killing people right now.
I'm watching the Independence Bowl.
Yeah, I don't blame you. 14-6, Coastal Carolina.
I go on vacation in 47 minutes.
If they were 6, I'm going to figure this out.
6-18.
6-18. That would be 12 games. Oh, okay. So they would be 500. Yeah. If they go 6-18. The 500 team right now is the Golden State Warriors, which is 17-16. Okay. And then the Grizzlies are 15-17. They would be that. If they were at 500, if they go 6-18 over the next 24 games, they are still, believe it or not, at 6-18 over the next 24 games, Tyler. Theoretically, they're still in the playoff hunt.
Yeah.
So it's hard to imagine, Tyler, they wouldn't at least win 6 games out of the next 24. You stumble into at least 6 wins, don't you?
You do, and then you get Jokic back, and you think that you're going to be well over 500 for the remainder of the season.
Don't you think? And he'd be healthy, and now you sort of build your 12 games. So say you do that. Say you're 500, you get Jokic back, and in your next 32 games, the rest of the season, you go 12 games over 500, so you finish at 12 over 500. Well, now you're probably, you're 5th or 6th or something like that, and you're probably okay. So if you can do as well as you did when Jokic comes back, as you've done with them so far, you're a 5th or 6th seed, and we're going for it.
I hate to be Debbie Downer.
Oh, well.
Are we making an assumption here that the rest of the guys stay healthy the rest of the season
we are,
also?
Yes.
So when we've got 4 starters that are out, we're just miraculously, nobody else is going to miss another game?
Well, you would hope not. Yeah, I don't know. You can always get injured again, obviously. Anybody could. I just can't believe it's 4 starters.
I think they should put Jamal in bubble wrap.
Well,
don't play Jamal.
You know his ankle's bugging him, right?
Just don't even play him. Forget it.
I'm not even joking.
You think I'm joking about this? You got to survive this next stretch without Jamal Murray getting hurt, and I'm a little bit worried about it because how teams are going to be locking in on this dude.
There was that year for the Avalanche. Who says we don't talk hockey? Where Mikko was like the only guy that stayed healthy, and everybody else was hurt. And it was remarkable because every game seemed to just everybody was just leaning on Mikko because he was the only uninjured guy. He stayed healthy the whole time. How about the fact that Michael Porter Jr. played 81 of 82 games, and the only reason he missed a game was because his foot brace didn't get packed.
Oh yeah.
But he was the most consistent.
I thought it was a shoe. Was it the foot brace?
A shoe. It was
something like that.
Yeah, it's like a contraption. It was like the whole thing. Like it just got left behind. It wasn't something you could replace. And it's like Sacramento or something. He missed 1 game because something didn't get packed right. So yeah, it is a lot on Jamal. And I don't know if Jamal's going to be able to
talk about double and triple teams. I mean, my gosh.
Oh my God. I'm just like wondering is there somebody out there for the Nuggets that can play ridiculous, like can really step up given the opportunity?
Spencer Jones, maybe.
That would be remarkable. Like, could he average could Peyton Watson average 22, 23 points a game?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
What has he got going on right now?
Val can.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he can.
He's averaging 8 points a game.
Yeah, in how many minutes?
13.
Okay, so let's say he plays 32 minutes.
Oh my God, isn't that going to kill him?
No. Why would that kill him?
I don't know, man. I don't know if he's a 30-plus minute guy anymore. Maybe he is. Who knows? And we're going to find out.
He's been a starter his whole career.
I got you. You get up there, though, a little bit, and you just...
Hold on.
He's
How
33.
old is he?
He's 33.
That's not that old.
I got
30 at
I'm with
33.
you.
He can't go a 4-week stretch of playing 30 minutes a night.
I don't know. He hasn't.
Yes, he can.
Okay.
He hasn't had to.
I mean, we're gonna find out.
If he's playing 30 minutes a night, he can average 20 points.
Hey, guess what, Tyler? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if he can play 30 minutes a game. That experiment's about to happen.
He's not DeAndre Jones.
10.7. That's what Peyton Watson's averaging. He can't average 23. That's ridiculous. That's too much of a jump. Who can? Jonas. Jonas is averaging 8.2 and playing, how many minutes? 13 minutes a game. That's a lot, man. To bump up to 20 more minutes a game? I mean, you're right, Tyler. Theoretically, what he's averaging, sure, he could, I mean.
Of course he could.
I mean, if you double his minutes. Well, no, you'd be tripling his minutes. Would you get 24 points out of Jonas?
Simple math. Times 8 by 3.
So he just doesn't get tired. He's good. He's just all of a sudden he's like this guy.
Well, he's not limited because he's getting tired.
That's
not why he's limited.
How about your guy Zeke Najee, your pal Zeke?
I like Zeke.
I know you'd like Zeke.
He's a good guy.
He's a good dude.
He's not as tall as I thought he was.
Gets paid like $8 million a year. What's he good for? He's averaging 2.1 per game.
Can Holmes play basketball?
Can Holmes play basketball? He was a first-round pick. Yeah, what about him? He's 6'10"-ish, kind of, close to it. Only measure yourself with shoes on. He's let's see what he's averaging right now for the Nuggets. I don't want his Grand Rapids stats. Whoa, I wish we had his Grand Rapids stats. He's 2.3 a game, Tyler.
Okay, so times that by 3, and he's good for 6.
In his last 10 games, he's played 1. It was 8 minutes long. Holy cow, dude. We're in weird territory, aren't we? All right, we're going to take a quick break. And Jesse, hopefully, we're trying to figure out with Scott and Katie, and we'll see if we can hear from them, right? Thumbs up. We'll see. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, your Independence Bowl update, Tyler. It's we're getting our way through the third quarter. Coastal Carolina is up on La Tech 14-6. You and Alabama back in the day during the Independence Bowl, as we go through Independence Bowl history, we're battling it out in the third quarter for sure. There's no doubt about it. It's a close game.
We were. Alabama was up 27-14 at halftime, but we're clawing our ways back. It is now 27-17, making a ball game out of this thing, down 10 points as we're heading into the fourth.
Remember that when CU was just playing cool bowl games and stuff, and we're watching that, and it was like kind of dope, cool. Who's your quarterback?
Cody Hawkins.
Hawkins.
Take a guess at his stat line on the game.
On the entire game?
Yeah.
What was the final score? Can you give me the final score?
Well, I mean, the game is still being played.
Okay.
We haven't gotten there, but
Cody Hawkins.
like theoretically, it was like 30-24.
Okay, I gotcha. I'm gonna say Cody was like 13 for 22 for maybe 150 or something. Probably was running for about 50 yards.
Boy, you are hating on Cody.
A little bit.
Hating on Cody.
Probably has a pick.
Try 322 yards.
What?
Try 322.
Dude.
24 of 39.
Dude.
Had 3 tutties.
Oh.
Also
all
had
right.
also had a couple interceptions.
Okay, well I got that right.
Yeah,
but that's a baller game.
Cody was kind of dealing in that game.
That dude threw 3 bills plus Alabama?
I'm testing your CU history here.
That's pretty awesome.
Okay, leading tackler in that game from CU.
Is it a name?
It should be easy.
Oh man!
I mean, if you know the era at all, you would know who it is. I mean, I know I'm putting.
Was it an NFL guy?
Yeah.
Nate Landman.
No, but Nate's balling. Although
Nate
is he okay?
Well, I don't know. What is going on with the Rams? That's a whole nother story.
He works for the Denver Broncos.
Jordan Tyson?
Jordan what?
Tyson?
Jordan Dizon. Jordan Dizon.
He does work for the Broncos. He
does. Had 13 tackles in that game.
Yeah.
Leading receiver was my roommate, Tyson DeVray.
Oh, I wouldn't know that.
Had a cup of coffee with the Patriots about 4 years.
Good for him.
He had 9 receptions for 94 and the leading rusher.
Should I know him?
I don't know if you know CU football.
Well, who's the dude that everybody hated?
Hated?
Well,
I didn't hate this guy at all.
All right, who was it?
Oh, are you thinking about Marquisha?
Yes.
Is that who you're thinking of?
Yes, I am.
You're thinking about Marquisha?
Yeah. I'm not. I wasn't going to call him Marquisha.
Why? What, am I going to get canceled for that? I'm not the one that called him it.
I'm laughing because that is who I was thinking about, but you went right to the nickname.
Yeah.
No, I'm not thinking about
No. That was before my time. That was before
Who's the running back?
Hugh Charles.
Hugh Charles, I should know that. I should have known that one.
Not an epic game, but an okay game. 69 yards.
You guys must have had some fun, man.
You got to check out the full box score here.
All right, we're killing a little time. Jesse, we hear anything from Katie or Scott yet? No?
I have them in queue, but nothing yet.
Nothing yet. All right. Well, that's going to be tricky, too, because they're up in Toronto.
You want to take a guess at Scotty McKnight's stat line?
Oh, Scotty. No, I know Scotty. Well, if we're throwing for 300 plus,
right,
we're going to get our little white slot guy some yards. He probably had $120 in that game.
It's 67, 4 catches for 67.
All right. So he didn't really bust loose, but 4 for 67 though. All right.
Yeah, not bad.
So he's doing something every time he's touching the ball. That's for sure. Probably could have got Scotty the ball a little bit more, maybe. That's pretty good. 4 for 67.
This is so bad. My memory is so bad. We had a guy catch 2 for 40 that I don't even remember.
A guy?
Well, I don't even remember.
You mean a former teammate?
Yeah, former teammate
that you trained with,
with.
I'm
sure he's a good friend.
Had dinners with.
Yeah, Josh Smith. I don't remember Josh.
What was Justin doing during that game?
Justin. Who's Justin?
Oh, you know who Justin is.
I do.
Sure.
Who's Justin? I don't know who Justin is. Who's Justin?
Okay.
Who's Justin?
Our TV friend?
Oh, that was mean. Justin Adams?
Was he on that team?
Yes, I know Justin very well. One of the kindest human beings.
One of the greatest guys.
I love Justin.
I love Justin too.
Montbello High grad.
I've been proud to see you buff.
Not on the stat line.
Okay. Has a ring.
Big 12 North.
Big 12 North champion.
He's got 2 of them things.
No, Justin's great. All right, well that's what we're doing. We're waiting for everybody to get back there. I hope everybody's all right with the Jokic stuff. Hope everybody's doing well. Yes, some people are asking about keywords. We weren't supposed to be on. There are no keywords scheduled. We were supposed to have the Independence Bowl, so there were no keywords scheduled. Mark Springer and company, whoever Spring's going to bring on after 3:00, will start having keywords starting at 4:20, by the way. So it's not even going to be in the 3:00 hour. So this was an interesting day today, just to go through the history. Oh, here's Katie. Hold on. Let's see what she said. Haven't landed yet. Oh, wow. Okay, so they have not even landed yet. Okay. All right, so maybe that's Jesse. Hey, maybe with Katie and Scott, it'll be more with Mark after 3:00. So that's fine. Katie's saying sorry. Jesse, just want to reach out to Katie. You got Katie's number?
I do, yeah.
You good? Just reach out to her.
They don't got Wi-Fi on that plane?
I guess she does if she's doing all this.
Well, then pick up that phone and call.
Can you call with the Wi-Fi like that?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if you can just be making phone calls. Yeah, just hey.
Remember when they used to have the phone in the seat in front of you?
It
you
used
put
to
your
be
credit
great.
card. Did you ever use that?
I tried it once or twice because it was
Really?
just like
I always so desperate. I would ask my mom and dad if I could use it, and I'm like, can I please just? I just want to call somebody.
Just
from
like
this
right.
thing.
I think it was like that.
Never once in my entire life did I get to use one of those phones.
I think it really was just like, can you believe this?
Did it work?
I don't even remember. That was a long time ago.
I wonder how much that cost.
Yeah, Jesse, just reach out to Katie and Scott and just see maybe Spring will want to have them on later. You know what I'm saying? So the day started out with us like not even being, we were just going to be off. Vic is all like, my head's blowing up. Because seriously, this morning when everybody woke up, we didn't know what the deal with Jokic was going to be. So it has been a kind of a wild day just to process what this Nuggets season and probably next year too, if it was catastrophic, if it was the Jamal injury. But you never really had a fear that it was going to be that bad based on what you saw, right?
No, I mean, to me, a deep bone bruise on your knee is a significant deal. So, I'm not discounting that, but I was not overly concerned about an ACL just based off the injury itself, how it happened. It wasn't a non-contact. He didn't plant his foot. He didn't try to cut inside, cut outside. It did not look like a typical ACL situation.
Okay. What did you think it was?
A bone bruise. Exactly what it turned out to be.
Exactly what it was. I gotta admit, man, like the way I usually have a hard time even watching guys get injured like that. And it wasn't like, I hate to say it, it didn't look like that bad. You know what I mean? He got stepped on. Spencer Jones accidentally stepped on him. Then you could see the hyperextension. You get it. I saw that, obviously. But it didn't like gross me out or like, oh my God, I can't watch that. It wasn't like that at all. And I saw him limp off. The only weird thing about those ACLs, Tyler, is sometimes you can walk around with an ACL. It's kind of weird, man. Like you can just sort of live life a little bit. People walk around with messed up ACLs all the time and don't get them fixed. I mean, I don't think you're, all that dynamic.
What is your point?
I didn't think it was that bad.
That you could live a normal life as a normal human being without an ACL?
I didn't think it was that bad either.
But I'm just curious where you were going with that, with the people walking around with an ACL.
ACLs are weird, man. Like you might not think it's that bad. I actually did not think it was that bad. I was surprised like Christian Brown was out as long as he was. Hamstrings, you can't see a hamstring injury, so you never know, right? Like you have no clue. But sometimes guys go down and instantly, oh, that's got to be an ACL. Like there's,
And with hamstrings, you do want to be cautious because the last thing you want to do is be dealing with that the rest of the season. And soft tissue stuff tends to pop up again, right? Good news with the bone bruise, pretty much as soon as you can handle the pain and you feel like your knee functions well enough to be athletic, you can get back out there.
I'm looking at the Shot Mazda text line as we're here in the Backus and Shanker studios. Joker's knees had me definitely, quote, clutching my pearls. Yeah, it was funny listening to the boys in the morning. Like, they were like, really, seriously, they were about to jump in front of a bus. Vic said he was never going to watch basketball again. DMac is correct. Humble brag, snowboarded and played indoor soccer for 3 years with an ACL injury. Wow. Okay. DMac is right. Another one.
Were you any good?
I don't know.
I mean, you probably sucked at snowboarding. You probably sucked at indoor soccer.
I have friends who have skied down the mountain with a blown ACL. If your leg muscles are strong enough, they can stabilize you enough to get by.
Boy, we got a lot of doctors.
Well, I tore my ACL.
Oh, we know.
Yeah, I know. And meniscus. It was the meniscus that was the painful part. Yeah. Did you ever have knee injuries? I think you avoided that, right?
No, I did not have anything serious.
That's crazy.
I had a bursitis issue one year that my knee was the size of a softball. No, bigger than that, like way bigger than a softball. And I would get it drained 3 times a week, and I did that for I did that 12 weeks.
Oh, that sucks.
But it's actually not an overly serious injury, despite all the inflammation that would come from it. I just had to drain it 3 times a week.
All right. Have you ever had this? What kind of bone bruise type of things? Hyperextended. What have you had that is somewhat similar to this?
Well, I've had a deep bone bruise in my thigh just above my knee. So it was not my knee, and I don't know exactly what the differences would be. But it was really close to my knee, and I felt like it was in my knee because all the inflammation went down into it, and the bruising literally spreads, and you can see it all over the place. And the worst time was at night. The worst time was when you're trying to sleep, and you would have to put your knee in an ace bandage and wrap it with your knee bent with like your calf touching your hamstring.
Oh my gosh!
And then you'd have to wrap it together like that because if you didn't, it was like the most painful thing of all time in the middle of the night. That being said, it was a pain tolerance issue. That's it. Once you could tolerate the pain and you felt like you could effectively play the game, you got back out there.
Wow. So how much time, if any, did you miss?
0.
Wow, 0.
But it was not my knee. So that would be significantly different if it was directly on my knee.
What did Evan Mathis have? A
torn hamstring. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad. I mean, his whole hamstring was black and blue the whole year.
Those photos of the back of his leg were the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it was wild.
All right, so this is a kind of a can you suck it up sort of injury. Like, you wouldn't suck it up now. You'd want to get healthy now. But this is the type of thing, Dr. Polumbus, Mr. PhD, if you had to play, you could sort of get out there and suffer through it, you think? Or not?
No, I don't think you could play right now.
Period.
It's going to take time.
Okay.
I mean, your knee's not going to function. Like you're not going to be able to bend and jump and cut and do all those sorts of things.
Right.
It's not going to function. There will be a period of time that you'll be tempted to get back out there, and that's going to be when you decide if you can handle the pain or not.
The Elway thing, the whole Elway played his entire career without an ACL. Yeah, that's an interesting thing that he addressed in the he tore it at some point, didn't have it repaired, and just sort of went away.
It's wild to me. Like
he didn't have an ACL.
I've obviously from a personal level only known John Elway post-playing career, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's always been so severely pigeon-toed and walked with such a gait because that knee's been so freaking jacked up.
Right.
But I don't know. I just kind of assumed that happened over time. It's wild to me seeing how pigeon-toed he was as an athlete, whole
time. Like
how is it possible? How can you be that athletic and be that pigeon-toed?
And 2 sports. Because he was like that in a superior baseball player at the same time.
That's nuts.
No, his level of athleticism is kind of bonkers. All right, 303-504-0925. That's our text line. I know a few guys have had deep bone bruises in their ears from listening to DMac's quarterback drafting strategies.
Oof. I've been struggling through that for about 10 years.
It's PhD on 92.5. All right, well, we just got notice. The Nuggets plane has landed, Tyler, and they are taking people 5 at a time through customs. Forget about that. You got to do customs there in Canada. So Scott says he's on the plane. Jesse's going to try to ring him up. And so Scott was like, well, I'm just sitting here. I can talk. So I guess when they bring people through customs, it's not the broadcasters that go first. Did you see the social media tweet? I don't know where it came from, but a dude had a photo of Scott interviewing Joker.
Yeah.
And it was like, who the hell is the interview guy that's standing eye to eye with Joker?
Yeah, I said that in the group thread, actually. And
I
just came across some random person on Twitter that had a photo of Scott. Like, who the F is this random reporter looking eye to eye with Jokic?
That's crazy, right?
Clearly, you're not a Nuggets fan.
Bananas that somebody's eye to eye with Jokic. I thought that was all right from the plane. Scott Hastings in Canada on the tarmac. How are you, Scott? Scott, paging Scott.
Yes,
hey, how are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Keeping your voice low. I know you're on the team plane. It's been an interesting day back here, Scott, in Denver. Trust me, we've gone through a lot of emotions. How has the day been for you and traveling with the Nuggets?
On one hand, it's like business as usual.
Okay.
To be honest with you. You know, you sit in the hotel, the guys did what they had to do. Some guys took treatment. They had breakfast. We were fending for ourselves. Thank you. Got on the bus, got on the plane. Somehow there's about an hour delay in the tarmac in Miami, and landed just now. And now we're waiting for customs. I guess what they do here is a court for this, like a separate little place, and then they come and grab like 5 guys at a time, pat them down, strip search and all that stuff, and then that's in Canada. But listen, there's still a pallor. There's still a pallor hanging over the crowd a little bit. You can't. You're talking about the greatest player in Denver Nuggets history, probably the greatest player in the world right now. And you know, when you read those emails or the things that come out, they'll reevaluate in 4 weeks. That don't mean he's back in 4 weeks. That means they're going to reevaluate.
Is Joker on the trip?
He is on the trip. I watched him from my seat in the bus, one step at a time. This boy, he's hurt.
Okay.
And he's a pretty tough cat, but I watched him, you know, step the right foot up, bring the left foot, step the right foot up, bring the left foot, all the way up the steps of the airplane to get in there. I did talk to some of the team's medical stuff. I said, when will you guys start, you know, getting him into motion and trying to, you know, rehab, I guess what it is, whatever. And one of the guys told me, we've already started that last night. So it's an interesting process, and it, you know, as I understand, pretty painful one, but they're already working on it. A lot of ice, a lot of stim, a lot of flexion and stuff they got to do to it. But we will see, man. We will see. I don't know. I've never been around a cat like him, so you know what do we know what we can expect. And then on the other hand, I've never been around and done a season or been involved in a season where a team loses, a good team loses 4 of its 5 starters. So, hey, welcome to Canada, Jamal Murray.
Yeah, no kidding. Exactly. No kidding. I'm just hoping he stays healthy throughout the remainder of this because teams are going to be so locked in on him. But, you know, Scott, if he misses the entirety of the 4 to 6 weeks, and I know we all hope he doesn't, but if he misses the entirety, go into the All-Star break and he misses 24 games, what's kind of a realistic best case scenario for the Nuggets over the next 4 weeks?
Well, this is kind of my go-to line in Rocky 3. I quote Apollo Creed. What's your prediction for the next 4 to 6 weeks?
Pain. Pain.
You know, there's the silver line. Silver line. There's the glass half full, the glass half empty. The glass half full is, listen, you're going to get these other guys back. I still think that you're going to get at least Christian back before this trip's over. Still got 2 weeks or 10 days to go. I think it's not even close to being over. So that's good. You start slowly easing guys back in. It'll be a little longer, obviously, for Cam. But at least 2 guys that add a defensive presence. They're probably going to change, have to change a little bit their style because everything ran through Nicole. I sent you that sound of Jamal last night after the game. Said, listen, he does everything for us. So, I mean, so now we get to the slide the glass half empty. He does everything for him. He's the leading rebounder in the league. He's the leading assist guy in the league. He's averaging close to 30 points a game. He's in the top 2 or 3, I think, in steals in the league. He's putting up numbers and doing things no one in the history of the game is doing. He scored 18 points in overtimes. He's having 55, 15, and 15 games that no one has done in the NBA. And he's just, he's a unique, he's a unicorn. He's one of a kind. But, and that's hard to get over. We talk the NFL stuff too. When you got a guy that's a dominant quarterback, and you lose him, very rarely do you just all of a sudden say, not every team has a Matt Castle and you can win 11 games, I guess. I don't know. They still didn't make the playoffs. But listen, it'll be a learning process. I think we'll take some lumps here for a while, figure out what they need to do and what to do. I think Valanciunas is good that they got Valanciunas because he's been a starting center in this league for a long time, but he's a different style player. He can do some of the things of Joker, but boy, he ain't Joker.
Can he play 30+ minutes?
Yeah, he probably. But then we got to talk depth behind that too, right? So does your second unit now become a quicker, smaller, attacking, pressure, switch everything kind of team? On that second unit. So that'll be interesting to see too. So listen, the key is to get some of these other guys back, and now you spread your depth down a little bit to where maybe you can play. Like I said, I think they're going to play a little bit of a different style, but we'll see. I'll get the game tomorrow. We have to see what David's thoughts are before the game and everything else like that. But listen, you lost the all-pro quarterback, running back, and wide receiver. That's what you lost.
Dude.
But you lost one cat, to be honest with you.
No, we get it. Any indication that, will Joker stay on the road or will he come back here to Denver?
I'd ask that question too, and as of now, he'll stay here.
Okay.
I mean, you can't.
Do you? I'll give you one more quick one here, and we really appreciate you being on with us. We can hear the plane and all the stuff. Any indication with AG and CB in terms of return?
Well, I do know this. As we've been on this road trip, their workouts have been ramped up more publicly.
Okay.
I think they've been doing stuff behind the scenes for a while now, but now they're coming out in warm-up slots before the game and really ramping stuff up. Steve Short, who's I don't know, Rick, you know what Steve Short's title is? The Director of Sports Science. Director of Sports Science, Steve Short.
Okay.
Has been out watching it, filmed a couple times, doing some stuff. So they have ramped up the public, I'm going to call it, the public workouts before games, getting a lot of shots, doing a lot of stuff. But gotta tell you this too, though. It's one thing. You're gone a month of the season. It's not just that month you missed. You still got another 2 weeks. 2 weeks to get back in shape to get ready, to play now back at that level. So it's usually, here's your injury time and rehab time. Now we got to get in shape time.
Okay. One last one. Now that you're in Canada, what time do they celebrate New Year's in Canada?
Gosh, that's a good question. I'm assuming the same time. I'll be. Hey, listen, you guys are celebrating back there, though. I'll be in bed. It'll be 2:00 here.
All right, buddy. All right, Scott. We'll look for you on TV. Thanks for the update. I'm sure Mark Springer would love to have an update too, and we're all about the Nuggets here today, this afternoon.
Hello. It's Hello.
Hey, is that Cuz?
That's Chris Marlowe.
Chris Marlowe! What's up, Chris?
DMac, my man.
All right.
Hold on.
Can I do my DMac impression right now? Are you on the air?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Oh, thank you, Chris. All right, guys. We'll talk to you later. Okay. All right. Wow. All right. There you go. Anything left to be said?
No, was he in the airport or in the airplane toilet? Was that where that was?
That's pretty good, man, though. I mean, I think he's talking and there's a lot of people around him right there.
You know what? And that's not always the most comfortable place in the world to do one of these interviews, if you know what I mean.
No. You never know who's like right there.
Yeah.
So, all right, very cool. Thank you, Jesse, for helping. By the way, I mean, we got 11 minutes and 56 seconds to go in the Independence Bowl with the Chanticleers, which we all know is a one-eyed, eye patch, sword-bearing rooster over the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech. But who cares about that? Mark Springer and friends coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. it's been a while since we played the official show open at 3:00. No crosstalk today. We're going old school. We're jumping into Kreckman and Lindahl just before 3 p.m. here on this Tuesday in Denver. New Year's Eve tomorrow night, winding down 2025. I produce this show. My name is Mark Springer, and I am here with you until 6 p.m. Alberto Uriueta is in my seat today. He's rocking his UTEP jacket, pullover thingy. You should be hearing the Independence Bowl right now. That was on the schedule. But because of the Nikola Jokic news, we shuffled things around today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And if you're looking for Independence Bowl updates, I got you covered, okay? If that's what you were tuning in for, if you saw on our schedule, we were promoting it perhaps. Maybe we were. I don't know if we were. We were right now. You were supposed to be listening to, with 11:45 to go in the fourth quarter, the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl. Louisiana Tech were favored over Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina got out to a 14-3 lead at the half, but the Bulldogs of La Tech have charged back to make it 14-12. They just went for 2 and couldn't get it. Oh, what are we missing? Well, the reason we're missing this is because Nikola Jokic, we thought he tore his ACL last night. How about this? When just a week or so ago, Cam Johnson goes down writhing in pain, holding his knee in the game in Dallas. And last night, like the very end of the first half, Nuggets had just taken a 63-61 lead. They'd come back from double digits down in the first half in Miami. Jokic and Murray leading the charge. This half is almost over. And we're seconds away from going to the locker room. And the Nuggets possibly having a 2-point lead. But then Jokic gets stepped on. Friendly fire by Spencer Jones. Similar to Cale Makar and Gabe Landeskog. There are similarities. And I see people on Twitter last night on social media. They're like, Spencer Jones. Damn you, Spencer Jones. Dude, he's bodying up Jaime Jaquez. Like, he's just D'ing him up. And he steps on the dude behind him. Steps on his foot. What do you want him to do? Spencer Jones is a good defensive player. Jokic goes down, and he's writhing in pain. And then the Heat would go on to win that game by quite a few. 147-123, the final. This game was tied at the half. I wonder, did the Nuggets win that game last night if Jokic stays in? They needed that one because they lost the opener of the, 7-game road trip in Orlando. It's a lot of solid on this. There's no East Coast teams here that blow you away. Granted, the East in general is not as good as the West, but they're all solid teams, and you're on the road for 7 straight. It's tough. And it just got even tougher. I do wonder if the Nuggets would have actually won. That's how good Jokic is. So what do the Heat win by? They win by like 24. Is Nikola Jokic worth 24 points? He might be. That's how good he is. And that's why we shuffled everything around, because it's Nikola Jokic. In the pantheon of who reigns supreme in Denver sports history, there are 2 names. As far as who holds the crown, who wears the crown, who carries the torch. I think most people, and myself included, would say that it is still John Elway. But my goodness, Nikola Jokic is right there. And you can make the argument that it's him. And so when it appears that he might have torn his ACL, we change things around on Altitude Sports Radio. Your home of the Denver Nuggets. That's what we do. Great news, though. All in all, considering the optics of what it looked like last night, great news that it's just a left knee hyperextension, no structural damage, and he will not be out the rest of the year. That's all that matters. Yes, this is going to hurt their seeding. Because Nikola Jokic, like I just said, he might be worth 24 points. He's the best player in the game.
He is. I love Wemby. Wemby's a freak of nature. He's still very young. Jokic is in his prime. SGA is a free throw merchant. Jokic is that all-around game. The way he sees the floor, his basketball IQ is off the charts. Like, you could lose any other Nuggets player, and you'd still feel like, okay, as long as Big Honey's out there, as long as the Joker's out there, we've got a chance. Just the way that he lifts everyone around him. He rises all ships. The way he gets his teammates involved. The way he sets everybody up. His own ability to score. If the Nuggets don't have Nikola Jokic, they could have everybody else. They could be 100% healthy outside of Nikola Jokic, and they'd be screwed. You need that man. He is everything to this team. So good news. And what are the odds that, man, I'm conditioned. I think we're all conditioned to think that when you see a pro athlete go down, writhing in pain, holding their knee, the automatic thought is that's an ACL. That's what we've just been conditioned to. I'd say I don't know the numbers, but gut feel, I'm going to say over 90% of the time. Well over 90% of the time. When you see a player go down holding his knee, the knee is the one thing you don't want him to be holding. Hold that ankle. Hold that hamstring. The knee? No, not the knee, because we know what ACLs mean. I guess the Achilles would be the other if you're holding that heel. And lo and behold, whether it's Cam Johnson or Nikola Jokic, both of them, they're just Cam was a bone bruise, and Jokic is a hyperextension. It really is a Christmas miracle that both those dudes will be back, it appears, here in a couple months. I mean, maybe you're thinking through the All-Star break, something like that, because the All-Star break is mid-February. And again, it will hurt their seeding. Maybe they are not a home seed. Maybe they're not one of the top 4 seeds anymore. And it's just a testament to how tough the West is. Houston and LA, the Lakers and the Rockets, are one game back of the Nuggets. Wolves, who forced overtime on Christmas night, are a game and a half back of the Nuggets. It's really those 3 teams. The Suns are playing some plucky basketball. They've gotten the benefit of playing the Pelicans and Wizards of late, but the Suns are 3 games back in the 7th seed of the Nuggets. Now, I mentioned the All-Star break. One thing that I was thinking about today is, and I thought he was already in. I thought that Jamal Murray was already going to be an All-Star. He was already going to be on Team World. But a couple things here. I'm now wondering, is Jokic going to play in the All-Star game? So he's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. That'll put us in early February. And let's see, the NBA All-Star game is mid-February, February 15th. So, I mean, if everything goes hunky-dory, then Jokic, if it's 4 weeks is best case scenario, then yeah, Jokic is back for the All-Star game. But I don't know. Do you just play it safe? Do you just hold him out through the All-Star break, make sure that knee is 100% ready to go? Even if he is back before the All-Star break, why play him in that stupid game? Why play him in that absolute nothing, whatever the hell this is going to be, tournament 12-minute game format, USA versus World? Nobody cares. But that's an extra spot. That's an extra spot on Team World. So if there was if Jamal was the last man out, now his own teammate's probably not going to play, and a Nugget needs to be in the All-Star game, and there's only 2 who can make it. Given and maybe Aaron Gordon would have had a chance. And again, nobody really cares about the All-Star game. But hey, I think Murray's now he's in. Now he's in for sure. And he'll represent the Nuggets at All-Star weekend. And now it's Jamal's team. Overall, now going forward, and I mean, this is a behemoth of a road trip, even more so without Nikola Jokic. Unfortunately, Jamal Murray's playing the best basketball of his career. He looks like he's as calm on the court, and the game is slowed down for him more than ever. He's going to have to do it with at least the next game or two, perhaps. I don't know if you're rushing Aaron Gordon or Christian Brown back. Reports were that they could play on the back half of this road trip. We're still on the front half of this road trip. Do you expedite either one of them to play even tomorrow night in Toronto? Toronto just had a nice comeback win last night at home against the Magic. Toronto's better than people give them credit for, having a solid season. Friday in Cleveland. Cleveland just had a really nice win in San Antonio, a team that I'm very high on. Evan Mobley's back. Cleveland's at 100%, essentially. Tough game. I mean, if it's just Jamal, and look, they're deeper than they've been in recent years, but stars carry this league. High-end talent carries this league. So I don't know. I'll be curious to see if Christian and or Aaron are playing tomorrow night or Friday. Early reports were back half of the road trip, which would mean, Sunday in Brooklyn, Monday in Philadelphia, Wednesday in Boston. But I think now it's a guarantee that one of them's playing on this road trip because you're going to need him. You're going to need him. And more minutes for Jonas Valanciunas now, too. And, one of the talking points or speculation with Jonas and his hesitation to play for the Nuggets and his preference to play for Panathinaikos in the Greek League and the Euro League. One of them was, and maybe this was just speculation, but I mean, how many minutes is Jonas going to get playing backup to Jokic? He'd been playing for some lowly teams in his career, and he's a good player, but that meant he's a starter, and he's playing 30 minutes a night, something like that. Playing behind Jokic, he has not seen that much court time this season. But now Jonas will get it. And it's the best backup center that they have had in years. I'll go back to Mason Plumlee. I think he's even better than that. In terms of a guy who can be your starting center and be effective. He's a beast. He's not Jokic. Nobody's Jokic. Nobody's even, Jonas isn't close to Jokic. That's the level that Nikola is on. But Jonas Valanciunas, if that's the guy that you're asking to step into your starting center role, you'll take that all day. You'll take that all day. He's been averaging 13 minutes a game this season. He's going to go 25 minutes a night at least now going forward. So, he's going to get the minutes he wanted. If there was any hesitation from him, I'm not going to get the minutes. Is this the role I really want? Now, you got a chance now to help keep this season afloat and maybe help this team maintain home court position for the first round of the playoffs. So big moments ahead for Jonas Valanciunas. And a chance for Jamal Murray to really cement, if there was any doubt, his all-star campaign and where he's at in this league. Now, Jamal's shot is money right now. It is smooth. But the two-man game goes away. Jonas will not play it the same way that Jokic did. Nobody can play it that way. So Murray's going to have to be that scoring guard. And you're going to need a lot of threes from Tim Hardaway Jr. And Bruce Brown's role is going to have to increase. Julian Strother's role is going to increase. Maybe you start to see a little more Jalen Pickett because it's just a trickle down. Jokic is out for at least 4 weeks. Peyton Watson playing for a contract. He's great defensively, has been much improved offensively this year as he gets into his own, a few years in the league, playing for that contract. Peyton Watson, big moments here for him. And then now the expectation that, the expectation for sure that both of those players, Gordon and Brown, are back on this road trip. Now you have to. And will one of them be back in the next 2 games? Because they're without 4 starters. Man, injury luck is a real thing. The Broncos have benefited from great injury luck this season. I know you lose J.K. Dobbins, and it hurts. But when that's about all you've lost, when you look at the rest of the NFL, look, it's a physical, brutal sport. Basketball is physical, too. You're going to lose dudes. The fact that the Broncos only lost J.K. Dobbins is great injury luck. The Avs have had great injury luck this season. They're the best team in the NHL, and they have had the most players play in every single game for them this season. I think it's 14 players have played in every single game for the Avs this season. That's more than any other team has had as many players play for them in 100% of their games. So the Avs have had great injury luck. Injury luck is a part of this, and unfortunately, it did bite the Nuggets. It has bitten the Nuggets, but on the bright side, none of them are out for the season. And they're as deep as they've ever been. So maybe home court advantages slide away. But I've always said the key is to be as healthy as possible in the playoffs. That's why the Chargers are resting starters on Sunday. They got to get Justin Herbert right. We'll talk about that. We got Chad Brown coming up at 4. He's going to talk Broncos and NFL. Lots of guests today. Coming up next, Chris Dempsey is going to join me. We're going to get even more into this Nikola Jokic injury, what it means for the Nuggets. Vic Lombardi joining the show at 4:20. We'll talk Nuggets. We'll talk Broncos as well with Vic. We'll talk about all of it with Denver sports legend Vic Lombardi. Coach Mike Sanford joining us at 4:45. Connor McGahey on at 5:20 to talk Avs. Expecting to be joined by Scott Hastings and Katie Wingy as well today. Possibly my dude, Alex Ryan-Emmy, will join me at some point. We'll talk Avs and everything else. We love all the sports here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Chris Dempsey next. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer in for Nate and Andy. My dudes are chilling today, and I'm chilling with you guys, reacting to the Nikola Jokic injury news. All is well, or at least it's way better than it could have been. That's a win. That's a massive win. We got keywords on an Avs Ticket Tuesday coming for you at 4:20 and 5:20. Your chance to win tickets to see the Avs and the Blues tomorrow night on New Year's Eve at Ball Arena. So tune in at 4:20 and 5:20. 2 chances to get your names in the hat for those tickets. Also keep you updated on the Independence Bowl. It should be on right now. The Louisiana Tech Bulldogs have taken a 20-14 lead over the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Man, the drama we're missing. The Independence Bowl was supposed to be on this very radio station right now, but instead we're reacting to Nikola Jokic injury news, which I'll take my tongue out of my cheek is far more important. We welcome in from Altitude Television, Chris Dempsey. Demps, hey, it's a good day to be Nikola Jokic's knee, right?
Listening to your intro there, and I thought, it's funny because it's pretty rare that you get news that a player is going to miss at least a month due to a knee injury, and we're all like, woo, that is great. But here we are, right, with Nikola Jokic, because we all know it could have been so much worse, but it isn't. And so, it's going to be upon the Nuggets now to keep themselves afloat while he's gone, and hopefully, that involves getting Christian Brown here back soon and Aaron Gordon after that, and so they can be as whole as they can be without their star player.
When you saw him go down, and Cam Johnson for that matter too, like weren't we all thinking, uh-oh? Because when you see that, it typically, like we are trained now. It's a Pavlovian response for us to think grasping the knee and writhing in pain equals ACL, but both those players are going to be back in a handful of weeks. At least those are the reports that we're getting. Gordon and Brown probably back soon, one at least by the end of this road trip. Demps, as long as they're healthy going into the playoffs, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 1,000%. The minute you drop Nikola Jokic back into this lineup, this team becomes, I don't care where they are in the standings. They're at worst the second best team in the Western Conference. And so, it's and then look, Spring, if they end up playing basketball, that puts them kind of down in the standings, and let's just say they slide in the 6th spot. I mean, that's the scariest six seed team that you'll ever have to play. So,
that poor 3 seed.
Yeah, the 3 seed's gonna be like, what? Come on, man, we drew this team. So yeah, but I think to your point, health is the only thing that matters with this basketball team. They're capable of winning games anywhere. And, they had won 11 straight road games, already to this point, at some point this season. So, as long as they're healthy, they can win anywhere, they can beat any team. And so that is definitely the most important thing.
Demps, do you care at all? And this was something I was maybe going to bring up in the first segment, but didn't get to. I'm looking at the odds to win MVP this season, and Jokic is off the board now. SGA is a -450 favorite to win MVP. Do you care about that at all?
Yeah, it's too bad, because, and I said this on the broadcast last night. I said, thing is, if he doesn't get to the 65-game threshold, he's not going to win the MVP, which is too bad because he will be the MVP because we can all see that with our eyes. But there is that threshold, and honestly, I think that threshold is good. I mean, maybe it needs to be a little bit lower in terms of backing down toward more 60 games. But I do think the NBA has to have it because you just can't have a player play 40 games, 45 games, and then win an MVP or something like that. So this is just very unfortunate for Nikola, look, he's won 3 of them already. The ultimate prize is the title, and so as long as he's on the court playing at an MVP level in the playoffs, that is really all that we really want here. It's too bad that he won't get that due to a technicality.
What do you think this does for Jamal Murray specifically? I mean, he's carrying this team now. Now it's his team for even when Gordon's back and Brown's back and maybe Cam Johnson is back before Jokic. Maybe Jokic is the last return. I mean, it's Murray's team. I don't think it's Aaron Gordon's team, even if he were healthy. This is Jamal Murray's team, the way he's played, the way that he is a scoring guard. Let's just start with him. What does this mean for Murray?
It's a big deal. He's got to perform, and he's going to have to perform under pressure. Unfortunately for him, now every defense will just try to take him out of the game. That's the first, especially with no Aaron Gordon and no Christian Brown and no Cameron Johnson. They're just going to just blitz every ball screen, try to get the ball out of his hands at all times. He's going to draw the best defender, probably two of them on most possessions. They're going to get real super physical with him. So his life is about to get real complicated real fast. And so what he, and I think this falls on David Adelman as well, and the coaching staff. They have collectively have to figure out a way to keep him operating in as much space as possible. And then if he's assuming double teams, it's the kind of double teams that they want so that they can get the ball, they can get other players open for wide open shots. And so if you can do that with Jamal, use the extra defensive attention to create advantages elsewhere on the court, but then still also get him off the ball to get him back on the ball so that he can work in space and with some one-on-one situations. It's the best combination of things that will help him continue to be able to approximate what he has started the season with right now. And so what you don't want from Jamal is for him to put a bunch of pressure on himself and really feel the weight and the burden of that. And then to have that manifest itself out on the court by taking just 1,000 shots, because that's not necessary in this offense, the way they run it. And, he's still going to get, obviously, the lion's share of the shot attempts. You just don't need to force them in this offense. This offense generates great shots for everybody. Let the offense continue to generate great shots for everybody. And, might his points per game tick down a little bit? I think they probably will. But maybe the assists tick up a little bit in the same time. And I think that would be the best version of Jamal, and we'll see. We'll start to get some of those answers tomorrow of how they want to attack things with him and how they want to use him and how they kind of keep him clean throughout the game more often than just having a defense just attack him and get their teeth into him and really take him out of the game.
What about Jonas Valanciunas going from 13 minutes a game? Now he's getting well north of 20. Going forward for the next 4+ weeks. I think Dempsey's the best backup big they've had since Plumlee. I think he's better than Plumlee. He's not Jokic, but if there's anyone who you're going to say, okay, I'm somewhat comfortable with him stepping into that role, I'm comfortable with Jonas Valanciunas.
Correct, me too. And I'm actually, honestly, there's a piece of me that's very eager to see what happens here because – so one of my favorite stats in basketball is per 36. And so basically just saying if this player played 36 minutes per game, which is basically starters minutes, what would that player average? And so the averages are extrapolated over per 36 of 36 minutes. And his, last I checked, was something like 22 points and 13 rebounds per game.
Checks out.
And so that was he was really packing a lot of production into just a very few minutes a night. And what we know about him from his past in this league is that he's a double-double. He's a walking double-double. He just really is. And I honestly expect a slew of double-doubles out of him, and then maybe on a handful of these nights, some really major double-double, like something like 23 points, 18 rebounds, something like that. I think we can expect on about a handful of these occasions from him. But also, to your point, I don't expect there should be no changes in how the Nuggets operate. They're still going to run split action stuff. They have a lot of creative stuff, a lot of pin down for shooters, a lot of dribble handoff actions, and all those things are going to stay exactly the same with Jonas Valanciunas because he can do it. And then he's a player also that you can throw the ball to on the block and say, big fella, please go get us a high percentage bucket, if they are in a drought or something like that, or even if you just are just kind of uneasy with how many jumpers are being shot in a particular game, he can go get you a high percentage bucket as well. So I'm not saying that obviously he's Nikola Jokic, because he's not. But what I am saying is if he can probably average 16-ish points, 10 rebounds per game, I think, over this course of this span, and that would be more than enough, especially if you start getting guys like Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown back, and then obviously eventually Cameron Johnson as well. Everybody can start dividing the scoring up. I mean, Aaron Gordon was having maybe the best scoring season of his career before he was out. And so if they can reprise those roles, I think, to your point, this is the best big that they've had behind Jokic, and I think he'll play like it.
You know, I'm looking at some bench players, some bigs who got some minutes late once Jokic goes out just before the half last night. Zeke Naji gets 9 minutes. Okay. Deron Holmes got 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Is this an opportunity for Deron Holmes to get some more NBA, high leverage playing time?
I think so. It's very hard to figure out what their plan is with him right now. And I say that because this injury thing isn't new this season to the Nuggets, and they've just had players kind of dropping like flies. And what we haven't really seen is Deron Holmes on the court in a significant way until last night, really.
Yeah.
And so it gives me a little bit of pause in terms of trying to project how they will use him, going forward while they're still missing some players. I think for Zeke Naji, I think it's pretty apparent to me that they're comfortable with Zeke Naji on the floor. And I think he'll just be the backup center while Jonas Valanciunas is the starting center. And then when Aaron Gordon comes back and is past all the minute restrictions and everything, I think what they'll do is they'll do matchups. And so some nights you'll see Aaron Gordon be the starting center, Jonas Valanciunas be the reserve center, and some nights you'll see Jonas Valanciunas be the starting center. And then when he goes off the court, you just slide Aaron Gordon over as your backup center, and then you use Zeke Naji to kind of backfill those things in case there's foul trouble or anything else. So, but in none of those scenarios did I mention Deron Holmes. And so we'll just see, how they use him. But I'm very hesitant to say that there's going to be an uptick in his minutes in any kind of significant way until I see them actually put that into practice on the court.
Is that still hesitation of him coming off not from him himself, but from the staff, and maybe it is his own Achilles, coming off the Achilles injury? I mean, he's back. You've seen his numbers with the Grand Rapids Gold. He's been great in the G League.
Yeah.
Do you have any sense of are they slow playing him out of an abundance of caution? Because he was drafted to be an impact player or to be part of the rotation fairly quickly. He had experience at Dayton. But it feels like they are just really playing this cautiously with Deron Holmes.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's his career arc right off the top is super interesting to me. Because last year, when the Nuggets quite clearly needed so much bench help, right? It felt like he was absolutely about to be a part of the equation, but then he tears his Achilles.
Yeah.
And then so he's out the entirety of the season. So now he comes back this season, and there's just not a need for. I mean, they acquired so many players to bolster the bench. Now he was in a situation, and this is what I thought when I was asked about Deron Holmes prior to the season, my general take on it was, well, I think it's going to be tough for him this season because they literally went out and got all the bench players, to help them in this season. And so from that standpoint, I do understand why he hasn't actually played almost at all, because they don't need him. And I think with that's why it'll be interesting these next few weeks, because they kind of do need him, but do they kind of need him? How do they feel about that? And because Zeke Naji's playing more, does that push him down the road a little bit more as well? I think to your point, I think they do know that they have time with him. Nothing has to absolutely be rushed. So if they feel like he needs more seasoning, he just needs to keep playing in the G League before he can have an impact with this team this season, or I think more like next season, then that's what they're going to do. But if they're going to just be so injured, especially in their front court, that they just need bodies and they finally have to put them on the court, then I think they'll do that too. But it seems to me that they're doing a lot more of the former, and they don't want to necessarily get into too much of the latter. So I think for him, the question he's got to ask himself and ask those coaches, and I'm not talking about Ryan Bowen, who does know. I mean, the system they run is what the Nuggets run, so that players can seamlessly fit. But I would go to the coaching staff here, David Adelman, JJ Barea, and say, okay, when you look at me out there, what do you need to see from me that will let you know that can translate to the big club and I would get a chance with the big club? And those would be the answers that he seeks, and then he needs to put that into practice in the G League so that when they watch him, they can see that how that would translate for the Nuggets and then put him on the court. But I think that he's just going to play sparingly this season, and I just think that's the way that's going to be.
Do you have any update, any new sense on Gordon and Brown? I mean, the reports were back end of the road trip for both of them, although it feels like Christian's a little closer. I mean, Demps, he sprained his ankle. It must have been a pretty severe ankle sprain because he has been out several weeks. I'm not trying to, trash on an ankle sprain, but hey, that must have been one of the worst ankle sprains you could have gotten. The hammy, Gordon's had, muscle issues in his leg, and I understand slow playing that. But is there any new sense now that Jokic is out that, could one of them play tomorrow night or Friday night? Do you know anything new?
I don't. I would say this, so at the beginning of this road trip, David Adelman did say that he thought that maybe they both had a chance to play by the end of this road trip. I think Christian Brown, to my eye, this is to my eye, when I watched him and during warm-ups yesterday, do the work on the side with Felipe Eichenberger, the strength and conditioning coach, he looked really close to me. And, just from cutting, that's, if we're talking about foot ankle injuries, can you be explosive when you push off of that? And he looked really good to me. Now, obviously, there's still a matter of conditioning and all those things. You're not exactly running when you have a ankle injury. And so your conditioning is not going to be where you want it to be. But that's why I think there's minute restrictions and all those kinds of things. You can just play yourself back into shape over time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him, maybe not tomorrow. I think that's a little bit much. But after any game after tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised to see Christian Brown. Now, Aaron Gordon has a history of hamstrings and calves and all these kinds of things. And so even if it looks like he's ready to roll, I think they'll still slow play that just a little bit. I mean, Aaron will push to get on the court, but it's, if you just even go back to the playoffs and last season, and it just these things are kind of cropping up a lot, and so he plays a style that's very explosive and very physical and puts a lot of pressure on things like calves and hamstrings, just the way he holds defenders off and really explodes to the rim. So if he played by the end of this road trip, actually maybe mildly surprised, because I think they could probably slow play that even a little bit more. But certainly those two are close to coming back. But I think Christian is to my eye, he looks pretty close.
Okay, and that's probably what I would have assumed, and certainly more clarity there from someone like you, Demps, who is close to the situation with Gordon, though. And, and I understand protecting him given his history with hammies and calves and all of that. Would there be an added sense of urgency right now, or is this team, they know they're going to make the playoffs? There's not a sense of urgency of, we got to protect this seed, that seed. They're still going to do everything they can to make sure that Aaron Gordon is good in the long term.
Yeah, I think they're not going to worry about a seed. I mean, they would like to get it. Let's put it this way: you don't want to fall out of the top 6. You don't want to fall into the play-in. I mean, that nobody wants that. But
they'd be the best playing team of all time.
They would be the best. They would. They really would. Oh my gosh! But I mean, but if you just play 500 basketball, like from this point right now to whenever Nikola comes back, so that would just mean everybody would have been back. Because I think you're right. I think Nikola will be the last one back. So, if they played just 500 basketball, their record would still be not bad. And that would put them probably still squarely in the top 6. And I don't think they'll worry about the seeding. Well, when he comes back, you could make a mad dash, from whenever he comes back to the end of the season to try to improve your seed as much as possible. And I'll just be honest with you. I mean, maybe outside the San Antonio Spurs and the Rockets, if they start to separate themselves out, all right, then fine. But I don't think anybody else is going to really run away from the Nuggets, even during this 25 games or whatever it is, before you get every single player back. So I fully expect that they would be a top 6 seed, but I don't think they're going to worry about it until they get fully healthy, and then really make a run at it. Because all they want to actually be going into the play. They have the luxury of that. If you're a young team and you're going into the playoffs, you really do want a higher seed. So if you're the San Antonio Spurs, you actually really do want home court advantage because you want your young players to have more comfortable games at home than very pressurized games on the road. If you're the Nuggets and you've already done this championship thing and you've just restocked with veterans like Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown and these guys who have been through it before, it doesn't really matter where the games are because they can handle themselves at home or on the road. So if that's going to be the case, then all you need to be is healthy, because when you're healthy, you are a problem for everybody else in the league as well. And so I think that's for the Nuggets. That's really they're going to be their only concern.
That is tremendous stuff from Chris Dempsey. He's on Twitter at Chris A. Dempsey. Watch him on Altitude Television. Dempsey, thanks for coming on your favorite show today, even with Nate and Andy not here. I appreciate you, man.
Yep, no problem at all. And also, I was watching the Coastal Carolina.
It's a great game.
Yeah, it is a great game. They've been doing. It's been fun. But appreciate you having me on, my guy, and we'll talk soon.
All right, there he goes, Chris Dempsey of Altitude Television. We love him, you love him, and man, I feel even better. I feel even better about the Nuggets prospects over the next few weeks after talking with Demps, and it's got me thinking about the type of message that the Nuggets can send to the NBA if maybe they play a little better than some might expect them to play without the best player in the world. We'll talk about that a little bit on the other side. Plus, the Avs got a big win. That's all they do is win. Another one over a very solid LA Kings team last night. Coming up top of the hour, we'll talk to Chad Brown. We'll talk Broncos and NFL with him. All that coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer in for Nate and Andy on this Tuesday afternoon. Got the late call to do this because of the Nikola Jokic injury news. It's the news that had us terrified, or at least what was the update going to be this morning? Nikola Jokic going down last night, very end of the first half. Got stepped on by Spencer Jones, friendly fire, and went down, writhing in pain, holding his left knee. News today is good news. All said and done. Just a hyperextension of the left knee, and Jokic is going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. Had Nikola Jokic been deemed to have torn his ACL or something of that nature and therefore would have missed the rest of the season, that would have meant the end of the season for the Denver Nuggets. And I think that it's the deepest team they've had since they won a title. It honestly might be deeper. Just length and number of players that they can rely on. And some of these guys, maybe even a Julian Strother now, late first round pick of a few years ago, had some moments in the playoffs last year. A guy like that can grow, maybe even more so now with more minutes. And Strother, had been out with injury and wasn't even a guy that they were necessarily relying on off the bench. That's how deep they are and were. How deep they are when they're 100% healthy. And I think they're still a very good team, even without Nikola Jokic, if everybody else is healthy. But without Jokic, you can't win a championship. You just can't. As good as Murray is, as well as he has played, as improved as Aaron Gordon is as a three-point shooter, and what a two-way player he's become, and Christian Brown getting the big, nice contract for a young dude, and he's getting better, and he's great. And Cam Johnson was, somewhat of a equal return for Michael Porter Jr. and then the money you freed up and the other assets you were able to acquire. Cam Johnson is akin to MPJ. It's very good. He's better defensively than MPJ. MPJ is playing very well with the Nets, and MPJ is going to get a wounded Nuggets team here on Sunday. Nuggets are in Brooklyn. Nets just went into Minnesota and won. They did lose to the Warriors last night, but before that, they were in Minnesota and won. Went over the Raptors, who the Nuggets play tomorrow night. Toronto's better. Actually, you look at over the past couple weeks, the Nets are actually playing all right. And that's going to give MPJ's Nets a real chance on Sunday. I don't know, maybe Christian Brown's back by then. Talking to Chris Dempsey, it probably does not sound like Aaron Gordon is back by Sunday. Maybe next week in the final 2 games of the road trip, but even that, after talking to Demps, doesn't sound extremely likely. I do get it, though. Look, this could end up being a rough road trip. I think if you could steal a couple, I'd call that a win. I'd call 2 and 5 now at this point a win. It's unfortunate because they honestly might have been 1 and 1 on this road trip. They might have won that game in Miami last night if Jokic didn't go down. I know they lose by 24. Jokic might be worth 24. And then the shock, too. Like, how that hurts he's the leader of that team. He's the blood of that team. And you see him go down, that's going to shake you. Not just you're thinking about the second half of that game, which is what this means in general. I'm sure there was also a mental aspect for that team last night in the second half. Because you see him down in pain holding his knee, just like us. I'm sure they're making some assumptions. Is that an ACL? Is our guy, is our leader, is he not only out for the second half of this game, is he out for the rest of the year? But again, great news. He appears not to be. And I say appears. I mean, the reports are he won't be. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks. He'll be back by the end of the season. So that is great news. And could this team surprise some people? Here's a chance because again, you're not going to win a championship without him, but can you win some games that a lot of people are going to count you out of now without Jokic. Can you have maybe a little bit better of a record than some might expect you to have? Like if Murray can just kind of take this team over, and Gordon, when he comes back, will certainly add to that as well. Christian Brown, chance for them to take ownership a little bit, but get some wins and have a little bit better of a record than maybe some were expecting you to. They're obviously not going to, go on like an 8-game win streak without Jokic or anything like that, or win 6. Maybe they could win 6 of 8. And all of a sudden you're looking at this team and you're like, okay, there's that depth. And Jonas Valanciunas is a serviceable backup big. More than serviceable. We got a text here. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. This texter asked, when was Valanciunas starting on a legit playoff team? I'm optimistic about Gordon and Brown back soon, and with Murray and Valanciunas, we can weather the storm. And I think, his initial question, when was Valanciunas starting on a legit playoff team? Yeah, I mean, look, he's been on like the Pelicans, the Kings, the Wizards. But you watch him play. I didn't choose to be on those teams. He is a guy that ended up kind of, bouncing around the league. And he's not an all-star, but he's a good center. He can hold his own. And this team could surprise a little bit. I think that's a challenge for them. We'd obviously love to see it, to keep the seeding in a better position. But also to show this is not just a Jokic team. I mean, you talk about the non-Jokic minutes in recent years, what a disaster those have been. And it's part of the reason why, he should have won MVP last year, and he's won the 3 MVPs. Is when he goes off the court, the team crumbles. Is that not the most valuable player? And so on the flip side, if this team performs a little bit above expectations without him, then people will say, he's not the MVP. Well, no, he still is the best basketball player in the world. But this team is capable of, look at the teams just below the top 6. Your Phoenix, Golden State is older, Memphis, Portland. There's no reason that if this team gets Gordon and Brown back, even without Cam Johnson still, for the next few weeks, with Gordon and Brown back, a week or so from now, that if they're playing the Grizzlies and Blazers and Jazz and Mavericks and Clippers and Kings and Pelicans of the world, that they're still not an above 500 team. A little bit of a tick above 500. The talent's there. And to Chris Dempsey's point, something that he talked about, now Dempsey thinks they're going to play a similar brand of basketball. Valanciunas still running that pick and roll. The dribble handoffs, now to be Valanciunas to Murray. That action still at the high post. And I think there will still be a lot of that. But I do think that Jamal Murray is going to have to be more of that true create your own shot guard. He might need to dribble more. Might need to be more of a creator himself. And the offense starts running through Jamal instead of Jokic at that high point. And Jamal is the one directing more traffic. It's a big opportunity for him. It's a huge opportunity for Jamal Murray coming up here. Kind of the way that Devin Booker plays with the Suns. Speaking about that team that's in the 7th seed. Murray, I could see him playing more of that type of guard. If you watch a Suns game, the offense flows through Devin Booker. Everything is get that dude the ball. Especially until Gordon gets back. Right now, we might be seeing more of get Jamal Murray the ball, and let's see what he can do off the dribble. And Murray has a chance to show that he's one of the better guards in the NBA here over the next few weeks. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk Broncos and NFL with Chad Brown. It is the weekly Tuesday visit with Chad here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I'm Mark Springer in for Nate and Andy. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate and Andy are out. It is me, Mark Springer. I am in for my dudes today. Alberto Uriueta producing today's show. And Tuesdays at 4 o'clock, we like to bring in Chad Brown to talk some Broncos, talk some NFL. Former NFL linebacker Chad Brown joining us right now. Joining me right now, Chad, it is your Taco Bell 50K completer. Here with you. Thanks for the shout out earlier this year. You're the man. Man, it's gonna feel like the Chargers have 9 stops Taco Bell in them on Sunday when they're playing the Broncos at Mile High and that elite defense, and the Broncos playing for a 1 seed without Justin Herbert and a handful of other starters. Chad, why? Why are the Chargers doing this?
I think Coach Harbaugh is recognizing that his team is just too beat up, and without the reasonable opportunity to get the bye and all those things, he just looks at this as, you know what, let's use this opportunity to get our guys fresh, get Justin Herbert feeling better. He's obviously been sacked so many times over the last 5 or 6 weeks. But for the Broncos, this is now the fifth backup quarterback they'll be facing this year. So for the folks who nationally who want to poke holes in the Broncos and what they've been able to achieve this year, this only adds more fuel to that fire. But for the Broncos, you can only play who's on the schedule. You don't get to control who's healthy and who's not. You just go out there and try to find ways to win, which is what they've done all year long.
Chad, I think that Trey Lance is like a better version of Chris Oladokun, who the Broncos only beat by 7 points on Christmas night. Like that Chiefs team was in it. Now, granted, I don't know how many starters the Chargers are going to sit. I'd imagine it's quite a few, if not the vast majority of them. Whereas Kansas City, Kelsey's still out there. Chris Jones is still out there. But if Oladokun was able to, manage a game, that's really what he did in the lightest sense. He managed that game. Do you think that Trey Lance and this Chargers, whatever is around him, can they pose a threat to Denver in a way that Oladokun and the Chiefs were actually in that game?
Well, all season long, we've seen the Broncos play down to their opponent's level. So there's been 2 one-score games with the Raiders. This last one-score game against the Chargers when they were with their 3rd quarterback. So there's the Broncos aspect of it. But then to your point, the Chargers, Trey Lance wants to show well. He wants to show people he's got something. He's got maybe a back page on his contract. He's got a couple incentives that are possible for him to earn. He's not the only one on that Chargers team who has motivations maybe aimed towards next year, maybe aimed towards making an impression, maybe increasing their bank account with some of those incentives on the back page of the contract. There could be lots of forms of that. I expect this Harbaugh-coached Chargers team to show up ready to go. What actually happens in the game, who plays and who doesn't, I don't think we know. I had the call this last weekend for the Giants-Raiders game. Giants showed up. Jackson Dart showed up. Raiders did not show up. Raiders got their butts kicked in that game. So that was the 2 worst teams in the NFL getting together. One team was motivated, one team wasn't, and it showed up on the scoreboard. And so if the Broncos choose to play down, as they have all year long, to a lower level opponent, and perhaps not take this Chargers team lightly, they might find themselves getting punched in the mouth here.
That certainly could happen. We know all the close games that they've played. But, Chad, they have to win this game. If you lose this game, you will be deemed the most fraudulent division winner in recent history, because they won't even get the 1 seed. Then now all of a sudden the Patriots or the Jaguars are stealing that from you. You have got to win this game, not just because it's for the 1 seed, but because of who's lining up on the other side. It's likely to be a bunch of dudes that you should be better than.
Well, we don't have to go back far in the history of the NFL. We just got to go back to last night. We just go back to the Falcons-Rams game and see a team that had a ton to play for in the Rams versus a team that had nothing to play for in the Falcons, and the Falcons smoked them. Now 2 interceptions, a pick 6, it took a couple of those things
Kirk
to
Cousins,
pull it all off.
Bijan Robinson. They're
Yes.
even Kirk Cousins is better than Trey Lance, right?
Kirk Cousins is better than Trey Lance, and Bijan Robinson is better than Amari and Hampton. No doubt about that on both regards. But again, this Broncos team has shown a proclivity to play down to its opponent's level. So if they were to approach it as they seemingly have approached, say, the Raiders twice this year, one-score games, and the Chargers get hot and get a pick six and a scoop and score fumble on Bo Nix, and suddenly the Broncos are find themselves in a fight. Again, I think we believe in the Broncos in Denver, but you got to recognize nationally the holes in this Broncos team and the holes in the Broncos schedule, and this being the fifth backup quarterback the Broncos have faced, why this conversation that happens in Denver doesn't match to the perception around the country about who the Broncos really are.
Let me ask you this way. Okay, last year they blow out the Chiefs, who didn't play anybody. But this was their first trip. This group's, led by a rookie quarterback, their first trip to the playoffs. They have to go to Buffalo. Josh Allen's really good. You get blown out. Okay. If they do what they should do, finally, and that's, let's call it a blowout. Maybe it won't be overly blowouty, but double digits plus, finally a non-one score win. Let's say they do what they're supposed to do. We feeling good? If it's close, Chad, if this team that really has no business even playing in a close game, even though to your point, and as many have said, this is what the Broncos do. They could easily play a close game playing down to their competition. Does that give you pause on this team if they do not blow them out going into what would be a second round game where you're the home team?
I think they have defied conventional football wisdom, but in the playoffs, that's typically where conventional football wisdom catches up with you, because you're facing good teams that have good coaches. That I know there's going to be some teams that this year in the playoff who haven't made it, because that's how the NFL is structured. There's usually 4 teams per conference that make it in that weren't in there the year before. So, but you'll be facing teams that have had levels of success, that have surged late in the season and are playing their absolute best football all year, that they played all year. So there's all those things that would give the closeness of the Broncos games a lot more doubt from a playoff perspective. Regardless of what happens in this game, I know what most of the country is thinking, because I've traveled most of the country and had conversations in stadiums all around the country with people, and they have considerable doubts about this Broncos team. And at every opportunity outside of the Green Bay game, this Broncos team has yet to decisively change the conversation nationally. Again, I believe in them. I believe what Sean Payton is doing is finding a way to win every single week, and that's a different formula every week. And there's a lot to be said for a team that knows different ways to win. If the ball game doesn't unfold the way we expect it to fold, we'll still find a way to get it done. That's what good teams do in the playoffs. So I see the yin and the yang. I see both sides to this conversation, but I do expect it, I guess, to go back to your broader point asking that question, to be a much better performance than what we saw last year versus Buffalo.
And you have home field advantage. Like, no matter what, your first game, whether it's after a bye or should they, heaven forbid, lose this game, you're still hosting a home playoff game, but it would be week 1, and the bye would in all likelihood go away. What do you make of the AFC field as a whole, Chad? I can't remember seeing it so narrow from 1 through 7, the margin's so thin where I could almost flip a coin. I could even see our producer Alberto Urueta's Steelers like making a run. That's how stupid I feel like it is right now that 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers has a chance. Should they beat the Ravens on Sunday night, and what the hell's going on with them? And Lamar maybe going to Snoop Huntley, even if Lamar could play because he's playing video games or whatever it is. Hey, Jacksonville looks good. The Texans have that defense. Buffalo has questions, but they have the best quarterback in the field. I mean, have you ever seen a field like this where I can't predict this for the life of me? And I think if you do predict it correctly, you just got lucky.
this goes to illustrate that there are no perfect teams in football. But this year, more so than any other year in recent memory, the imperfect teams are far more imperfect than we've seen. And so for the Chargers to be the 6th seed at 11-5, well, they just had they finished the season kind of in such a disappointing fashion. And now they're going to most likely lose this game this weekend to the Broncos. The Texans had the lowest scoring offense in the NFL for like half of the season, yet they're the 5th seed. Jacksonville's done a good job surging late, and they're very opportunistic in the secondary. But the number 1 seed, the Broncos, they've only got 12 turnovers on defense. That's not playoff-worthy defense, only 12 turnovers. So the imperfections are really taking the forefront with all these football teams this year. So I don't know what to make of it all. I just know it's going to be interesting. I know it's going to be compelling. And I know it's going to, as this football season has done, challenge conventional football wisdom in ways that it hasn't been challenged in the past.
Do you have a favorite, your personal favorite, a team that you think? Obviously, Jacksonville's hot, Houston's hot, and I'm not going to hold you to this, just so you know. Like, I don't think that, I don't care how NFL experty you are. I don't think anyone has the answer right now. And I think what any of us say out loud could easily be wrong. But who's your personal favorite right now in the AFC?
Oh, gosh, I like Mike Vrabel. I like the Patriots. He's turned his playing skill set into a coaching skill set. Mike Vrabel was not a great player, but he was incredibly smart. He was super versatile. He found ways to win. He maximized his skill set. And that kind of speaks to what the Patriots do. Now, we'll see if Diggs is going to be in legal trouble based on some of the headlines today and that's going to affect his availability in the playoffs. But at the same time, it's like, well, Chad, can you really be all in on the Patriots team? Because typically, you got to knock on the door, as the Broncos did last year in the playoffs, before you can walk in the door. And the Patriots, they were awful last year. So to somehow think this team that's played well is going to have enough experience in football moxie to make a deep playoff run, that doesn't line up with conventional football wisdom, because you always got to knock on the door first. So, yeah, I've got doubts about everybody, but I suppose right now, to answer your question, clearly I would say it would be the Broncos, but looking at the rest of the field, I would go with the Patriots after that. Watch this Bronco team closely. I can understand the national naysayers, but I can also understand the Sean Payton will just find a way to win. It doesn't matter how it looks. It's not a beauty contest. We'll just get the W. There's a certain, we don't give an F about it kind of attitude the Broncos have. We just keep getting W's, and I like that.
No, I agree with you. I used to be like a style points guy, and the way that, everything's so even and the Broncos are just getting the wins, I think it means something. I think it really does mean something. And it's funny, that's what it is right now. It's like, who's your favorite? The Broncos? ? The Patriots? ? That's where we're at. No one is certain about anything right now. Before we get you out of here, Chad, college football playoffs resume tomorrow night. We got one tomorrow night. Ohio State and Miami in the Cotton Bowl. And then on Thursday, we got 3 games: Oregon, Texas Tech, Alabama, Indiana, Ole Miss, and Georgia rounding it out. Which of those 4 matchups intrigues you the most, Chad?
I think both Texas Tech and Oregon. I think Oregon will get the upset, if that's possible, a 5 beating a 4, calling that an upset. And I think Ole Miss, with Pete Golding taking over as the head coach and him being a defensive-minded guy, he makes a few more decisions in that game that give his defense a better chance versus this Georgia team to get the upset there. So that would be a bit of a more of an upset, a 6 over a 3. Indiana should smoke Alabama. Indiana is the best team I've seen all year. Ohio State should beat Miami. Miami doesn't have enough offense, in my opinion. Miami can play some good defense, But Ohio State's got probably the best defense I've seen all year, and they're the second best team I've seen all year. So Ohio State, and in the end, I got them rolling, but I got the upsets in the other two games. And I'm thinking that Oregon Texas Tech game might not even be close.
Yeah, no, Oregon is favored in that game as the 5 seed going up against the 4-seeded Texas Tech Red Raiders. I guess last thing for you, Chad, because Vic Lombardi's coming on this show next. He's just been going to war on social media, on his radio show for his Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Should they have been in? Would they be part of this final 8? Are you team Irish should have been in? They got screwed. How dare the committee? Your words for Vic Lombardi before he comes on with me.
He's got a legitimate point. James Madison and forgive me because I always screw
Tulane.
Tulane, Tulsa, Texas. I mean, whoever the T team is,
Colorado
they
School of
deserve to be
Mines.
there. They didn't deserve to be there. And there's just such a massive difference in college football versus in the March Madness where a Cinderella can make a deep run. It's just not going to happen in college football. Ohio State spends more on beef for the training table than the entire budget for James Madison's entire football program. How could James Madison ever compete in that situation? So, yeah, Vic's got a point. Notre Dame should be in there. Would Notre Dame be there over Miami or over in Alabama in this round? Possibly. So I think Vic's got a point, but it's got to show up on the field. And Notre Dame's not doing themselves any favors by not joining a conference. They make this difficult for themselves by some of their own choices.
All right, very well said right there, Chad Brown. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on this Tuesday afternoon. We'll have Nate and Andy back next week. Look forward to talking to you after the Broncos. Seeding is official, and we know, or at least have a better idea of who they're going to play in the playoffs. Chad, thanks so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Always good talking to you, Mark. Great job, man. See you, buddy.
Appreciate you. All right, there goes Chad Brown. You can follow him on Twitter at ChadBrown94. Chad is the man. And coming up next, I mentioned it right there. We're going to talk to Vic Lombardi of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane of Altitude Television. We're going to talk a lot about the big news of the day. Nikola Jokic avoided a significant knee injury. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks with a left knee hyperextension. Also try to talk some Broncos and other Denver sports happenings with Mr. Denver Sports himself, Vic Lombardi. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I'm Mark Springer in for Nate and Andy. Alberto Urueta is producing today's show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also, before you hit that, I got to tell the people, Berto, we got a keyword in 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes. Somewhere around 5 minutes from now, we have a keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday. You can win tickets to see the Avs and the Blues tomorrow night. On New Year's Eve, that's next. Yeah, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate and Andy are out this week. I'm Mark Springer. I am in for my dudes today, and it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We got two keywords for you today because we were supposed to originally it was supposed to be DMac and Tyler going from about 3:30 to 6, but then the Jokic news. It looked like he got hurt last night, and we're awaiting an update this morning. Now we have the update. We changed things around. So DMac and Tyler went on earlier today. Now I'm in, and we were going to just do keywords at 4:20 and 5:20. No keyword at 3:20 today. You were supposed to hear the end of the Independence Bowl. You missed it. Louisiana Tech beat Coastal Carolina. It was tremendous. I'm sorry that you didn't get to listen to that on the radio here today. But your 4:20 keyword for Avs Blues tickets tomorrow night, New Year's Eve, your keyword is cheers. You need to text cheers to 303-504-0925. Again, your keyword is cheers, like the TV show on NBC, or what you say after you toast, which may or may not be the other keyword coming up at 5:20. Your keyword right now is cheers. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and online at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Hey, let's bring in Vic Lombardi, who's in his little setup at home. I see him on the Zoom. Hey, Vic.
My man, Mark Springer. Hey, thanks for coming in and doing this today, bro.
Hey, I love doing this stuff, so it's a privilege.
You see, that's the attitude right there. Alberto, welcome to the club, by the way. That attitude right there is what I cherish and love, because you've been with us from the very get-go, and we had to shake things up today. The fact that you can come in and do this, which is not an easy task, by the way. I don't think I could to do 3 hours on my lonesome. I have to talk to other people. But the fact that you can come in and do that's a credit to your work ethic. So good job, Mark.
Thank you. And I've had a lot of help, including you here today. Vic, how you feeling here at 4:25 on Tuesday? And because I assume you couldn't sleep last night and you were up at 4:25 a.m. getting ready for your show, distraught.
Yeah.
Were you not distraught? So how are you feeling then to now?
Relieved is the best word. Relieved like a mofo. I don't know what else to say after watching the injury last night and seeing it take place in real time. And then, the second half is a blur to me because I don't even remember what happened in the second half of that game. And the second half really doesn't matter. But watching the second half unfold and just asking questions about the availability of Nikola Jokic and making calls and doing all that this morning, I had some suspicions that he would be okay. But you really can't go all out with those suspicions until you get the MRI. Like I was told last night.
What were your suspicions?
I was told by some people last night, close to the situation, that it doesn't look as bad as it seemed. But you really don't want to put that out there until you get the imaging, because in this business, man, the imaging is everything, right? You've seen injuries before, Mark, and I'm sure everybody walking around, you suffer an injury and you're like, oh, I'm fine. And then you go get the imaging. Oh, I'm not fine. So until you get that back, you don't really want to jump to any conclusions. And especially someone like Nikola Jokic, you don't want to jump to a conclusion until the MRI results were in. They got in. And let me tell you something. The fact that it's 4 weeks, I don't care if it's 6 weeks. I'm just thankful it's not the season.
Oh, 100%. Now, hold on. Are you a doctor or are you not a doctor?
I'm a doctor in certain specific situations, yes.
Okay. So can you tell me, Doc?
Yeah.
Is it true that, if you tear the ACL, I feel like I've heard this, you can just kind of, put a thumb in the area? And these doctors know. They're like, oh, yep, that's torn. And usually the MRI will confirm that.
There's a test that everyone with a knee injury has undergone, and you've probably seen it where those doctors grab the kneecap behind the knee and they push it around, shove it around.
Yes.
So he obviously underwent that test. And, for example, Patrick Mahomes, when he had his incident, Jamal Murray, they do that test and they know right away.
That's kind of what I was alluding to.
Yeah.
Is and that's where you see Shams in the NBA or Schefter in the NFL. They will within the hour of the injury, you will see a tweet the fear is.
Yes, they know right away. So but that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't some ligament damage if you don't feel it. So they did the test with Joker last night and they said, okay, it seems structurally fine. It's sound. you still got to undergo the MRI because there have been various cases, and I'm sure there are people driving around Denver right now who can raise their hands and say, yeah, that happened to me, where the doc will tell you, okay, it feels fine, but let's undergo the MRI, and the results of the MRI say far different.
Sure. So, yeah, great news. I mean, you hate to lose him. Vic, this will be the longest stretch of his career.
Yep.
That he's missed. Like, what a testament to his durability. And I think it really at a certain point, like, you know, the door comes knocking. Like, everyone, like, if you're in the league, if you're in a professional league for a decade plus, you're going to miss a several-week stretch at some point. And I guess Jokic's time finally came. Could have been way worse. But it speaks to the durability that he has had in his career.
Well, not only that, the importance, right? I was thinking about this. I was speaking to somebody in the Jokic circle, and I said this to this person. I said, it just goes to show you the weight that this guy carries on his shoulders. I mean, I want you to think about something. He goes down with that injury last night. And for many people in our business, in our line of work, the world sort of stops because the fate of the Nuggets season rests on that knee. His teammates, the coaches, the fans, the trainers, everybody involved in this rests on the fate of this guy's knee. And I want you to think about it in those terms. Like, this guy's sitting there going, yeah, pretty much. You know, he's the most modest human being, most modest superstar I've ever met. But that much is riding on that injury. And now his rehab, his recovery, I hope he takes his time. I hope he doesn't rush it. I hope he doesn't feel pressured that he's got to get back earlier than expected, because that would just hurt everybody involved. But that just goes to show you how important he is to the organic nature of this team, this sport, this city.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I heard you at the top of your show, the two most important sports people in Denver. And I think that applies to a lot of different people, right? John Elway is always going to be number one on that list. Joe Sakic and what he's done is going to be on that list. But for the Nuggets, it stops and starts with Nikola Jokic.
Well, I mean the NBA. I mean, you know, it's NFL, it's NBA. It's the way it goes. And you know, Jokic is top 10 player of all time. Vic.
Yeah, I mean, how many cities can say they have one of those?
Not many,
right? Like even with Elway and Peyton Manning, who have come through town. Can you say that? I guess you can. Is Sakic a top 10 hockey player of all time?
I don't know. I'd have to really parse it out. But you know what? My gut is saying no. As good as he was.
Are Elway and Manning, and that's much harder in the NFL because different positions. Are they top 10 players of all time? I would argue yes, but that's my argument.
Top 10 quarterbacks.
Okay.
And quarterback is the most important position.
But when it's said and done, when he's done with his career, Nikola Jokic will be a top 10 player of all time.
Yes, he will be.
Not many cities have
That's incredible.
One
of those. And that he's embraced this city.
Yeah.
And that they drafted him, and he's been here since day one. And there's I can almost sense this, these thoughts from other NBA markets, other cities today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you freaking out? Like, why did you change your programming schedule? It turns out his knee was fine.
Yeah.
No, you don't understand what he means to this city and how special it is that he plays in this town, and how special of a human being he is.
You know what
He's
it is,
a great
Mark?
person.
That's a great point. This is a cup check. When you played sports, you're probably too young. Did you have to wear cups?
Oh, yeah. I used the phrase cup check for, hey, you watching the NBA Cup? Cup check.
This is a cup check for all of us who have admired Joker's work. And I'm not trying to sit there and I'm not on my knees here. I'm just trying to say this. We always talk about taking it for granted.
Sure.
Well, it's a cup check time for that.
Yeah, life flashes before your eyes a little bit, right? And you almost do start to take it for granted a little bit. So what does it mean for the team now, Vic, at least in the next few weeks?
I'm very eager to see how they respond, and I'm more eager to see what David Adelman does with this lineup now. He's been an offensive genius of sorts. He's been a lot of the reason why the Nuggets run their particular offense behind and with Nikola Jokic at the center, right? Point center. So now, how do you redefine that? How do you repurpose it? I heard Dempsey on with you, and he says, well, you install Valanciunas and sort of run the same thing. I don't know if you can do that with Valanciunas, because I'm not sure he has the offensive skill set to do all of what Joker did. Sure, he can distribute. We've seen him do that. But can he consistently knock down jumpers to bring centers out of the lane? Can he do a lot of what Joker did there? Is he as nimble? Is he as mobile as Nikola Jokic is? We're going to find out fast that what Jonas can do and what Nikola can do are two different stories. I really want to see what the rest of the team does. Do they have to change their whole game plan? I don't know, but they have to change something. Certainly that second unit will.
All right, I want to talk more about De'Ron Holmes because I brought him up to Chris Dempsey, and then a few texts came in about him after that. And I don't know, man. Like, it feels like they're really slow playing him.
Yeah.
He did play a little last night, and I get it. He tears his Achilles, and those are big time, especially for a young player who has not even played in the NBA at all, really, and doesn't even have his NBA feet underneath him. But he was drafted, Vic.
Sure.
What did he play, 3 years at Dayton?
Yeah,
He was one of those guys that you
Yeah.
thought, like, oh, he could play immediately and factor into the rotation off the bench immediately.
Yeah.
Does the slow playing stop now? Like, is it time to take the kid gloves off?
Well, it better. Demps and I had this conversation last night. Yeah, you got to treat him like a rookie this year because his entire rookie season was gone. So this is a rookie season. He's a first-round pick. A first-round pick is supposed to contribute. And I know that the Nuggets are loaded. I know that this is a championship roster. But so's OKC. And they've had first-round picks contribute. They've had rookie players. I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but if he doesn't produce and show you something now, when can he? When will he?
Exactly.
When will he get another opportunity? This is his time. He's going to be leaned upon now. He and Zeke Naji, they are your backup bigs. And if he can't produce now, when will he be able to? This is going to be pressure-filled moments for him.
Exactly. If not now, when?
Yeah. I mean, he may not get another shot.
What
at this.
are we waiting for at this point? And I reference his numbers with the Grand Rapids Gold, and they're very good. And I know that that's the G League. I know it's not the NBA. I'm very well aware of that. But he's clearly healthy. Like, you don't put up those numbers even in that league if you're not healthy. So what are we waiting for?
So much of it is confidence. And these guys are superstars, are superhumans. And a lot of them will never admit to as much. But when he gets a dose of that confidence, right? When he has a game where he's like, "Oh, I just did that," you'll see it. You'll see it develop. You've seen other young players develop like that, where you just give them a taste and they take it to the next level. And I think that's what he needs to do. That's why I would play the hell out of him. I wouldn't waste any time. You put him out there and you make him swim.
How about Christian Brown? I mean, that's a guy that when he
Yeah.
was a rookie, it was similar mindset, sink or swim. He swam.
Sure. Yeah.
And now he signs the big contract. I mean, it must have been the worst ankle sprain we've ever seen. He's been out for weeks with that thing.
Well, I think it was more than just an ankle. That's why I say that. You remember how the injury occurred? You remember how the foot sort of?
Oh, it was bad.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a high ankle foot type of injury that was more than just an ankle sprain. That's how they termed it. But they're hush-hush about a lot of these injuries, to be honest. There's, like when they called Joker and Cam bone bruises, right? That sounds so minor. Oh, no, there's a lot more to it than just a bruised bone. Mm-hmm. More to it than that.
But, okay, hey, Christian responded. Maybe De'Ron could respond. But we're thinking, Vic, that Christian is back by the end of this road trip.
Yeah, I would expect him back. And it's an interesting situation now. Like tomorrow night's game, you have one starter, Jamal Murray.
Yeah,
he's going to want to play because that's his hometown. He's from nearby, right? Mm-hmm. Near Toronto,
Kitchener,
Toronto. So he's going to have his homies there. He's going to have his family there. He's going to want to play. You don't want to run him into the ground. How much of a how competitive will you be in a game with one starter? At what point do you punt? Right? That's a tough one.
That is.
You're a coach. You're a staff you're wired to win. But at what point do you say, okay, on to the next? They're going to have to say that a lot in the next few weeks. On to the next. And sort of look at the schedule and say, what games do we really have a chance to win versus games where we just don't have the staffing for this?
And Toronto's better than people realize.
Oh, yeah. Toronto's a good team, Boo.
Yeah.
Toronto's a team with a full Nuggets roster. I would have been worried about that road game.
Sure. And I thought that this road trip, Vic, was going to be tough from the onset. Knowing you didn't have Gordon and Brown until maybe the end of that thing. And I know that the West is better than the East, but you got to go on the road for 7 games out East, and it's still a bunch of solid opponents. I went from thinking okay, I would have called 4-3. Let's just say 4-3 a win. Even though that probably wouldn't have been enough for some other people. I just understand how tough this trip was when you really look at it. Now you're looking at this 7-game trip as...
Get a couple.
Yeah. 2-5 is a win.
Get a couple. Stay afloat. Come back home. Reconvene. Once you get AG back in the mix where he can play consistently a few games. And, that's the other thing. These back-to-backs, you go ahead and cross AG and Christian Brown off those back-to-backs. They're not playing both games. Mm-hmm. They've got a back-to-back coming up here. So which game do you play them on? There's a lot of questions that remain answered. I don't aspire to know everything about AG's injury situation. I just know that when he steps on the floor, I'm always going to, you know what I'm saying? When he explodes, I'm going to hold my breath.
Vic, last thing for you, just injury luck in general. It is so important, man. Look at the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
J.K. Dobbins is really the only player they've lost. Wattenberg just went on IR, so, okay, you've lost your starting center and your starting running back. But they are, Forsythe, I thought played well. I think he can fill in. You got Harvey, you got other options. It's not the end of the world. And good injury luck overall. The Avs have largely had great injury luck this season. Really, Logan O'Connor's the only dude who's out for them right now. A couple guys have been in and out. Most of their players have not. Injury luck is going to hurt the Nuggets' chances at a better seed, but at the same time, they're not out for the year. So seeding takes a hit, and that's where the injury luck comes into play. But their championship hopes are still very much so alive.
That's a very cogent comment made by you, and I know you're too young to remember this, but the term Nug life, all right? That goes way back.
I know it goes way back.
Let me tell you how far back, speaking of injury luck or injury misfortune, the Denver Nuggets had a legit chance to run with the Showtime Lakers in 85-86. That was a good team. That was a good Nuggets team. They beat them in the regular season. They beat them on their floor. That was a good Nuggets team that had a chance. And their best players got injured in that series. Alex English broke his thumb in that series. Calvin Neck got injured in that series. Fat Lever got injured in that series. I mean, you got 3 starters who can't play. Of course you're going to lose to the Lakers. It started then, and there were so many more examples of that. If you don't think injuries and luck are a part of championship seasons, you're not paying attention. It's always a part of it. Let me ask you this. If Jalen Williams gets hurt, do you think OKC wins an NBA title last year?
No chance.
I don't think they do either.
Nope.
They maybe lose to the Nuggets.
Yeah.
If Jalen Williams, who's their second best player, you have to be at full force, man. You have to. And if you're not at full force, you have to hope the other team takes a knock somewhere. Toronto won its lone championship when Kawhi Leonard was there. Take a look at what happened the year that Toronto won its championship.
Dude, I think that if Kevin Durant doesn't tear that Achilles, what was it, game 6, maybe even whatever it was late in that series, and Klay Thompson got hurt too.
Even the Nuggets in 2023, as much as I was high on the Nuggets and they were playing well, you think it's a little different if they have to play Boston and they have to go on the road to play Boston that year?
No, it's when you're at the highest level and the margins are this thin, injuries matter. And one more thing, I was going to bring this up several minutes ago, and then the conversation took us in a different direction. And it reminds me actually, and I was thinking about this earlier today, but not necessarily something that I interacted with you on, which is now just popping into my head. So that Suns in 4 series, a few years ago, what was it? Jokic is out there, Porter's out there. Shout out Bones Highland. I thought that Bones Highland actually showed up and, was a contributor, but they were down. I think they had just traded for Aaron Gordon, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
Murray was out.
Michael Porter Jr. was out.
Oh, Porter was out too. Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember, tweeting out duh. Maybe they could have beaten Phoenix, but
you're still mad because
you had no chance in the long run because you're just without these guys.
Of course. So, what will happen now is going to be a dash to the finish line. You're going to get everybody healthy, right, after the All-Star break, you hope. And you're going to have – how many games are left after the All-Star break? Because there's 24 games to the All-Star break from now. How many games would that leave the Nuggets to get things cooking, because that's going to be, again, a mad dash to get back up the standings. And I think the target right now, Spring, if these guys are to miss a month or more, the target would be the 6 or 7 seed. And the reason I say 6 or 7 is because that gets you opposite OKC for the second round.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 seeds I'm looking at. Do you think OKC would look at the standings and say, oh, crap? Any team would.
I tell you what, I'm concerned about the Spurs, too, who
Sure,
are, you're falling on that side of the bracket then as well.
I am not riding off the Spurs one bit. But would you rather, let me ask you, would you rather visit the Spurs in the playoffs or OKC?
I would rather, because, the Spurs have not been there.
Exactly.
So you'd rather
and it's that
play
element.
the Spurs. Yes.
It's that element.
Yes.
You got a bunch of young players who have not been on that stage. The Nuggets on the road, they're fine. Did you see the way they started the season on the road? They're 12-3 on the road before the injury started happening. They're fine. Mm-hmm. And all of besides last night, every road game has come down to the buzzer. Every one of them. It's a good road team, man.
Very good road team, and they're going to need that as this road trip concludes. And one more thing, Vic. Going back to, and I referenced that Suns series from a few years ago, and they're without these dudes. But you know who they have? You know who they do have? They have freaking Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
So, the reality is, you can have Jokic, but if you're without Jamal, or then if you add even an AG to that, you're screwed. But why is it that even if just Jokic is out there, you feel like you have a chance on any given night?
Because the entire strategy of the team revolves around Nikola Jokic. No team is built around one player like this team is. By hook or by crook, like it or not, everything revolves around him. And you have to reinvent yourself now. You do. I don't care what anybody says. You lose a player of this magnitude on another team. Let me ask you something. If OKC lost SGA for a month, they'd lose it. They'd be hurt, but would they be hurt like the Nuggets are losing Nikola Jokic?
No, I think he missed a game or two, and they just blew whoever they played out that night. Because their whole offense is not centered around how SGA plays, which is getting to the free throw line.
Yes, they got numbers they can throw at you. This Nuggets team was built around this player, this particular player, and you don't find him anywhere. You can't replace him, so you lose him, and it's costly.
And he raises everything. I mean, he had me thinking Bones Highland could play. You know what I'm saying? He's making Bones look good.
I know.
If
look what he did for Bruce's pocketbook.
Yes. I feel like if guys around Jokic were to go down, okay, he's going to coach the hell out of a Jalen Pickett, and he's going to elevate a Jalen Pickett and a Julian Strawther. You could have everybody except for Jokic, and you're damn good, but then you're truly toast.
You know what would be the craziest story ever? What if the Nuggets over the next month went off and actually played above expectation?
Sure.
And I don't want to be disrespectful to the remaining players. They're pro athletes, they're NBA players, and I think Jamal's going to be an all-star. I am not disrespecting these guys. I'm just trying to tell you what I feel and how I think. But what if these guys surprise the hell out of all of us? It would almost be a disservice to Jokic and his MVP run, because then everybody would say, wait, maybe they're better than we all thought.
But they're also deeper than they've been maybe ever. And I think it would also be a testament to Jokic's, Jokic has developed those guys. Jokic has guided everybody. He's the one who ultimately would have shown them the way, even when he's out. And Jokic is still going to be on the bench, Vic. Are you taking that whiteboard, perhaps?
Hey, when I learned this morning, after the results came through, when I learned that Nikola Jokic was on that team flight, and he was limping, but he's on that flight with the team, that gave me all the assurance I need. He's with the team. He's with the trainers. He's on the road trip. He didn't go into some solitary confinement to work on this. No, he's a team guy. That's all you need to know about him and what he's all about. I'm gonna predict right now, not because he forces himself to come back early because of the pressure, but I think he's just wired and built that way. I think he'll beat that deadline of 4 weeks.
Wouldn't shock me in the slightest. All right, he is Vic Lombardi. You listen to him, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane every weekday morning, 7 to 10 a.m. You catch him on Nuggets broadcast. You know who he is. I don't even need
Way
to say
to
all
fill
this
the
crap.
void, Spring. This is not work. This is what we do, and I'm glad that we're talking about this today and not showing you whatever the hell bowl game that was.
Yeah,
or
no,
listening to it.
There was pressing business to attend to, and we are happy to help guide everybody through it. Vic, you're the man. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, when we come back, Coach Mike Sanford is going to come on with me. We'll get his thoughts on the Jokic injury, and we're also going to talk a little Broncos. That's next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, Mark Springer in for my dudes, Nate and Andy. And hey, you hear this guy Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays in the first hour of Kreckman and Lindahl. You also hear him every weekday, 10 a.m. to noon on the morning sprint. One of my favorite dudes. He's Coach Mike Sanford, and he joins me right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. How you doing, Coach?
I'll tell you what, man. Spring before dark. It's pretty sexy, man. It's pretty good to hear. Just the spring, man. The radio machine solo in the flesh. You sound great, brother.
Dude, spring before dark, spring after dark, it's the same thing.
It really is.
And it's really just me sitting on my couch. Speaking of sitting on the couch, Coach, where were you when you saw Jokic roll his knee?
Good question. I was on my couch. I had 2 games going, a little Monday Night Football.
Sure.
A little bit of that going on.
Watch that game tape.
I was, you know what's funny is I was so spooked out of my brain because when I saw the mechanism of how Cam Johnson got hurt, I thought that was going to be a season ender.
Me too.
And then conversely, when I saw Nikola Jokic's injury, I was like, that's nothing. So I was like, I put it out into the universe that Cam Johnson was going to basically, I kind of did the reverse jinx, hopefully, but it worked. But I was like, Cam Johnson's done. Like, that looks terrible. I've been around these long enough to say that is not going to end up well. And then, of course, Nikola Jokic, I didn't want to think that, but it just didn't look concerning to me. It looked, obviously you never want to see your superstar have, their ankle/knee buckle at all. But in terms of buckling, it looked pretty minor to me.
Well, at first I thought maybe did Cam Johnson just hit his knee with the back of his knee, but then, oh no, it turns out that he stepped on his foot. At least it wasn't non-contact. There is some contact that can kind of.
Spencer Jones contact was real contact, and that I actually like. I like when it's contact based.
Me too. When it's no contact, I'm like, oh no. But if there's some contact, I'm like, okay. There's some contact.
What's weird is because the ACL, so the funniest thing is that the contact part of it, there are a lot of contact injuries out there. There's a ton. There's a lot of meniscus, a lot of MCL.
But look at Micah Parsons when he's rushing Bo Nix, and that there's no. Those are the ones where I'm like, oh, yep, ACL's toast.
Yeah, it's funny. The ACL is arguably the most significant knee injury in terms of a single ligament, and typically there's an accompanying ligament that gets damaged. But every time it's an ACL for me, it looks like it's nothing until you watch it in slow motion. For me, on the film of a college or high school film, and you're like, oh, that's the buckle. But there's almost no explaining why it happens. It's the worst luck of the draw thing for athletes that have a tiny little strange non-contact buckling of their leg, or the way that maybe their lower leg stays planted and their upper leg moves and buckles while the lower leg is planted, and you say, you know what? How in the world did that guy's season and potentially even next season get ruined just because of that just simple little misstep, if you will? And there's nothing you can do about it. So, I heard you and Vic talking about it. So I think you were describing how you can tell an ACL is torn on first diagnosis of it. So I've been out there as a head coach too many times for this exact test, as my sports medicine or team doc administers the ACL check, really. And really what it is you just violently, it's the craziest thing, but you violently grab the lower leg right around the calf, and you stabilize the upper leg around the quad, and you just pull them apart, like front and back. And if it moves significantly front and back, they'll look at me. Every time I've been out there, they'll look at me and give me the kind of not look. Not
it's
good.
the look. That look. And it's you can see the sadness in their eyes.
Yep. And then I can see it. Unfortunately, I've never actually administered the test.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see how much movement there is typically just eye test wise on that little exam. And I say, that's not good. And it always ends up proving true. However, I have been around where there was so much trauma in that knee at that point in time that the inflammation already locked up the leg, so that same test didn't have the movement. But then the next day on the MRI, it ends up being an ACL. So that's what I was hoping wouldn't be the case for Nikola Jokic, because based off the early reports that I was hearing about Nikola Jokic, it did not sound like the initial test on the court was such that he had a significant damaged ACL.
Yeah, I mean, because of that initial test, and I know it's not foolproof, but you kind of know like within the hour if they have an ACL or not. So, the longer time goes on last night, and same for Cam Johnson a week or two ago, you do start to think like, okay, like maybe we're in the clear here. And we are in the clear, and they're not out for the year. Nobody's out for the year yet. Injuries suck. They can happen at any time. That's why I say yet. But Coach, like, it's great news. I know it's not ideal news. It's not perfect news, but given the changing of the context, it's great. It is great news that Jokic is not out for the year, and this team's championship hopes are very much so still alive, and they got a great roster. And even if the seeding drops, they can still go get this thing done.
Yeah, and Rob Trigiglia tweeted out, and then myself and Raj had the conversation earlier about, do you just try to end up being the 8th seed so you can just go after OKC right off the bat? I don't know that that's the case. I think you want to acquit yourself as best you can with who you have out there. And I'm a bit, this about me, Spring. Like, for the most part, I'm a pretty big optimist. I'm excited to watch Jonas Valanciunas. I'm excited to see Jamal Murray in a world for at least a month or maybe 6 weeks where he is the guy, and he wants to get that first All-Star game appearance. Like, I'm excited to watch that. I'm excited to see Bruce Brown, I think, is a guy that's starting to come into his own back where it all kind of started for him in terms of the trajectory of his career. I'm excited to watch what Christian Brown and eventually Aaron Gordon bring back to this lineup, and so I think there's some positives about that you're going to get some forced development for the depth of this roster, which was going to be the strength of this team, was going to be its depth, and that's what you had to do to go and even have a chance to match wits with Oklahoma City because of how deep that basketball team is. Well, now you're going to get real opportunities to see that depth develop together on a basketball floor. I'm excited to see Deron Holmes eventually. I know he played last night, but with some regularity. So good. I actually, it's good news. Like, nobody wants Nikola Jokic hurt at all. But man, there's been a lot of load on that player, especially when Michael Malone was here, who did not believe in load management. In fact, dang near cursed me off of the show when I brought up load management on the Michael Malone show a couple of years ago. So I'm glad that Nikola Jokic is going to get 5-6 weeks of rest and recovery as he gets his knee back, or whatever, his lower body back to where it needs to be.
All right. Well, since I have you here, Mike Sanford, esteemed football coach, the Broncos, we talked a lot about them yesterday. They're not playing anybody. News of the day in the NFL is Stephon Diggs and what's going on there. The accusations against him. That would, Coach, that's what does a distraction do like that? Even if he's playing, even if he doesn't get suspended and he's playing for the Patriots, what does that do for the locker room?
Well, it's tough. I mean, unfortunately, Stephon Diggs has had various we'll call it just rumors and maybe some off-field challenges, I guess, that have been self-inflicted that have followed him around his career. But it's just another in the long line of distractions that Stephon Diggs has brought to various franchises in the National Football League, right? And so I'm curious to see how New England navigates these waters. One thing I will say is that Mike Vrabel played obviously largely under the Bill Belichick era, where you would use almost other people's off-field character issue players and use the Patriots roster as a rehabilitation center for certain players that had some off-the-field issues, right? So I will say that I think Vrabel will navigate this. At least he's prepared to navigate this. But it's a distraction, and he was playing really good football. He
was. I brought it up to you. We both talked about how great Diggs has played in the past few weeks.
Yeah, and for him to be, such a viable threat with, that's a proven NFL, deep into he's played playoff football, right? So, outside of Stephon Diggs, do you really have experienced depth on that Patriots roster right now? You're going to build it, right? But there's not a lot of just known commodities in terms of skill players that are flanking really a first-year starting quarterback in Drake May, first full-year starting quarterback.
What about his brother, Trayvon? He was released, put on waivers by the Cowboys today. Man, hasn't he had an ACL? Yeah, he tore his left ACL in 2023. Speaking of ACLs, man, before he got hurt, what a ball hawk he was. He'd go up and get some dirty interceptions. He goes on waivers. He's not quite the same player, even though he's 27 years old. I'm sure that there's been at least one Broncos person, or whether it's in the media or a fan or an onlooker, or whoever, has been like, Riley Moss is no good. Go get Trayvon Diggs. That's not going to happen, though, right?
No, it's not going to happen, and B, Riley Moss has filled in opposite Pat Surtain II extremely well, and you have your cornerback too. He's an ultimate competitor. He, outside of the game against the Jaguars, he's been a really good tackler. Unfortunately, sometimes he tackles people when the ball's still in the air, and it leads to yellow flags. But I think he's gotten that under control too. It's almost like, PS2 when he came back from his stint on the, just missing time, not on the IR. PS2 himself, it's like he wanted to say, I want to get some of the attention off my guy for PIs. I'm going to get a few on it myself. And he did. Pat Surtain's had more in the last 3 weeks than Riley Moss has. So I like Riley Moss, the player. I think he's going to be just fine down the stretch in the playoffs. And I think overall, the pass rush, the coverage from the backers on both running backs and tight ends just needs to be better. And I think if it just keeps getting better, I think you got a shot to really be the dominant defense that we all saw early on in the season.
All right, last thing here for you, Coach. I'm just running through some stories we were going to do in the high five, but now we're not going to do the high five because we got like 1 million people coming on. We're going to get to Scott Hastings here in just a sec. But one thing I was going to talk about in the high five that never was, I'll talk about it with you, is Phillip Rivers is not going to start for the Colts against the Texans. They're going to go with Riley Leonard. Why, dude? Why? Why do you have to see what you have in Riley Leonard? I wanted one more last hurrah from Phillip Rivers to try to get that win. He's 0-3. He's actually played pretty well. Are you surprised by how well he played at 44 years old?
I am, and boy, did it look bad, but it always kind of did with Phillip Rivers, did it? I mean, he's just got such an unconventional throwing process. He's got a tire around his midsection. It made me feel better.
He's even fatter now. You thought he was fat before. He's like really fat now.
Yeah, he's fat. He's face fat, which I respect, man. That looks like the guy who's been actually drinking more than one beers, which, I respect.
Gosh darn it, though. Dadgummit, he can still sling it.
He still can, man, and he's an awesome dude. He's a really good ambassador for the game of football, coaching high school football, and, having his team I'll show up to watch him play. It was really fun, and he did some good stuff. But I'm excited to see what Riley Leonard has to do, and I wouldn't mind seeing Riley Leonard in the Indianapolis Colts play for some pride, and at least make the Jaguars get battered around now. Because I don't know if you knew this, but in the AFC, of the known teams to make the playoffs, teams that have played against teams that are 500 or better. The Jaguars are the best team in the AFC. They have a 6-3 record against teams that are 500 or better. The Broncos 3-3, Patriots 3-2, Texans 6-4, Chargers 4-3, Ravens 3-6, Steelers 5-5, and the Bills are 4-3. So you'd love to see the Jaguars at least feel a football game.
Yeah, and they come into Denver and win. They might be the hottest team in the AFC right now. They took that mantle away from the Broncos. Very complete team, really. And with if Trevor Lawrence is going to play this way, like we all thought he could, they're a dangerous team. Hey, Coach, I'd keep you longer, but I got to get to you're Mike Sanford. I got to get to Scott Hastings. So, Coach, thanks so much. Nice. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, there he goes, Mike Sanford. We now go out to Toronto, Ontario, Canada, live from a hotel room in that lovely city. It is Scott Hastings. Scotty, thanks for coming on with me today.
Yeah. I'm looking out my window, Spring, and I can see the Rogers Center.
Oh, yeah? I'm which one? Don't they have,
gosh, you know what? That's a good point. I think they have one where, the Jays play, yes. And then they have one where the Maple Leafs play. I think that's the Maple Leaf one, but I don't know. It looks like it might be retractable, so that could be the baseball one.
Everything's the Rogers Center up there, man. And, of course, they spell center wrong, which really bothers me. Scotty, how bothered were you last night when you saw what happened to Nikola Jokic?
Oh, I don't know if bothered's the word or not. You're concerned, obviously, because you don't want to, torn ACL, because then you start going in your head, okay, when I lost you. Are you still there?
I got you, Scotty.
Okay. You don't know when 12 months, when's 12 months? Then you start doing the math. He's not going to play till the start of next year, stuff like that. And it's a bum. Listen, it's a great opportunity for a lot of guys. It's a great opportunity for the team to kind of build themselves. I was talking to DMac earlier. I think they're going to have to play a little bit of a different style. It's good you got Valanciunas. The guy's been used to starting. But let's be honest. And Murray said it last night in the postgame. He said, listen, we got to figure it out. He said, Joker does everything for us. And you can sugarcoat it and send emails out and say, don't say this, don't say that, but that's what it is. He did. But it is an opportunity. I think they're going to have to adjust how they play. And it is kind of funny. I will say this. I talked with somebody. They already started rehabbing. I mean, it isn't 24 hours, and they're already, not only just the ice and the stem and the, movement, trying to get it go. They're already trying to work on this thing. So if anybody can come back sooner, maybe it's him. And if not, we'll see where they stand in 17 games or so.
Scotty, do you think that this is going – I mean, obviously it's going to have to be more of the Jamal Murray show, but how much so? Like how much do you want the ball in his hands? How much do you want him to be a shot creator off the dribble, owning that basketball? Because it's a very fluid offense when Nikola Jokic is out there, and then a lot of times it does break down to the two-man game between Jokic and Murray. But do you want more of just Murray taking over now, or do you still want them to try to play through the five players out there?
Here's the problem. I think. I think it's harder to take what Murray does. I mean, I think it's easier to take away what Murray brings to the table as far as, top end all-star type game and talent than it is Joker. Because if you're going to double Joker in the post and he goes, okay, well, I'm going to go stand out here, and now if you're going to bring help, I'm going to cut you to death and pass and have 22 assists, right? You're gonna press me, whatever. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna get a couple offensive rebounds. Let's see when you switch. If this little guy that was fronting me can now block me off the ball. Oh, you can. Okay, I'll take 5 or 6 offensive rebounds, putbacks, and ones, whatever. Murray has to have the ball in his hand, and Denver did it a little bit through most of the game on Christmas night against Ant-Man. The first 2 or 3 quarters, fourth quarter and overtime they didn't, but. First 2 or 3 quarters, you double, you spread out, you get him to get the ball out of his hands. And I think it's easier to do that to a guard than it is even Nikola Jokic because, listen, first of all, you can't hardly keep the ball away from Nikola because he's, 285 pounds and he's going to pound you if you try to get physical with him. You're playing in his wheelhouse. Now, you can double him, but guess what? He can overlook a double team. We've seen it, right? I mean, you're going to come Springer. How tall are you? 6 foot? 6'1"?
Right
6 foot. You come over. You think you running over to double Nikola Jokic is going to bother him? He's just going to look.
Dude,
he's going to look right over.
He got triple teamed on that final play in Dallas, and he could have shot that thing. It's a debate. Should he have gone for the little floater, even being triple teamed, or kicked it to Peyton Watson in the corner? He opted to kick it to a wide open Peyton Watson, who did miss the shot, but it's a good play. It's a good basketball play from Nikola Jokic.
Yep, and Peyton Watson's got to make those shots, open shots. Well, guess what? That's what you're going to see here, probably for the rest of his road trip for sure. Right? Is guys are going to have to make shots. Guys are going to have to, when they make the right play. In order for Murray to elevate game, he's going to have to shoot the ball just unbelievable every single night. But he also has got to not force it. And he's got to, just like that play you just talked about, Mark, is now when I'm doubled, I can't just step back, throw it up with four arms up in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
If I got four arms up in front of me when I'm shooting, that means somebody has no arms in front of them, right? Yeah. And I know and I feel like I'm bashing Murray, but it's really not. Murray is as competitive as you need me to do. I'm going to do it, but I think the best thing for him is going to be, listen, he's got to get other guys going. He's got to get Peyton Watson, instead of averaging 12, needs to average 16, right? Instead of whoever might play it, Aaron Gordon, when he comes back, he's got to elevate his game 3 or 4 points. Christian Brown averaged 15 last year, is averaging 11. He comes back, they got to get him to 16, 17. And if they can do that, they can win some games. And, luckily they had a great start to the beginning of the season, so you got a little cushion. What if there's any way at all in the 5, 10, 15, 17, 20, whatever the number might be, the Joker's gone, if they can float right around that 500, I think to me they should be real happy with that.
No, I think that for me with Murray, I'm projecting a little bit on, how he's played in years past. Certainly in the bubble where you saw he could take a game over and he could just, have that ball in his hand and he could create off the dribble and hit these shots that were just ridiculous. But I agree with you, Scotty. I think he is going to have to be more of a facilitator, which he has been this season. He's averaging a career high in assists this season, right. 6.8 per game. So I think he will be more of that player, more taking Jokic's lead, taking those reins of being the guy who gets it. Tim Hardaway can hit those open threes. You brought him in for a reason. He'll be open if you're collapsing on Murray.
Yep. A couple things, cause and effect. You always got to remember cause and effect. And you're right, the bubble, and he got sick of that here in Bubble Murray, and all that stuff like that. He did go off, and he was doing some crazy things, but guess who was on the floor with him?
Jokic was still out there.
And eyes.
Taking space away, yeah.
Eyes. And listen, LeBron James ain't the same player, like right now that he was 6 years ago. But when he's on the floor, what happens? You still kind of got to.
You got to respect it. You got
to respect it, pay attention to it. Yeah, and that's where I say he's got to get other people involved, because if all the eyes just stay on Murray and no one else, and Murray's the first candidate, right? He's the first candidate to say, you got to get better, you got to even do this, you got to do more. Yes, but everybody else has to come along, because I'm telling you, it's easy to take, in my opinion, a guard away with the ball on a game plan than it is someone like Joker that is multifaceted and is 7 foot. It's not like Murray can't make the passes, he can. It's not like Murray can't handle the ball, he can. But you're still talking 6'3" versus 7 foot. Also when you get Jaden McDaniels and Ant-Man coming over and double you've got 6'8", 6'5" on you.
Yeah, you saw how that bothered him in that Wolves series.
A year ago. So, but Jaden Daniels and Ant coming Joker or coming double team Joker. Guess what? So
yeah, because he's 7 foot and thick as hell.
So it's not just. Yeah, it's not just Murray. And yes, to answer your question, long-winded, yes, he's got to step it up, and they know that. He knows that. Trust me, he knows that. But it ain't just him. They're going to have to get better. Peyton Watson's got to be better. He can't give you 30 one night and then give you 6-8, 6-8, 12, 9, 8, 15. He's got to find consistency himself where he's giving you 15 a night. Bruce Brown's probably got to up his game coming off the bench. Jonas, who's been a starting center in this league before, can do that, but he's going to have to probably average around 12, 14, 15 points also. Everybody's going to have to go up, and then while everybody goes up, Murray is a special Murray. You want a good news, good look out of this spring. Is this a great opportunity for Jamal Murray to show the rest of the NBA he's an all-star?
Oh, 100%. And I think that one, Scotty, is Jokic even playing in the All-Star game? Probably not anymore. So that's that's an open spot on Team World. If Murray wasn't already going to make it, it just helps his odds even more. But it's also it's a chance for him to show that he can be that guy and that he doesn't need Jokic, even though they do need each other to win a championship.
Right. It's going to be it's going to be an interesting. And here's, I'll remind everybody this too. They say we'll reevaluate in 4 weeks. So that don't always mean, hey, 4 weeks up, okay, come back. That could be, okay, he's ready to go. Now let's step up the conditioning. And this was Darren also. And this goes for, Christian and Cam and Aaron too. They've been out however long they've been out, 5 or 6 weeks. But guess what? Now it's about conditioning. Hey, your ankle is healthy. Go play 40 minutes in an NBA game at their pace. Because think about it, your ankle, or in Aaron's position, his hamstring, how much running you doing with them two injuries?
Sure. Yeah,
you're not running.
Down. Yeah.
So it's not just the time off for the rehab and to get the injury healed. It's now probably another week or 2 weeks to now get your body right too. So, and I'll say this, it started. Really, it started probably the 22nd game at home, or maybe even the game before that. But it was big time in Orlando and Miami. Public, I call it public, because Aaron and CB have been working out somewhere on their own or upstairs at the Ball Arena and so on and so forth. But now it's out in public. Now they're out there before the game. Aaron Gordon's dripping sweat, so. When they come back, what day that'll be, I have no idea. But I do know this: they both ramped up public appearances working out, and I think that's one of those next steps, one of those process steps that Adelman talked about the other day. I think that's one of them because, now, hey, we got a gym right there. I know the game starts at 30 minutes. Here you go. You got 20. Get out there. Boom, 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 boom. So we're starting to see that ramped up a little bit. So I still think CB may come back before this trip is over. I'm not sold on Gordon yet, just because difference between an ankle and a soft tissue injury. So, but it'll be interesting. And here's another thing to think about, Spring. You think this injury to Joker ramps those guys up, saying, "Okay, we got to move our timetable up."
I was thinking the same thing. Is there a sense of urgency? But I do think long term, they're still in the long term, meaning this season and into the playoffs. They're still in a good spot. I mean, is your seeding gonna dip a little bit? Yeah, probably. But if everyone's 100%, Scotty, I don't care if this is the best play-in team in the history of the NBA, which it would be. They'd be the best play-in team in the history of the NBA. They'd be the best 6th seed in the history of the NBA. As long as they're healthy, man, that's all I care about.
Yep. Well, I know this, and listen, we don't know. They may go on a hot streak and win 10 in a row, and everybody takes them for granted because everybody's beaten. They don't have a Joker, so it's don't play hard, whatever. The schedule does lighten up about mid-January after they get on this road trip. So maybe they could squeeze some in that people don't expect them to. But, how would you like to be that team that's say you're 6th or 7th and you're the 2nd or 3rd place team, and all you said, wait a minute, our first round matchup is against Denver?
Exactly.
Really?
Exactly. Yeah, you're Houston. You're like, man, what a great season we had. We're the 3 seed. We did it. We're playing the Nuggets fully healthy.
Not only you got Denver, who's beat you 2 out of 3 so far, or 3 out of 4 so far, but they weren't healthy when they beat you. They got everybody. They got everybody back now.
They lost Peyton Watson like 6 minutes into the most recent one they got him in.
They lost him in that one. Aaron Gordon played like 3 minutes in that game in Houston. They won.
Sure.
And CB I don't think was playing in that game. So they haven't faced a full squad Denver, and I don't know. Is it Denver up 2? Is it 2-1? I guess 2-1. They
2-1 sounds right.
So
all right, hey, Scott Hastings, thanks for giving me a few minutes today. Getting off the plane, getting to the hotel in Toronto. You can listen to Scotty tomorrow night, Altitude TV, Nuggets Raptors, first game. without Jokic with the left knee hyperextension. Scotty, thanks again, and have a good call tomorrow night. We appreciate you.
All right, we'll have fun, and we'll, everybody keep your towels, and we'll be all right. Everybody will be good. I did see one of the coaches yesterday after the game said, "Yeah, I can give you about 5 minutes."
Okay, hey, it's better than the 3 minutes that I was offered. So.
Well, no, but I'm thinking like 30 seconds a game for the next, 2 months. I could give him 30 seconds maybe.
Okay. All right. Scotty, appreciate you, man. Take care.
See you, boys.
All right. Got to take a break here because coming up next, we're going to get Connor McGahey on to talk Avs. Speaking of Avs, also have a keyword for you. Avs tickets, Avs Ticket Tuesday, Avs Blues tickets tomorrow night, New Year's Eve. We got your second keyword for you to win a pair of tickets to go see the Avs and the Blues tomorrow night. That and Connor McGahey are next. Welcome back, Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer in for Nate and Andy. Got my dude Alberto Uriueta producing today. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Catch the Avs in their Nordique sweaters on January 12th and be a part of Throwback Night. Score an exclusive Nordiques hat with the ticket package at coavs.com/hat. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches. Now, the tickets we're giving away today are for Avs Blues tomorrow night, New Year's Eve. And your keyword this hour is toast. Text the word toast to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. You text the word toast. Like I'm going to put some butter on my toast. Or a toast at New Year's Eve where you cheers to something you did well this year. Let's bring in Connor McGahey, voice of the Avs, here on Altitude Sports Radio. Connor, did you do anything well this year? Did you toast? Are you going to toast anything? You going to cheers to anything?
I never do anything well. Spring, everything is very, very average. So we're not going to celebrate mediocrity.
Okay, you're selling yourself short there. I think you're selling yourself a little short.
How
was the call last night? I bet it was good. Avs win 5-2. Yeah. Well, what are they, 15-0-2 at home?
15. No, that's
16-0-2.
16-0-2 now. They've won 14 straight.
Yeah, 16-0-2.
16-0-2, which is insane. I think everybody else has at least 3 regulation losses at home in the National Hockey League. I can double check that.
I can tell you right now.
I'm pretty sure that at home, let's see, looking down, 5.
I think Minnesota's the next best with 4.
Yep, Minnesota 13-4-5. Edmonton's 10-3-3.
Oh, Edmonton 10-3-3. Okay.
So Edmonton has the second best home record at 10-3-3. So yeah, with the Avs 0 regulation losses on home ice, and everybody else has at least 3. So things are, and you know what? Like I feel like, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Watching that game last night, I felt like the Kings were on the front foot the entire game, and even had stretches where they flat out dominated, except for just a couple instances where Avs generate a cycle and force a turnover, and then off the rush. So the first 3 goals are scored 3 different ways, and that ended up being the difference. LA can't score a 5-on-5. 31st in goals for in the National Hockey League. They can't score, and usually they can keep them out. So they go from a 6-1 win versus Anaheim to a 5-2 loss versus the Colorado Avalanche. Just stylistically, it shows you that the Avalanche can beat anybody. They can win in a barn burner 6-5, or they can play that 2-1, 3-2 game for 47, 48 minutes, and then finish them off. So like I'm running out of things to say about the Colorado Avalanche and how they adapt and how they're sort of addicted to winning at the moment.
You know what I think a huge part of it is, and I think it's even more prevalent today with the big news of the day that Nikola Jokic has avoided a major knee injury. I think it is injury luck. Now, the Avs are a great team. They're one of the it's the
You hear
Avs.
that? That's my giant wood desk that I'm knocking on.
Right?
So
Look, man,
that's what I'm doing.
It's a thing. It's a thing, Look at the Broncos. The Broncos had largely very good injury luck this year. I mean, it was the Vegas game, Connor, where 6 goals, including the shootout, if you want to count that a goal. So like 11 goals in that game, 10 in regulation, 5 apiece. Great game. That Lehkonen winner or game tire in the slot and the 6-on-5. Awesome game. So many goals. I got to go back and kind of refresh my memory of the early ones. And when you're rewatching the highlights as the game is going on, like if the Avs score, it'll be an altitude highlight. If the opposing team scores, it's their broadcast. So it was the Vegas broadcast, and before that goal that Vegas scored, they show this stat of teams who have had the most players play in 100% of their games this season. The Avs had 14 of them, which led the NHL by about 3. So, look, I mean, it's Colorado, it's Dallas, it's Minnesota, Vegas, Edmonton. It's all in the freaking West, too. And then 3 of them in the Central. But so Colorado's one of those teams. They've also had good injury luck this year. Like Nathan McKinnon hasn't missed a game. Cale Makar, we've had a couple scares with Cale. Like the other night, was it in Vegas? Yeah. He left. He blocks
in Vegas.
He blocks a shot and he leaves. That's happened to him a couple times this year. Nichushkin missed some time, but he's back. Guys have missed time. Brindley missed time, but he came back. Largely pretty good injury luck for Colorado as well this year.
Yeah, for sure, which is a nice change of pace because I feel like what we've been talking about for the last, Stanley Cup year aside,
sure.
We've been talking about the fact that the Avs have led the league in man games lost to injury.
Yeah.
Which has not been the case this year so far. So again, wherever you are, I know you're all driving very nice vehicles with a nice mahogany stripe through the dashboard. Go ahead and knock on that wherever you're at because we need that to continue.
But at a certain point, it's like deserved. When you've been as injured as Colorado has been, like eventually it evens out.
You build
right?
up equity after a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. And how about the 2 centers last night? McKinnon does get an empty net goal, but 2 and 3 C. Brock Nelson, great goal on the right wing. Jack Drury. Look, I think it's kind of fortunate that the Kings start Anton Forsberg and not Darcy Kemper in net. Maybe a little.
Kemper's hurt. I heard
Kemper's
talking
hurt
yesterday. Yeah, so Kemper has been hurt for almost 2 weeks now.
Oh, he has? I missed that. Okay. Well, either way, where'd Connor go? Do we have Connor?
We do not.
Okay. There he is. I just heard him come through a little bit.
It's just he's just one of those players that is.
Okay, Connor, we lost you there for a second. Can you hear me, Connor McGahee?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we lost you. My gosh, it was probably a great soliloquy. I need you to start all over.
I was just talking about how Darcy Kemper gets hurt. That's all.
Oh, whether it's a stick to the eye. Did you mention a stick to the eye?
Ryan Johansson's stick to the eye. Yeah.
Speaking of the C's, though, the centers, I was talking about, I was thinking, is there a curse of the 2 C's since Kadri? Middlestat didn't work out. Forgot about Ryan Johansson, a commenter on Between the Pipes. I completely forgot about him. And, man, what a saga he was. I had to give up a first-round pick to get rid of him. And Brock Nelson was about as safe a bet as he could have had. It was a slow-ish start to his Avs career, and boy, has he gotten it going of late.
Yeah, 15 goals now, and I think 3 in his last 3 versus the LA Kings. And look, this is exactly the type of offensive production that you want. But I think responsibly 2 ways. Rarely do you see him out there. And I'm looking at just plus-minus because the Avs live in 5-on-5 land. +2 his last 4 games. So you're either even or ahead. The only game in the last 5 where Brock Nelson was under par was versus Winnipeg. He didn't have any points. But at Minnesota, goal and 2 assists for 3 points. Assist at Vegas to help tie that game up with Arturi Lehkonen late in the 3rd period. And then versus the Kings, a goal and an assist for 2 points and a +2. And look, this is exactly the type of player that you've been looking for since Kadri left. And Kadri's more unique. You can't compare the two. But what you can compare is how solid the players are behind Nathan McKinnon, because that's not an easy place to be. And if you put Brock Nelson, Val Nichushkin, and pick a winger. It could be Arturi Lehkonen. It could be Gabe Landeskog. That's hard to play against. That's nearly impossible to play against. So you have the sprite-like attack of the top line and their speed, again with some physicality. And I've been impressed with Marty Necas's ability to be more physical probably over the past 4 or 5 games. But behind them, you have some offensive prowess, good puck possession skills, but just tough to get the puck away from. And that's exactly what you need defensively and possession-wise out of your second-line center, and then you need production. And that's exactly what we've got out of Brock Nelson here. Is he has 2 goals in his last 4 games, and he had a point streak going on. He's sort of alternated, but he goes 4 goals in 5 games. Starting in Philadelphia, ending with Seattle. So it's not just production; it's consistent production out of Brock Nelson.
All right. Again, your keyword is toast. For Avs Blues tickets tomorrow night, Avs Ticket Tuesday, 303-504-0925. Text in the word toast, as in any team that comes into Ball Arena to play the Avs is toast. As in, thank goodness Nikola Jokic's knee isn't toast. Your keyword is toast. Connor, you'll be on the call tomorrow night, Avs and Blues. Let's talk a little bit of something about what Raj and I, Alex Ryan-Emmy and I were talking about on Between the Pipes last night, and Raj is going to join me after you, Connor. Programming note right there. We were talking about Scott Wedgwood, who we think is going to get the start tomorrow night. I start him on New Year's Eve. Wedgie has been so good. Blackwood got the start.
He's got new pads. He's got to show off for the new year.
Oh, I didn't even know that. You got get him in on the last day of the year.
All burgundy get up now. He went from the all navy to the all burgundy now.
Hell yes, and he signed the 1 year extension. He's an Av now. Damn it. Blackwood was great last night. I think Wedgwood should go tomorrow, and Wedgwood will probably go up against Jordan Binnington.
Probably
of the Blues, and then there's the Team Canada implications. Wedgie has a chance tomorrow night. Certainly with some help in front of him, to make a case to Hockey Canada, going head-to-head against the guy who's presumably going to start for them in the Olympics.
Well, and it doesn't hurt that the GM of Team Canada, and one of the guys putting it together and has helped over the years, is Doug Armstrong, who's the GM of the St. Louis Blues, for now, until Alexander Steen takes over. But Wedgie 3-1-1 in his career versus St. Louis, 2-2-1 goals against, .923 save percentage, great numbers versus the Blues. Has never played the Blues as a member of the Colorado Avalanche last year or this year. So we'll see if that rotation continues. It was interesting to see Wedgwood get the last start before Christmas and the first start after. That broke up an 8-game stretch where both Blackwood and Wedgwood would alternate. But now, after what Wedgwood has done, now he's 12-1-1 on the season, with him and Wedgwood sort of alternating second best goals against average and save percentage in the entire National Hockey League. Now, Blackwood is getting a lot of attention and question marks. Should he be a part of Team Canada in with Binnington and Logan Thompson from the Washington Capitals? And yes, Darcy Kemper is a lot of people's pick to also be on there. Part of me is I'm always happy for guys when they're able to represent their country. But for me, in limiting risk for what I want, which is the Stanley Cup, I would be totally fine if the Lumberyard was left off of Team Canada. But I do know what it means to them to represent their country. So if that's what they want, then I'm fine with that as well.
It's the best goaltending tandem in the NHL.
Correct.
Their numbers.
Avs should win the Jennings Trophy this year.
Both of them. Their numbers are insane. So, I mean, if it's Blackwood getting the start tomorrow, I mean, he's got a case to be on Team Canada. Binnington's numbers this year are not good. I know that he showed well for them in the Four Nations and that he plays well in the playoffs. He plays well in big games. But I just think it would be a shame if one of the Woods was not named to Team Canada. But I'm with you, man. And, we were just talking about injuries, and you saw a couple injuries.
Minimize risk.
You saw him pop up in the Four Nations. Shea Theodore, both the Kachucks got hurt. Fortunately, nothing long-term with them, but still, you run a risk. Avs Blues tomorrow night, last thing, Connor. I mean, in what universe? It's New Year's Eve, man. They're 16-0-2 at home. They're completely healthy. They are a wagon, for lack of a better word. In what world are they losing tomorrow night? And the Blues have underperformed this year.
Yeah, they have. But still, like almost every team in the Western Conference are within reach of a playoff spot, right? This is just a one-game trip for them. They'll return home Friday, then they'll host Vegas and Montreal. St. Louis will, then a 3-game trip at Chicago, at Utah, at Vegas. So they get the Golden Knights twice in 1 week. But if you look at the wild card standings for them, first of all, the East is ridiculous. I mean, the East is silly. Carolina in first place. Avs will see them on Saturday, 51 points. And that leads the Metro just 2 points ahead of Detroit. The Atlantic Division is something. But in the West, if you look down below the cut line, 3-way tie between St. Louis, Calgary, who is now out of the basement. They were there for a long time, and the Nashville Predators. and they're only 3 points out of a playoff spot, if you can believe that. San Jose occupies that last wild card spot, along with the LA Kings. Both wild card teams now have 41 points. But the Blues have just slowly and steadily not quite gone away to the point where they're thinking about the draft lottery next year. They're 4-5-1 in their last 10. They did lose to the red-hot Buffalo Sabres,
who will play Dallas tomorrow night.
So let's hope it's 10 in a row for the Sabres. That'd be a delightful New Year's Eve present if that's the sort of thing you get. But look, Colorado has dominated St. Louis, and I know it doesn't mean a can of beans to the Avs that it's New Year's Eve tomorrow. They just know that it's a Central Division opponent, and they'd like to make it 15 wins in a row on home ice. And again, looking at the roster makeup, looking at trends on how they play, there's no reason that Colorado shouldn't beat St. Louis again tomorrow.
All right, and you can hear Connor call that game tomorrow night, New Year's Eve, and I'll be on a network with you, Connor.
You and me tomorrow.
Heads up, you can send that Jared Bednar interview to me. A little on-air producing right there. Connor, you're the man. Thanks for popping on with me today as I ride solo. You're the man. I'll talk to you tomorrow night ahead of the Avs and the Blues. There he goes, Connor McGahey, voice of the Avalanche. When we come back, I'm going to talk to my Between the Pipes co-host, Alex Ryan-Emmy, is going to wrap up this show. I think we've had a guest in every single segment except for the first segment of this 3 to 6 show. And the main event is Raj. He's next. All right, we're wrapping up Kreckman and Lindahl here on a Tuesday evening. Very guesty today, as Nate Kreckman would say. Nate and Andy are out. I'm Mark Springer. I produce this show. I'm in for the dudes today, and had a flyer out. We're going to get to Alex Ryan-Emmy before this show is up. We might go a little long today because I told you Raj is coming on, and we're going to get Raj on. But I had a flyer out for one of my favorite people, and that is Katie Winge, who is, like Scott Hastings, in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, getting ready for the Nuggets and the Raptors tomorrow night. And Katie just got back to me. She can come on, so we got to get Katie Winge on. Katie, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I am doing great. Your vibes now from 12 hours ago. Where you at?
The best way to describe it is just like an exhale, I think. Like a collective exhale of like, okay, this is what it is with Nikola Jokic, and it is the best case scenario, all things considered. We knew, that it was something that was maybe a little bit more serious, the way in which he went down and the way in which he responded to whatever happened, which we now know is a hyperextension. So I think I'm relieved in a lot of ways, which is terrible because you never want anyone to be injured. But given what we thought might be, the outcome of this, I think everybody's like, okay, we can handle this.
Yeah, no, this is a win. And, it obviously sucks that he's going to be out. Nikola Jokic is going to be out for at least 4 weeks. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks with a left knee hyperextension. Yeah, it looked anytime, Katie, any athlete goes down writhing in pain, grabbing their knee. I think we all think the worst nowadays. But, Nikola Jokic, it's McKinnon, it's McCarr, it honestly might even be above that level. The air that he is in, what he means to this team. If they were to have lost him for the entire season and you don't have that man in the playoffs, you're done. Like, it is over. So it's great news, Katie. I know we don't want him to be hurt, but it is great news.
Yeah, and I think even further than that, Spring, it's like if it would have been ACL or something that would require surgery and you're looking at 6 to 8 months, it's like then you sort of think about how does your body respond, right? And like how do you mentally come back from something like that? I know we don't even need to have this conversation, but those were all thoughts that were flowing through my head, when he went down and could barely walk to the back of the locker room. But so I think this is one of those things where it's like, okay, it'll be interesting because he's never really been injured for a long period of time. I think he's maybe missed like 6 or 7 games in a row with an ankle sprain. That's the longest that he's been out. So what is this going to be like for him? What kind of approach is he going to take to it? He is still on the trip with us. Saw him get on and off the plane today. I don't know if that will be the case moving forward, if he plans on going back to Denver or what that looks like, but he did make it to Toronto with the team. So I think everybody's just kind of trying to rally around him in the best way that they can. And I think David Adelman, said it best after the game last night. He just said the best way that you can show up and support a guy in a situation like this is playing hard for him. So going out there and trying to find ways to win and being gritty and grimy and trying to reinvent yourself for the next month and a half-ish.
What are we going to see tomorrow night in Toronto? And what are we going to